Welcome to my course on Python. The purpose of this course is to help you learn Python from a cybersecurity standpoint. So the first part of this video, we're going to be covering the basics and introduction into Python. So we're going to look at functions, for loops, if statements, as well as all the other important parts of Python that you need to know. And then we're going to move into scripting, and we're going to start writing our own cybersecurity tools and networking tools. But after we finish that, we're going to look at HTML and CSS because at about the 5-hour mark, we're going to move into server-side programming, and we're going to start looking at how to use Python to write server-side code, so that way you can understand how vulnerable code works as well as secure code. So we're going to use Flask and Jinja2, and you're going to be able to write out some vulnerable code. We're going to exploit it, and then we're going to write out secure code. We're going to look at SQL injection, cross-site scripting, server-side request forgery, open redirect, and more. So my hope is that you will learn Python from a security standpoint. And for those of you who want to be bug bounty hunters or penetration testers that focus on web applications, this is really going to help you be able to read Python code, understand how server-side code works and how to exploit it, as well as being able to edit other people's Python scripts that you may come across on GitHub that you need to modify in order to get the exploit to work. And at about the 10-hour mark, we're going to go ahead and start exploiting some CTF, so that way you can get a better understanding of exploiting some of the different vulnerabilities without code that you have written on the server side. So that way you can understand the code that you've written and the code that other people has written, and you'll better understand the exploits. So let's go ahead and jump into this. The links for the PyCharm download is going to be in the description. It'll take you straight to this page, and if you are on Windows, you can come over here for Windows or Linux and you can download it. If you are running a Mac with the Silicon Valley chip, you can click this right here and it'll automatically start the download. You'll just click next, install, and it will install for you. And I already have it installed down here, so we can go ahead and open this up. You can create a new project. I'm just going to use this project right here. One of the first things we can do is just go ahead and delete this, and we're going to be looking at the print function. And the reason we're going to be looking at print is because it is something that you are going to use all of the time. We are going to be printing to debug our code and printing to our terminal so that we can see the output later on of the tools that we make. We need to be able to see what they're doing, so that way we have that valuable information that our programs are supposed to be giving us. So the first thing we're going to do is just type in the word print. And there's several different ways to print different information, but we're going to start out with the basic hello world. So you can add in your double quotes and even your single quotes, whichever you would like. And then we're just going to type in hello world. And if we come over to our little run button over here and we hit run, it's going to print to our console down here, and it's going to tell us hello world. Now that seems pretty simple, but there are a few things you should probably know. And that is this right here is considered a string. Anytime you're printing any information that is inside of single or double quotes, you need to know that that is in fact a string, because if we delete this and we try to run this, it's going to give us this error, and this is going to tell us invalid syntax because it's trying to print these as variables instead of a string. So we need to make sure that we have these inside of our double quotes. And if you accidentally forget to close this off, we're going to get this red squiggly telling us that there is an error, and over here will be our error as well. And we should be able to hold our mouse over it and it will tell us the problem. We are missing the closed quote. Now let's say that this wasn't able to tell us the error that we had. We could run it and it's going to give us this error message down here, and we could just copy it and take it to Google and paste it in. Probably the first couple of links in Google would tell us what our problem is, and that is that we need this double quote right here to get our code to work. One thing you need to know about programming is that all programmers are there to do one thing, and that is solve problems. We write code and we write scripts in order to make our lives a lot easier. As you're going to see later in this course, when we get into our tool making, we're going to be automating a lot of what we do on a day-to-day basis, and we're even going to create some different ethical hacking tools that will make our lives a lot easier. So in the most basic form, this is the print statement, which we're going to be using a lot, and there's a lot more that we can do with print that we're going to see a little bit later on. And this is a string, and this is how we would print hello world to our console. There are a few more things we can do with the print statement that are really simple that I want to show you right up front. And first, if we wanted to print, let's say we believe in a multiverse, we want to print hello world 1, hello world 2, and hello world 3. We can now run this and you're going to see that we have hello world 1, 2, and 3, and we have them all on new lines here. But let's say we were up here and we just said, comma, hello world 2, and we run this. You're going to see that this is all on one line. But let's say our program needs to have columns and rows, and we need this to be on a different row. We could delete our comma here, and we can just put in a \n. And if we run this now, you're going to see that we have it on a new line. And in order to get these to line up, we would delete that space. And now we have hello world 1 and hello world 2. But this is not the only way we can print this. Usually if I can get away with it, I don't like to use the \n unless I really need something on a different line. And so this is another way to print hello world and to get these on different lines. But we can do a lot more with the print statement. So instead of just putting something on a new line, let's say we want to print our name. We can say Ryan, and then you can also put in a plus here, and then we're going to put in John, just like this. And if we run this, you're going to notice something interesting. We have my name here all smashed together. So if you're going to be printing something this way, you'll need to have a space in one of these, either right here or right here. And then if we run this, you're going to see we have Ryan space John. So it looks okay. But you can also come in here and add another set of quotes, and you can just put in a space right here, and then you'll have to add in another plus. And now if we print this, you're going to see we get the same output. And if we delete our space here, you're going to see that it is all together. So this is another way to concatenate or put together different strings. And there is more to this than just putting our strings together just like this. So hopefully this all makes sense at this point, but we can also save our name in variables. So we can just say x equals, and then remember that we need this to be a string, and we can put our name, and we can say y equals, and then we can put in John, just like this. And now if we come down here, and let's say we just want to print the first, my name, we could just say print x, and if we run this, it's going to print Ryan. So this x right here is called a variable, and its only purpose is to store the information over here. So let's say I wanted to save an integer instead of my name. I could just put in number 5, and then if I run this, it's going to print the number 5. But we'll get to integers in just a second. So we have my name right here, and all the X is doing is saving this information over here, and Y is saving this information over here. And in order to print a variable, we do not add in our quotations, because if we add in our quotations, it's going to assume this is a string and not a variable, and it's just going to print X instead of printing our variable. So we need to make sure that our variable is outside of quotes, so our program knows that we're trying to print the variable instead of a string. And so if we run this, we get Ryan. Now what happens if we come in here and we say we want to print x plus y? We go ahead and run this, we see that we do not have our space. So let's say we want to add in our space. Well, there's two ways we could do this. We could just add a space in right here, and then it's going to print, but that is not the proper way to print or concatenate these two strings that are saved together in these variables. What we would use is something called an F string. And we'll just go ahead and delete everything in here so that way you can understand how the F string works, which we will use in the future. We put the F, and then we put our quotes. And now if we want to use our variables inside of our quotes, we have to do some squiggly braces. So if we put in X now inside of our F string right here, we can print this, and you're going to get my name. So we have this as an F string. So now if we want to put a space in here between my name, we can just say print like this, and then we can add in our squigglies, and we can say Y, and we should be able to print this, and we get Ryan John, and our space is right here. So there is a lot more that we can do with the print statement, but without giving you too much information too quickly, I think we're going to stop right here. And then as we need to learn more information about the print statement in the future, I will go ahead and give you that information when the time comes. But this is the basics of the print statement and how we're going to get it to work, and a little bit of a basics with variables, which we're going to see how we can store information in variables in a little more detail coming up real quickly. All right, now let's go ahead and look at the input function instead of just having the print function right here. So we'll go ahead and delete all of this. And let's say we want an IP address so that we can run our new tool or scan against an IP address. Instead of saying something like print, what is the target IP, question mark. If we print this, all it's going to do is print, and we can't actually do any input down here. It's just printing what is the IP address. But what we could do is take this, and instead we can say input, and now we have this input right here, and it's going to say what is the IP address. And if we run this now, it's going to ask us to input an IP address. So we can say 10, 10, 10, 10, and if we run this, it's going to execute the code and complete with 0 errors, but nothing actually happened. We want to make sure that something's actually happening, and first I like to have a space right here, so we can go ahead and add a space right there. But now that we have this input, we want to do something with this input. So we can say that we want to print the IP address, and so we can say the IP. So we want this to be saved as a variable, and something that's very interesting that we can do with inputs is we can save them inside of variables. So we can actually say IP equals, and then it is going to equal this input right here, and then we can print the IP, which I typed in IT. So now we can print this IP address down here, and we can say the IP is whatever. So we'll come over here and we'll put in some quotes, and we'll add in our plus, and we'll say the IP you entered is, and then we'll have the IP address. So we can run this now, and we can come down here and say 10, 10, 10, 10. And if we run this, it's going to print the IP you entered is right here. Or we could say something like scanning the target, and then it'll have the IP address right here instead of just saying the IP you entered. This would be more realistic. If we were running a tool, we would put something like this. We're scanning the target of the IP address that was entered. But there's also another way you can do all of this and make it look pretty simple. So what we can do is just delete all of this, and we can just say we want an input. So we can just say enter, and that should load for us. And we're going to ask for an IP address, and we'll say what IP would you like to target? And we can add our question mark and our space. But remember, if we just run this, we're not going to be able to add or put anything down here. This is just going to take our input, and then it's going to run, and it's going to finish out the code. But what we could do is we could say something like print, and then we can put all of this inside of our print statement. And remember, because we have an open parenthesis right here, and here we are going to have a 2 in order to close everything off. And now we can type in what we're targeting over here. So we could put in like our quotes right here, and we can say you are targeting, and then this is going to target the input that has been put over here. So we can add our plus right here. So now we should be able to target the IP address. Let's run this and see if it works. So we can say what IP would we like to target? 10, 10, 10, 10, and then if we hit enter, it's going to print out for us, you are targeting, and this is the IP address. that we have entered. So you can see there are several different ways to do almost anything in the world of programming. We have our print statement and our input statement both right here with this concatenation right here, or you can take the input and then pass it through a print statement a little bit later on, like we saw in the first example. So you can go ahead and play around with the print statements and maybe make a print statement that takes the user's first name and then adds on through a different input the last name. So go ahead and play with the print statements and the input statements and try and make your own input and print statements. So that way you're very familiar with how to use these. Let's take another look at variables. So we'll go ahead and just comment this out. And we want to take a look at variables and numbers. And then I also want to show you the length function. So we've already talked a little bit about variables, such as saying x equals 5, and then we can say y equals 7. And then we could, if we wanted to, print, and we can just say x plus y. And we can run this, and in our console down here we get 12, which is right. And if you remember, if we put this inside of some quotations, this is just going to print it for us as we have it written, x plus y, because our variables get sent through as variables without having the quotes. But what if we say x equals Ryan and 7 equals John? You remember that these need to have quotes around them because they are strings. And so we would need to have quotes in order to get this to work. So if you just put X in here like this and we run this, we're going to get an error because Ryan is not defined because it is a string. But if we put 5 back in here and we run it, we're going to get 5 down here and it is going to work. And if we say X plus Y, what do you think is going to happen? We run this and we get an error. And the reason for this is 1 is an integer, meaning it is a number, and 1 is a string, and these cannot be added together. They must be the same. So we could take x right here and we could say we want to turn it into a string. And so you could put it into quotes like this. And now we have this str, which is defining our x, or rather redefining our x as a string. And if we hit enter, it says 5 John. And if we wanted to, we could just add a space in here and we could run this again and we get our space right here. And this will change the x into a string. Now, we could also do something like this that is also going to be useful, and you will be seeing this in the future, and you will need to know how to do this because you're going to use it in the future, is to take this x right here, and let's say it is a string, so it is in quotes right here. Sometimes you'll get data back and it's going to be as a string, but really you need the integer, and you can actually come down here and we can print this as a string. And we're going to then show you, and then I want to show you that we can change this back to an integer because sometimes you will see this in the future. So we'd have this back as 7. And if we run this, we're going to have an error because we have the string is not an integer. It needs to be an integer. This 5 needs to be an integer for us to be able to add it. So we could just say int for integer, and then we can do this, and it will change our x back into an integer even though it has those quotations, and then it will add this together so that it all works. So I wanted to show you some variables, and then also wanted to show you there is a bunch of extra functions within Python that you're just going to have to learn about. And when we get into our projects that we're going to be building later, we'll be using things like the integers and the strings and the length really regularly. So you will be able to see these and become familiar with them in the future. I just didn't want to dump all of these on you in the future. So I kind of am going to sprinkle some of this information, like the strings and integers, throughout the progression of this course. And as encouragement, one thing you have to remember in programming, by now you're probably feeling overwhelmed, and we're only 15 to 20 minutes into this course, and you have to look at it this way. In the world of programming, you start out knowing nothing at all, and the information, every bit of information you get is new. And so it's going to feel very overwhelming because you're going to be getting all of this new information right here. And then eventually it'll start to round out like this. And then you'll start to get just a little bit of new information every now and then. So as your experience goes on, the more the learning curve starts to flatten out. So if you see this, the longer the experience you have, the less learning you're going to be doing. But in the beginning, this curve right here really does go up exponentially. And I remember that feeling of there is so much information, but just keep going, keep on studying, and it will all click. And sometime in the future, you're going to look back and think this isn't that hard. And you will remember the feeling of being overwhelmed, but programming really isn't that difficult. It just is a lot of information right here on the front end. So I want you now to do this right here. I want you to take a first name as a variable right here, and then take a last name as a variable. So you're going to have two variables, and one's going to be a first name and a last name, and then print to the console your name is, and for my case, it would be Ryan John, and you're going to print it through these variables. You've seen everything necessary at this point in order to do our first task right here. And so if you want, you can pause this video and go ahead and try and tackle this on your own. But if you don't remember where to start, just keep following along with the video. And then if things start to click, go ahead, pause the video and solve it on your own, because you're going to learn the best when you are practicing. So let's go ahead and we'll delete all of this. So we're going to take the first name as a variable. So what we can do is we can just say f name for first name, and we're going to say it equals, and we want an input, and we can say, what is your name? Question mark, space. And then we can come down here and we can say lname for last name, and we will say equals input, and then we want to say, what is your last name? Question mark, space, and then we just want to print to the console, which I apparently have spelled wrong here, and I have variable spelled wrong, but that's okay. And we're going to say this has an S right there, and then we want to print your name is with these blanks right here. So what we can do at this point is we can say print quotes and your name is, and then we have our variables, and it is we want to print f name and l name. And I'm going to show you both ways you can do this. And first you can add in our f string. I prefer to use f strings. I think they are the easiest way to do something like this. So we can run this and see what our code looks like. What is my first name? Ryan. What is my last name? John. And we have your name is Ryan John. So we were able to write this little program by taking our first name, last name, and then printing it. Now you will see things done this way as well. I think it is a little more cumbersome, but a lot of people don't use f strings, and I'm not sure why. And they will add plus f name space plus l name space. And so what we can do now is guess the input, because I think we're going to have to edit this. And now let's go ahead and run the program and see what happens. And your name is Ryan John, and I thought this was going to happen. And we can add in our single quotes with a space right here. And I forgot to add in our plus, and rerun this. And now we should be able to go Ryan John, and it prints our name. Your name is Ryan John. So I hope by now you can see why I really like the F strings, because it is just a lot easier to do, but you are going to see this quite often. And if you do any kind of full stack development and you're doing back-end development on the server side with JavaScript or Node.js, you do see things like this as well. So this is something you're going to see outside of just Python with these pluses and these quotes. And so it is something you need to be aware of. But in Python, from now on, you're probably going to just see me running an F string, because I really like to pass my variables in with F strings. I just think it is easier and it looks better. It's just so much easier to do this right here and pass my variables in. So with that, we're going to continue working with our variables and naming variables. So before we move on to our next little challenge, I want to talk a little bit about your variable names. If you guys have been following my YouTube channel at all, then you know that I'm really bad about naming my variables, something that I can remember. You need to try your best to name your variables something so that when you come back like a month or 2 months or a year later, you know what these variables mean. So if this variable was just in and this variable was q, and this program had a bunch of information inside of it, I would have no idea what this variable does, and I wouldn't know what this variable does, and it just makes it a lot more difficult. So fname is how I would name this if I was really writing this program, and this would be lname. And the reason I did that is so you could see good variable naming practices, but sometimes you'll be running out of variables and you're going to have to get creative in naming your variables something that you can remember. One other thing that you'll see that is really common if you're naming your variables something that you're just running out of variable names, you're struggling, is to just create a comment like this and then write in a description. These variables take a first name and last name, and then you'll have this right here to explain to you when you come back what these variables do. So this is going to be really helpful for you in the future when you are programming and you're struggling to come up with variable names. You'll want to name your variables the best you can so that you can remember them. So let's go ahead and delete this. So we'll paste this in here, and this program is going to first start out by putting a greeting to your program. So just welcome, thanks for using my program, something like that. Ask the user for a pet name. So it can be your pet, a friend's pet, or just the name of a pet if you were to have one. And then ask the name of the city where they are from. And you're going to combine the pet name with the word cyber as a new Twitter handle, and then add the city where they are from. So the output is going to look like this: your new Twitter handle and a bio. So you have the Twitter handle and the bio. So it'd be CyberFred from Honolulu. Fred is the name of my daughter's fish. So your program is going to put out the name of a pet, cyber as your handle for your new hacker name, and then the place where you were born. So mine would be CyberFred. And so this is what our program is going to do. You can go ahead and try and use these instructions to create a program that is going to do this. And if you're unsure where to start, I'm going to go ahead and start this project. And at any point, if you feel like you can complete it on your own without watching the video, you can go ahead and do that, because the best way to learn is going to be by doing and writing code yourself. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create our greeting, and we just want to say print quotes, thanks for using my program, just like this, and we'll add in a exclamation point. So we say, thanks for using my program. Number 2, ask the user for the name of a pet. So we'll say p name for our pet name equals, and then we want an input. What is the name of a pet? Question mark, and we want to remember to add our space, so that way when they type, it will have this space like it does down here. And if you wanted to be extra fancy, you can add a \n right here, and they will now be able to enter their name on a new line. But in the world of cybersecurity, when you run most tools and the tools that we're going to write in the future, we're pretty much never going to have anything on the new line. So we'll add a space in right here. So that is the pet name. And now we need a city that they were born in. So we'll put B name, even though this is not a super great variable for a birth city for the city where you were born. We could put B city right here. So it'd be B city, so birth city, just like this. And now we can put our input, and we can ask for the city you were born in. So we can say, what city were you born in? Question mark space. And now I'm actually going to put these together because variables should go together like that. We'll double space, and we will say we want to combine the names to create the cyber and then from Honolulu. So now we can print, and I'm going to use an F string because I like those. and you can use an F string as well, or you can add in the pluses for your concatenation. And we're going to say your new Twitter handle and bio, and then we'll add in a colon, and we're going to say at, and then we want our squiggly braces, and we want the P name, and actually we want this to have cyber right here, and then we can add in our space from, and then we want our squiggly braces, and we're going to say B city, just like this. So this should print your new Twitter handle and bio, cyber with our pet name, from, and our city. So let's go ahead and run this and check the output. Thanks for using our program. What is the name of a pet? And I'm going to use Fred because that is my daughter's fish's name. The city I was born, Honolulu. And we should be able to hit enter, and we get your new Twitter handle and bio, CyberFred from Honolulu. So there you have it. This is a pretty simple program, and I really want you to get comfortable with printing and taking in inputs. You're going to be doing this a lot as you program tools in the future, or as you are making your own exploits, or you're automating them, or even modifying exploits in the future, because you're going to see printing and inputs all the time, and you will need to be able to modify the inputs because software changes over time, and you are going to come across exploits that will exploit for you, and you're going to need to change the inputs sometimes, and you will need to get used to using print right here, because I use print all the time for debugging my code to see when different functions or for loops, and to make sure different areas of my code are actually being run. So I'll put in print statements randomly to make sure my code is running in the right order so that I can see what is happening. So you should be very familiar at this point with variables, inputs, and print statements. And now we're going to move into looking at different types of data and data types that we will be using in the future. All right, so let's look at some data types. And so we can go ahead and delete this little program right here, and we're going to look at some data types. So we'll just type in data types just in case you forget what we are dealing with. So we've already talked about strings, and you can remember that strings are one type of data. So we have number one right here, and that is going to be strings. And you know what a string is. We can print hello world just like this, and if we run it, this is going to be ran as a string. And just so you know, you can actually do a type function like this, and it will tell you what you are dealing with. So if we run this now, it's telling you that we are dealing with a string. If we delete this and we put in a number 5 and we run this, we're going to see that we're dealing with an integer. And if we put a 0.5 and we run this, we're going to see that we have a float. So you can test what you are dealing with by putting in the type function right here. So that is just something that is helpful to know. So we know what strings are because we have dealt with them before, and we have hello world just like this. Print, we have a string. So we'll go ahead and comment this out. But one thing I want to mention that you're going to need to know in the future dealing with this hello world, if we print our string again and we have hello world, we can index or subscript inside of this string right here. And what I mean when I say this is we can add in some square braces, and if we put in a 0, because computers always start counting from 0, this 0 is going to grab for us this H right here, and you can see that it printed for us an H down here. If you put a 1 in here, you are going to print the E. So go ahead and guess which number we need to put in here in order to print this little 0, this little O right here. So we can put in our 4 and we can test this, and we're able to print the O right there. So this is called subscripting, and you will see this in the future, especially when you're writing programs and you are wanting to cut maybe the first word and the third word out of some kind of data so that you're able to grab just usernames and maybe their emails, and you're wanting to do some brute forcing. You will use this in the future. Just to show you, you are going to use all of the things we were talking about in the future. I wrote this little program right here just a few days ago for my wife. She is an accountant, and she was dealing with some text, and she needed to take a bunch of different inputs over here from this column and add all of these numbers together and have the output down at the bottom. And I had to do some subscripting. I had to use an integer and I had to use a float all in one line. You are going to see this a lot in the future, even in the world of cybersecurity. You're going to be writing programs where you are grabbing specific parts of data that you want to brute force against, or maybe create word lists out of. So you will see this subscripting in the future. You will see integers and you will see floats, not just in this course where you're practicing, but in real life when you're writing programs on your own in the future. So we can do this subscripting right here, and we have our strings. So we'll go ahead and comment this out. And the number 2 that you're going to see is going to be the integer, which you are familiar with by now. If we want to print an integer, we can just print the number 5 and we can run it. And as you've seen earlier, we can test it by saying we want to check the type. And if we run this, we have typer, we want the type. And if we run this, we get an integer. So integers are just numbers. But what's interesting about these numbers is you can have a different type of number, which is going to be the float. So the float is just any number that has a decimal in it. So if we have a 0.67 and we run this, our output is going to be a float. Yes, it is a number, but this is going to be a float because it has this point which can move around within the number. And you may think you're not going to use floats in the future, but if you're doing any kind of programming with decimals, you will want this because you're going to want to go out maybe to just the 100th place, and you will have decimals that run out maybe 10 places, and you don't want that, and you're going to need to use the float. So this is the float, which is another data type. And then lastly, we are going to look at the Boolean, and I use this all the time in while loops. So you will see the Boolean and while loops, which we will use in the very near future when we are dealing with our projects. So a Boolean is going to be true or false statements. So if something is true, then we want our program to do something. If something is false, then we want it to do something else. And I run my while loops as while true, do this, and then when false, the while loop will quit so that we're not in an infinite loop. So this is a Boolean, and these are the data types that you're going to see the most: strings, integers, floats, and Boolean. All right, now we're going to take a little bit of a shift, and we're going to start looking at if-else statements, or we can think about these as conditional statements or control flow. So we want to control the flow of what is happening with if-else statements. And if there's anything you need to learn how to do in the world of programming, it is to think in if-else statements. If something happens, then I want this to happen. And if that doesn't happen, then I want something else to happen. So a simple way to think about this is we're going to create a simple project that is going to take a first number, and then we're going to take in a second number, and we're just going to see which number is bigger. So the first thing we can do is we can just create an input, and we're going to say, what is the first number? Then we can add a space, get out of that, and we can say input, and we need a second number. And we can say, what is the second number? And it tells us we have a typo up here. So we have a first number and a second number. So we can say F number equals, and then we can say S number equals, and really I don't like how that looks, so we're going to go fnum and snum. So we have first number and second number. So our if statement would be if the first number is bigger, then we want it to print something. Else, if the second number is bigger, we want to print that the second number is bigger. So we can just add in something that looks like this. If fnum is greater than the snum, we want to print something. So we'll say print the first number is bigger. And then else, if this doesn't happen, we need to come back to this first line right here because the if and the else need to be on the same line. So else we want to print the second number is larger. So we can run our program and see if our if statement works. So what is the first number? We'll have 1, and the second number is 2, and it says the second number is larger. So let's say we want to add in another if statement instead of just having this else right here, because what happens if we do the number 2 and then we hit enter and we have another number 2 and we hit enter? We're going to have a second number is larger, but it's really not because we just have this else statement. So if the first number is not bigger than the second number, it's just printing this. But if the numbers are the same, then we need it to do something different. So we can make our else statement say the numbers are the same. And our if statement needs to now have an elif. So instead of just having an else, we have an if and then an else if right here, which is something you're going to see in Python. And so we can say else if our second number is larger than our first number, we want to print the second number is larger, like this. Now, if we run this, we can check our program. Let's make our second number larger than the first to make sure that it is working. So it says your first number is larger because I entered that backwards. So we have our first number is larger. So let's do a 1 and a 2, and our second number is larger. And if we do 2 and 2, the numbers are the same. So this is an if statement and then an elif and then the else. So this captures everything else right here. And then we have our if statement. So the number 1 and then our elif if our number 2 is larger, and then if they are the same. So this is conditional statements. And this is something you are going to see in the future. And I have a little challenge here for us to try, and it's all right if you're not ready to complete this challenge. We will do this together, and let me comment this out. And you can follow along. So we're going to make a little program that is going to have several if, elif, and else statements within it. So we're going to write a program that prompts the user to enter their score, whatever grade they got on a particular test, maybe, or homework, and then it's going to tell them what grade they got back. And here is our example. If it's a 90 or above, A, 80 to an 89, it's going to be B, and then so on and so forth. So with these instructions, the first thing it says we need to do is ask them to enter their score. So we're going to type in their score, which is going to be our variable, and we're going to ask for an input. And if you want, you can not follow along. You can actually go ahead and write this yourself and see if you can figure it out. It is a pretty simple program given we just did an elif statement, and this is going to be pretty similar to that. So we're going to ask them for a score, and we're going to say, what was your test score? Just like this. And now we're going to tell them what their grade is, which is going to consist of, it looks like 4 if statements and then 1 else. So we can come in here and tell it. If the score is greater than or equal to 90, then we want to print something. So we'll print their grade is an A. Your grade is an A, just like this. And then we can do the same thing with the rest of these. And this is going to be highlighted because we have a string instead of an integer as our score over here, because our score is being entered in as a string. So what we can do over here is we can actually make a second line so that you can see this, and we can say score equals score, and we want to change it to an integer. So we can close this off, and now our little error goes away. So we're changing our score to an integer right here. So now we can come back and we can say elif the score is greater than or equal to an 80, then they get a B. And I'm actually going to just copy this so that way this goes a little quicker. Then they get a B right here. And you may be thinking, why would we have this right here? If it's an 80, then it's going to print it's a B. That's not actually how this works, because if as the program runs from top to bottom, it's going to see this if statement, this very first if statement, and if this is true, it's going to not run this right here or anything after this if statement. It will just move on to the next bit of code, because really, if this was a program we were writing, we'd have it in a function and it would just skip the rest of this code. So we'll do one more elif, and then we'll just do an else statement. So elif, the score is greater than or equal to 70, then we're going to print your grade is a C, and then we're going to add in our else statement right here, and we're going to say everything else. We're going to print, and we're going to say next time study more. So now we have our if statement, our elif statements, two of those, and then our else statement right here. So let's go ahead and run our program and see what happens. So if we run this, and let's say we got a 91, and we hit enter, our grade is an A. And if we run it and we got an 84, and we hit enter, we got a B. What happens if we got a 56? It's going to tell us that next time we need to study more. So this is how you can run if statements. And so if you followed along with this, I want you to go ahead and delete this, and you can pause it with just the instructions right here and see if you can remember how to write this on your own with your own if statements and your own elif statements. You need to get really comfortable using if statements. You're going to use them all the time. So go ahead, and if you were able to do it on your own, then great job. If not, go ahead and try and pause the video and follow the instructions and create your own program like we just did. With our little program here that we have completed, I want to show you that you can also do nested if statements. So what we can do is we have this if statement right here, and we will just cut this out right here. We can ask for an age, so we'll have age equals input, and we can say what is your age, and we're going to also need this to be an integer, so we can wrap all of this inside of an integer, and we can add a question mark and a space, and so we have this age as an integer, and we can say if age is less than 10, then we are going to give them some extra credit points, and we're going to say that they get an A+. So if your age is less than 10, meaning you're a child prodigy and you got above a 90, then you're going to get an A+. And then we can add in else. Everyone else who is over age 10, they get just a regular A. They do not get this A+. So you could actually now copy this right here, and we could paste it in and do the same thing for the B. Now, it is bad practice to copy paste code, because if I had a typo or some kind of bug, I now have that ×2, but we are going to assume that we don't have a typo, and we're going to say the same thing down here. And we'll just leave this 70. If you get a 70, no matter what your age is, you get a C. There are no C pluses being handed out today. So what we can do at this point is we can say, what was our score? Our score was an 85. Our age is 5 years old. It's going to tell us we get a B+ because we are under 10. So this is called a nested if statement. So you can have multiple if statements in here. So if the score is above a 90, which we can run right here, and we can say our score is a 92, then it's going to come right here and run this line of code, and it's going to say, what is your age? And let's say this time we're 12, and we hit enter, it's going to tell us we get an A. So it bypasses this because this if statement is inside this if statement, and it's going to tell us we're older than 10. So we're going to skip this. We don't get an A because this right here is false, and it's going to tell us we don't get an A+. We get an A because we are over the age of 10. And we can see that our 70 down here will still work. So if our score is a 71, and we run this, it does not ask for our age because it doesn't matter. Everyone in this category gets a C. So these are nested if statements, and you will see these in the future as well. And it may seem confusing to you right now, but just remember this little chart right here that we are still in this phase right here where everything is new. But when we start writing our actual projects, you're going to be up here and you're going to see, you will have seen all of these things already. But it is very important, and I cannot stress this enough in the world of programming, especially in something like Python, not necessarily in web development. You need to be thinking in if-else statements. If somebody clicks on a button, then I want my payload to execute. If this page is refreshed, will it send me back a reverse shell? If then statements are going to be something you use not only in programming, but also in your ethical hacking career. So you need to be thinking in if else statements. If I'm on a web page and I click a button, how does the function work and can I exploit it? So if there is something written in code, how can I exploit it? So if this, then that. So if then statements, you need to be familiar with these. Okay, let's go ahead and have a look at loops. We're going to look at for loops in this video, but before we start looking at for loops, we will also want to look at a list. We have not seen lists just yet, so a simple list that is commonly used when teaching these is fruits equals, and we will add in our square brackets, and everything we put in here should be separated by a comma for our list. We can say apple, banana, and we can put cherry right here. So we have a list of fruits. So this is pretty simple. Inside of our square brackets, anything in here that is separated by a comma is going to be our list. So for loops will be your best friend in the world of cybersecurity and programming in general. So you will want to understand these concepts. A for loop is the simplest loop, and it's one that I run the most often. So what we're going to say is for, and we can use a fruit. In fruits, we want to print the fruit right here. So here's what happens. You're going to say for each fruit that is right here, this is going to be apple, and then it'll be banana, and then it'll be cherry in the fruits list. So this is our list that we want to be looping through. So every time this is going to go through this list, this variable right here is going to change into each one of these items in our list. So for fruit, this is a new variable that is going to get assigned each time this loop runs. So the first time the fruit is going to print as apple, the second time it will print as banana, and the third time it will print as cherry. So if we run this, you are going to see apple, banana, cherry. So for this right here, and this fruit doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what it is. You're often going to see it as I. In a lot of programs, I use I a lot as the variable. And so if we run this, I is going to change into the item in the list each time as it loops through. So the for loop will run, and it's going to take the first item in the list, and it is going to make that the variable here as I, and then it's going to print it. And then the second time it runs, it'll go banana, and the third time it'll run, it'll be cherry, and then whenever it's finished running, it will close out of the program. So this is the basics of a for loop, and we can also do things inside of our for loop beyond just looping through what is going on here. Let's say we want to print that we're going to have an apple pie, a banana pie, and a cherry pie. We can just say that we have I plus, and then the word pie. So if you look here, we will need our space and then pie just like this. So now if we run our for loop, we get apple pie, banana pie, and cherry pie, and I don't know why I capitalized this when this isn't. So rerun this, and we have our apple pie, banana pie, and cherry pie. So loops will be really helpful whenever you need to loop through any kind of data, which you will be doing quite often. So this is a for loop and how to use it. All right, another thing that you can do with for loops that is really interesting is use range functions, or you can count, or they're really helpful with running a specific number of loops. Say we want to loop through something 5 times, we can actually make it so it loops only 5 times, or the range is what is usually the most popular. So we can say for a number in range of, and you could just do 1 through, and we'll just do 10 for now. And then we can come down here and we can print the number, and this needs our little semicolon to get that error to go away. And if we run this, you're going to see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way down to 9 right here. So we have our little helpful for loop right here, and we can even do like in range to 100. And we can do that. And I believe we can even put a comma and like a 2 right here, and this will pull down every number that is divisible by 2. Okay, we would need to do 0 if we wanted to hit every number divisible by 2. So there we have all of the even numbers. So there is a lot that you can do with the range function. This is just something very basic. Okay, so we're going to find all numbers divisible by 3. Delete that. So I've already shown you that we can put a comma in here and put in our 3, and then we can change this to 0 and run this, and it's going to find all the numbers divisible by 3. But I want to do this with an if statement so you can practice using your if statement. So go ahead and see if you can figure this out using an if statement. And all we really have to do is come down here and just type in if the number is divisible or modulo 3 and it equals 0, then this should print for us every number that is divisible by 3. So let's go ahead and run this, and we're going to hit 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and it did work for us. So this is a for loop with an if statement, and we're going to keep practicing for loops with if statements. It's something that is quite common in the world of programming. Now that we have completed this challenge, we're going to do something that is going to use a for loop. It's going to use an if statement, and you're going to need to use something that looks like this just as a clue. There is a really popular coding challenge for beginners called FizzBuzz. So I have already typed out the instructions here for you. You need to write a program that is going to loop through the numbers 1 through 100, and then you are going to print every number if it is divisible by 3. You're going to print fuzz. If the number is divisible by 5, you will print buzz. And if the number is divisible by both 3 and 5, you will print FizzBuzz. So I want you to go ahead and see if you can figure out how to solve this specific coding problem. So what we can do is we can just start out with our for loop for num in range, just like we had done before, of 1 through 100. We want to do something. So if num is divisible by 3, and we have our 0 here, we can print fizz. So what we'll do is we'll just come down here and we'll say print, and we'll put our quotes up so we can make this a string, and we'll print fuzz. And so we'll say elif num is divisible by 5, %sign here. We can tell it we want to print buzz. And now we can do our final elif, and we're going to say elif num is divisible by both. So we have divisible by 3 as our equals 0, and we need a space in here. And if our num is divisible by 5 equals our 0, then we want to print FizzBuzz just like this. So this gets us our fizz and our buzz and our FizzBuzz, but now we want to print all the other numbers, so we can do an else, and we can say else we are going to print the number that we were given, or the number that it's looping through, and this should work for us. So you can see we're using our for loop and our if statements, and we should be able to run this, and we get our FizzBuzz. So we have 3 as a fizz, 5 as a buzz, and 6 is divisible by 3. And let's see, what is going to be our first FizzBuzz that we come across. Okay, so I realized that it is hitting our if statement right here and stopping. So what we need to do is we'll just take this right here, and we can copy our if statement, and we can paste it in up here and delete that, and we'll make it our first if statement. So we'll say elif right here. So now if it is divisible by both, it will print FizzBuzz, and then it will go through and check just 3 and 5. And the reason, so for example, we have number 3, right, or number 15 was a fizz, was because I accidentally had this typed in backwards. So now if we run this, we should be able to come back up and see number 15 is a FizzBuzz, because it is divisible by both of those. So this is how you would solve this specific coding challenge, FizzBuzz. It is a really popular one that is out there, so maybe you have heard about it. But for now, we're going to go ahead and jump over to functions, and we're going to start looking at functions and writing some for loops and if statements inside of our functions. All right, the time has come for functions. I'm going to comment this out because we are going to come back and use that as a demonstration in just a little bit. So the way functions work is we want to give a bit of information that we can use over and over, and we have some built-in functions that I have shown you previously. So you will see that we have used the range function, we have used the length function, we have used print over and over and over. I think we have the string function. So there's quite a few in here that we have used before, and we've used integer now that I see it. And so you should come back here and check out these different types of functions and what they do that are built in. We've seen the float, we have seen the type. So these are functions, and we're going to go ahead and figure out how to make our own functions in order to do what we want. So back here, we can just create a function by typing in def, and then we can use function, and it doesn't really matter what you call your function. You just need to know what you call it, so that you just need to know what you name your function so you can call your function and make it actually do something later on in the code. So we'll add in our parentheses just like this and our semicolon at the end. Now we can do something very simply by just saying print, and we want to print hello, just like this. And if we run this, you're going to see that nothing happens. Nothing is printed down here in our console. So what we can have to do in order to get our functions to work is we have to call our functions, which means that later on in the code, you need to make sure that when you call your function, it is at the same level that your function is written, because if we tab this over and we call this, our function still never gets called. So right here, if we run our code, we have hello printed out to the console, because when the code goes through and reads all of this down here, it will finally get to this function, and then it will print, it'll call the function and it will print it. So we could actually copy this, and you could put your function way up here, and we can uncomment all of this code, and we'll comment this out, or I guess just delete it. And so what will happen is the computer will read all of our code. It'll read this function right here. It will skip over it because it has not been called yet. It will run through all of our for loops, and then at the very end, it's going to reach this function and say, okay, at this point in the code, I'm supposed to come back here and print hello inside of this function. So let's run it and see what happens. And there you have it. It ran all of the FizzBuzz challenge, and then at the very end, it printed hello, even though it was before this code right here, because our function was called back here. So what is really important in understanding functions is they don't need to be in order. It's when you call them that is important. And sometimes you are going to pass in data from one function to another, which is what I want to show you right now. So this is a function right here. Let's bring it back down here so you can see this is what a function looks like. And we can actually put a lot of information in here. Pretty much anytime I write any kind of code, everything I do is going to be inside of functions. So they're going to be something that you need to know. And after you have figured out functions, we're going to go ahead and start making some tools and some progress in actually programming some stuff that's helpful for us in the world of cybersecurity. So the way functions work is we have our function, and what we do is we just tell it do this, and then we're going to tell it to also do this, and then we want to tell it to finally do this. And so a function is going to have a bunch of information in it, and it's going to go do this, do this, do this, and we can pass in variables from somewhere else. So let's actually put our FizzBuzz inside of a function, and I will show you how this can work for us. What we could do with our function up here is we will delete this. We need to indent this to make sure it's all inside of our function, properly spaced like this. So one thing you can do with a function right here is you can call the function and you can pass in a bit of information. So let's say we want to run FizzBuzz, but instead of going to 100, we want the user to choose how far they would like to go. So we'll just go ahead and we'll just type in choice just like this. And we're going to pass in choice right here as well. And then we're going to take an input. So we'll say we need a variable that we're going to call choice equals, and then we're going to make sure this is an integer. And then we're going to ask, what number would you like to choose? Just like this. And now inside of our function down here, we pass through this choice. So our number that is going to be prompted is going to be stored in this variable right here. And now if we want this variable to get passed into our function right here, we can pass it in down here where we call our function. So we'll just type in choice, just like this. Now our program should first prompt for our number that we choose. So we can choose like the number 50. And then it should read all of this code and do nothing with it. And then it will come down here and call this function. And then it'll come back up here. It'll pass in our choice into the function, and it is going to get used right here. And then it will get used throughout the program. So let's go ahead and try this. Oh, I see that we have our integer, but we never actually asked it for an input. So we need to ask for an input. And we'll delete this and move it over here. Okay, so now we can run our code. It's going to say, what is our choice? We're going to say 50. It's going to go ahead and run FizzBuzz all the way to 50 or 49 in this case, and then it is going to stop. And then we can, let's say we want to run 100. We can type in 100, and FizzBuzz is going to run all the way down here to 99, just like it had before. So this is how functions work. Nothing happens until we tell it to. So if we want it to print something before it runs the program, we could say about to run the program, and we want to print that. We can run this. We can tell it we want 50. The program is going to run, and up here it tells us about to run the program. And just to show you, we can actually do sleep. We're going to have to import sleep. So you can ignore this, but we can go import sleep or import time. And now we can say sleep 5 time dot sleep, and it's going to run right here for 5 seconds for us. So now if we run this, it's going to pause right after this for 5 seconds, and then the function will run. So we'll type in 50. It's going to say our program is about to run. It will wait for 5 seconds, and then this is going to call our function and execute it. So functions are going to be really important in timing when you want your code to run. And a lot of our cybersecurity tools that we're going to make in the rest of this course is going to use functions. So let's go ahead and continue practicing our functions. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll just delete all of this. And I have our new challenge for us. This is something I want you to do on your own. This is going to be really simple compared to what we just did with the FizzBuzz program. You're going to create a program that takes an input asking the user for their name. You're going to save the input into a variable. You're going to pass the variable through a function and print their name. So you're going to use a function just like we had right here, a function. You're going to have a variable like this. You're going to pass the variable in, and then you're going to call the function and pass the variable through down here. So go ahead and see if you can figure that out. And we're going to go ahead and work on this now. So we're just going to create a function like we had previously seen, and we're just going to call it greeting, just like this. We will call our function, and we are going to close this off, and we want to print something inside of it. So we're going to type our print, and now we have the basics of what we're trying to get at. We need an input that's saved in a variable, so we'll just call this name equals, and then we're going to ask for an input, and we can say, what is your name? And we can come down here and we can call the function now by calling greeting, and we're going to pass in name right here, and we're going to ask for the name to come through our function. And now we want to print in an F string, hello, space, curly braces, name, like this. And this should work for us. And just in case you're wondering how this will translate over to cybersecurity, anytime I create a tool that I'm going to be using, I always ask, what is the IP? So we'll do this as we're doing something with cybersecurity. Let's say we want to run Nmap, we can just type in recon, we'll ask for an IP address. So we'll save this as IP, and then we will ask for an input, and we would say, what is the target IP address? Just like this. And then we would create our function. And let's say we wanted to run Nmap. We would type in our function and we'll just call it Nmap. And we're going to be passing in the IP. And we can come down here, call our function Nmap, and we're going to pass in IP right here. Now, what do we want to do with this? We're just going to print for now because that's all we've learned. So we're going to print an F string and we're going to type in attacking, and then we want our curly braces and the IP. So we can stop our program that was running, run it, and it's going to ask what is our target IP address, 10.10.10.10. And now if we run this, it's going to say attacking and the specific target that we're attacking. Only what we would really do is we'd actually have it do something inside of this function. And it's really important to create your tools within functions, because if one of your tools on an automated recon, let's say you have 20 tools you want to run and they're all inside of functions, you can hit Command C if one of your tools has frozen or is hanging, and it will automatically skip to the next function or the next tool that you call with your functions. So creating your recon tools with functions in the future is going to be really important. So this is the basics of functions. We're going to get really familiar with those in the future. But for now, let's go ahead and check out while loops, and then we will start creating some tools. Okay, we're going to do a project and we're going to create the game Hangman. And we're going to do this game because this game is going to force us to use everything we have learned so far. And then after we have created this game, we'll move into creating some cybersecurity tools. But for now, we need some kind of project that is going to force us to use everything we have covered so far to really ingrain into our memories the stuff we have covered. So what we can do is delete all of this. I'm going to go ahead and type out all of the tasks that you have to do in order to complete this challenge, and then I'll come back and walk you through it. Okay, so here is our task list, and I really think it would be helpful for you to start creating your own tasks list as you make your own projects, because it's going to help you know what you need to do next. It's going to help you know what to do next and in which order you should be attacking your projects. So the first thing we are to do is create a greeting, create a word list, randomly choose a word from the list, which we've done before, ask the user to guess a letter. So this will be an input and they will input one letter. And the bonus is to make the letter lowercase, and you can use a built-in function to do this from the built-in functions word list I had showed you earlier in this course. And then lastly, we're going to check to see if the letter is in the word. So this seems like a lot, but just go ahead and start one by one and break it down, and it becomes a lot more simple. So go ahead, try and do this on your own, and if you get stuck, you can keep watching and we'll go through it. So starting right out at the top, the first thing we want to do is we want to print a greeting. So we want to just say, welcome to Hangman, just like this. And the next one is create our word list. So we can create any word list we want. So we'll just say words equals, and we can have any words we want. So we'll use hacker. We can use bounty. And lastly, we'll just use the word random. So we have created our word list. Randomly choose a word from the list you have created. So now we are going to need to import a module. And when you import modules, you'll almost always import these at the top of your program, so that way you can keep them all together. So a module is just a set of Python code that was written by someone else that we can import into our own projects. and then we can use their functions. So we've seen the built-in functions such as print or string or length or int. So if we had something we wanted to make an integer, we would do this right here, and we can put it in here and it would become an integer. These are the built-in functions. So importing allows us to import modules that will allow us to use code that other people have written, so we can use their functions and we don't have to write them ourselves. So we're going to be using these a lot, and you're going to see them everywhere because it's a lot easier to use code that's already written and just read the documentation than write the code yourself. So we're going to import random, and now we want to choose a word from our list, and we'll call it our secret word, and it is going to be random dot choice. And so it's randomly going to choose, and then we want it to choose from our words list. So the random function right here is going to be random.choice, and then it's going to call this method right here, and it's going to pull our words, and so it's randomly going to choose a word, and it's going to save it as a variable secret word. So that's how we're going to randomly choose our word. And then next we're going to ask the user to guess a letter. So as you might have guessed, you should be able to do this. This is pretty simple. We're just going to take an input like this, and we're going to say guess a letter, and then the bonus down here is make the program take the input from the user and make it lowercase. So this is actually a built-in function. We can just put dot lower just like this, and now no matter what they put in right here, it will be lowercase. So we'll go ahead and print this so you can see when we run this, you'll see that it is actually lowercase, and we'll put some capital letters in here so you can see that work. And now finally, check if the letter is in the word. So this is going to be our for loop that we need. So we can say for letter, because we're going to be looping through whatever word gets picked. So if it is the word hacker, it's going to loop through, and each letter it'll go H-A-C-K-E-R. For this letter, we'll change that variable every time the for loop runs in the secret word, and then we'll say if the letter double equals the guess, which is going to be put in right here, then we want to print it was the right word. So we'll just say right like this, and else, if it's anything else, we're going to print wrong, just like that. So this should work for us. Let's go ahead and run our code, and it tells us we got our greeting, guess a letter, and we're going to guess a capital A, which is going to be in none of our words right here. There's no capital A. So if our lower function works, it will go ahead and make this a lowercase for us, and then see if it is in the word. So it printed our guess right here, and it did print it lowercase, so we know our dot lower function right here is working. And then we have a bunch of wrong letters, but we do have this right letter right here. So at the second letter is an A, either means it is hacker or random. So we would have to keep going, but our code has quit because it only runs one time, and we will tackle that later by putting all of this into a while loop so that it continues to run until the guesses run out, or we actually get the word correct. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of these comments. I'm going to make us a new task list, and we will continue working on this program. I'm going to clean this code up just a little bit. We don't need to see that anymore. And I'll put all of this together and create a new task list, and I'll bring you back once that is finished. Okay, so I have typed out our new tasks for this little section of the project, and there is one section that is going to be kind of hard, but you have seen it in the past. We have already covered it, but it may take a minute for you to remember how to do. So let's go ahead and read this. We're going to create an empty list. For each letter in the secret word, which we have right here, we're going to add an underscore for the blank. It should look like this when you're done, and it should be printed down to the console down here. We are going to loop through each of the letters in the chosen word. If the letter is actually in the word, we're going to replace the underscore with the actual letter so that it would look like this. So you can go ahead and give this a try, or you can follow along and we'll do this together. So underneath of the secret word, we're going to need to start down here because we're going to add our underscores here under the secret word. So we'll have to start down here. So the first thing we need to do is it tells us we need to create an empty list and that's going to be our display word. So we'll just call it display word, and it's going to equal our empty list right here. And the reason we're creating this empty list is because in just a second we're going to need to add our underscores into the display word list. So in programming, you're going to see something like that, and you're also going to see something like empty string, and it'll just be quotes like this. You will see this often as well, and you'll be adding information into the empty string. But for now, we're using an empty list so that we can add our information into the list as we need. And I spelled for wrong, but if you look at this, you're going to see this for each letter in the secret word. This should tell you what you are going to need to do. You will need a for loop. So what we can do right down here is basically just copy this right here, and we're going to type in for letter in the secret word. We want to display, and we're going to plus equals, which we've seen in the past. This is just going to add in whatever we're adding after it, and we're going to add in our underscore. So each time this for loop is going to run however many times there are letters in a word. So let's say we use the word hacker. It is going to run this for loop 6 times because that's how many letters are in here, and it's going to add 6 underscores. Now we can also come in here and print the display because we want to see what is happening. So we can print the display word, and I want you to see something interesting is going to happen when we run this. So if we run it, look at what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is it printing this way? And the answer is because our print statement is inside the for loop. So you can actually see how it prints every time the for loop runs. If we move this print statement outside of the for loop and now we run this, watch what happens. It only prints it 1 time. So that is something interesting to note. If you have something print like that, which I have seen in students all the time, I will get emails or comments or questions in any kind of programming tutor session, and students will ask all the time, why is it printing this way? Why is it printing this over and over and over? And the answer is you have it inside of a loop, and it's printing every single time the loop runs. So we have here completed, I believe, all of these tasks right here. We have our welcome and we have our empty letters. And if we enter in a letter and hit enter, it's going to run this loop down here, and it's going to tell us that we have wrong, right, wrong, wrong, wrong. So this is either the word hacker or random at this point. So now we need to come down here and change this for loop and see what we need to do. We need to loop through each of the letters in the chosen word. And if the letter is in the word, we need to replace this with the word. So we should have it print right here. This should have printed as an A, and we're going to get rid of all of this wrong and right down here. So this can be a little bit challenging because we are going to need to use the range function, and we're also going to need to use the length. And we need to use the range because we want it to loop through a specific number of times, which is going to be the range. This is going to tell us the range that we want it to loop through. And then we're going to tell it we need the length because we want it to loop through the length of however many times the secret word has letters. So it's going to grab the secret word. The length is going to count how many words are in there, and the range is going to loop through however many times the length tells it to. So that might be a little confusing, but I hope that it makes sense. So now we need to find the position of the specific letter that it is looping through, and we need to change this to the position because we're trying to find the position for each letter. So we can actually say letter equals the secret word, and we want the position of the secret word, and then if the letter is in the guess, we want to display the word, and we want it to be in that position, and that is going to equal the letter. And I'll walk through this so you can see. We forgot to tab over. So we hit tab. So if you're inside of these square braces or inside of anything in PyCharm, this works. It won't work in VS Code. You can actually hit the tab button and it will move over for you. And I've got my cursor going all over. It'll move outside of the square brackets or any of these, the colons or anything. So I hit tab all the time. And now we need to equal the letter. Okay, so what we have going on is we changed our letter to the position because we're now looking for the position and not the letter in our for loop. We're doing the letters up here. So now we change the variable letter to the secret word position. So it is still going to loop through. It's going to grab us the letter inside of the secret word right here. So we go to the secret word, which is going to grab the position as it loops through the letter. And then if the letter's in the guess, we're going to display the position of the letter. So you remember our display word is up here. So let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. And if this works, we'll delete this as well. And actually, I think we will print the display word down here. So this should print for us when the letter is entered where it is at. That's what this right here is going to do. So if we go ahead and run this, it's going to tell us to guess a letter. We're going to guess A, and it will now print for us this little display right here that our A goes right there. So that's what this last print statement. So if we delete this and we run it, it would run without actually printing where the letter is at. See, didn't print for us where the letter was. So now what we can do is just delete this. We'll put our print statement back in here. We want to print the display word, and now we should get rid of all of the wrong guesses. And that one must have been bounty because the A didn't show up. And there we have the guess letter show up. So this may have been a little bit confusing, but you have seen all of this in the past. And so we'll keep on moving on. It gets a little bit easier at this point. It's not going to be quite so confusing. This right here can be a lot to wrap your head around. Just because you're doing a for loop in the range of the secret word, the position is actually going to hold the letter right here, but then we're also going to use this position to tell it however many times it's looped through to go into the display letter to replace the A. So I kind of see how that could be a little bit confusing. If this was too confusing, you're not understanding it, finish watching the rest of us creating this game and then come back and watch it again and it will make sense. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and type up our next steps and clean up the code just a little bit, and then we will try to finish out this Hangman game. Okay, what we are going to do at this point is we are going to use a while loop, and we're going to keep on looping through our code until all the letters have been guessed. So right now, if we type in A and we hit enter, it tells us that the code is finished, and we need to keep on being able to guess. We need to guess more than one letter until everything has been completed. And I'm telling you what you need to use. You need to use a while loop. And this is pretty simple to do. So why don't you go ahead and give this a try. And if you can't figure out, see if you can go to Google and maybe find some help. But if you are getting stuck, we are going to go ahead and fix this now. And what we're going to do is we're just going to say while not game over. And I know this sounds really funny and it's worded really weird, but I'm going to explain why I wrote it this way. So let's go ahead and copy this and tab it over. So I wrote while not game over. So it's like while the game is not over, we want this to happen right here. So you can name this anything you want. And this is probably the best way to name this because you could delete the not and put game over equals false. But that just, I think, doesn't work as well. It's not as easy to break. So we're going to go ahead and say, while the game is not over, we want this to run. But we need to make this game over a variable in order to get this to leave us alone. So we're going to type in game underscore over, and we're going to say equals false. So while the game is not over, it's going to keep running. So now if we hit run and we guess a letter, this is going to be an infinite loop and we are going to have a problem. So if we guess a letter, it's just going to continue printing for all of eternity until our computer crashes. And you can look at that. That is all just the while loop running super fast and just being an infinite loop. So we need our loop to break. So what we need to do is one way to break this so that we can continue guessing is to cut the guess down here and we'll paste it in right here. So now we can guess every single time the loop runs, we'll get to choose a new letter. I also think it would be helpful if we printed the secret word. So let's come up here, secret word equals the random word. So we'll print the secret word every single time. So that way we know what it is and we don't have to have this infinite loop, and we actually know how to spell the word and it works for us. So this is just going to be for testing purposes. So we have that there. Now if we play this, it's going to tell us the word is random. That's what we printed up here in the secret word. So if we guess R, it's going to let us guess an R. And then if we say A, N, D, O, M, it's going to spell out for us random. But it's still going. It's still letting us guess. We need our while loop to break so that it is not an infinite loop. So what we can do is we can come down here and we can just say if our underscore is no longer in the display word, then we want to do something. And we're going to print you win, just like this. And then we want to break it. So we're going to type in our game over variable from up here. And we're going to say game over equals true. So the game will be over. So now if we rerun our code and the word is bounty, we should be able to type in bounty, UNTY, and it tells us you win and the code has finished. So that is our Hangman game here for us. And I think we'll stop this little game right here. There is a little bit more we could do, such as you only get 5 guesses before you lose. And we could make it break and say that you lose if a number of guesses has actually happened. And I can actually show you real quick how to do this instead of just giving you the challenge. Actually, I'll type it out up here and I'll let you give it a shot. Okay, so what I have typed out here is we're going to create a variable as an integer starting at 0, and when it gets to the number 5, the game is going to end. Add a print statement and tell the user they get 5 guesses. So what we can do is we can just add up here where we print our secret word. We can just say print you get 5 guesses. Just like this. So they get 5 guesses. We'll make that lowercase. So now they get 5 guesses, and we need to make an integer as a variable. So we can just say num equals 0. And now we need to add 1 to this number each time a guess is made. And if the guess is not inside of the word, then we are going to add 1 to number. And if the number reaches 5, then the game is over. So what we can do is we can just come down here and we can say if the letter is in the secret word, and we'll go below this if statement, and we'll actually just go right here after this and we'll delete this so that our display word gets printed afterward. And we can do this really simply. We can just say if guess not in, just like we did right here. If this is not in the secret word, then we want it to do something. We're going to say num, which is our variable up here, which is 0. And we're just going to say plus equals. And then we'll say 1, just like this. So that way we're able to add 1 each time to our number up here. And then we're going to add another if statement. We're going to say if the number actually gets bigger than or equal to the number 5, then we want to print you loser, just like this. And then we can break and say it's game over. So game over equals true, just like this. So now this should work for us. So we should be able to run our code, and it tells us that we can't have the semicolon right here. So let's try this again. And let's just put in a W because that's in none of our words. 5 times, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it says we're a loser and we didn't get anything right. But what can we do to improve this? Maybe we don't know how many guesses we have made. We could add in that we want to limit the number of guesses. So we could just take this num plus equals 1, and we could just say guesses underscore left equals num minus 5, and then we could just print our guesses left just like this, and I think this should work. So if we run this and we hit W, it's going to tell us we have -4, so we need to switch this around and we'll say 5 messed up my code. 5 minus num. And now let's try this and see if we can get a positive number back. W, we have 4 guesses left. So we could actually say we want an F string, and we could say you have this many guesses left. So we'll close that off. We will make that an F string. So we'll say you have blank guesses left instead of just printing a random number. And we can run this, and we need to close off our quotes. Let's try this again. And it tells us we have 5 guesses left. We can hit in W, and it's going to tell us we have 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then 1, and then we're a loser. So we have made this game work pretty well for us. If we really wanted to, we would delete this so it's not printing our display word every single time. We could delete print secret word, and now if we run this, it's going to tell us welcome to Hangman. We get 5 guesses. We really don't know which word we have. So we guess A, it doesn't work. So now if we guess a B, we know this is going to be bounty. And let's make sure we're able to put all of our guesses in with no problem. And bam, we win. So that is how you can create the Hangman game. This is a pretty simple game where we get to use everything we have learned so far. So let's go ahead. We're going to make a really simple programming tool now that is going to fuzz APIs for us. We're going to get to import some modules, and I think this is only going to be like 20 lines of code, so it'll be easier than this Hangman game right here. And we're going to be using Hack the Box for our fuzzer to actually fuzz against one of their boxes. So let's go ahead and install PyCharm on our Kali Linux machines, and then we can get started creating our program. Okay, the time has come to go ahead and install PyCharm on our Kali Linux virtual machines. So this link we have already in the description. We can come over to downloads over here, and we want to download the community edition, and it should download here for us after just a second. It will have a little pop-up. And while that is thinking, if you are on a Mac with an M1 chip, you may have to come over to your terminal and type in code and hit enter, and it will ask you to download VS Code, and you will want to download VS Code, and it may require you to enter in your password, so sudo apt install code if that doesn't work. And then you will want to come to these little squares right here and click this, and you're going to type in Python, and you will install this one right here. You will want to click install, and I'll show you it looks just like this. So that way you can use VS Code as your text editor. I'm going to be switching back and forth between VS Code and PyCharm. So you'll see me use both of them. I really like to use VS Code when I am putting things out down here to my terminal so I can see what the code is doing. So you will see me jumping back and forth between VS Code and also PyCharm. So I do want to show you how to install PyCharm because we're going to be doing our first project, which is going to be an API fuzzer, and I will be using a PyCharm for this. So I'll go ahead and close out of this. And we finally get our little pop-up here, and you can click save, and this is going to save our download here to our downloads folder. I'm going to go ahead and save that. Okay, now that that has downloaded, you can move over to your downloads. I have moved the file to my desktop because that's where I want it, and we're going to just type in tar just like this and xvf Z, and just to make sure I have this as the right PyCharm extension, we can go ahead and hit enter, and we'll hit enter again. And this is going to take a minute to unpack all of these plugins. And now what we can do is ls, and we can cd over to the PyCharm folder, and we'll cd into bin, and then if you ls, you will see this bash file right here, which is our PyCharm. So we can say bash pycharm.sh, and I see that I typed in bassi, so we'll type in bash, and this should run for us, and it is going to launch PyCharm here for us, and we're going to create our first project. So let's go ahead and get started. When you run into an API endpoint that needs to be tested, and an example of this is one like http // and then we're going to say 10.10.11.161, and when we run this, this is what an API response looks like. And when we hit a valid endpoint, we'll get JSON in return. And so we'll see something like this. It tells us that it's JSON, and it says that we have another endpoint, which is v1. And we're going to go through this, but when you hit a page like this and you're testing for an API, there are a lot of fuzzers out there, and not very many of these fuzzers work very well for APIs. There is one, and it's one that I like. It is called Fuff, and it is run like this. And you can fuzz APIs with Fuff, and it works really well, and it works really fast. So it'll go really quick. You can see how many requests it's sending and how quick, and it sends down docs and API. It gives us the status code, but there is one problem. Let's say we're fuzzing an API and there are 100 endpoints, and we don't want to go out and check every single one of these endpoints. Instead, we would rather just see this message right here come in underneath of the word that had a response. And so what we're going to do is build a tool like Fuff, only we're going to build ours in Python, and it's going to tell us the word, and then it is going to tell us underneath the response that we are receiving from the server. And it's going to print the response underneath of our word. And we'll go ahead and jump in and start this project. Okay, to write this program, I am going to use my Linux machine, because in order to test it, we're going to test it on Hack the Box in this tutorial, because I don't really want to be fuzzing somebody's API that is live and have it on camera. So I'm going to be using the box backend from Hack the Box. There's not a lot of API endpoints, but that shouldn't matter for the sake of our program. We're going to write the program in here, and we can test it on backend. And then if you find a bug bounty program, or you have a client that wants you to test an API, you can run your fuzzing tool against it and modify it if you need to. Our Python API fuzzer is going to be a lot simpler to run, but the module is going to be a little more comprehensive. So as we go through this module, I'll try to print out what is happening so that you can see what the methods are doing as we go along. So with that, we're going to jump in. You will need to import the module requests, and for me, I already have it on my Kali Linux machine, but you may need to hold your mouse over this, and then right here it will say install requests, and you will hit install. We're also going to want to import system, so we're going to go import sys, and this one should be automatically installed, but if not, you can follow the exact same steps as before. We're going to start with just trying to get a response from the API that we have running, and we're going to see if our response is set up. So we're going to say response, or we'll just call it res equals. This will be our variable for the request, so we'll go ahead and say request right here, just like this. And then we're going to say .get, and this is going to call this function right here, and it's going to go out to the URL that we put in here, and we're going to make the URL an f string, so that way we can put in a variable later. We're not putting in any variables here right now, but we'll say http://10.10.11.161. And now to test this API, we're going to use one that we know exists as an endpoint, and we just want to see what happens. So we're going to say down here that we want to print the response and see what happens. So we can run this, and it tells us we get a 200 response, meaning this endpoint is valid. We know we can get this response right here. Let's see if we can pull down the actual data from the response. We want to see the JSON down here in our terminal. So when we look at this, we can see this is the JSON that we want to receive back, and we can come in here and we can say, with this module now that we're using this request method, we can come in here and we can say data equals, and then we can say res.json, and now if we print this data, it should print out for us the JSON as well. So we can come in here and we can run our code, and we can see we have a response. It tells us the endpoint is v1. So now if we took this right here and we put this v1 after the API, we can say v1, and we can run this, and we'll see what we get. We get a different endpoint right here, and it says user admin. And so this is how we can use this data from the response and in receiving this JSON. So we're going to build this out so that it will continue fuzzing for us. We're going to delete this v1 because we don't really need that. And we're going to now see if we can figure out how to get
our list piped into our program, and we're going to start running it from our terminal over here instead of inside of our Python project. Okay, what I want you to do now is come over to your terminal, and I've already changed over to my desktop, and you can go wherever you would like to save this, but I'm going to go in my desktop and I'm going to make a directory, and I'm going to call it Python. You can call yours whatever you want. You can call it API fuzzing or your fuzzer tool or literally anything you want. And then we're going to want to make 2 files in here. We will want to make a Python file, and we can name it whatever we want. You can make it 2 different ways. I'll show you 2 different ways to make it. We can touch, and I guess I'll call it fuzz.py. And then we can actually, instead of making a second file, what we're going to do is just grab a word list off of our Linux machine. And so we're going to type in cp to copy, and then we are going to copy our, I think it's in user share word list small.txt. So it'll be just like this. We're going to copy it over to our working directory by putting that period there. And now if we ls this, I put that in the wrong spot. So since I copied it over to my desktop and I don't want it in my desktop, nor do I want fuzz.py in there, I'm going to move the fuzz.py and I'm going to move it over into my Python directory. So we'll go home, Kali, desktop, Python, and it should move. And now we'll move over the small.txt as well, and I'm just going to copy this path and move that over. Now if I cd over to this directory, and here are the 2 files, our fuzzer right here is actually empty, so I'm going to just write the code over here in PyCharm because it'll tell us if we have any problems, and then what we'll do is we'll gedit and stick it in this fuzzer right here, our Python script. But I want to add something to our small text here so that way we don't have to wait for everything to run each time. So I'll gedit our small.text just like this, and I'm going to add in API right here, and then we'll add in docs right here. These are actual API endpoints that we're going to be fuzzing on this box from Hack the Box. And I don't want to have to wait for them to get way down inside this file when it is fuzzing. So I'm going to just stick those up at the top so that way we can see what is happening and what the responses are when we hit these endpoints. Now what we're going to do is, because we have this sys already imported, now we're going to use it. This is going to take a piped in file into our project here. So what we will do is make a for loop, and we're going to say forward in, and then we'll say sys.stdin, and then we can move all of this over inside of our for loop. And now we'll change this API right here. We're going to change that to this word. And now what we'll do is we can copy this right here, and we'll come over to our Python directory. We can gedit the fuzzer. We can paste this in, save, and now we'll run it. And the way you'll run it is like this. You're going to cat the small.txt just like this, and then you'll type in main python 3, and then we'll type in the fuzz.py, and when we run this we should start to see some output. Okay, my VPN had disconnected from Hack the Box, so now if we come over here and we run it, we'll start to see a response. And here's what we're looking for. We're looking for this response 200. We have an endpoint of v1, and then we have another response down here that says not authenticated, and it's a 401. So now we need to figure out how to get rid of all of this other stuff, because we only want the responses that actually give us back a helpful JSON response from the API request. And this is really going to be simple. We're going to use one function, and we're going to use one if-else statement, and then the code is done, and we have created our API fuzzer right here. So what we can do is put this entire thing inside of a function, and we can say def loop, because that's how I like to name my looping functions. We can just move all of this over, and now we need to make an if-else statement. And so we have this request saved as inside of our response. So we'll just move this down, and we can say if the res dot status code, so it's going to tell us that we're going to have this, it's going to give us the status code, which would be right here, the response, this right here. So we're going to say if this res.status code equals 404, which is what we don't want to see here, we don't want to see these 404s, then we're going to go ahead and pass this if else, because we don't want to get down here to the else, and we're just going to say call the loop again because we don't want to see these 404s. And then everything else we want to print. So we'll say else, if it's not 404, we want to print the data, which is going to be equal to the response, our res.json. I keep forgetting that I named our response res. And then we'll want to print the data. So we'll print data. Now what we can do is just we could delete that. That wasn't what I wanted to do. We can comment all this out. And now let's copy this right here and see what happens. We want to gedit this. We'll paste that in, save it, cross our fingers, and it says we're missing our colon here, so we can open this back up. And we need to add this colon in. We can save, cross our fingers again, and it stopped. So let's go back over to our code and see what the problem is. Problem is really simple. So I just realized when we call this, it automatically ends because we never call our loop the first time. So what we'll do is call this loop. So loop, just like that. Now it'll call the loop and it will run. I think what else we want to do is, now that we're printing this data, I think we also would like to print the response code so we can see what we're getting out of this response code. And so we can say res.status code and we can print that. And I also think it would be helpful for us to see the word for the API endpoint, because we're not just going to want the data, we're going to want the actual word that shows us the API endpoint. So we'll print the word. Now, when we copy this, we got to copy in our call to the function, and we put this inside of our fuzzer. I think this time it will work. So we save it. Now we pipe that over and it says we have the endpoint. It tells us the endpoint. It tells us what word was the endpoint, and it gives us the response. So this is exactly what we wanted. And you can see this is running because this specific server doesn't have any more endpoints. So we can just cancel this and stop it. So it tells us we have an API further down in the list too. So we have this endpoint. So now if we go API and then we type in v1 inside of our browser, it'll start moving us on down the line. And so you can let this run while you're doing other recon on the project, and you have now built your own API fuzzer and you get the response. So that way you don't have to go out and check out every single API endpoint manually, because if you remember, we type this in, we see our API response, and without our API fuzzer that we just made, the way this would run is you would type in fuff, because it is the best API fuzzer out there currently, and you run this and it says docs and API, but we don't get the response like we do over here. See, this tells us we have the API, we have a 200, and we have the response with this endpoint, because sometimes this JSON may have 10, 15 lines, and in order to see what it has to say, you'd have to come out here and say API, enter, and then it will tell you. But with our fuzzer we made, it says API, and here's the response. So we don't have to come to the browser, type in API in order to see these endpoints. Okay, let's keep building on our knowledge of functions. And I want to show you that there is more you can do with functions than just pass through one parameter. We can actually pass through two different parameters of data. So we'll just create a simple function here and we'll call it attack, and we will send through an IP, and we're going to send through a URL. So you can send it through information. Instead of just sending through it in one variable, we can send it through in two. And actually these are called parameters. If you hear that somebody calls these parameters, that's what they're actually supposed to be called, but I like to call them variables, especially when I'm teaching people what we're doing, because we create variables all the time, like IP equals, and we can make this 10, 10, 10, 10. And now we can pass this through when we call the function Down here, we can say attack, and then we pass in the IP. It just makes a lot more sense to call these variables when I'm trying to teach people how to use these. So the reason we're getting a bunch of errors is we don't have anything in here, which I think we can type pass in and it will ignore those errors there for us. So that is one way to go about doing this. This is a problem because it doesn't like that there are a bunch of dots in there. So we can pass through information that way. We still have a problem because there's this right here, but that's one way you can pass through information. So if we wanted to, we could come in here and print, and we can print the IP, and it's giving us this little error right here because it doesn't like your parameters to be named the same thing as a variable. So we would want to change the name of that, and it wants 2 spaces after that. And I think it wants 2 spaces right here to get rid of all of those little squiggly lines, but we can go ahead and run it. I don't mind the little squiggly lines. It just makes it look pretty. That's part of what PyCharm is doing. But you can see it prints our IP address down here. Now you can actually pass through data other ways than sending it through a parameter or a variable. You can actually just come in straight down here, and we would need to create this into a string, and we can just say 10 10 10 10, and if we run this now, we're going to get the same output because we're able to pass the information where we call our function right here, our function name. We can call our function and we can pass through this information inside of this parameter, and then it is going to get printed down here. So we are able to pass through information, but we can also pass through extra information by printing the I and the U both right here. So we'll actually make this an F string, and we can come in here and say target IP is I, and then we can say, and we'll call this a domain. So we'll just call this the D, and we'll change our parameter up here, and we'll just say we're going to pass through D, and it's going to print this for us. And down here, we can call this domain.com, and that will all need to be inside of quotes. So if we run this now, you'll be able to see the target IP is 10 10 10 10, and the domain is domain.com. So we're able to pass in multiple different sets of data into our function, and we're going to be using this in just a second. I'm going to show you why this will be helpful to you. So we'll make a really simple program that is going to take multiple sets of data, and we're going to be using this in the future. So I just want to walk you through how these functions can work with multiple sets of data. So we can also take this, and I'm going to leave this here. We can delete this, and now we can call our function down here, and we can pass through information, and we're actually going to call this IP and URL. And what we can do here is now take in extra information. So we'll make these variables, and we'll say IP equals, and we'll take an input. And so we'll just call this IP 1010. We actually need this to be a string, and we'll call it 10 10 10 10. And we can call the URL over here our second variable, and we can just call this domain.com. And if we run this, you're going to see that it goes ahead and runs for us. But one thing you have probably noticed, what we send in right here as our IP and our URL, we can have this up here be anything. This parameter is doing nothing but holding the data that is being sent through right now in this variable, or we can just put in any kind of data right here, and it is going to be passed through right here. So we can call this whatever we want. It does not actually have to match what is down here, because maybe we want to pass in something like 5 times 8, and we want to send this through. We can run this, and we're going to get your IP is 40 and your domain is domain.com. So right here, whatever information you get passed in this right here before this comma is going to get passed in as I, and whatever you pass in right here in this second set of data, which is going to be this variable containing domain.com, is going to get passed through in this D. So this all does not need to match these parameters that are named up here. They can be anything you want down here. They can be variables, it can be information, it can be integers, or it can be a string. So if we wanted, we could pass this in as a string, and we can print it, and now you see we have 5 times 8 down here. So I'm just showing you that you can pass through multiple sets of data in multiple different ways. So now I want to go ahead and create a program, and let's see if you can create this on your own. I'm going to type out what I want you to do, and then you go ahead and give it a try. And if you get stuck, we'll go ahead and solve this together. Okay, yeah, so here is our program we're going to create. We're going to create a program that calculates the square foot of a room, or the square footage of a room, and we're going to make a function that calculates two parameters that are passed in. We're going to take two different inputs, the width and the height, and they're going to be stored in variables. We're going to call the function like we previously have done, pass in the width and the height, and then we're going to multiply the width and the height, and then we're going to print the final square footage of the room. And this is going to be useful if you ever want to carpet your room or put in new flooring. You're going to know how much square foot you need to have based solely on the measurements you take. So you can go ahead and try and solve this or create this program all on your own, but if you get stuck, you can come back, and we're going to go ahead and type this out now. So the first thing we want to do, as always, is welcome everybody to our new program. So we can say, please enter the dimensions of the room in square feet, and dimensions has an S, not a T. And we'll come down here, and we're going to create our function, and we're going to call it calculate area, just like this. And I believe we need two spaces right there. We'll call our function, and we are going to close this off. Let's go ahead and pass in the width and the height that we are going to need. And now we can type in pass so we don't get any errors. And now we're going to take in our parameters right here. We're on step number 2, so we need to take in our parameters. We're going to call this width equals, and then we're going to make it an integer, so that way we're getting in the information in the correct way. If you think you're going to have like 12.3, you would type in float instead of an integer, but we're going to work with whole numbers, so I'm going to use integer just for the sake of this program, just to make it a little easier. We want to take in an input, and we want to have our user enter the width of the room, and that all looks good. So now we can come down here and get the height equals int, just like before. And we want to have an input, and we want them to enter the height of the room, and tab out of that. Now we're going to call our function. So calculate the area. We're going to pass in the width and the height. And now we can come back up here and edit our function. So we'll delete this pass right here, and we are going to do an area of the square footage. So square feet equals W times H, and we need some spaces in here to make that look a little nicer. And then we want to print, and we're going to call this an F string right here, and we'll say the total carpet area, we'll just say the total square feet is, and we'll pass in our, this needs to be like that. We're going to pass in the area of square feet. So this should be able to function for us now. We're going to take in our variables. We're going to pass them through over here. Our parameters are going to take the data, multiply the data. Both are integers, so that way the multiplication works. And then we should print the total square feet. So please enter the dimensions of the room. Let's try a 12 by 13. And it's going to tell us the total square foot is 156. So this is a simple example of why we would want to pass in 2 bits of data. For us, it's more likely we're going to be passing in something like an IP address or a domain right here, some domain name, or maybe an IP address and a CIDR range. Like, we just don't know what we're going to use this for in the future, but it is something you're going to see in the future and you need to know. So this is a little bit of extended knowledge on on functions. Okay, we are going to create a password encryption program because we are in the field of cybersecurity. We want our passwords to be nice and secure so no one can guess them. What is really common for people to do is have a bunch of different passwords for their email, their Facebook, their Instagram, and they'll do a really good job of keeping their passwords all different and not reusing their password. But what happens is we can't remember all that. So people store them in a Word document or a text file on their computer, and anyone can open that up. So let's see if we can encrypt our passwords with the super secure base64. So what we want to do is import base64. And what we want to do is create a program that is going to encrypt our passwords with base64. So I'm going to walk through and show you how we would encrypt our passwords, but then you're going to write a program all on your own that is going to decrypt your passwords from base64. So I decided to include this into our projects because you need to get used to coming over to Google and typing in Python base64 documentation and then clicking on this documentation. So I'm going to be using a lot of this stuff in here. We're going to be using base64.base64 encode for this project, but when you make your own, you're going to be using base64.base64 decode, and you're going to be passing through your parameters. This is taking 3 parameters right here, and we're going to be passing in only 1 parameter for the sake of our program, but you need to get used to going, okay, I want to do this. Let's see if there is a Python module for it. Going out to Google and typing in Python and then whatever module you're looking for. And in our case, it's base64. And then you want to look for the documentation. You'll want to read the documentation so that you can understand it. We're going to be doing this in code. We could use encoded bytes, but I think we're going to try and work around it. And we're going to be using a lot of these different functions that are inside of this module. So let's come back over here to our program. And we're going to start out like always and create a function and call it encrypt. And then we'll call it pass, and then we're going to pass through a password. And you remember you can save this as anything. We're going to do this and type in pass here so it's not yelling at us that we have problems. And now one of the very simple first things we need to do, as always, is ask for the user password that we want to encrypt. And we're going to save this as an input, and it's going to be as a string, so we don't need to worry about making it a float or an integer. And we can say enter your password, and then they're going to type in their password. Now what we need to do is call this function right here. So we're going to call the encrypt password, and we're going to pass in the user pass. So whatever they enter in right here is going to be passed through into our function. So we'll delete the pass right here, and we're going to make a new variable that we're going to return elsewhere so that way we can use it. And the return usage is going to be something new that you have not seen before, and we'll work around it, but it is something you're going to see, so you need to know it. So we'll call this encrypt. We'll call this encoded bytes, and we're going to create this as a variable because we're going to want to pass this out of this function and print it down here what our password is when it is returned in base64. So remember, I got all of this from the documentation, base64, and we want to encode. So base64, and let's see if it gives us right here, base64 encode, and then we want to encode the password, and we want it to be encoded. So we'll type in dot encode, and we have too many parentheses, so we can delete those right there, and we can come down here, and now we want to return our encoded bytes, or we can actually just say we want to print our encoded bytes. And I want to show you what happens when we actually return this, because you're going to see the return function being used quite often in Python. So let's go ahead and try this. So we'll say, what is the password? So we'll type in pass, and this right here is your base64 part of the password. This little quote and this quote right here with this B, we would actually have to add another line of code in here, which I think might get kind of confusing for you guys because it's going to be all of this only in a different order saved in a different variable in order to get rid of this. And I decided to just write it like this so that way it's not too confusing for you. So if you look at this, we have base64.base64 encode, and then we got our password .encode, and that comes from over here, the base64 right here, .base64 encode, and then we put our password in right here, and we put .encode, and we call the .encode method, which we should be able to find in the documentation. I'm not going to look through all that again, but that's how we do that. We just read the documentation to see how we would use this. And that is how we create our own little program right here that is going to base64 encode our passwords. Now we could copy this and save it somewhere on our computer, and if anyone comes across it, you would have your password encoded. Now, anybody who knows much about cybersecurity is going to see these double equals and just assume this is base64 and they're going to decode it. But we are just using this as a stepping stone or a learning tool to create. So what I want you to do is now create a program like this one that is going to decode the password. So you can come over here to the documentation, read through it, and see if you can modify this program so that it will decode our password. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is just delete this and we will start over. And I'm actually going to delete that and we'll call this decrypt the password. And if we come down here, we'll do the same thing as we did before and type in pass. And we will want to encode a string, and we're going to take this as an input, and we're going to ask them to enter the base 64 string, just like this. So we will come down here and we're going to call our function, and we're going to call it de-encrypt, and that is not how you would type this. We'll just call this decode so that way we have it spelled right. So we got decode the password right here. So decode pass. We'll change this to decode pass as well. And we're going to pass through our encoded string right here that we have taken as an input. Put a space right there. Now we can delete this, and we want to decode the bytes that are sent through. And we're going to go base64 dot base64 decode this time. So base64 encode. It's a little ways down. Let's just keep on typing. So base 64, and we want decode, which is right here. And now we want to enter in our parameter that we have passed through right here, which is going to be our password. So we're going to say password. And now we can come down here and we're going to decode the data. So we'll go decode data, and we're going to say decoded bytes right here dot decode. And this should decode this for us. And now we should be able to print our decoded data. So we'll just say decoded data, and we want this to be an F string, and then we'll print our decoded data. Actually, we'll just type in decoded password because that's actually what we're using here, and we can pass this through as an F string, and we'll say decoded data right here. So now if we run this, I'm going to grab that base64 that we had earlier as our password, and we can paste this in. This is the word pass, and let's see if this runs. Your decoded password is pass. So now we have created both an encoder and a decoder. So we can save this, and if we ever forget our password, we can come to this program and we can paste this in, and we will be able to see our decoded password, and we can encode all of our passwords and save them safely on our computer. So this is I wanted to show you this mostly because we're going to be importing base64, and you're going to need to read through this. Later on in this course, we're going to be importing sockets, and you will have to do quite a bit of reading and catching up on some networking in order to use sockets, and you're going to have to come over to the documentation and spend some time reading so that you know how to use sockets when we are creating our networking based tools. All right, we are going to go ahead and talk about dictionaries. So we're going to delete this code that we have here, and dictionaries are going to be similar to JSON in that they have a key value. So I actually have some example JSON right here that I want to show you. So we have the JSON, we have people, and then we have it listed inside of these square brackets right here. But really what I wanted to show you was inside of JSON, which probably most of you are familiar with if you have been doing any kind of penetration testing or ethical hacking at all on websites, then you have probably seen JSON before. So this would be a key, and this would be a pair, or the value. So we have the key and the value. And I want you to notice that these are in
quotations because these are being passed in as strings. And then the age down here is not in quotations. This will be different when we look at our dictionary. So this would be passed through inside quotations, but I wanted to show you JSON uses key and value, key and value. So in dictionaries, we're going to be using key values. I wanted you to see the JSON so that way you'd be, so maybe it would help you understand a dictionary because it's the same thing with keys and values. So a dictionary, we can just call it a dictionary like we would a list. We can say dictionary equals, and then we're going to use curly braces instead of square braces, and we're going to add in some quotations, and then we're going to put in a semicolon. So that is the key, and the value is going to be my name. And then if we want to add something else in here, we would just put a comma and then quotations, and we'll put age, and then we put in a semicolon, and we want to add in my age of 30. So we have the key right here and the value right here. So key, value, and we'll be able to extract the value by identifying the key, but we are not really ready for that. So what we can do at this point is we can just print the dictionary. So we'll print, and then we'll put in here dictionary. So we can run our little code here and see what happens, and we are given the entire dictionary. But what happens if we put inside of our square braces? If you remember, in a list, we would put 0 or we'd put 1 for whatever we want to extract. And if we put a 0 and we run this, you might think you'll be getting the key and the value for the first item inside of the dictionary, but you see we get an error that does not work for us. So we do use square brackets just like we would for a list, but the difference is we're going to put in the key name. So we can put in the key, which is going to be name, and if we run this, we get the value right here. We get Ryan, so name is the key, and we're able to pull the value right here. You can see we're able to pull the value from the key. And that is how we would pull the value from the key right here, but we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. And what we need to remember is that everything inside of these curly braces will need a key and a value and will be included inside of the dictionary. And the dictionary can have as many things as you want inside of here. So if we wanted to add something to our dictionary, what we can do is it is really simple. We'll just type in dictionary and we can add square braces, and maybe we want to add an ID to our user, and we can just say ID and then equals 1. And now if we print this dictionary, you will see what happens. So we'll print this and we have an ID of 1 being put down here. So we were able to add in a new key and its value just simply by typing in dictionary and giving it an ID and 1. It's pretty simple when it comes to adding information into a dictionary. If we wanted to empty the dictionary, we could actually leave this right here so you can see that we're able to print the dictionary. But then if you wanted to empty the dictionary, all you'd have to do is type in dictionary and put in some curly braces, and then come down here and we can print the dictionary again, and we need to have an equal sign in here, and if we run this, we're going to have an empty dictionary. So if we want to empty our dictionary at some point in our code, we can just empty it and it will be empty. The same thing can be said if we need to add to a dictionary. So we need to create a dictionary, and then maybe later on we are going to ask the user for some kind of input. We can just add to the dictionary by putting something down below it. And now if we run this, we're going to get the ID of 1 added into our empty dictionary. We saw this earlier when we created an empty list, and then we added stuff into our list later. So you can make an empty dictionary, or you can clear the dictionary by doing this right here. And one last thing that is going to be really helpful for you is looping through a dictionary. So you might think it is going to be as simple as looping through a list, but it's a little different. So we can type in for thing in the dictionary. We're going to print thing, and let's go ahead and run this and see what it gives us. So it gives us name, age, ID. We have all of the keys with none of the values. But if we want to print the key, we can just type in print, and we can say dictionary,
And we should be able to say a thing just like we did earlier in the example. And now we should print right here. We will print the key, and then right under that, we're going to print the value because it's going to loop through and print each of them, one and then the other. So we have the name, Ryan, age 30, ID 1. So if we delete this, we will print each item in the dictionary. So we have the key and the value. So we were able to print the value by just running the code this way. So this is the dictionary. It can be a little confusing at the beginning. Dictionaries, I don't really use them all that often. You might see them in the future, but this is the dictionary. It is something you need to be aware of. Okay, it is time for our next little challenge here. We are going to create a dictionary that will let you add a student and their grade. You'll need a while loop to complete this task. You can go ahead and give this a try on your own and see if you can complete this little task here. If not, we'll go ahead and get started, and hopefully this will make sense to you once we're done. And if you are following along for the first time and you are not able to complete this on your own, just go through, watch this video, and don't write the code, and then pause the video and go back and try to write the code without cheating and looking back at the code we've written. So that way you can at least get some practice on this little challenge. So we'll go ahead and start by creating a empty dictionary. And if you remember, this is what they look like, and we're going to need a while loop. So we'll say while not off, and it is going to look like this. We need it to be on, so we'll say off equals false. So now we have our little while loop ready for us. And what we can do now is we're going to need to take in a name. So we'll say name input, and we'll just ask it to enter student name, and this needs to be an equals. And then we can ask for a grade. And we want to enter the student's, we'll put student grade like this. And now we will want to add in the key and the value to our dictionary. So here is what we talked about, how to add to a dictionary. We're going to say the student grade. We're going to put the key that we want to add into the square brackets, and then we're going to add in our value by typing in grade. So we have the student grade, which is going to be our dictionary, and we have the key and the value that we want to add to it. So now we can print, and we want to print student added successfully. So we should be able to space out of there, and this is spelled wrong, so we can get that to look nice. Now we also want to print the student grade, so that way we can make sure our dictionary is actually working. So we can type in the student grades. And now we need our while loop to stop. So we're going to ask a prompt, and we're going to say add underscore another, and we'll just call this our other student. So add another what? Another student. And we can ask for an input, and we can say would you like to add another student? Question mark. And we're going to give the option of a Y or an N, so for a yes or a no. And if you remember from earlier, we want to make this a lower just in case the user puts in a capital or a lower. This will automatically make it so it's going to be lowercase. Now we can come down here and we're going to say if the add another equals a Y, then we want to pass by this so that way it doesn't hit the else statement. And then we'll just add in an else statement, and we're going to say off equals true, which will break our little program right here. So we can add a semicolon right there, and now this should run for us here. Let's go ahead and give this a try. Enter a student's name. We'll say James. James gets a C because he's average. And would we like to add another student? Let's say no, and it exits the code. I would like a space right here. Let's try this again, and we'll try yes. So we'll say James, and he gets an A because it's going to work this time. And would you like to add another student? Yes. And we're going to add Fred, and he gets a C because he didn't do his homework. And would we like to add another student?
no, just Fred and James is good, and it exits. And so we have James right here who got an A and Fred right here who got a C. So you can kind of see how you would use dictionaries in a real world program, taking in information that you want to save as a key. So James and his grade would be an A. Okay, at this point, we're going to take a little bit of a shift and we're going to go from learning Python to learning some web basic fundamentals. You're going to need to know the web fundamentals anyway if you want to be a bug bounty hunter or a penetration tester. And the reason we're going to look at some web fundamentals right now, such as HTML and CSS, is because you're going to need to be able to scrape information off of different websites in order to really speed up a lot of your hacking processes. So we're going to go ahead and check out the web fundamentals, and then we're going to move into building some web scraping tools and dealing with and manipulating URLs. So let's go ahead and jump into this. And then right after that, we're going to move into making some web scraping tools and some URL probing tools. So let's go ahead and jump into this.
Okay, so here we are at codepin.io. We're going to be starting out with basic HTML and how to understand it. So you can come over here and go to this web application and click Start Coding, and it will load up for us what we need. You might have a display that looks something like this or this. I like it all the way over here to the right, so that way my actual website will look similar to the way you would see it in an actual browser. So we can come over here and minimize this, and we can minimize this because we're not going to be dealing with CSS or JavaScript just yet. And basic HTML and tags, I want to show how HTML tags look. So HTML, what is HTML? It is the hypertext markup language, and it's the language of the internet. There's also XML, which is another markup language, but we're not going to deal with that just yet because we are on HTML. So when you come to HTML, you can make static websites. They won't look very nice, but you can make them, and you can do this with just HTML. And so let's just start coding along, and you'll be able to understand it as we go. So let's say we're making a journal entry to a book, or we're just making a table of contents. You could start out with just a basic H1, and then you'll make another H1, only you're going to put a / and we're going to close it out. And then in here, we can say this is a title. And then it will render for us over here. And we have this closing tag. And this closing tag is actually really important because let's say I had by me. And as it loads this, it's going to put all of this in here. And it puts it all in big font. And when we close this out, like we already saw and the way you're supposed to do, it will load it differently. You can see the H1 makes the text really big. And let's say we want to enclose this. Actually, we'll enclose the me down here with an H2, just like this. And you can see this has changed right here. And you can see that it is smaller. And if we make this, let's say we want to make this an H4, you can see as the numbers go up, the size of the font gets smaller. So the H1 is for the top heading and everything gets smaller. And then you also have a paragraph tag that looks like this. And in here would be what you would consider a paragraph. So you can just write in here something, and then we can close this out just like this, and you'll be able to see that it renders just the same. And now we have this paragraph tag. So you have headings and paragraphs, and you can format the text and the style with the CSS, which we will do later. But right now, I just want you to have a basic understanding of how HTML works and get to understand and be familiar with these tags. You can actually go to a documentation website for such as W3 Schools. And so for now, I want you to get an understanding of these tags, and you can go to W3 Schools and read the documentation about all the different tags. And we're going to see quite a few different ones as we go along, but these tags become really important for cross-site scripting and other vulnerabilities because we're going to have to learn how to break out of these tags in order to insert our own malicious code in the future. Okay, so now that we are familiar with a closing tag, there are some kinds of tags that do not require a closing tag, and these are typically tags that do not have any input. Like these all take some kind of text that they render on the page. There are some tags that are self-closing, such as a break tag, and this tag does not take any text or input, and what it does is it spaces out these gaps right here. And there is also another tag called an HR tag, and this will place a line underneath of the text. This is usually done in like basic resume style HTML websites. You won't really see a whole lot of this in actual web applications. And if you do, usually stuff like this is done with a border inside of CSS in a div. But this is something to be aware of, that there are self-closing tags within HTML, and you will probably see these. I want you to be familiar with all the different kinds of tags you are going to be seeing when you're looking through source code and you're looking for vulnerabilities, as well as trying to figure out how to get a cross-site scripting to work. And it is always helpful to be familiar with the tags, because some tags may be blacklisted while others are not, and they can be helpful in helping you break out of an HTML element in order to get a cross-site scripting to work. And another thing to be aware of, if you see something like we just saw with the HR and we see this pop up on the screen and we decide we want to add a size to it and we want to make it bigger or smaller, and you can see this is running in pixels, so if we do 39, that's going to be really big. I meant to make it just 9. You can see that our line shows up, and I think you can also add a shadow, but I don't remember how to do that with an HR tag. If you ever see this and you're wondering, wow, I really like how this looks, I would like to be able to make a tag that looks just like this one on a web application. You can inspect and you can actually just look to see exactly where it is at. Let me see if I can. We'll grab this, inspect, and right here you see the HR size 3. And it's really important to be familiar with inspecting specific things, because it's possible in the future that you're going to have an input field and you are able to search. It renders within the HTML, and you're going to need to be able to inspect to see where the word is within the HTML so that you know exactly what you need to do in order to break out of it to get your malicious code to run. We'll get more into that in the future, but for now, let's continue with HTML and what it looks like and becoming more familiar with it. We're going to move on from here, and we're actually going to install a text editor. I'm going to have you install Visual Studio Code if you're new, or you can use whatever text editor you would like, but I'm going to be using VS Code. So what we can do is come over here and we can just type in VS Code just like this, and you will come to this page right here. You can click download, and you can download it for whatever OS system you are using, and you can go ahead and download it and then install it. It's pretty simple to install and open up. And when you are here, you will want to make a new folder. And I'm just going to leave it. We can barely see my folder over here. I'm going to rename it as test app. You can call yours whatever you would like, and then we're going to open it up. So we'll come over here, click open, go to desktops, and I named it test app right here. And I can open this, and it will open over here just like this, and we can open up a new file and say index.html, and when we hit enter, it's going to open up our index.html. Because we're in VS Code, right here's where you go to install plugins. I'm just going to have you install one plugin right now, and we're going to type in boilerplate. I think you could just type in boil, yes, and it goes ahead and opens this up. We want HTML boilerplate, and you'll hit install right here. I already have it installed. And then when we come back to our index.html, if we just type in HTML, we can go down to this 5 right here and hit enter, and we'll be given the boilerplate. And now you can delete this right here. This is how we want to keep this, so we can save this right here. And a helpful tip to render what we have going on in a browser, we can just right click and we can just say we want to open with Google Chrome, and it will open up a page for us like this. I actually want to put this page over here so you can see it. And if we just come over to our body right here and we just type in, and let's make it in H1, and we'll just say hello world, save this. And if we come over here and refresh our page, it will render for us our hello world. So now that we know everything is working, we're going to begin looking at a little more in-depth advanced HTML that we will need to know in order to break out of our HTML to perform cross-site scripting and insert JavaScript. So with that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so we have our own little web application running over here, and now we're going to enter a little bit in here. So instead of this H1, we can enter our name, and we'll make like an entry that we would see into something kind of like a Wikipedia page. So you have a name, and then you're going to want a title, and the title is going to be what goes on up here, like create a plan or a React app. We're going to go ahead and name it, and this actually goes inside the head tag, and so we can open this up, title. I guess I probably shouldn't open that up because if I close it off, I think it'll automatically close it for me. And we can say Ryan's site, and then we'll save it. And then if you come over here and refresh this, it should refresh for us. We got your site and your name, and you can add in a paragraph tag. So we can say, what do we want to say about ourselves right here inside this paragraph? And we can say, I am learning to become a hacker. So this is true for all of us here. And what maybe we want to make this hacker right here, we want it to be italicized and bold. So we can come in here and we can say we want all of this to be emphasized, and it closes that off there for us. And we'll paste it over here and we'll save this, and maybe we want the word hacker to be bold, so we can come in here and say we want this to be strong, and we can move this as well. And now if we save this and refresh our page over here, it has all become italicized. I'm not sure why this didn't become bold for me. I believe that's supposed to be bold, but that's okay if it doesn't work for us. My goal right now is for you to be understanding that there are different tags, and we can actually add in a break tag. Like say we decide we want this word hacker right here to be on the next line. We can add in a break, and we can refresh it, and now we have it on the next line. And maybe we decide after this that we want a line underneath everything, and so we'll say we want the HR in here for the line break, and if we refresh this, we now have our line. So we're starting to get a entry form here, kind of like a Wikipedia page. I actually should look at a Wikipedia page so I know what they actually look like. But anyway, my goal for us is to begin to understand these tags, and we're going to look at a few more tags, and then we're going to start looking at what goes inside these tags, because sometimes you'll be inside of something that looks like this, and you're going to have to figure out how to break out of this tag, because your entry input will be saved inside of a source or inside of something within a tag. And so we're going to learn more about inputs over here in just a little bit. For now, we're going to look at a few more tags that are going to be really common, and you're going to see a lot when you look at page source. Now that I'm about to close this out, I actually see that I spelled the word strong wrong here. So if we save that and now we come over here and we refresh our page, it becomes bold for us there. So inside of our HTML and our tags, we will need to spell things correctly. Otherwise, the interpreter will not know what we're doing or how to translate it into the web page. Okay, with that, I will see you in the next video. Now I want us to look at lists, and in the next video we're going to look at image tags, which are going to be really important because they're a main way to get an XSS to work, and so those will be coming up. But for now, we have our little web app that looks like this, and underneath the HR we're going to add in a list, and the way to add in a list can be done with a UL, and you just add in an li like this. And now we're going to type into our list, and we're going to go ahead and put in I have learned about tags. And in our next one, dang it, in the Python text editor, you can hit tab and it'll go past your tag for you, and then you can go down to the next line. So we'll add another list just like this, and we're going to say I have learned about lists, and then we can say lastly, next I will learn image about image tags. And now if we save this, come over to our page and refresh it, we have these bullet points just like this. And if we wanted them to be numbers, it's pretty simple. You just would change this to an OL like so. And I forgot to save it. And now we can refresh the page and we have 1, 2, 3. So these are lists and tags. You'll see these sometimes. You'll be able to have inputs, and one of the really popular places to see something like this is inside of some kind of task manager or something. You will see these in live programs or maybe in a penetration test where you're testing some kind of application that is supposed to help you schedule, and you'll be able to input lists and things like this. And maybe there will be some way for you to inject either over here or over here, but these are the LI tags and this is the OL. So when you see these in a page source, you now know what is going to be going on. Now we're going to move on to the image tag, and we're going to pop our first cross-site scripting, only we're going to use an alert because we're not going to be injecting it into anything. But I want you to see how it works because you're going to see these image cross-site scriptings a lot in the future. They are really popular if you can get one to store for the cross-site scripting to pop every single time the page loads. So with that, we will move on in the next video. A few more things to go over and learn before we are ready to start practicing cross-site scripting elsewhere. And the first thing we need to cover is an image tag. The image tag is going to be one that you're going to see a lot in CTFs and practicing cross-site scripting because it will automatically render on the page whenever it is loaded, or if there's some kind of submit button for an on error to cause an event. So with that, we will just start out with a basic understanding of inserting an image. So if you just type in img, it should load for you. You have this alt, which is what's going to load if the source doesn't work. So we can just say Ryan because I'm going to use my image, and if we save this and we'll say the source is lost, so obviously there's not going to be any source. If we come over here and we refresh the page, we see Ryan and it tells us the little image is not found. But if we go out to, say, Google and we type in who am I, and we type in PhD security, and then we go to images, here I am right here, and we can copy the image address right here. Make sure I'm trying to read those, make sure that's right. And if we paste this in here and then we save this huge link, when we refresh our page, our little browser that we have created right here is going to go out to this linked address that we have right here on YouTube to grab my image, and it's going to ping it and make sure that we have permission to load this image right here. So if we save this and refresh, you can see my image has popped up right there. Now I don't like where this is at, so I'm going to delete this, and that's one way to grab an image, and you will probably see that in the future, and you'll definitely see when images aren't loaded. That's usually what's happening. Now I already got the photo over here, same photo. You will see this as well. This is the most common way to load an image, and it's also the most reliable way. I actually want to put it underneath my name because it'll look better in our little wiki page right here. So if we do our same thing and we say image, and the source is just ryan.png because it is already loaded right here for us, and we save it, we can put in the alt, would just say my name, and we save it and we refresh it. You see it moves up here, and that is because it's grabbing the link right here. Now I think the most popular way to perform a cross-site scripting, especially in CTFs that don't have any kind of blacklisting, is going to look just like this. Source, you just put some mumbo jumbo in there, that's not going to work. And then an alt, doesn't really matter. What you're going to see is an on error, and then it's going to do something. And usually the do something is going to be alert and 1. And then save this, refresh our page, and you see the cross-site scripting pops right there for us. And you'll see something like, sometimes people will put in a 1, sometimes people will put in XSS, and sometimes you can just see a 1, 2, 3, save it. We got too many closing brackets. And on our page over here, refresh, we see this page says 1, 2, 3. And that is going to be probably the most common cross-site scripting that you're going to see in beginner CTFs. And the reason you're going to see it done like that in the beginning is because this is really easy and your input isn't being stored anywhere. We're going to get a little more complicated as we go along with the cross-site scripting. This is how you're going to see images loaded in HTML, and this is how you're going to see a lot of cross-site scriptings performed. You're going to see this image payload all over the place. So if we come back to our payloads, look, we have image, 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 and you always see this on error. And here's an on click. And you're just going to see a lot of these image tags. Here's another image tag. And so you're going to want to be familiar with understanding the image tag and then how to perform the cross-site scripting with it. As we go along, things are going to get more interesting and a lot more fun to try and break out of. I know cross-site scripting doesn't pay a lot of money usually, but it is a lot of fun to break out of the HTML tags and bypass the bad characters. So with that, we're going to look at hrefs and hyperlinks in the next section, and then we're going to start looking at getting cross-site scripting to work for us. And then after that, we're going to start looking at cross-site scripting and breaking out of HTML tags. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, so we're here with our code for our very simple website that we have going on right here. And so far we have just a static website with nothing really going on. And I want to move on into hrefs, and we're going to build this inside of an anchor tag. So right now, if we refresh this page right here, we're going to get our XSS. So we're going to go ahead and comment this out. I think you can just click at the end of the line. Yes, you can. You can click at the end of the line, and on a Mac you hit command / or command ? And it comments out the line there for us. And below this, we're going to add in our anchor tag, which is just going to make us have a clickable link. So we're going to go href, which this is going to be the link that we are actually wanting to add to our website. And we're going to just give something very basic like google.com. So we can go https:/, and then we go www.google.com. And if we save this and then we come over here and refresh, you will see our link when we add it in over here, Google. I forgot to add that text in and I forgot to save it. So we'll save it, refresh our page, and now we have this link right here. And if we open link in new tab, we are taken to Google. So this is really simple, and you can I've actually been seeing these little anchor tags also inside of the source right here become a place for cross-site scripting. I'm not really sure why developers have been making it so your user input, say there's like an input box, or you can just come up here and you would do something like this and just add in a parameter of something equals and then XSS script right here. I've been seeing at least twice in the last month that right there, that XSS would get stored either right here or right here. And all we have to do is break out of these little links or the source or the href in order to get our cross-site scripting to work. So we'll just pretend for now rather than actually build an input, because that's going to require some JavaScript in order to get it to be saved inside of this link. But one of the things you should always do and always check for is if you can add in a parameter right here like this, or you're able to just insert something into like a text field and hit search like on a search bar on Amazon or Google, and then you inspect the text like this. You should always check to see if your information is getting stored in here, like this cross-site scripting. You should always come in here and look for the cross-site scripting or your keyword that you were able to put into the input. So I want to just show you like how to break out of this for cross-site scripting. Let's say we're able to add a parameter and it adds it into this google.com. The most recent one that I saw, it was actually appending what I put in as a parameter down inside of a page one. It was like something like this, page one equals, and this was at the foot of the application. So it would have looked something like this right here. And if we save this, comment that out, and then we come back over here and we refresh this. It was down here at the bottom and it was like page 1, and within this page 1 it had my little cross-site scripting payload that I was adding in right here. And so we'll pretend that is what we have going on, is that we're able to add in a parameter and it's getting stored right here, and we need to break out of this in order to get our cross-site scripting to work. Because if you just come in here and type in script alert and then you close this out, nothing is going to happen. And I'll show you, we might even get an error. We come over here, we refresh it, and nothing happens. You click on it, nothing happens. We're not able to, because what's going on right now is we're not breaking out of the current HTML. And there's a couple of different ways to go about this, and this is all going to be trial and error. And sometimes when I come across something like this in the wild, I'll just copy this and I will paste it into a text editor just like this, because the colors are going to change when the payload is ready to work. So you should be aware of copying this and bring it into a code sandbox or some kind of text editor to play around with it. But I think this one is going to be pretty easy to break out of. You just add in some quotations right here in order to close this out, and then you can add a closing tag. And now if we save this and we come over here and we refresh the page, we get our cross-site scripting to work. And they really are this easy to find in the wild, especially if you're off the beaten path where payloads have not been tested and people haven't been looking for cross-site scriptings like this. The one that I found really was this simple. All I had to do was come up here into the URL and I just added in a random parameter. So you can just add in, for the sake of example, a CB, like a cache buster, even though we're not doing web cache poisoning. And then you can just add in a parameter of payload, and then we would say equals. And the way you would get this to store is you would type in our script that we put in just like this in order to close off this anchor tag. And then we just add in our payload. And so you'd go like this and you'd say script, spell it right, script, and then we would have alert, and then we would close off our payload just like this. And then you submit this. This is how it worked for me, and this right here was getting stored inside of the href just like this. So that is one way to pull off a cross-site scripting inside of a anchor tag. And sometimes you'll see these inside of something like this, because if you're familiar with Burp and you see the header tags and it sends a refer header showing where you came from in order to get to the next page, it'll have in the previous website that you've come from. And I actually came across a website that was storing the previous URL inside the HTML in a hidden input field, and all I had to do was copy it and then basically do the exact same thing we were doing earlier and just add in our script just like this in order to get the alert to work. So you can look out for these in a lot of different places, such as an href or inside of a source. And just be aware that where you put things within the input may get stored randomly within the HTML, and then all you have to do is be familiar with HTML, such as closing off the quotes and then closing off the tag and then pulling off the cross-site scripting. So with that, we're going to move on and look at some more HTML in the next video. All right, so there's two things I really want to show you before we move on from HTML, and we take just a second to look at CSS, and then we move into JavaScript, and that is hidden information as well as forms. And so we'll just start out with forms, and it will naturally lead into the hidden elements. So a form is pretty much just what it sounds like. It is one of those things that usually includes inputs and information that you're going to be taking in from the user. So usually within a form, you'll have a class, which we're actually not going to mess with until we get to the CSS, and then you'll have some kind of action typically, and this is going to take you somewhere, and we're not going to mess with that really either. And then we're going to also see a method, which we're not going to mess with as well. This is what would be sending the information to the server. Okay, and now we're going to want to add in a label just like this. And inside of this label, we're going to delete that, and we're just going to say your name. So we have this your name right here. So if we save it and we come over to our page and refresh, you will see it pop up on our page. And I added in this little HR so that you could see the division of the information. And right here is the your name. So we have our label, and now we want to take an input. So what we will do is add in an input. So we just say input just like this, and it's going to be a type text, and we're not going to mess with the ID or the name at this point. And if we save this, you're going to see just a box appear over here. And so it says your name, and then we have this text box. We're going to end up adding a button as well. So we will say we want a button, and it's just going to say submit, even though our button at this point is not going to do anything. And we can save this and refresh, and now we have your name with this text box and a submit button that does nothing. And then lastly, you're going to see within these forms is a password, and you're going to see something like another input just like this, and instead of the type text, you're going to see a password. And if you save this and we come back over to our page and we look at this, actually we're going to go ahead and add in a break because we want this on a new line. So we save this, we refresh it, and that's pretty ugly. And you'll see we have these little hidden dots just like here. This is to secure the password, and you'll see these a lot on web applications, but now they've started adding in this little eye over here for you to be able to see what you're typing in, because if you know any HTML and CSS at all, you know that you can just right click this and you can inspect, and then you can come in here and just change this password to text and then look at it just like this, and you can see the information that is being typed in here. And this is why people, when they use public computers, should never save their password, because if you use a public computer and you log in and you accidentally hit save password, then the next user can come in here and repopulate the password and look at your email and password and have your information, which would be very bad. So don't use public computers to enter in literally any of your data that is important to you. So there's one more thing I want to show you, and that is the hidden option. And so we're going to actually use a div here, and I want to show you that you can just type in hidden right here, and usually this hidden will be something other than the actual word hidden. There's other ways to hide elements within HTML, but we're going to use hidden because it's really simple. And then sometimes you'll see something like ID equals 8. And then if we save this, I've never actually seen this in the wild, only in CTFs. So this is not going to be something you're probably going to encounter in the wild, but you will probably see it in CTFs, as I've seen it in several CTFs. And you come over here and you refresh this page, you can see that we have this div ID 8 and it's hidden. And we can unhide this by just deleting the word hidden, and now the ID shows up on the actual page. And usually within CTFs, this ID 8 will be within a form, and you would just change this 8 to something else. So you could come down here and say, we're going to change the ID to 1, which would typically be an admin, and then you would hit the submit form and it would change your ID to 1. That's usually how it'll work in CTFs. I've never actually seen this in the wild, but it is something to be aware of, that you can change this hidden to anything. You can just delete it, and then you can change things within forms that have been hidden quite simply just by changing it. So that is something else to be aware of within the world of HTML and CSS. All right, so we have a future edit here, and I just want to say the reason that this would work in most CTFs is because if there is no JavaScript to check the user ID input, then when you hit the submit button, it would go ahead and send it. But in most cases, there's going to be JavaScript to check such functions. So a lot of times this is not going to work, and we will cover this more in the future. But for now, I have seen this in CTFs where you can change an ID because there's no JavaScript checking to make sure that the user client side input is what it is supposed to be. In the next video, we're going to give just a quick look at CSS. Because we're not trying to be web app developers, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on CSS, just going to give you a quick overview so that you know what it is, and when you see it, you'll be able to recognize it and know that it really isn't anything important to you, unless you are crazy good and you can pull off some kind of remote code execution through a CSS injection, which can happen but is really advanced. So we're going to just look at some simple basic CSS. so that you are aware of what it is and you aren't questioning when you see it inside of some source code. I'll see you in the next video. All right, we're going to have a look at some CSS. We're not going to spend a ton of time working on our little website here, making it look nice. For me, I am not a designer and I don't understand web design and fashion or anything like that, or color coordinating. So in the world of web development, this is, for me, the most difficult part, is making a website look nice. Some people are just gifted as designers and I am not one of them. So I'm just going to show you how CSS works in two different ways. I'm going to show you internal CSS and I'm going to show you external CSS. So that way when you come across CSS, you know what you are looking at and you're familiar with it. I'm not going to actually show you how to design a web app because that is not my area of expertise and it's not my gifting. If we want to do some internal styling, we can just come in here and type in style and we can hit enter, and then we have this H1 right here that has our name in it. So we could just very easily just type in H1 and then we open a set of curly braces and then we can just type in color and then we can just type in aqua. Looks like a great color, and then we close it off with our little colon there and we save it and we come over and refresh our page. I see I didn't type in H1, typed in HR. So we type in our H1, save it, refresh, and our color changes to blue. And then maybe we want to change the word right here, hacker. There's another way you can go around doing internal styling, and you can just come in here and say that you want a color, and then we say we want pink, and then we can save it this way. And then if we refresh it, our color works. So there's several different ways you're going to see internal CSS, and this right here is the most common. This happens, but it doesn't happen very often. So when you're out in the wild, you will see CSS function like this, and you can also do a lot more with this. We're not going to cover it, so you could come in here to this H1 and you could type in something like padding, and you can say padding left, and then we could say like 200 pixels. And then if we were to save this and come back over and refresh it, you'll see that the name moved. I'm not sure if there is a centered option. Let's check it out. There is not. So there's something called bootstraps that would really help you with your styling if you were trying to become an actual developer. But we're not going to spend a ton of time with that. So you can do things like the padding left. You could do a padding for the bottom if we wanted some space between our information here, and you could say 100 pixels, and you could save this, and if you came over here and refresh it, we'll get a padding over here. So this is a little bit of styling, and one thing to be familiar with is a lot of times things are going to be broken up into divs. So you would have something like this right here. You would have a div, and we'll just copy this and cut, and we can paste that right here. And then we'll put another one, we'll put this right here, and then we'll put one down here between our list that we have right here. And then if we were to put something inside of here, like we say this div, we want to style it, and we say style, and then we want color, and then we're going to make this entire color red. It's going to be very bold, and then we decided to make a different div, and we wanted the entire color to be, let's say, we'll make this entire color pink, and we save this, and we refresh our page. You're going to see that everything within those divs actually changes colors, except this overwrites what was written inside the div. So we can actually just go ahead and close this out right here. And now if we come back and refresh, you can see everything becomes red and pink within the specific div. And so this is an introduction to internal CSS. You can style it either up here like this, or you can do some internal CSS. And so the divs are going to be like, you can, within HTML and CSS, you can think of everything as being inside little boxes, and there's actually a Chrome extension. It'll actually show you all of the boxes, and it's called Pesticide, and you can install it if you want. I'm not going to show it because the point of our course is not to learn how to be designers. The point is for us to understand CSS well enough to know what we're looking at so that we can figure out how we can exploit web applications when we come across it. So with that, in the next video, we're going to look at external CSS. Okay, in this video, we're going to look at an external style sheet, and then I'm going to show you why this was important for you to learn. So the first thing we're going to do is we can just go ahead and delete these inline styles that we put in right here, so that way we have our blank page like we did before. And we can just go ahead and delete the style altogether. And then if we save this and go back to our page and refresh, everything is back to how it was before. Now, what we are going to do is come right here, and we're going to add a folder just like this, and we're going to call it CSS. And then inside this folder, we're going to add a new page, and we're going to call it style.css. And you can see our Visual Studio has recognized it as a style sheet. Come back to our index.html, and inside of the head tag up here, we can type in link, and it tells us that it has this style sheet, and we have the href2, and we want to link our CSS style sheet just like this, and it auto saved for us, and we can now save it. And now you can come over to your style sheet, and if we wanted to do like we did before, we can type in the h1, and we can type in color, and we can say red. And if we save this and come back over to our page and refresh this, our name is now red because that was the h1. We can do something like we did before with these divs, and we can say we want to give the div a color. So we could say div1, we want to have a color of blue. So we can come in here, we put our period before the div, and this is going to tell it that this is going to be our keyword. And we can say color, and we want blue, just like this, and then we'll make a div2, so we'll say period div2. I forgot this was div1, and we can say we want the color of pink. We'll go div1 right here, and we can say style div1, and I just realized that this is supposed to say class because we've given it a class name over here. And then if we give our second div a class of div2, and we save this, and we come over here and refresh it, we now have the colors have changed within our div, and our name color has changed. So this would be a form of external CSS, and I want to show you why it was important for you to know this. And it's important to know that this file was named CSS, and then we called it style.css. If we come back over here and we just check out this color palette and we inspect the page, and then you come over here to the sources, you can actually click on this CSS right here. Yours might not be all in line like this. You can click on the CSS, click on the style page, and then click the pretty right here to make it look pretty. And you can see just like this what they have done. It is organized just like ours. So this would be an anchor tag, which would be clickable, and they have red, green, blue, not sure what the A is, and then they have the text decoration, none. And so you can see their style sheet is called CSS, just like ours, and style.css, and then it is formatted exactly the same way, and this would be an external style sheet. And then if you come back to looking at the elements, you can see the class right here, the class names for how they decided to name their classes and organize what they look like based on the CSS. So now when you come in here and you inspect a page and you come across a CSS file, you'll know what you're looking at, and you'll also be familiar with seeing class inside of the divs, seeing these class names. And that is going to wrap up for us the CSS internal and external. I will see you in the next video. Okay, we're going to be looking at some new modules. We're going to be using Beautiful Soup to scrape information from a website. So let's go ahead, and I just Googled programmer in Wikipedia to get to this page. So I'm going to now just view the page source so we can look at this on the page source. What we're going to do is be grabbing different information from the page source. So that is what we are going to be doing in this video. So we're going to be grabbing different information from the page source. So again, all you do is right click and go view page source to get that page. So over here, we have a brand new tool that I have named spider.py because this is going to grab different URLs for us. And we're actually going to go ahead and give like some examples, and then we're going to create this tool all together in the coming sections. So what we can do to start out is just grab this URL so we have it in our tool so we can copy paste it as we need to use it and run that page to make sure our code is running. And then we need to import work. So we're going to import a couple of different things. We're going to import requests, which you have actually seen previously. And if it's not installed, just hold your mouse over it and then you will click install like you've seen before. So we're also going to run from BS4, which is a beautiful soup. We're going to import beautiful soup, so beautiful soup like this, and you'll just hold your mouse over this and you will click install, and this is BS4, so hold your mouse over if it's red and click install and you will have beautiful soup. So I think we'll start out by just making this a function and say get page. So we'll do something like this. We're going to pass in the parameter URL and we'll type pass for now because we need to call the page. So we'll say get page and we're going to pass through a parameter, which is going to be an input because we want to pass through our URLs that we would like to scrape for. So now we can ask the question, what URL would you like to scrape? Question mark and then space so our what we type in doesn't get smushed all together. So now we can come back up here and delete this pass. And if you remember from using responses, the response or the request module that we imported earlier, we have to create a response equals request, and then we want dot get, and it's going to get the request from the URL that we pass in. So now we're going to create our soup equals beautiful soup, which is going to be a class. And then we want to pass in the response that we just created, dot content, which is the content that we grabbed. And it's going to be parsing for us HTML. You can use HTML, XML, LXML, or whatever modules it has. You can go read the documentation, but for our purposes, we're going to be using HTML. So we're going to use the HTML parser. Now we can do something pretty simple and we can just print the soup, and you're going to see just how easy it is to use a beautiful soup. So we can just start grabbing information from the website. So we'll just highlight this so we can paste it in. We can run our program, and which website would we like to scrape? We can run this in and it's going to tell us here is the first anchor tag. So you can do something like this anchor tag. You can do soup.findAll, and then you can pass in an A for your anchor tag, which actually I believe when we run this method slash function, you need this in quotes. So let's go ahead and try it this way. And it now will find all of the anchor tags. And if you remember, we have anchor tags in here that will be connected to a lot of the hrefs. So you can find different anchor tags by doing something like that as a find all, and that will grab all of them. And I believe we also have a find method. So if we just run find, I think it grabs just the first one for us. So let's see. Yes, it grabs just the first one and instead of finding all. So you have the find method as well as the find all. And find can be, you'll use find when you want to grab like one specific URL. So let's say we wanted to grab maybe just an H1. What you would do is come down here and you would look for an H1, which I'm actually not seeing any in this page. Let's just say we want to grab this right here with this ID. You can just copy this right here and we'll copy this, and you could come back over to your program and you could paste that in. And let's run this. So we have too many quotes going on here. So we should be able to run this as it is. Let's see if that works. That is not going to work because the ID needs to be outside of the quotes, and that needs to go inside of the quotes. Now we should be able to run this, highlight our URL and paste it in, and it'll find that specific button for us. And if we wanted, I believe we could save this as a variable, and we'll just call this var equals, and then if we wanted just the text, we could say print var dot text, I believe it is. And let's see if this will work for us, because I'm not actually sure if that would run. Let's try var dot string. Let's try that. If it maybe it could be that our button doesn't actually have any information in it. Yeah, it doesn't have any information to actually print. So if we were to grab like a title right here, let's say we wanted to grab a title, this will work for us a little better. But just so you know, you have this find to grab very specific information within the page source. Like if we wanted to grab this entire div, we would just highlight this and then we would paste that in and we would use just that. So if we wanted to, let's see if we can find some information on this page that is actually typed out. So down here, you start to hit different bits of information being typed out. So if we wanted to grab this title right here, and the title is count, we could copy this, and hopefully it's the only one, and we can paste that in. And this should print, this one should actually print some text back because the page had text on it, and it is getting an error because count doesn't exist. So let's try this again, and let's delete our string because that's giving us an error. See what information we're getting back, still not giving us information. So another way we can actually grab information is we can just actually come up here and we can just tell it we want to print. And let's say we wanted to print just that title that we saw earlier. We can type in soup dot title dot string, kind of like we were trying earlier. And if we run this, we should be able to paste that in, and we get programmer and Wikipedia as our title page. So we get this programmer up here and the Wikipedia as our title, which would come from this page source. It's going to grab the title all the way from the top right here. So we have that title, and we're able to grab that. So we're able to grab specific information. I hope you're seeing how this is going to be beneficial to us as penetration testers or bug bounty hunters, because typically what we want to grab is going to be this right here. We're going to want all the links that are relevant to our specific URL. So let's go ahead and we'll comment out this. Actually, we'll just delete this because we don't really need it. We're done with that. And let's actually do something useful like grab all of the links out of here. So what we can do is we can just say we want to grab all the tags. So we'll say tag equals soup, and we want to dot find, and we want to find all, and we want to find all the anchor tags. And then within all of the anchor tags, we want to find all of the hrefs. So if we run this right now, look at what this looks like. We're going to need to print the tag so that way you can actually see what it looks like. So we'll print the tag, and this information is not going to be that helpful to us. We want the href. So like we want this href. We want this href, because every one of those hrefs is a potential target for us on that specific web page. So we're going to need to create a for loop to grab just those tags. So we can actually say for t in tag, we want to get the URL, and since we're passing through the URL up here, we could actually just call this like URL2, and it's going to equal a t for each time it loops through, and we want to get just the href. So we can say get, and we need to pass through the href. Now what happens if we print the URL2? Let's see if this will grab that for us. We'll comment this out because we don't want that to print. So let's try this and see. We get all of these different URLs. Now, sometimes when you run something like this, it's going to take you like this. This is not helpful to you as a penetration tester. We want just the Wikipedia pages, or if we were targeting yahoo.com, we want just domains that yahoo.com owns. So let's go ahead and build out a real tool that you can use in real life, such as Sublister or some kind of tool that's going to grab you domains, but we want live domains. So we're going to build two tools. and we're going to build one that's going to grab domains, and then we're going to build another tool that's going to test those domains, and we're going to have an output of live domains that are going to be most likely in scope. So a lot of the stuff like this right here that has nothing to do with Wikipedia would most likely be out of scope. This would be out of scope. So we want the stuff that actually says Wikipedia and is owned by Wikipedia and is sending us to Wikipedia pages. So let's go ahead and build this out now. So we'll just delete all of this and get started. And let's just start over from the beginning. So we want to import requests just like we had earlier, and we want beautiful soup. So from BS4, we're going to import, and we want beautiful soup. And then from URL lib, so from the URL library, we would like to just import everything so that way we don't have to mess with it later. And now we can actually start our program. So we're going to set up just the shell first, and then I will explain what is going on and how we're going to build this project. So we're just going to type out visited URLs. And the reason we're going to do this is we're going to use the set class right here. And the reason we're using this is because it will identify all of the individual URLs. So let's say we visit multiple URLs. We want to actually keep one at a time. So let's say we go to yahoo.com and then it goes to yahoo.com, and then on the next page it says you can be referred to yahoo.com. We just want one yahoo.com. We don't want to crawl the web page 50 times because that popped up a bunch of times. So this visited URLs, which is spelled wrong, we just want it to classify each one time. So if it's a duplicate, it's going to just delete it. So if you're more interested in what this does, you can just copy this and go out to Google and paste it in, and you can read about how the set class works, and we don't have to worry about those duplicates. That's what we're going to be doing with it in our program. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to want a function, and we're going to just we'll call it spider URLs, because that's what essentially we want to do, is spider the URLs. And we're actually going to do something a little more interesting. We're going to pass in the URL, and then we want the keywords in the URL. And if you remember why we're doing this is because when we typed in our last program and we ran it, we were getting all kinds of URLs that were not actually related or in scope to our target. So we're going to pass in a keyword also, and that is totally not spelled right. So we're going to pass in a keyword along with our URL. So if our keyword is in the URL, then it is going to print it out for us in a file. So more specifically, if we were attacking yahoo.com, and Yahoo has links that'll take you to Verizon, or it will take you to AT&T or Bing or whatever, really anything. We don't want those URLs. We want only the URLs that are related to Yahoo. So it would be like sports.yahoo.com or anything that has Yahoo in it. So we want to pass in the URL along with a specific keyword that we want to see in the URL as well. So that way we're tracking URLs that are going to be in scope for us. So then what we're going to do is we're actually going to take in these two parameters, the URL and the keyword, and we're going to save them in variables. So we can say URL equals, and we're going to have an input, and in this input we're going to say enter the URL you want to scrape, and then we can put a period and a space. And then we also want the keyword, and we're going to say keyword equals, and it's going to be another input. And we would like to say enter the keyword to search for in the URL provided, and then period space. And then we want to pass those in to our function. So now we can say we want to spider the URL, and we want to pass in the URL and the keyword. So now we are passing those parameters in, and we'll just go ahead and put that way down at the bottom because we're done with this. And now we're actually ready to start our program. So this might seem a little confusing as we go through and make it, but when we're done, you'll be able to go through and read through this, and it's all stuff we've covered before, and so you'll be able to understand what is happening. If you would like, you can go ahead and try and write the code yourself, and then if you get stuck, you can come back and watch the video, and I'm certain if you complete it, we will not have written this the same way. And I just noticed that this is actually supposed to say URLs, and that means we need to change that down here, URLs. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with this project. The first thing we want to do is we're going to enter a try statement, because if you go out and you get a response and the response is bad, or the URL gives you a 500 or a 401, then we're going to have a problem. So like always with our request module, we've now seen twice previously, we're going to go ahead and open up a response variable, and it's going to be the request, and it's going to get the URL. So request.get, and it wants to get the URL that we are passing through. I'm going to go ahead and try to get the request, and if it is able to get the request, then we want to do something with it. And with that, we're going to say if this doesn't work, so if it tries this and it's not able to get the request, then it's going to need an accept clause, and we're going to type in here that we want to print out the error. So we can just come down here and we can say print, and we're going to make this an F string, and we'll just say request failed, and then we can actually give it the URL that failed. So we can just say request failed, and it'll pass through the URL. So we'll be able to see the bad URLs. But if the response works, we want it to come down here and continue our code. And because we hit this accept, if we hit this and the request fails, you can type in return right here, and it will stop the code. So none of our if statements from this point forward will be ran. So now if it works, so if the response status is a 200, then we want to keep going with our code. So we can say if this is a 200, then we want to try and grab the information from the site that we are actually trying to scrape. So we're going to now type in our soup, which you saw previously, and it's soup, and we're going to use the beautiful soup, and we want the response, just like before, of the content. And we're going to be using the HTML parser the same as we did before. So we can type in html.parser, and we want to grab all of the anchor tags and all of the hrefs. So you have seen a lot of this previously, and you can try and type this out if you remember it. So we'll just type in the a tag, and it's going to be the soup.find, and we want to find all and not just one of them. So we want to find all the anchor tags, and then we also want to grab the href out of here. So we'll just type in href. Will that let us use href? It will as a variable. So we'll say href equals, and then we're going to grab the tag right here, our a tag, and then we are going to type in the href, which is what we're actually searching for. So you should understand what is going on at this point. Just to show you, we're going to grab the anchor tags, and inside of all of the anchor tags, we're going to grab the hrefs. Let's see if we can find one. So right here is an anchor tag, and here is the href. So it would grab this right here as our link. So that's what we're trying to grab. So we have the A for the anchor tag, and now it's going to grab the href out of the anchor tag, and we're going to loop through these tags. So we can hit enter, and we can say for the tag in the a tags, we want to do something in the href, just like this. And let's see, why is it giving us this error? The object is not callable, so we're not able to grab this out of here. So actually, I think this will go inside of our for loop now that I'm looking at it, and we're actually going to need to create an empty list for our URLs. And so we can take that href, and we can say the href equals the tag, and we're going to get the tag href like this. And let's actually see, this is going to be not the href, this is going to be our anchor tag. So we're going to grab all the anchor tags, and then we're going to loop through all of the tags. Our open list right here is empty, and we're going to end up putting our hrefs into this empty list right here. So let's go ahead and see if we can figure out how to get this in here, and we can just say if href is not none and href does not equal the empty string, just in case we get some empty hrefs, then we want to do something with this, and we want to append this to our URL list right here. So URL your URL list dot append, and we're going to append the href variable, which is going to loop through right here. So let's see if we can actually print this at this point, and let's print our URL list and see, since that is inside of the for loop, it's going to print a bunch of times. So we'll just move it back and see if this runs, or if we get an error. We have an error because we need our semicolon. So let's go ahead and run this, and we get an error on line 37. This is supposed to be an input, not an integer. So now let's try this again. What URL would we like to scrape? We'll just say https, and we're going to use www.yahoo.com. And I'm going to actually copy this, and we'll paste it in here and comment it out so we don't have to keep retyping it. We'll hit enter, and the keyword we want to find is Yahoo. And it does in fact make a list here for us. So we know our code is working to this point. And now we need to get this out of a list, and we want to put it into a text file. We want to get rid of the brackets. We want to get rid of the quotes, and we want to get rid of the comma. So we have a little bit more here to do before this is finished. So at this point, it really is pretty simple. All we have to do is call our function. We're going to pass in our URL, our keyword, which at this point, we're actually not doing anything with our keyword. So I bet that if we just scroll over a little ways, we're going to find URLs that don't have Yahoo in them. So let's go ahead and walk through this code. Up to this point, we have our URLs. This is going to filter out any duplicates. As you see down here, we actually do have a duplicate, and that is because we have not called this visited URLs yet to delete our duplicates, but we are in fact going to get there. So this will delete our duplicates. We pass in our URL. We're using our request up here. So we're getting the response from the request of the URL that we pass in, which is yahoo.com. So it's getting a 200 for the response. And if it gets a 200 for the response, it's going to come down here and run this code. If the URL fails, it's going to give us a print of the URL was failing. So let's actually try that. Let's give it a bad URL. So let's just do something like that and something like that, and see what happens. It's actually going to go out and try to scrape this, and it's not going to find anything. So apparently our accept clause, we can just go ahead and type in pass, because that is not doing anything for us. So it's not actually going to print any bad code for us, which is okay. What we could do is in here inside of our if statement, you could put a time delay and say if there's no response within 5 seconds, then close the program. And maybe we'll go ahead and do that at the end and fix that up. Now our response is having a problem. Add a global statement. So we'll just go ahead and put that back so that way we don't got to mess with that because it was working. Let's see. So we have our return statement. If we hit a problem, we'll add in an if statement later on for the time delay. We have our if the response is a 200, which it means our yahoo.com actually gives back a 200. There's actually a page. Then we're going to use our soup variable, and we're going to use our beautiful soup, and we're going to use the request, which we made, which is going to have the content of the request, and we're going to parse it with an HTML parser. We create our tag right here, our anchor tag. We want all the anchor tags off of yahoo.com. So if we just come over here and we type in yahoo.com, and then we view the page source, we want to grab all of the anchor tags. So if we just hit command find, we should be able to start going through. So right here, it shows an anchor tag right over here. If I can scroll over just a tiny bit, which I was unable to. Anyway, it's going to have the anchor tag. So like right here is an anchor tag, and we can skip around and find right here's an anchor tag. So it's going to go through Yahoo, this main page, and grab all of the anchor tags for us and spit out all of the domains down here at the bottom for us like we saw. So we have our list of URLs, and it's going to go through each tag. So for every T, you can name this whatever you want, this variable. So for each tag in our anchor tag that we are pulling down right here, we're going to grab the href. So our href is going to be inside of the tag, and we're going to grab that. And then if the href is not equal to an empty string, or it's none, or any other issues that we're going to have, our URL is going to append our href to our empty list. So that's where we are so far. I hope that made sense, makes sense to me. And yeah, and so let's keep on writing our code. So now we are going to need another for loop. And so we can come up here, we can comment out this because we know our code works up to that point. So now we're going to loop through our URLs that we just created right here. So we have this list of URLs. We want to scrape out all of the duplicates. So let's go ahead and delete the duplicates and get just those URLs that are actually beneficial to us. And then let's also make sure they're in scope by adding in our keyword, which I don't know why I have that right there. So we're going to add in this keyword into this for loop right here. So what we'll do is we'll say for the URL, and that's really not a good name for this because we're using URL up here and down here. So we'll just call this we'll just do for I. We'll just call it a generic for loop. So for I in URLs, we're going to do something and we're going to say if I is not in the visited URLs, we'll just go ahead and make this URLs too, so that way you guys can actually understand it. For me, it makes sense to use I, but if you're new, maybe using I is not the best way. So for URLs too, so if there's a URL in here, if this URL is not in the visited URLs, then we want to add this to a list. So we'll say visited URLs, and we want to add visited URLs dot add, and then we want to add it to the URL. And then if it's not, we're going to join it. So what we have right here is it's going to go through this URL set. If it's a new URL, firstly, if it is a new URL that has not been visited, it's going to actually go out and open up that link. So if the program has not visited that specific URL within the page, our crawling program is going to open up that URL and it's going to recursively look for different links that we have not yet found. So it's going to scrape yahoo.com, and if there are any links such as this link right here, it will click on this link and then it's going to go in here, it will view page source, and then now it's going to go through all of this code as well and look for any links. And let's say there is a link inside of here. Let's see if we can find one right here. It'll click this link and then it's going to hit command inspect. It's going to right click and inspect. Actually, we'll use view page source because it shows up better. It's going to view page source and it's going to scrape through all of the hrefs in this page. And if there's an href in this page right here, it's going to click on it like this one right here. And then it's going to view page source and it's going to pull through all the links, and you're going to start to see that you're going to have a gazillion links come back as potential subdomains or domains for you to look at that are related to yahoo.com. So it's going to recursively just continue to open up links, and that's what we're setting up right here. So if it has not been visited, it's going to visit it. If there's a link, our program is going to click on it and it is going to open it up, and then it's going to search for our keyword, which is going to be Yahoo. And if Yahoo's in it, it's going to give it to you as a potential attack site that you would personally need to go and check to make sure it's in scope. So that's what this is doing right here. It's taking these visited URLs and it's seeing if it has been visited or it has not been visited. So that's visited. And now we can come down here and we can just say, we'll call this URL underscore join, and it's going to equal the URL join, and I am getting this from the lib parser that we imported. So we're going to use URL join, and we're going to join the URL with the URL. And you can just go ahead, if yours was red like mine, you can highlight it and click import. I think it'll automatically update up here. It will right here, import URL join. I was hoping that importing all would solve that problem, but it did not. So you might have to hold your mouse over it and use that. So this URL join right here is a function from the URL lib parser that we imported up there, and it's going to construct an absolute URL. So if our URL is used, it's going to take the relative URL and it is going to use the same base URL, and it is going to join them together to construct a URL for us that it's going to go out and visit. So the reason we are using URL join is to ensure that the URL that we are giving it is an absolute URL, and it is including the HTTPS. So we're not going to be able to use a URL by saying just yahoo.com. It's going to take HTTPS or HTTP, and then it will take the the // and then www.yahoo.com. So we're using an absolute URL. We're not using any URLs that are going to be just yahoo.com or anything like that. It's going to have to be a full absolute URL. And now we're going to check for the keyword. So if the keyword that we are passing through up here, or we entered in down here, is inside the URL, then we're going to actually print that because that's what we want. So if that's in the what do we call that? URL.join, then we want to print that. So we'll print the URL that has been joined. So now what we want to do is actually come down here and call our function again. So if we grab new URLs, we want to go to those pages and scrape them. So we'll just type in spider.urls and we can just say right here spider.urls, and we're going to pass through that new URL that we just created. So that URL that we joined, and we're going to send through our keyword. So now this should pretty much complete our code. It's going to take the keyword, and if it's in this URL, this that we just pulled down right here, this absolute URL, it's going to print the URL so we get it down here, and then it's going to recall our function, and it's going to repass in new parameters, which will actually be our same keyword and the new URL that we pass down. So this is going to recursively search through all of yahoo.com and grab all of the domains. So now we can just give an else statement because we got this if statement, and we can come back because we need to line up with this if statement, and we're just going to say else, and we want to pass. So let's go ahead and give this a try. I think it'll work. It might not. We might have to do some debugging. So let's go ahead and run this. We're going to use yahoo.com, and I accidentally highlighted the comment, so we'll copy that so we have it, and we're going to use yahoo.com, and let's see, it is now printing out the pages, but we're getting a bunch of duplicates, which means we have a problem in our code. So I'm going to debug it and I'll bring you back. All right, so I see our issue. We have, this is why you need to be able to read through your code. We're passing in this URLs to right here because I was getting too involved in naming this variable so you guys would understand it. And it turns out I'm passing through the exact same URL every time, because up here we are passing in our urls.append, the href, so that way we have this list up here. Remember, we printed and it was working for us, but I passed in URL instead of URLs. I was passing in the exact same URL we have up here over and over and over, which is why that was printing over and over and over. So now we pass in our URLs list, and we'll give this another try. We'll go ahead and copy this just to make sure that I have it on my clipboard. Paste, enter Yahoo as our keyword, and run this. And that apparently was not the bug. Let's keep on looking. Okay, I think I got it working this time. So what was happening was we were passing in right here URL and URL. So if we delete this, we're passing through URL, which was just getting this URL from our response and passing it through 2 times. But what we need to pass through is this URL right here. So we can copy this and we can paste this in here. Now cross our fingers, run our program, copy yahoo.com, and hope that we get all different domains or targets for us to attack here. We want anything that has Yahoo in the URL, and there we go. So now it's just going to run recursively. It's going to click this page and grab all the URLs off it. It's going to go through, and this is probably going to run for a really long time, and it is going to give you a bazillion targets that you can check out. And now we're going to create a second tool that is going to take all of these URLs right here. I'm actually going to quit running this, so I stop making requests to yahoo.com. And now we're going to create a new program that's going to take all of these URLs right here, and it's going to go out and test to see if they're live. Like if we click this, is it going to open up a new page? This one does. And so it's going to see if all of these pages are live, or if it's possible that we click on one and it gives us a 500. Well, that one doesn't, but it is going to be similar to HTTP probe, which is where I got the idea for this. Make So let's go ahead and create this probing tool. Before we start creating our new project, what I want you to do is just grab some of these URLs from down here, and we'll just highlight a few and copy them. Then come over to a terminal, open a new tab. I'm going to CD to my desktop, and then I'm going to gedit a file, and I will just call this urls.txt. And I'm going to paste those URLs in that we just grabbed for our new tool that we're going to create, which is going to probe all of the different URLs that we grabbed to make sure that they're live and they're valid targets for us to go out and check. So that will save us a ton of time. Instead of just opening these one at a time, our new program will open all of them up and probe them to see if they are alive. If it gets a response back, then it will put those into an out file for us. So we can create a new project. So I'm going to go new project, and we will call this one probe. So we'll just call it probe.py, and we'll actually open it in a new window just in case we need to come back over here and do something with those. So we'll open up this new PyCharm editor. I'm going to adjust its size, and we'll adjust this over, shut that off, and we'll delete all of this. So we are going to see something new in this project, but for the most part, this is going to be a pretty simple project to do. So we have seen in the past, we're going to import the sys because we're going to have to run system commands, and we're going to import requests as we have previously. So we'll import requests, and maybe we need to reinstall it again. So we now have requests and system. So the first thing we're going to do, as always, is we're going to make a function, and we'll just call it URLs, and then we are going to pass through a file that we're going to cat out. So we're going to cat out this file. So if we were over here, we'd type in cat urls.txt. That lists them, but we're going to cat them out, and we're going to pipe them over to our probe.py like this. So we're going to cat them out, and it's going to go over to the probe.py, and then that will run our program for us. So we're going to take this out file over here. So we're going to pass that in as a parameter, and we're going to call the out file just like this and close that off. Type in pass as we come down here and take in our output. So we will say that we want to take our out file just like this, and it's going to equal the filtered out URLs. So basically what we're wanting to filter out. So we'll just call this filtered urls.txt, which is the file we're going to cat into it. And then we want to call our function. Then we'll want to call our function, which is going to be URLs, and we're going to pass in the out file. So now we can come back up and start writing our code. So the first thing we want to do is read the URLs. So we're going to just take our URLs that we are going to create. So we'll call this URL2 because this is going to be a new variable. And it's going to take the system, and we're going to std in, which means we're going to read the line. So we're going to say read, and we want to also split the lines. So each line is going to be split, and we want to split lines like that, not just split. And we're going to use that here in just a second. And we're going to need two lists. We're going to need the URLs that resolve and those that don't. So we'll type in res URLs, and that's going to equal an empty list. And then we're going to make another list, and it's going to be bad URLs, and it's going to be an empty list as well. So now we can pass in the good URLs and the bad URLs from the file that we will be probing. So now we're going to start our for loop. So we're going to say for URL in the URL, we want to try and do something. So we're going to say try, and we're going to send the response, which is going to be a new variable, which is going to go out and try to request out to the URL. So we're going to type in a request. So we want to make a request to the URL inside of our for loop that is coming through in our URLs. And we want to do something with this. So if the response is a 200, then we want to say this is a valid URL, or if it is a 301, or maybe there's something else you would like to see, maybe you want to see like a 500. Basically, we're just going to be reading the response, and if the response is something we want, then we're going to put it into the URLs we need to look at. So instead of calling this responsive URLs, you could just put like ones you want to look at. You could name this something like good URLs or juicy URLs or something like that. But for now, we'll just leave this as, we'll just leave it as good URLs. So we have these good URLs and the bad URLs. And they're going to be whatever we want them to be. So we're going to just, for the sake of this program, we'll just leave it as a 200. So we'll say if response.status code equals 200, then we want to do something, and we're going to add this to our good URLs. We'll say good URLs dot append, and we're going to append the URL that is being passed through in our for loop. And if this doesn't work, we're going to give an except, and then this is basically going to be everything else. We'll say requests dot exceptions and missing schema. So this will be all the rest of the requests, and we're going to send that over to the bad URLs dot append, and we're going to append the URL. So now we have two lists, and even if this hits right here, the accept, we want to continue. Normally we would type in like a return, and that will stop the code, but right now we don't want to stop our code. We want to continue on reading our code because we want it to print into an out file. And the easiest way to print to an out file is by opening a new file. It's automatically going to create one. I know we haven't covered this just yet because as penetration testers or ethical hackers or bug bounty hunters, we're not going to be using data analysis tools such as pandas, which is going to use with open a lot. But if we want to create a file, or we're trying to read a file and we're going to be reading in these lines instead of catting them out into the specific program we want to run, what you would do is you would type in with open, and then we're going to type the file that we want to open, and we can just call it our out file right here. You see we have our out file, and we're going to make it write because we want to write into the file, and to write we use a W. If we were to read, like if this was a file we were wanting to read, we'd put an R, but we want to write to the file, and we're going to say as file, and then we want file.write, and we want it to write each time onto a new line, and then we want it to join these together. So we're going to say join, and we want it to join the good URLs, and that looks right. I hope it runs and we don't have any problems. And then we want to just test our code, and we'll say print, and we'll make this an F string, and we'll print that the URLs are being saved. So we'll put saved URLs, and we are going to make these in curly braces, and we will call this our out file. So they're being saved to the out file. And now we need to do an if statement, and we'll say if invalid URLs. Actually, we don't really need to do anything with the invalid URLs. Let's give this a try. And we're going to open up a terminal because we're going to need a terminal. I'm actually going to just drag over that file that we saved and put it into this directory, so I can just cat it out straight over here, and we have our urls.txt. I'm going to drag this into the probe.py. We'll refactor the code. Now if we ls, it should be in here, and there it is. So now we can cat the urls.txt, and we're going to pipe it over to our main.py. We'll call Python 3, and then we want our main.py. So let's see if this runs for us and what happens. It created for us a filter.txt right here, and here it is. So these would be the valid URLs. Let's go ahead and like delete a few of these and make sure that it is really working. So we'll make sure we get some invalid URLs. So on our valid URLs, actually we're gonna have to copy this because I did that in the filtered one. So we have 18, so it did work. We have 18 URLs right here, 17 URLs. On our filtered text this time, it should output less than 17 if the probing tool is working properly. So we should be able to just cat these URLs. We'll let this run, and it will rewrite this filtered URLs right here once it has finished running, and it should have less than 17 because we went ahead and messed up a few of these URLs. And we'll check this file, and see what it puts out. So it tells us there was an error because those did not resolve. And I actually already went ahead and ran this and got this connection error. And the best thing you can do right here is go, we have this connection error, and you can copy paste and put this into Google, which is exactly what I did. And it brought me to the documentation, and we have this request exception, and actually it's right here. So we have the connection error and the connection error, and what can we do with this correction error. And after doing some reading, I found that we need to run another except. So we can come back here and we can just type in an except. And this time we want to do the exact same thing we did up here. And instead of missing schema, we're going to run requests, and we're going to run the exception dot, and let's see if we get it in here. We want connection error. So I'm not seeing it, so we'll just type in connection, and it needs a capital C. Connection error right there, that top one. And now we can just do the same thing we did before, and we'll just say bad URLs dot append, and we'll append the URL. And I'm not sure why I have so many curly braces in here. And now we will just type in continue. Now if we run this, hopefully it will work for us and we will no longer be getting this error. So even if we come over to our URLs and let's say there's some like typos and there's no way it's a real page, then it should just handle this error and just pass over it, and we shouldn't get these errors anymore. And since there's 21 of these, and I know for sure like this one right here has a typo, it should have a .com. It's going to run this anyway, and it's going to give us the valid ones that were responsive, and we have 16 responsive URLs out of the 21 that we gave. So if we were doing like a live penetration test or we were bug bounty hunting, we would have wasted our time visiting 4 of these because they would not have resolved. And this tool right here will make sure that all of the URLs resolve for us. So here is the code for that. And now we have this done. This should work for us every single time. And you can rerun it and you don't have to worry about filtering out this filtered URLs.txt because it will just rewrite over this file right here every time we run it, because it's going to open this out file, which is down here, and then it's going to write, and it's going to write to the file. So that should overwrite it every single time for us. Okay, so the setup for Selenium is going to take a little while, and I don't want you just to close out and think this is too hard. I want to show you how cool this tool really is. So if you follow along with this video, in the end, you're going to have a program and you're going to understand all of this code, and then you're going to have a program that goes out to GitHub for you and goes through the repos, opens all the pages, goes through all the links, and pulls out if there's any passwords or not stored in the code on the GitHub page. And so it will look like this when you run it. And it automatically went through all of those links on GitHub. It pulled down this page right here. It says a password was found at this link. And so if we click on this link, it'll take us to this page right here, and we can look at this and we can go to the raw and we can type in password, and right here it tells us it has found password, and the password is admin, and it found this on this GitHub page. So that is where we're going. And if this tool looks like something you would like to add into your bug bounty or penetration testing arsenal, then you can stick around and go through and make this tool with me. We start with our program and using Selenium. There's a few things that you have to do, and I'm going to walk you through installing this both on Mac and Windows. You will need your PyCharm editor that we used in the first Python for Ethical Hackers. And now you are going to need Google Chrome installed, and so I'll have this link down in the description. If you don't have Google Chrome, it is best if you use it. You can also do it with Firefox, but it's really easy if you just download Google Chrome and follow along with me. And we're going to also need to install the Chrome web driver. So what you will need to do is download the version of the Chrome driver that matches your Google Chrome installation. In order to find out what version of Chrome you are running, you will come up here, click the 3 dots, you will go down to help, and you'll click about Google Chrome. And then I am running this version version right here in order for me to update my Google Chrome. If it doesn't match any of these over here, then I would just have to close out of Chrome completely. You just go and close the app and it will automatically update. And I am running this version right here, 101.0, and I would come back over here and I would say 101.0. For me, it would be this one. I would click this and then it will bring you to this page. It looks exactly like this, and it will tell you what version of software you're running, and you will click that version. So if you're running Windows as your operating software, you click Windows, Mac, or Linux. For Mac, I use this one right here. And when you install it, remember where you put it, because we are going to need to know the complete file path in order to reach the Chrome driver. I have mine stored right here in a folder on my desktop. So if I open this up, I have my Chrome driver right here, and I will need to know where this is. We will need to know the entire path, and you can do this. You can see the full path by right-clicking and going to Get Info, and then it will tell us where the full path is at right here, because it tells us where, and then we say Mac, user, Ryan, desktop, the folder is developer, and then we hit the Chrome driver. So you'll need to go ahead and install Google Chrome and then install the Chrome driver, and we will continue walking through how to finish setting up Selenium when you have finished doing that. After you have downloaded the zip, go ahead and unzip it, and it will automatically unzip into your downloads, and then you can drag it into a different folder like I have. I've just made one called developer, and you can go ahead and drag yours out of your downloads, or you can leave it in your downloads if you choose. The only reason I move it out of my downloads is because sometimes I go and delete everything out of my downloads folder, and I don't want to delete this if I am using it. For the Mac users, after you've downloaded this and you have moved it into your location where you would like to keep it, for me, I'm going to just go like this. I will open back up this folder. I'm going to show you what we did earlier. Just go to Get Info. You can now copy this as your full path, and then we can say our Chrome driver. So we'll go CDP for our path, and then you can paste it in here just like this. And I believe we need to go / Chrome driver. So we'll go / Chrome driver. And this entire thing will need to be inside quotations. Now I'm going to cover the installation of Selenium for Windows users. Okay, for our Windows users, what we're going to do now is click Chrome driver Win32, and it will download. We will open up where this is. It's going to say how do you want to open this file? We'll just go ahead and open it. It says we now have this Chrome driver, and it tells us that this is an application. If you don't have any place in particular you want to store it, go ahead and put it in your C drive. But before we do that, we'll just open this up. We will make a new folder and do the same thing we did on the Mac, and we will say developer, and we'll just leave this here, and we can go back to our downloads where we grabbed this folder and we extracted our Chrome driver, and we're going to put this into the developer. Now the reason I had you do that is because when you look at the location of where this is stored, it is really simple to get to. It tells us that it is in C/developer. We can copy this. We will put it inside of a string, and then we will put /, and now we will do the same thing we did on the Mac, and we will say the Chrome driver path, and now we have that stored as a variable. Sorry to my Windows friends, I forgot to mention that when you run this Chrome driver, you will need the .exe in order to get the executable to run, and pretty much everything from this point on is going to be the same as I run it on my Mac. If you have any problems, please let me know in the comments and I will try to help you out. Okay, we are ready to install Selenium. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to import Selenium just like this, and because I have done it before and I have already installed it on my Mac, this is here and ready for me. But what you may need to do is it will have a red squiggly line and it'll pop up a window like this, and you're going to click install or import. I can't remember which it is, but I think it's install, and you'll click install, and it will take just a second to go ahead and install that. And then what you're going to want to do is type in from Selenium, and then we're going to import the WebDriver. Now that you have installed Selenium and typed in from Selenium import WebDriver, we're going to initialize our WebDriver, and we're going to type in driver equals WebDriver.chrome because that's the browser we're using. There are other browsers if you've chosen to go that path. And now we're going to type in our executable path. And the reason this is yellow is because this has to be capitalized like this. And we're going to type in executable path, which I believe is actually deprecated. And I have not gone back and read the documentation for the new way to run this without the executable path, but we're going to type in CDP. It's just going to give us a error when we run this, or it's just going to give us a warning saying that this version is deprecated for running the WebDriver, but that's okay. We will get our program to run without it. It just means that they are not updating the executable path like this anymore. And now what we're going to do is type in driver.get, and we're going to type in something like www.google.com. And then once this is done, we're going to want our driver to close the window. So you can type in driver.close, but I don't like to use driver.close personally because it just closes the window, but we will be still running the Chrome down here in our browser. I want it to quit. I want it to close that window all the way out to save on my memory space on my Mac. So we're going to type driver.quit just like this. And if you run this like I will and you are on a Windows, it's automatically going to run for us. It should open without any warnings and give us google.com, and then it will close this page for us. All right, and the reason this is giving this error is because we need to type in https://google.com. Now when we run this, it should open up Google for us and close the file. So that is how we run it. But if you're on a Mac, if you're on Windows, that worked for you and you didn't get any problems. If you're on a Mac and this is the first time you've ever ran Selenium, you're going to get a little error that pops up with a window, and it's going to say move to trash or cancel or close. You're going to click cancel or close. Out of your two options, you're going to come up here, you're going to go system preferences, you're going to go security and privacy, and right here it will say that you tried to run a Chrome extension and it was blocked. You will click allow. If you're not allowed to click allow, you can unlock it by clicking this and typing in your password to unlock your Mac, and then click allow, and then you can relock it. Then when you close out of this and you rerun it, it will give you the option to open anyway, and you'll have a new pop-up, and you will just click open and it will begin running and working for you just like this on your Mac. Now it is time to begin some of our web scraping. Okay, so we are at our screen and it looks like this. I've decided to go ahead and show you how to get rid of this deprecating warning. So when we run our program and it runs this right here telling us that the executable path has been deprecated, just in case they stop using this in the future, I want to go ahead and show you the way to get rid of this. I'm going to use running the executable path because I believe that it is faster, and I might be wrong, and that's okay. And you can run Selenium however you choose. You can run it the deprecated way or the current version. I think they're at version 4 if you choose. But we'll have to import a few more services from Selenium. So we'll go from selenium.webdriver.chrome.service import, and then we're going to import service, and then we're going to need to import the Chrome driver manager. So we're going to go WebDriver manager.chrome, and we're going to import Chrome drive manager just like this. Now I'm going to comment this out because I'm going to use it as we go through, but you can delete this if you want to use the non-deprecated version. And I think you're still going to get these red inputs down here, or these red warnings that's going to tell you like it's installing the newest version of the WebDriver every single time you run it, but that's okay. and we're going to type in s equals, and then we're going to type in our service, and then we're going to run our Chrome driver manager, and we're going to call this, and then we will call the install function. And the reason we're going to do this is because every time you run this service, it is going to check to see what version of Chrome you are running. So we'll just comment this out so we're not getting this warning. And this dot needs to go, I did this wrong, we'll go like this. All right, it is not wanting to work for me, so we'll close it off manually, and then we're going to hit dot install. Right here, we're going to call this method, and then we have to close off this whole line here. And now we're going to turn this over to our driver, and it's going to equal the WebDriver dot Chrome, and then we're going to use the service, and it's going to equal s, just like this. Now, if we uncomment our driver down here, we'll have no errors, and when we run this, it will now work for us. And it's going to tell us we're using, this is the version of Google Chrome that we're using. If you remember, we checked our version earlier and then we installed the Chrome driver, and it tells us we have the Chrome driver that matches our version and it is found in cache. So it now works. This is the non-deprecated way to run this tool. I decided to go ahead and show this to you, like I said, just in case the way right here, the deprecated version to get to the Chrome driver is no longer supported in the future. All right, I have gone ahead and commented out this code, and I'm going to use the Chrome driver that is on my computer that we already installed. There's one more thing we're going to need to import in order to not get any deprecation errors, and that is the by. We're going to import by. So we're going to type in from selenium dot webdriver dot chrome, or sorry, not chrome, dot common, and then we're going to use by, and then we're going to import, and then by like this, if I can get back there, like this. And this is another update with Selenium. The way I originally learned Selenium, we didn't have to use this, but they have updated it again, so we will need to use this by module here. So what we're going to do is open up Amazon, and I'm going to show you how this scrapes. If you've ever wondered why you have to answer questions to make sure you're not a robot, you're going to find out in this course. So if we come over to a web browser and we type in Amazon, and we go to Amazon, and let's say we want to buy a new drill bit. So we just say we want a drill set. Okay, we're getting a drill set, not a drill bit. And we click on this drill, and we really want this drill, but we don't want to pay $43 for it. We want to pay $38 for it. We can actually set up our WebDriver to go out and check this price for us. So what we would do is we would inspect this, and we can look for the class right here, and it's going to tell us that it's 43. So you could set this up. Let's say instead of 43.99, we don't really care about the 99 cents, and we just want it to be less than 38. So 37.99 would work. We could use this span, but for the sake of getting the 99 involved, we will use this one right here for our project. So we'll go ahead, click on this, and we're going to use this class right here. And we're going to grab a class out of these right here, and we want to grab one that looks really unique, that isn't going to be used anywhere else. This class looks really unique to me, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and then we'll come back over to our Chrome driver. And underneath of our google.com, we're going to type in price equals, and then we want the driver to scan through all of this source right here, the HTML, and we're going to tell it we want to find an element, and we want an element by a class name. So we want to make sure we don't have elements by class name. We want a single element by the class name. Later, we're going to use the one with the S. And this is the deprecated version. I forgot. This is the version that I learned when I was using this. What we do here now is we delete all of that, and we delete that, and we come in here and we say by dot class name. And in here, we're going to put that class name that we just copied, just like this. The next thing we need to do is update this HTTPS right here, and it needs to be this URL right here, so that way our Chrome driver opens up the right URL, scans through all the HTML. It's going to look for the class name that possesses this, and then we want it to print the price like this. So we'll say print, and then we want to print the price. So if we run this, how it is right now, I'll show you what our output is. It gives us this as our output, and this is not helpful. So what we need to do in order to grab the plain text is type in text. So now if we run it, it's going to print out for us our $43.99. And I'll show you what would be useful if we're really going to turn this into a web scraper for us. It really would be useful to get rid of this 99 and just use this right here. So you can see why it's printing the way it is. This span 43.99, and it's given it to us on different lines. So we should be able to copy, let's try this class right here. And this really is, when you're making these, going to be a lot of trial and error, as you're going to see in a little bit when we make our new dumpster diving ethical hacking tool and we try to automate some of our recon, where it's going to be a lot of trial and error. So we'll let this run and we get the $sign. That is not what we want. So we'll try this one, and we will paste this in here, and now we can run it and see what comes back. And we grab just the 43. So now if we wanted this to run, say every 20 minutes to see if Amazon has updated their price and brought it down below $38, we're going to put all of this inside of a function that is going to get called every 20 minutes, and we're going to have to import a new module for this, and we're going to do that in the next section. All right, now that we have our web scraper working, let's say we wanted to go out and check the price every 5 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever we want it to be, and then let us print it into the console. What we would do in this case is put this into a while loop. And so what we can do is take this and we can say while on, and then we want the on to be true all the time. So we'll say on equals true, and this should be familiar to you if you have gone through the first part of our Python for hackers. And then we're going to need this inside of a function that gets called every 4 seconds or 30 minutes. And we'll need this inside of a function that gets called every so many minutes. In our case, I'm going to set it to only 5 seconds, so that way we don't have to wait very long. But in a real case scenario, you would make this run maybe once a day or every couple of hours to check the price. But for now, we're going to make a function and we're going to call it 5, we'll call it 5 seconds. We'll call our function, and then we will need all of this to be inside of our function. And now we need to call the function like this, and we will say 5 seconds, and then we are going to take this and we need this to sleep. So we'll say time.sleep, and you will need to import time up here if you have not already. And we're going to say sleep for 5 seconds. Now when we run this, it's going to take 5 seconds. It's going to launch our driver, go out, check the price, and print it down here in our console for us. And then once it gets done doing that, it's going to wait 5 more seconds, and then it is going to launch the browser again and check the price for us, and it will do this for all eternity because we are inside what's called an infinite loop. There's no way for this loop to end, and so it's just going to keep on going and printing for us the price until we stop the program. So this isn't really helpful for us in the world of hacking, so we're going to stop here. I just wanted you to get this concept down of using Selenium, setting up functions, using a while loop. If we were to use this completely for our daily use, we would have to make an if statement and say if the price is equal to or less than $38, then we would import another module and we would have it send us an email or a text message saying the price is ready for us to go and buy it. But we're not going to finish this out because it's not really going to be helpful for us in the world of hacking. So we'll move on to building our actual tool for hacking. Okay, I have cleaned out my text editor here just to get it down to the bare bones of what we are going to need as we build this tool. I have put this right here. This is the GitHub repo that we're going to be going through and dumpster diving for. Now this should work for any GitHub page if we program this right, but I made this GitHub page just for us to test against to make sure our tool is running. I didn't want to spam an actual GitHub account that is in use, so this is just a GitHub account that I made for the purpose of showing you how to build this tool. So what we're going to make in the end is a tool that when we run it, it runs what target would you like to run against. And so we're going to copy the URL of the GitHub page that we want to scan. And when we run it, it's going to go out to GitHub. It's going to click on the repo. It's going to click on the code. It's going to go to the raw, and then it is going to tell us a password was found inside this page. And so what you could do is just copy this or click on it, and it will take you to this GitHub page, and you can search for where this password was used. So we're going to make a very basic program just like this one, and I hid a lot of the code. It's down there. I didn't want you to get a head start. So as we make this tool, when we're done, it's going to be very basic, but I would challenge you to make it your own and add to it different files that you want it to search for different keywords. Make it print the entire line where the password's found so you don't actually have to go out to this page and check it. These are things that I've done with my tool that I've made just like this. And so I want to show you guys how to get started making this tool and then add on to it and make it your own. Okay, as we go through building this tool, there are a few things we're going to do at the beginning that I'm going to tell you to change at the end to make the entire tool work well for you. So what we're going to do at the beginning is we're just going to get rid of this right here because we want to put in our repo that we're going to be scanning against. And I'll leave that GitHub repo up unless it ends up getting taken down by GitHub because it is getting scraped over and over and over by people from all over. But until then, I'm going to just leave this GitHub page up for you guys. So we'll just put that inside of our GitHub page, and now we can comment this out and it should open up that page for us and then quit, and it did. So there it ran. And what we're going to do in the end is we will change this and we will make this an input, but we're going to cover that at the end when we get to that section. Now that we have it, so it'll open up this page for us, we want it to grab something for us by an element. And because usually there's a bunch of repositories in here, we're going to just use the repositories instead of getting the element by, let's say, the class name. Get the element, we're going to make it get elements by class name, and I'll show you what I mean in just a second. So we'll go in here and we will say we need this class titled repo. Okay, and this is what these will be titled as for us, and we have this anchor tag right here. So what we're going to do is we'll do the same thing we did in the last one. We're going to say that the repository, and we'll name this as, we'll call this our res for resources, and we're going to turn it into a variable, and it's going to get for us all the repos by the class name. So we'll say driver.find element, and then we want this to be an S. And the reason we want this to be an S is because we want to find all the elements and we're going to store them inside this variable. Now for this cause, there is only one right here, but this should work with many repos if you scan a GitHub page with many elements with the class name of repo. So we'll continue and type in by.className. We don't want a class, we want the class like this. Class name, and the class name is repo, just like this. Now if we run this, it will go and it will click this page and then it will close. So what I want to do is I'm going to add in time.sleep and we'll make this 2 seconds so that we can see what's happening, and then we'll make another time.sleep right here so that you can see that it clicks onto the next page. So we'll run this, it's going to open, wait 2 seconds, and then it's going to open this repository right here and close. So now what we need to do is make a for loop so that way we can print the repos that are on this page. And in this case, there's only going to be one, but we're going to go ahead and make this for loop, and we'll say for I in all these listed resources, we want to print, and we want to print I. And what we would do here is we'd say print I.text because we want to see it in the text format, and then it will quit for us. I should have gotten rid of the sleep for us, and I see I spelled that wrong, and that's okay. I made that repository late at night, and it's all right that it isn't quite right. It's still a repository and we can still scan against it. So it prints for us this repository right here. So now that we know, we can loop through all of the resources that have the element class name repo. We need to figure out how can we click on those, and there is a click function that we're going to use later, but right now I want us to go through and see how we can do this a different way. It's going to be a little more complicated, but it's always best to know there are multiple ways to do something, especially in the world of coding and in the world of hacking. All right, because we're not going to use the click function, we need to see what happens when we click on this link right here. Now, this is something in cybersecurity that you're going to need to always do when you're testing a page. Not that we're testing GitHub, but when you test a page, it's always good practice to click and see what happens, how to use the page to see what's going on. And what we're going to do is check out this URL. So this is the URL that we start out with, and since it just changes the repo name as into the new directory, what we're going to need to do is take this directory and put it into a new link and get our WebDriver to open this up. Since we know we can run this, and I'll go ahead and comment out these times sleep because we don't need those no more. Since we know we can run this and we can get it to scrape all of the repositories and then print them down here, now we can just save these into a list, and then we can loop through that list and get it to append that to our URL. This is a little more complicated than the click function, but it's helpful because we will need, so that way we can get it to open every single repository that we go through in the future when we go through a page that has a lot of repositories on it. So what we will end up doing is making a list, which you've seen in the past. And if you want, you can pause the video and see if you can figure out how to make a list on your own if you remember. And so I'm just going to name our list as links, and we're going to make it empty. And what we are going to do now is we're going to take this and we're going to say links dot append, which I don't think you've seen before, and we want to append I. So now if we take this and we move it over and we print, we need to append I.text, so that way we get it right, I.text. And now we print the links right here. We should get the repository to print from our list. So we'll run this and give it a test. And it says we have repository and we have the brackets, and it is inside the list. So what we will do now that we have this list is we're going to make another for loop, and we can comment this out because we don't need that to print every time. And in this for loop, we're going to name it for L for the links. Inside the links list, we're going to make a new variable, and we're going to call it next page. And this is when I tell you my variable naming becomes very poor because I'm not very creative. And we're going to make this an F string, and we're going to call the repo. And if you remember, and we're going to call the repo, but we need to first name it something. So we need this URL to be assigned to a variable. And so we'll just call this our repo. And at the end, we're going to change this because this is going to be an input, and we're going to make this a string, just like this. And now we have this repo right here, and we'll add a slash so that way we don't have to later. Actually, we'll delete the slash and we'll add it down here in our string, give us some practice with that. So we're going to take this repo, and because it's a variable, it needs to be in an F string with these curly braces, and we're going to add in our slash, and then we will add in another variable, which is going to be our L. So what would happen if we had a bunch of repos? This is going to go through all of the links, which we saved right here as our resources. It's going to get all the links. This for loop is going to run through all these links, and it's going to put them into our list that we have called links. And if you remember, this is where our repositories will be saved. Now we need to loop through there, and in this for loop, it's going to loop through our links, and it's going to give us a new URL. So what this URL will look like after it runs through this second for loop is it will look like this, and it will come out with our repository that I spelled wrong, and it's going to open up this page, and it will go and click this link for us. So this is the repo we want to attack. It will click this, and it will bring us to this page. So let's go ahead and try this. We're going to run this with a sleep command when we are ready. So what we need to do at this point is store our next page in a new link, and we'll just call this our final link. So we'll just call it flink, and we will save this into a list, and then we're going to append our new URL, remembering what this one right here is going to look like, because it's going and looping through a second time of this links, and it's making our new URL that we want to test, which is going to be this one right here. And we will tell this to append. So we're going to do flink.append, and we want to append the next page, and we're going to want it to append to the next page right here. So as we have this next page, if we print this, I'll show you what it looks like. So if we print this, we can say print, and then we're going to print the flink, and we'll just go ahead and pull this back here, and we will run this, and it'll show us what our new URL looks like. I accidentally left this slash. That's okay. The browser would have just deleted this second slash. So now if we run it again, it's going to spit out for us this new link. And if you copy this link or just click on it, it will take you, we'll just click on it, it'll take you to this page. And so that is how far we have gotten. So now we have moved with Selenium from this page to the next page, and where we're headed is inside this main.py, and then we're going to go into the raw, and then we want to know if in any of this there is a password or some kind of keyword. And so I'll just show you. If we type in command find and we type in pass, we'll see this password admin. We're going to make our program go through all of these words and all these lines inside this text and pull down the password for us. So that's where we're headed. But right now we got a few pages more we need to move. We are right now on this landing page right here. So we'll try and figure out how to make it open this page and then go into the raw and then search for the password. So we'll keep going in the next section. Okay, it is time to call our first function. So we can go ahead and comment out this print statement right here, and we can call our first function. And we're going to call it above our for loops, because we need our function to be called above where the function needs to be located above where we call the function. So we will call this function, we'll just call it a loop, because we're going to loop through all the links. So we will call it like this. We'll say loop, and then we're going to pass in the next page, because that's what we want to go searching through in this function. So this is red because we haven't declared our function, and we'll declare it up above, and we will say def, and we'll call it our loop, and then we're going to pass in a function. We'll actually just call it our next page, so that way we understand what's happening. Next page, and we have to add in our 2 dots there. And now what do we want to do now that we can get to the next page? Now there's a couple of things we need to do. The first thing is we need to open that new page. So we're going to type in driver.get, and then we want it to open that next page. So let's see what happens. We can come right here. We'll just not run the time function and have it sleep and see what happens. So we'll run this and see if it opens the page and we can see it, or it goes too quick. It went too quick. So we'll stop right here and we'll say time.sleep, and we'll sleep for 2 seconds. So that way we can see if it actually opened the next page, and it opens the next page and then it quits. So now that we know we're able to get to the next page, we need to be able to open this file right here and get to this raw button. So in order to do that, what I think would be best is to inspect this link and see if we can find what these links, we'll see what specific class these links all have in common, so that way we can run Selenium to pull all the links that would hold every single file within this repository. So we can inspect this and it will tell us this is the line, and so we'll just go ahead and click this first class and see if it works. So we'll just copy this, and now we'll need a new resource, so we'll just call it resource 2, because I'm terrible at naming variables, and if I had more time to think about it, I would probably come up with something better. But you can name it whatever makes sense to you. So if I made this tool and somebody else just saw it online, they wouldn't be able to understand what's going on because I suck at naming variables. But you can name your variables better than me, and so I'm gonna let you name your own variables, but I'm gonna name mine resource 2 because I suck at naming variables. So we're gonna go driver dot, and we're gonna do a find elements just like this one, and then we're going to say by class name. This should be getting familiar to you by now, and then the class name is the one we just copied. If this works, it should be able to print for us that. It should be able to print for us this class right here. We'll see. We can actually get it to print main.py. So what we'll do is we'll print, and then we'll print the resource2 dot text. Okay, apparently we don't need dot text. We'll just print resource2 and see what happens. And that has run, and it does need resource2 dot text. And the reason that this is not working is because we need it to loop through this resource that could be holding this variable that could be holding multiple links within it. So like we did down here, we will need to go for, and we can call this I if we want, but I'm going to change it so that way you don't get confused by all these different variables in our for loops. We'll call it for a in resource 2, and then we're going to print resource2 dot text. We're going to print, instead of resource2 dot text, we're going to print a dot text, so that way we can make sure it is printing for us the main.py, so that way we can tell it to click on main.py. So we can. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do a comparison inside of an if statement. We're going to comment this out, and instead of getting this little error right here, we're going to type in pass, so that way it will ignore the error for us, and we're going to say if the letters together is pi are in a dot text, then we want to do something. We're going to say print it worked, pi is in the text. So now if we run this right here, oh, I see an error. We're going to get a problem. It says it worked right here, but the reason we get this right here is it says this is a local variable. inside of this segment. So this is really not good practice. If you were working for a company as a programmer, you wouldn't do this, but we're not looking to work in a company as programmers. We're looking to use programming for hacking. And so what we're going to do is we're going to make this a global variable. We're going to say A is now a global variable and can be accessed anywhere, and it gets rid of this for us. The reason you wouldn't want to make this global, let's say we made this for loop with the I and we said it's a global. Now this I variable, everywhere we used it, is going to be everywhere in our code. So we cannot use the variable A anywhere else outside of this because we have made it a global variable. And that is really not good programming practice, but for the sake of our tool, it doesn't really matter. So we're going to use it, we'll run this, and it should work for us, and it says it worked, pi is in the text. What we'll do is we can do the same thing we did before, and we can click on this main.py and look at our URL so that the way we know how to structure it. And then after this time, I promise we'll use the click function, or the click method actually, and it'll make it much easier for us. So the way we would go about this, we'll delete this, is going to be similar. If you want, you can try and do something like this and get the next page based off of this URL that we see right here. So if you want to take this challenge, you can go ahead and do this now. And for everyone else, I'll walk you through it now. We'll call this, we'll just call it second page because I'm so good at naming variables. And then we're going to make this an F string just like we did down here. And we're going to add all this together to get that new URL. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to say repo. And let's see, what did we name this one down here? We named it, we'll just call it repo because we have the repo up here. We'll just copy this. Actually, we'll just leave this. So we'll just use the repo how it is. And then we'll just add in this right here. And we can copy that and paste it in. And then we'll add our slash for the new page that we're going to want to go to. And we'll add this variable in right here, a.text. So we'll say a.text. And now if we print second page, we should get a URL printed that looks exactly like this. And the reason we did it this way is because we're going to be looping through in this for loop all of the links, and we need these links right here. So if there was, let's say we had a main.py and then we had a CSS, a main.css, and then we had a index.js, and then we had index.html, or we had file.php, and there was a whole bunch of files inside this program. We would want to loop through all of these files for us. So what we're going to do is set it up this way so you can add to it. So as an example would be like if JS was in a.txt, then it would do the JS instead of pi for us. So that's actually a challenge for you. I'll show you how to add those on, and then I'll let you complete the tool as you see fit. So what we're going to do for now is we're just going to print this second page, and it's going to open it, and it's going to tell us right here. And we can even add in a time.sleep so that way you can see that it has worked. So it did print for us right here. Okay. So I just noticed if you click this page, it takes us to a page not found. And when you compare the two URLs, we're missing this repository right here. So what we will need to do is add in an extra repository. And let's actually see if we can just grab this next page right here. So we're looping through what would be considered the next page. Where's our links at? Okay, so we'll see if we can loop through the next page right here. So we'll add in, instead of repo, we need it to have that repository on it. So we can say next page, which is getting passed through our function. And now let's print it and see if this works for us. It's paused and we have the repository, and if we click on it, it brings us to the next page that we want. And if we were going to add on to this program, let's say, like I was showing you, if there's a JS inside the file, so like if this is a JavaScript file instead of Python, or maybe we want to check for JavaScript and Python, and maybe later we want to add PHP, we can do that. And so we can say a.text, and then we can say right here, we need to close this off, and then we could say this exact same thing, and then we would print whatever it is that we want to test for. So we would say we're going to go to a new page. If a JavaScript is found, then we're going to do this, and then we can we would turn this into an elif, and it would say, okay, there's no JavaScript file. So because there's no JavaScript file, we're going to check for a Python file. And so we'll go ahead and run this, make sure we have no errors, and it's going to pass this JavaScript file, and it's going to go straight into the Python file for us. So we run this, and it passes this right here, and then it closes and it pulls down the main.py. So what you would do if you wanted to make this a comprehensive tool, you would say if there's PHP, if there's JavaScript, if there's a JSON, and any other kind of file that you might want to check for sensitive data. But because the repo we're working with to build this tool doesn't have any of that, I'm going to just leave it with Python, and I'm going to challenge you to make the if statements and the elif statements and the else statements all on your own, and maybe you can go look at repos and see what you want the program to open up to look for passwords. Now that we know that works, we're going to comment out this sleep function because we don't need it. We also don't need it to print the second page. What we're going to do now is we're going to call a second function inside of this function. So it's kind of getting like the movie Inception. We have a function that we're calling inside of another function, but we're going to do this one in a much easier method. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to call this one function is going to be called going for raw, and I'll show you why I'm naming it that. Going for raw. This is going to be the best variable name I have ever come up with. And then we're going to pass in the second page, and then we'll make the function up here and we'll call it def, and we're going to call it going for raw. We'll call the function, we're going to pass in second page. This is actually going to be the third page. We might actually change this inside here, this parameter, in just a second. So what we are going to be doing is going for the raw. So now that we are able to get to this page, we want to click this button so that way we can get to this page. So in order to click this button, it is going to be so much easier than what we've been doing as we've been editing this right here, the URL, and adding to it. What we're going to do is just click the button. So we can inspect this right here and see, where is it? We'll inspect, see if it can pull it up for me. Okay, now that we have inspected it, and you can see when we hover over this right here, we can see this raw button. So now what we need to do is the same thing we've been doing, and we need to find a class and see if we can find a class that is used only with that button, and get it to open up this raw so that way we land on this page right here. We're just going to copy that class name that I just showed you right here and see if that can open up this tab for us. So now under this function, what we're going to do is we're just going to say, we're going to type in raw equals, and then we're going to say driver dot find elements. Actually, this time instead of elements plural, we're going to do just one element, and we're going to say by dot class name, just like we have been, and then we will type in, we'll paste in our link right here. And now what we're going to do is something really simple. We're just going to say raw dot click, and it's going to click that button for us. And then what we'll do is we'll come over here, we'll click this. Okay, now that we're able to get to this page, we're going to tell it that we want the page source. We're going to want it to right click and say view page source, and then we're going to grab all of this inside of an F string and then see if we can find a password in it. And what that's going to look like is something like this. We want the HTML, and we're going to say driver dot page source. That way it grabs the page source for us, like I just showed you, as the same as right clicking it and view page source. We want it to grab that, and then we're going to put this into an F string, and we're just going to change the HTML. We'll just use that same variable, and we'll say HTML is going to be equal to this HTML inside of an F string because we want it to be converted into a string. So we'll say HTML. So now we have this in a string, and just to check it, we can say, and just to check this, we can say print, and then we want to print HTML. And now when we run this, it's going to print all of that page source for us into our console, and we want to make sure that it is in a string. We have an error. Let's see if we can find the error here. We need to use driver.get, and then we need to get the second page right here. So now if we run this, it should work. And it clicked the button and it printed all of this for us. And let's see if it printed. Here we have the tags for us. And now that we have this printed, and it's printed inside of the HTML, so we know we grabbed the entire page, we can close out of this. We don't need this print statement. What we're going to do now is really similar to what we did down here. We're going to say if the password is in HTML, we want it to print found password. So we'll say print found password. And now we can run this. And if it finds the word password inside of the HTML, it's going to print found password. And if we wanted to, we can turn this into an F string, and we can get it to print for us the actual URL where the password was found. And we can say something like this. We'll make this an F string and say we want to print second page. So it'll say found the password, and it'll print the page for us. And we could click on this second page and go to it. We're getting this error here because we need to put this inside of our string. So if we print this, now it'll tell us it found the password, and it'll give us the page to go to right here to check and see what is the context of this password. Now to finish off our tool, so that way we can scrape any page on GitHub that we want, remembering that we have to get to the page like this. We can go ahead and copy this, and we're going to make an input, and we're going to name our input scrape, just like this, and we will say equals, and we're going to make this an input, and we're going to say what page would you like to scrape, just like this, question mark, space. And now this scrape we're going to pass into our driver.get right here. So we will to pass in scrape. We're going to have to make this an F string, and we'll say scrape, and then we'll highlight it and put it inside curly braces. And now when we run this, it should ask us for an input. What page would you like to scrape? And then we put in our page, making sure we remember the HTTPS. And now when we run this, it should run the page for us. And now you can run it against other repos, and it is a complete tool for you.
All right, we are going to be creating a packet sniffer. So you can go ahead and come up to File and New Project right here and create a new project. I have already done that. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this start text. And I'm going to start out by importing socket. And then we want to come down here and say from scapy.all import, and we want to import all, and we may have to install this. So you can just hover over it and then come down to install package. And then while that is running, the code that I'm going to be using, I came over to sockets, and you have to understand a little bit of networking. And then you can come over to the sockets documentation and read through here. I'm going to try and explain the different types of socket functions that we're going to be using as we're writing the code, but it may help you to come over here and just read through it so you have a better grasp and understanding of everything that is happening. And you're going to need to make sure and watch that networking portion of the course, because you are going to need to understand some networking in order to create this packet sniffer. And we can start writing our code. So the first thing we want to do is create a packet sniffer. So we want to be able to capture all of the traffic on our device. So we can just call this our sniffer underscore socket, and it's going to equal the socket dot socket. And we need to call the socket function, and that's spelled wrong, so we need to call the socket class right here.
and we're going to put a bunch of information in here to actually grab the socket. So we'll type this out and then I'll explain what's going on. We'll say socket and then dot AF underscore packet. And right here is what we want. And then we're going to comma it and we'll hit comma and then we'll type in socket. And this time we want dot sock like this with the raw data. And then we want to convert the raw data. So we're going to say socket dot ntoh and we want S, and we're going to change the type to 3. So let me explain what is happening right here. So this part right here, the AF packet, it specifies the address of the family within the socket, and so it is being used to capture the packets at the link layer. So if you remember from the networking video, we have the link layer, and this is going to be capturing all the frames from the Ethernet, from the link layer within the Ethernet. So this is what the AF packet is doing. The socket right here, so this socket raw is going to be capturing all of the raw data on the lower layers of the protocol on the OSI model, so such as the IP. This is going to be grabbing that raw data, and this needs a space right here so it will stop squiggling at us. And this right here is the protocol right here. This is the protocol that is going to convert the numeric value from the network byte over into a host byte so that it will represent like the IP packets, and then we're going to need to convert that. So this is probably the most complicated section of this entire tool that we're going to have to read. And if you want to know more about what each one of these does, you can just highlight this and come over to the documentation and you can hit command find and type it in. So right here, it actually tells us what it's going to do. It's going to convert the 16-bit positive integers from the network to the host order on the machine, where the host byte order is the same as the network byte order. So you can read through each one of these. If you don't understand, you can come back to our program and you can just copy and then come back over here into the documentation and read what it is actually going to be doing. So now what we need to do is bind the interface. So this is pretty simple. If you're on a VPN, you'll need to make sure to change this. But for us, we're going to type in, we're going to make a variable and we're going to call it the interface just like this. And we will pass through the etho0 because that is the interface we want to be using. And now we want to use our variable up here that we created to capture all of this data. And we're going to type in sniffer socket dot bind, and we want to bind to the interface that we just created and 0, just like this. And now we need to try something. So if there is some kind of information being passed through, we want to try to capture it. So we're going to say try and while for our while loop. So this runs all the time. So while true, at least until we close the program, we're going to say while the raw data, we want to have the address, and we want to sniff the socket, and we want to receive from all ports. This is going to be really important. So we want to receive from right here. We want to receive from all 65,535 ports. If you are wanting to receive from just a specific port, you can put like port 80 in here, but we're going to put all ports right here. So we're receiving from all ports, and we want the packet to equal the raw data. So we're going to say ether, and we're going to grab the raw data. And I got this little suggestion here. I went ahead and clicked it. It said that I needed to import more from Escapee, so I went ahead and did that. I'm not sure if that was actually necessary, but we'll leave it for now. And then we'll come down and print the packet summary. So we want to print the summary. So we're still getting this little error here because it wants us to have an accept. So we can come down here and say accept. And now we want to do, there's a keyboard interruption such as like a control C, and then we want to close the sniffer. So we'll say sniffer socket dot close, and that should close for us. Let me run this real quick and see where our error is at. Okay, so it turns out I had a typo in my keyboard interrupt. So now if we run this, we should be able to run it without an error, but it says that we are going to have to run this as sudo. So what we can do is come over to our terminal and we can type in sudo python3 and we want to run the Sniffer program. Let's see, what do we have? We want to run main.py and this should run for us now that we are running sudo. And if we type in our password, this should start running for us here. And what we can do is come out and refresh this page and see if we are capturing any packets, and we are in fact capturing packets. It's going to tell us the ethers, the IP, the UDP, the DNS, where we're sending this to, and what is going on. So you can read through this. This is like creating your own personal Wireshark. So this is pretty simple, and you can save this and you'll be able to see your own packet sniffer. So you now have this, and you can read through Scapy and what all you can do with Scapy and sockets and see if you can add on to this project. But for now, this is a pretty simple way to create your own Wireshark and capture some data, as well as learn in the process about networking, because you're going to need to know this as you are pursuing your career in cybersecurity. Okay, we are going to step up our programming here, and we are now going to create a port scanner such as Nmap, and we're going to make this run from our terminal down here. So that is where we are headed. So we can go ahead and click File, New Project. We're going to create a new project. I'm just going to call it Port Scanner, and we're going to go ahead and attach it to this window and replace that program, and we can delete this. Click on our red dot and we are ready to go. So like last time, we're going to be using sockets. So we can go ahead and import socket, and then we want to import sub processes this time, and we also want to import date and time. So we'll type in date time and see if this will work for us. So I think that's all we need to import this time. So the first thing we want to do is we're going to take an input and we're going to take it as our target IP. So we can say target equals, and we're going to have our input, and we're going to ask for a target IP address. So we can say enter the target IP address, just like this. And we can take it like that. We're actually going to create a function this time. So we'll say def and the port we want to scan. So we'll call this port scan, and we're going to take in our target as our parameter here. So we'll say target, and we can close this off, type in pass for just a second, and we want to call the function. So we're going to type in port scan, and we're going to pass in our target that we have right here. So our target variable. And now we can delete this pass here because we're ready to start putting in some information. So just like we did with our packet sniffer, we're going to start out with a try. So if we are able to enter in a successful target, we want it to try and do something with this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to say our IP address is going to equal the target. So we're going to set our IP address as our socket dot get host name like this, and then we want to pass in our target just like that. So now we have our IP address set with our target. So after we submit our target name, we want to actually print that our program is doing something. So we'll just say that the target is printing something. So we'll actually just make this print, and we'll make this an F string, and we'll say scanning the target, and then we'll pass in the IP address. So we can just put IP like that. And so we have that printing, and we could add in here the date and time, which is why I had this right here imported. And to get our date and time to print, we're actually not going to be able to run this as an F string like I like to. So we'll just say time started, and we have to come outside of our quotes, put a comma, and then type in date time, and now with calling the function. So the reason we are getting this little error right here is from our date time, we're going to have to come to the front and say from date time, we want to import date time. Now we get that to go away for us, and this needs to be indented. So now we can come down and we can start our actual port scanner. So now that it's going to print everything for us and then give us an error, it's going to tell us we need to indent but it's actually already indented enough, so we'll ignore that for now. We need to create our for loop. So we can say for the port in range, so whatever range of ports you want to scan. I have a hack the box running, so I'm actually going to just scan like port 21, 22, 23, 80. So you can see some are open, some will be open, and some will not be open. And then we can come down here, create a variable socket, and it's going to be just like we saw last time. It's going to be socket dot socket, and we're going to create a class here, and we're going to tell it socket dot af init, just like we saw previously. And then we want to do socket dot the socket, only this time we're going to use stream, just like this. And we are going to now say sock dot setting, and we're going to give it a timeout. This is similar to what you would see on Nmap. You're going to try and reach out to the IP address on that specific port, and if it times out in a specific amount of time, it's going to say that the connection is closed or open. So this is our attempt to connect to the actual port. So we're going to give it a timeout, and then if there is a timeout, then we're going to put in an if statement. But before then, we need to put in our result. So the result will be sock.connect, and we want this one right here. And if it does connect, we're going to tell it we want the IP and the port. So let me close out of that and come down to the next line. And down here, we're going to put our if statement. If the result is equal to false, and then we're going to say that we want to print the port is open, so we can put the 0 here. If I can stop fat fingering, and we want to print down here, we're going to say the port like this, and we're going to say that it's open. And then we want to format it, so dot format the port like that. And then we will want to close the socket, so we'll say sock.close, just like this. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, we're not going to be able to pass in these ports right here in this way because we're doing a range. I forgot that we're not taking an input. So up here, it's actually going to have to be like 20 through 90. So we can do this range of ports. So it'll be 20 through 90. And I had a typo. The reason this was red was because we needed a port up here to actually say port instead of pot. I'm sure that you guys caught that as you were following along. And our little squiggly will go away as soon as we put in our exceptions. So we'll come down here and we will say except. So if we have a problem, we're going to have socket, and we're going to have it give an error. So we'll type in dot GIA error, just like this. And then down here, we want it to do something. So we can just say print host name could not be resolved. And then we can come down and put another except, and we can say except socket dot error. And then if we have an error, we can do something pretty similar, and we can just say print, and we're going to print could not connect to the server. So let's see if this will work for us. Let's actually give this a run. So we'll go ahead and try it. And we have an int right here. This should be an input. So input. Now let's give this a run again, and it says enter the IP address. The hack the box that I have running is the same one I've been running, and it is 11.183. It is the box ambassador, and we get our first error that we get to try and debug. So let's see what we have going on. Okay, actually, I believe this little port scan is going to be our problem right here. You can see that it tells us in line 17 we have an issue. So in line 17, I believe that port should be port, not port scan. So let's try this again. 183, and it tells us port 22 is open, which it is open, and then 80 is open. So it actually skipped over the ports 20, 21, 24, 25, and all the rest, but it did successfully do a port scan from ports 20 to 90, and these are ports that are indeed open. I believe on this box port 3306 is open as well, so if you wanted to, you could run this and go 3306. It's going to take a lot longer to run the port scan, but it should identify that port as open as well. So it's going to go ahead and run this port scan for us. I'll bring you back once it has hit port 3306, so you can see that it's actually port scanning all the way through. And in the future, we will turn this program into a graphical user interface similar to like Burp right here, where we have buttons and we can put in some input. Only it's going to be not near as complex as Burp, but we are going to make a graphical user interface so that way you guys can see how to use those, and then also how to create classes out of objects, which we are going to be doing in the very near future. And it looks like it turns out we did not need to import the subprocesses, so we could actually delete that. And it looks like all we needed was the socket and the date time. This is still running for this port down here, and we are going to be moving on and looking at some object-oriented programming and how we can create our own objects and classes. This is going to be something that is really hard to grasp at the beginning, but once you have a handle on it, it's not that big of a deal, and you will be able to create your own classes and objects. Okay, so it tells us that port 3000 was open, not port 3306. So with that, let's go ahead and start checking out some object-oriented programming, and we will create some more projects after we get a good handle on how to use classes and objects and how we can create our own. And let's go ahead and check this out now.
In this video, we're going to be covering the basics of HTML and CSS, and then how to continue practicing and hone your skills within HTML and CSS. HTML and CSS is something that you really kind of need to practice on your own and get the feel for, looking at websites that you think are really cool and then try to design them yourselves. So I'm going to walk you through how to practice with HTML and CSS and the most common parts of HTML and CSS. And in this video, I do cover some of the basics of security in HTML and CSS. And so one of the things we are going to be building is actually this website right here. This is going to be kind of like our capstone final project, if that's what you'd like to call it. And this is pretty simple, but this is going to cover the basics of what we need in HTML and CSS to get you started. And it's pretty simple looking. You're going to get to see a bunch of different areas of CSS, just so you can see just how vast it can actually be and what you can do as a web designer. So let's go ahead and jump into this. The first thing we're going to do is download Visual Studio Code. That's what I'm going to be using in this video. So you can go ahead and go to code.visualstudio.com/download. I will have this link in the description, and you're obviously going to download and install this for whatever you're running on, if it's Windows, Linux, or Mac. And once that is finished downloading, what you'll want to do is open it up, and we'll click on these little boxes down here. Now I have quite a few extensions already installed, but what I want you to install is actually called Prettier. So you can just type that in right here, click on it, and then you will install it. So before we actually start writing any code, I want to talk a little bit about what HTML is. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript make up the front end of web development. So let's go ahead and look at what this is. Okay, so here we are. We have somebody just using their home computer. We have videos and emails and documents and stuff like that. This is all going to be on the client side or the user side. So this is something that we're all familiar with, and making this look pretty like we see right here in this picture is going to be done with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, the way this actually works is we're not going to be dealing a lot with the server, but what happens is the side that we use as the client that we see in our web browser, we're able to send a request to the server saying, I want to get yourwebsite.com, and then the server will send that back to us with the response, and then we're able to see it. And when the server sends this, what it will send back to us is the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript. And so what are these? Well, the HTML is the hypertext markup language, which is going to give us the basic building blocks of the website. The CSS, cascading style sheets, this is going to give us the style, which is going to make it look pretty, and the JavaScript gives it the functionality. So what this looks like as an example is going to be the HTML would be the frame of a car. It gives you the basic building blocks or the structure of what we are going to be building. And then the CSS is what's going to make it look really cool. It is going to give it that style or the flair, as you might like to think of it. And then the JavaScript is going to be the motor, or what's going to give it the functionality. So if you have a gas pedal and you want it to work, you're going to need a motor. So if you push on the gas pedal, then you want it to do something. You can think of it, if I click on the button, then I want it to do something. If I push on the gas pedal, then I want it to do something. That is going to be your JavaScript. So let's go ahead and come back over here to our VS Code editor, and we're going to click on these little pages right here, but we would like to open up a new page. So as we're going to open up a new page, what I want to do is come over here and create a new folder, and we will rename this and we'll just call it YouTube, and we can just open up this folder by going File. So we'll want to open up this folder by clicking on our VS Code editor. We're going to click on File, and then we're going to want to open the folder. And once you have opened your folder, it should look like this. You'll see the folder name right here and this welcome page. But what we want to do is actually create a new file, and we're just going to call this index.html. And this is where we're going to start our basic program. So if we open up our folder now, you're going to see we have this index.html. You can actually double click that, and it's going to open for you a page here and put that in the browser. And so what we can do just to start out to make sure that this is actually working is we can start out with a basic header tag by just typing in h1 and closing this off. And then we're going to just type in hello. And we can hit save, so that way that little ball right here goes away. So we'll go ahead and save that. And if we come back over to this page and we refresh it, we see we have hello right here. So now we know this is working here for us, and we're going to want to delete this. And there is something called boilerplate in the world of HTML where you're going to have certain things like a doc type, a header, a body, and maybe a footer, a nav bar, things like that. If you want to have the boilerplate, which I usually like to have, you can just put in an exclamation point, and you're going to have this first one pop up right here, and it's going to show you the boilerplate right here. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter because I want to be using this, because I want you to get used to seeing boilerplate and being familiar with where the head is and where your links go and maybe the title of your page. So if we save this right here and we refresh this, you're going to see our title up here has now changed to a document. And you can actually change this to my site and save it, and we can come back over here and refresh, and you can see that has changed. So this is going to be the boilerplate, and right here inside of the body is where we're going to be building out our HTML website. So a few things I also want to let you know is the HTML tags are not case sensitive. So if we come in here and we type something in and we save this and we come over here and refresh it, it's still going to work for us. So this is not case sensitive, though you're always pretty much, I don't think I've ever seen this in with caps. So you're going to see it in a lowercase, but just know that it's not case sensitive. And you're also going to notice that we have these backslashes right here. These are the closing tags and these are the opening tags. So if we create a heading 1, so we type in this H1 right here, we are going to see that we have this automatically closed, because I think I have another install right here. You can install this if it's not automatically closing, auto close tag. It's got almost 11 million installs. So back here we have the closing tag and the opening tag. So what we'll do in this case is our actual text goes right here. It goes in between the opening tag and the closing tag. This becomes important whenever we start dealing with divs. So we have these divs right here because these are going to be kind of like little tiny boxes that will go around different sections of our code. So you'll need to be familiar with the closing tags and the opening tags. So the opening does not have the slash, the closing does in fact have the slash. If we come over here and we refresh, we have the text is really big because we are using the H1. So what we could do with the H1 is you're going to notice instead of having like a font size in the world of HTML, you have the heading sizes. So you have a 2, you have the 3, you have the 4, the 5, and the 6 right here. And if we save this and we come back over to our page and we refresh it, you're going to see the text size actually changes here for us. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So this is kind of your text size. These are all headings, but usually when you do any kind of typing, you're going to use what is the paragraph tag, and you will put your text in here. So this is a paragraph tag, and we can save this and come back over to our page. If we refresh it, you'll see this is the size of the paragraph tag. And these are going to be the most common tags that you see that include text, and you will need to be aware of them. Okay, we're going to go ahead and delete this H6 through this H2, and we'll just kind of pretend like we are building out a portfolio at this point. So we can just type in our name right here. So we'll just type in Ryan John. Instead of having this say this is a paragraph, we will put in here something like I am learning to code exclamation point, and we'll go ahead and just make all of this in caps. So we'll just do something like, so I'm learning to code. So if we save this and we come back over here and we refresh, it says our name and I am learning to code. But let's say we actually want this in italicized and we want this on a new line. There is a couple of HTML tags or elements that we can use for this. So we can come in here and we can just say we want to emphasize this right here, so we can copy, or actually we'll just cut this and we'll paste it right here. So if we save that and we come back over and refresh it, you can see that this is now italicized, and we want our code on a new line, so we can just type in this BR right here, and this will put that on a new line. So if we save this and hit return, it says our name and I am learning to code. Now let's say we like the way this looks, but we want to have a page break right here underneath our name. You can actually come to this element right here, right in between, and we want to put in HR, and this is going to put that line. So if we save this and we put and we refresh, you're going to see that we now have this line. And it's hard to see, but I think this line has a 1 pixel height, and we can actually change that by coming over here to our HR, and inside of our closing caret, we can just type in size equals, and let's say we want to make it 10, and we come back over and we refresh this. You can see now that it has become thicker. And let's say we decide we don't like this, we can comment this out by hitting Command question mark on a Mac or Control question mark on a Windows on Windows. And now if we save this and we come back over here and refresh it, it's going to be gone, but it's still here in the code. One thing I really like to do is comment stuff out, because sometimes I might want to come back later and see maybe I really did like this and I can put it back in by just hitting Control question mark and it is automatically back in. Or sometimes maybe I'm working on a project with somebody else. I can make notes over here and say, I am not sure I like how this looks. And then I can highlight this and I can comment it out. And it accidentally commented the entire thing, but that's okay. We can just move this over here and comment out the section that we want commented out. So we can think maybe later I'm going to come back and change this. And now we can save this. If we come back over here and refresh, we have our line. I do not like that as a 10, so we'll just make that 1. Come back over here, and now we have our real thin line, and we have our comment, so we know maybe later we might want to come back and change this. So this is the very basics of designing with text on, and now we're going to start looking at some more tags, and maybe even look at our first tags that we can start to use for exploits if we want to move into the world of penetration testing or ethical hacking. Or if maybe you want to be a software developer, you're going to need to know how to make secure code. So let's come back over to our text editor and check these out. Okay, so we're going to be looking at some image tags and some iframes. So the first thing we're going to want to do is find an image that we would like to use in our video right here. I'm just going to use my little logo of my hacker guy. So we have this logo.png right here. And an image, if we want to embed an image, it's pretty simple. We can just put in the image tag and then the source of the image. So I'll just show you what this looks like. We just type in image, and the source is going to be the name of the image. So we'll just type in logo.png. And this all right here is if our image is broken, what do we want this to show? And we would just put in here something like, we'll just put an image like this. So now if if we come over to our page and refresh it, you're going to see we have our image. So what we can do with our image is change the size, but before we do, I want to show you this little alt right here and show you why I typed in image right here. So if we refresh this, it's just going to say that this is a broken image. So this is the text image, and it's supposed to be an image right here. And I'll show you real quick how to change the size. It's pretty simple. You just type in the height, and let's say we wanted to do 300 and the width, and we'll do 100, and we can save this and come over here and refresh, and our guy is really skinny. I don't think I like the way that looks. Let's do a 300 by 300 and come back over here and refresh it. He's still pretty skinny, so maybe we'll change our height a little bit, and this will probably make him too squatty. Oh, that's all right. So that is how we would add in an image. So let's say we want that up by our name. So I can go ahead and cut that and put it up here, save, and put it up here by our name. It's above our little HR tag right there. Because we don't want to add any CSS, I think I'm going to just leave the guy right here, and I'll show you how to add in an iframe. So this is how to add in an image, and we're going to be doing more with images here in just a minute. This is the basics of adding in an image right here. So let's go ahead and add in an iframe now. So an iframe is going to be putting in a specific website that you want displayed in your own website. The iframe and the image are often going to be used in some kind of cyber attacks or some kind of injection. So you're going to see them a lot, and you're going to get familiar with them in creating payloads if you want to go down the penetration tester route. But I'll show you why the iframe can kind of be dangerous. Is you can add in an iframe, and we could just say https / and let's say www.bing.com, and we want to change the height a little bit. So I'm actually just going to delete this. We don't need the border. And so we'll change the width to 800 pixels, and we can make a height of 800 pixels as well. So if we save this and we come over to our page and refresh, you're going to see that we actually have like bing.com right here, and you can search for stuff and it's actually going to work. So you can kind of see how this can be dangerous if you're able to embed bing.com and somebody thinks they're on Bing, but you have a nav bar up here and you say log in to whatever, you make a fake login for bing.com, and they clicked on this and actually used their login information, you would be able to steal that from them. So iframes can be dangerous, but you can see how they work right here. But they can also be useful if you are adding in some kind of advertisement on your website and you're trying to monetize it. The last thing I want to show you is the anchor tag. So if we just go ahead and delete this, we can add in an anchor tag just like this. And so let's say we have a page 2 and we want to go to this specific page 2. What we can do is create a new file, and we can just say page2.html, and we can say this is our login page, and we can save this and save this. If we come back over here, we're going to say go to page 2. Save that. If we come back over to our page and refresh it, we're going to have this little button right here. And if you click it, it's going to tell us that it is broken because we need to add in .html right here. Now, if we refresh this page and we click on this, it's going to take us to what it says is our login page. So an anchor tag is going to take you to a new page. And what you can actually do with an anchor tag is it doesn't have to be within your website. We could just say https / www.aicollegenotes.com, and we can save this, and we can say create notes with AI, save, and we can refresh our page over here. If we click this, we're going to actually be taken to a completely different website. So you can see how anchor tags are useful. You can create an anchor tag with a separate page in your own document, or you can create an anchor tag and send you somewhere else. You can create an iframe and embed something like aicollegenotes.com on your own website, and then you can use this website within your own. And then you can also create an image source like this. But there is one last thing I want to show you. We can actually delete this. Actually, what we'll do is we'll just comment this out, because we're going to use some of this information, and we can create an anchor tag, and we can move our closing tag below our image, and we can actually make this image an anchor tag itself. So if you click on the image, it's going to take you to this website right here. So we can copy this and put it in as our href. And now if we save this, we should be able to come over here, refresh, and you can see our image is now clickable. You can see it goes from a mouse to the little pointer clicker, and if we click on it, it's going to take us to aicollegenotes.com. So that is the basics of the image and the anchor tags. I would go ahead and encourage you to upload an image or two and try and get them to become clickable and create an extra page like this page 2 or a login. Maybe build a little bit of it with your HTML. So just create this page 2 over here and maybe just make this an H1 and say this is our login page, and then you can create a paragraph and you can say what this is going to have you log into. Like, just play around a little bit and make sure you have a grasp on what we have covered so far, because we're getting ready to make inputs and create a button. So with that, we'll just continue going. I think where we'll make our buttons and our input is going to be over here on this page 2. So that way we just have it somewhere new. So if you remember how to do this, shift exclamation point and enter gets us our boilerplate just like this. And we'll just make an H1 and we'll call this our input right here. And so the way we are going to go about this is pretty simple. We're just going to type in input right here, and it's going to ask us what type we want this to be. I'll show you what the type text is in just a minute. We're just going to leave it as text for now. And we can come over here and just say we want to make a placeholder, and we'll call it username. And I'll just go ahead and actually copy this, and I'll show you what this type text is, because we can change this to password, and we would change this to password. And now if we save this and we refresh our page, come over to our other page, which actually I did not make a way for us to get there, so we'll just type it in the URL, page2.html. So here it is. So we have our username, which we can type in username, and our password is password. So the type password that I showed you right here is going to make these little bubbles. And if you actually right click on this and go to inspect, you can come down here to where you see our HTML and we have this type password. You can just change this to text right here, and you can see now that it's going to be rendered as text, but if we refresh it, it's going to go back to a password. So we can come over here and you can type this as text. And if we refresh this, you're going to see it now as text, and it's going to show up as text instead of those little bubbles. So that is just what those do. We're not actually going to do anything with that. So then the next thing we want to do is create a button. So you can have a button and you can just say click me, and we can refresh this page, and now we have this button, but it actually does nothing. So this is how you'd create an input field and a button, but I kind of want to show you how these can be used negatively or dangerously by malicious actors. So before I do that, we're going to actually have to add a little bit in here, and I know this is outside the scope of HTML, but we need a little bit of JavaScript added in here. So with our button, you really need it to do something. So we can just say on click, we want it to do something. So we're going to say we want it to reflect text, and we'll call it as HTML. And this is going to be a function. So this is right here. So when we click our button, it's going to call a function, which we are going to write down here. So we can just say script, and we can create our function right here by just saying function reflect as HTML, call our function, open up our curly braces, and this is not going to look familiar to you, but I really do want you to see this. So you can type this out if you want to follow along. Var is just our variable, and we're going to be using the input text, which we need to name. So we'll name this input text, and we need to give this an ID, and we're going to call it text input right here, input text, so that way we can identify it down here as our variable. And we're going to say equals document dot get element by ID, which is going to grab our element from up above. And we're going to grab the text input value, and we want to do document dot get element by ID again, and we want to have an output inside of our inner HTML, so that way it'll reflect on the screen. So we're going to say inner HTML equals input text. So all this is going to do is grab the text that we put inside of our little button right here, and it's going to reflect it down below as long as we typed everything properly, which I think we did. So we can go ahead and refresh this and try it. And we click our button and nothing happens. And the reason that nothing is happening is because we need to actually render our output. So we can just type in div right here and we can give it an ID of our output. So we can say output. And the reason this isn't working is because I named these different. So this needs to be the text input right here. So we can type in text input and this should work for us, and there it is. So now we have it reflecting on our screen. So I want to show you how you can use an image tag as well as the iframe or other tags in order to cause something malicious to happen on a web page. Now this isn't being stored on a server because we don't have a server, but it should reflect here in our basic web page that we have just created. So with our little button, if we just type in like a basic cross-site scripting payload and we just type in alert 1 and we close off our script tag. Nothing is happening when we hit this little button. So we can actually use an image tag as we saw earlier. So if we type in image, actually we'll type this over here so that way you can see it a little better. So over here, if we just type in our image tag and we give it a source of this will not work. And if it has an error in loading this, then we want it to do something. And we can just say on error equals alert, and we can put in the 1. So the reason this is going to work as cross-site scripting is because it's going to try to load this, but there's nothing here for it to load. And then on the error, it's going to alert 1. So if we copy this and we paste it into our little input and we hit click me, we're going to have this cross-site scripting show up, which can be used for malicious purposes, which we're going to cover in the near future as we cover JavaScript. But for now, we're just covering HTML and a little bit of CSS, but this could be used for malicious purposes. So that is how you can use an image tag for something bad, but you can also use an iframe as well. But the iframe is usually used more in a phishing technique rather than just pulling off a cross-site scripting or something along that nature. But you can do something similar with an iframe. So if we come back over here, we can type out an iframe. And if we have this source right here, we can just say that we actually don't need a source at all. We don't need any of this. We can just delete all of that. And we can just say on load. So once it loads, we want it to do something, and we can say equals, and we can type in JavaScript, and we want it to alert 1, just like we had it do before. And I believe this looks right, so we could copy this and come over here and paste it in and hit click me, and our iframe tries to load, but it doesn't load, and it loads instead for us the JavaScript with the alert. And I believe, and there is our little iframe, I believe we actually need the JavaScript to be in there. I don't think it works with just the alert. Maybe it does. Some older versions of HTML will work without the JavaScript, and it does work without the JavaScript. And I misspoke. I think the older versions of HTML actually require the JavaScript to be in here to tell it to run the alert, but I could be mistaken. But I think that's why you sometimes see this payload with this JavaScript right here, but you don't actually need it. And here it creates our little iframe for us. So we click it and we get our cross-site scripting back here. So since we just covered iframes and image tags, I wanted to show you that they can be used for malicious purposes as well. And you're going to see that if you continue on this journey to be a developer or a cybersecurity professional. So with that, let's continue on. Okay, so I think now what we will do is cover the unordered list, the ordered list, and the description tags. So we'll just come down underneath of our script tag on our page 2 over here. And I think what we'll just start out with is like an H4 or an H3, doesn't really matter. And we'll just say our list. And what we can do is we'll just start with an unordered list. So we'll just say UL, and inside of here, we're going to make our list. And so we're going to say, I like computers, and we'll say, I like code, and I did not realize that we need this inside of our list. I like coding. And we'll make one more and we'll just say I like HTML, just like this. So if we save this, what this will look like is a little list over here. So we have our list, and this is going to be in bullets, but we can actually change this to something else by putting it inside of an OL tag. So if we actually just come right here and we say OL, we grab this closing tag, and this is going to be an ordered list, so we can save that and come over here. And now we have 1, 2, 3. So this is our ordered list, is going to give us our 1, 2, and 3. And the unordered list is going to give us the bullet points. So if we come over here and we can see that it is now in bullet points. So an example of using an ordered list is going to be inside of something like items I need before I leave. I would need socks. I would need some shoes, and maybe I need a hat. And if we save this and we refresh, you can see we have the unordered list and the ordered list, and maybe we want these to be separated by a bar. So we have our line separator right here, and we want a separator from up here. And I actually just realized that I have this outside of the body tag, which is not where you would typically want this. You'd want this inside the body tag. Save, and we can put in another line, and we can come over and refresh, and we now have things separated right here like this. And so I actually want to look at the div now, because we have these little lines separating things, but really inside of HTML you're going to see the div tag really quite often, and I'll show you why I think of the div tags as blocks, and I will show you why I typically think of them that way. Because let's see, we have this div tag, we have a closing tag here, we need an opening tag here, so we should now have div tags. So I'll show you real quick how this works. So if we just come in here and we type in style, and I know we're not covering CSS, but we'll just make this aqua. This div right here, from this opener to this close, I see now we have a closing right here. So what we'll do is we'll just delete this because we don't need that to reflect anything. So now this closing tag will close to this, and this opening tag will close with this one right here. So if we make this div, we'll give it a color as well. And let's say we want to make the color blue. We can save this now. And if we come over here and refresh, you're going to see that the style now has changed our colors. So another way to do this is, let's actually grab this div tag right here and move it, because we have those lines, and it'll make it a little more easy to understand. So if we come back over here, now you have everything in this div is going to be aqua, and everything in this one's blue, and this one's black, because they're inside of different dividers. Another way to see this, to make this a little more clear, is to actually just go and change the background color. And we'll change the background color right here, and we'll highlight this and say we want the background color to be blue. So now if we refresh this, you can see that it makes this whole div a different color. So the divs come in handy whenever we're designing complete landing pages and we are trying to divide up the content. And I'll actually just open up a simple page that we're going to make in the coming future, in the next course on CSS, and show you what I mean by dividing up the page. All right, so here it is. So we have this, we're gonna make this in the future, but this image right here would be in one div. This right here would be in a second div, and this would be inside of a third div. So that is how divs are used in separating content. Typically something like this, so that you can actually break up the content. Sometimes you'll see divs with inside of divs, and that would be this right here. So this right here, my goals, is inside of a div, inside of a bigger div, and it's separate than these two divs. But we'll get there in the future. I just want you to understand that they block off chunks of code. So that is kind of what a div does and how they work. Now, divs are different than what we would think of as like a span. So let's say down here, we want to separate this again. We want to add a paragraph tag, and we want to type something in here. We can actually make a span, and inside of the span, you can type some text. So I'm going to grab some dummy text and paste it in over here. And if we save this and we come over to our page, we refresh, we see we have our dummy text inside of our paragraph, inside of our span. And I'm actually just going to make this bigger so that way we can see it a little better. Just close this off. There we go. And what we can do with a span is we can actually just like color part of the text. So we could just say that we want to style again, and we could just say color, and we'll just make it red. And if we save that and come back over to our page and refresh, you can see our text is a different color. I don't use spans really ever. But it is something that you might see in the future, so it is something that you should be aware of. All right, for our capstone project, I think what we will do is make a little Wikipedia page like this. We'll put our little logo up here with a clicker, with an href, so the way you can click on it and it will take you to like a different page or something. And we'll make a programmer page, and then we're going to organize it like this. We're probably going to ignore putting some of these images on the side because we're going to need to do some styling, and we haven't covered that just yet. So we're going to make a page similar to this with these bold words right here. We'll have some links that we can click in here, and we're going to try to do this. So yeah, let's go ahead and open up a new page. And actually what I think I'll do is just make a wiki.html, and we will start over right here. So if you want, you can go ahead and try to do this yourself, or you can follow along. So we'll just start out by typing in programmer at the top as our title, and we're going to be at wiki HTML, so we can change this to wiki.html, and we are brought to this page, and we can see our title is changed up here. So we now have that title set up. So the first thing I think we will do is we'll just put our little image inside of the head tag, and we'll put it all the way up at the top left so we can create our little tag. So we'll make our image tag, and we're going to make it our logo.png, and we're going to save this and make sure that it shows up. We can refresh, and there it is. We want to move it to the left a little bit and make it a lot smaller, so we can delete our alt because I'm not worried about it, and we can say width 250. Actually, we'll make it 150, and we'll do the height. And what you're going to notice when we do things like this and we're actually setting up our images and our text is you're going to see a lot of save, come over to the page and refresh, and we just want to look at it to make sure that it looks nice. Like that right there didn't look nice, and I totally just went the wrong direction with that. So let's go 200 and 200, save, and our little guy looks a little better. We'll make him a little bit shorter. Let's go 100, refresh. That is good enough for me. So we have our little guy right here. We want to make him an anchor tag, so we can copy this because inside of our Wikipedia page, this is an anchor tag, and we'll make it take us to our original page, so we can just say our index.html. And if we come over here now and we refresh this, and I see that this isn't working because we have a closing tag there. So if we come back over here now and we refresh it, we have our little button, and you can click on it and it takes us to our index.html. So we have our little logo. Now what we want to do is get our text to be over here towards the center, and the dimensions that I'm going to use you might have to change because I'm on a widescreen computer and yours might be a little skinnier. So what we're going to do is start out with an H1, and we can open those up or we can leave them closed. We'll leave them closed for now, and we're just going to say programmer because that is what we have right here. So we have this programmer, and if we refresh, we have it over here. And let's grab some dummy text from this. I guess it won't actually be dummy text. So we'll just grab this. I don't actually want to copy any of the links. And we have an HR for our line break right here. So if we refresh this, we'll see our line break. And now we have what looks like some paragraph text. And I think I might actually just paste that in there twice. So that way I have a little bit more in here. And so what we want to do is bring all of this over so that it's kind of like centered. And this is actually pretty simple to do without knowing a whole lot of CSS. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a really large div and we'll bring it down here. And everything we're going to create is going to be inside this div. So that way it's all centered, and we're going to give it a style, and we're just going to say we want the width to be 800 pixels, and you might have to play around with that a little bit in order to get that to fit your screen perfectly. Now, what we want to do is scoot this over. So we can scroll back over here, and we want this to be centered, and we want no margin. So we're going to say margin auto for the left and the right. And then lastly, we are going to want to we leave it like that. I was going to say align the text, but we don't actually want our text centered. So if we refresh this, it is now over here in the center. So that looks pretty good. We could actually put an input up here. This is actually a nav bar, and we haven't covered that yet, but we could actually put an input up here with a search button if we wanted to. We could put it inside this head tag, which is where your nav bar would go. So we could actually say we want an input and it can be text, and we want a button and it's going to be search. And if we refresh that, we have just, that actually looks kind of ugly. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that because we're not going to spend time styling this. So if we refresh it, we'll just go ahead and get rid of this little search bar itself. And so the next thing we need to do is we need to make some of this bold. And we haven't covered this, but if you wanted to tackle this on your own, you could just Google how to make something bold with HTML, and it's going to tell you that you use what is called the emphasis. So we would just type in EM, and we can move this closing tag to after the word programmer. And if we come over here now and we refresh this, I actually made it italicized because that is the wrong one. I think it's actually called bold. No, it's called strong. So we can add in strong. This is how you'd make it bold. So we'll copy that, paste it over, save it, refresh it, and now a programmer is bold right here. So you can now see that this has been made bold. I think we could actually add in emphasis. This might actually not work, but we can try with trial and error, see if we can get this to work just with HTML tags. So if we refresh this, it does make it italicized. So we have the italicized and the bold right here on our word programmer. So we have a little bit of bold. We have the article and the talk. I think we'll leave these how they are, because what we're going to do is we're going to actually add in an anchor tag on computer programs. So let's see. Let's add one in on programming language. We're going to add in an anchor tag and have this take us to a different page. So what we can do is just hit A, hit enter. It's going to create for us our anchor tag. We'll move the closing to right here. And where do we want the programming language to take us? Let's say we want it to take us to this specific Wikipedia page. We can just put that Wikipedia page in here. And now if we save this, and you see we have the anchor tag with the href, the location we want it to take us. So this should now be a clickable link for us. So if we come back over to our page and we refresh it, we now have this right here as a clickable link. And if we click on it, it takes us to this link. So there's a link inside of our programming little blip that we have right here. So let's see, what we could do now is actually add a new section. So we'll just add the terminology. So we can add that again as an H1. And now here might be when we might want to start adding divs, because if we just go H1, paste in terminology, come over to our page, refresh it, maybe we want to do some kind of styling in the future. You might want to create this in a second div so that you can change stuff within this specific section instead of having them come together. So we'll leave it for now, but that's just something to be aware of in the future. That was supposed to be our line break, so our horizontal line, refresh, and there is our new line. Let's grab some of this terminology page. I think this might actually copy that link for us. I hope not, and it did not. So we are able to actually just grab, it looks like all of this, and paste it in right here. We can save it, come back, and what's funny about this is I actually forgot to add this paragraph tag. So instead of scrolling all the way to the end here, I'm just going to put it right there, hit the delete button. Now it's on the bottom. Should be able to save this, come back to our page, refresh it, and we have our little, I think these are subscripts. We're not going to be dealing with those. And to be honest, I don't think I've ever put one of those in anything I've ever developed before in my life. And apparently I just added in another paragraph tag and I am on the struggle bus. There we go. So now if we refresh with this page, we can get rid of those. So let's say we want to make programmer again. Let's say we want to make it bold and we want it to be a clickable link. You can go ahead and try and do that. If you want, you can pause the video. If not, let's see if we can find the word programmer. We'll just do it at this front one right here up top. So programmer. We can just make this an anchor tag like this. Cut that, move this over here, and let's say we're going to make this one take us to https://www.aicollegenotes.com. And we want to make this bold, so what we have to do is add in the strong tags. We can cut that, put that over here and save it. You're going to see that this is made bold, and if we click on it, it's going to take us to aicollegenotes.com. So let's see, our Wikipedia page is coming together just a little bit. I don't think we need to just keep adding a bunch of these different types of splits or divisions. So what I think we can do now is let's just add in this type of software because that is something new that we haven't done. So let's say we want to add that in right underneath of our paragraph tag. It looks like there is a double space. So let's see if this will actually just space it for us. And it looks like it's a heading. So let's just say it's a heading 4, paste in type of software, refresh, and it is all the way to the left, which means it is outside of our div. Did I accidentally move our div all the way back here? I did indeed. So we'll just move that, cut this, paste, save, and refresh. Let's see, H4 was a little small. Let's make it an H3, and we can refresh. That looks a little better. And now let's go ahead and add in some types of software. We can just copy this right here and paste it in as a paragraph, save, refresh, and we now have this types of software. So let's go ahead and actually add in this globalization and a little box that says we're going to give you more information if you click this link. So we can make this box and we'll change the background to gray. It's just so you can see how these divs are added in to this Wikipedia page. So we'll go ahead and grab this globalization and we'll come back, move our div down. We'll make this another H1, add in the globalization, add in our line break. And do they have any information? They do not. Let's actually grab both of these and put them in over here. And then we'll put this in between them to make it look a little bit different. So we'll grab market changes in the UK, which actually has nothing to do with, I think, programming. But did we make that a H3? So we have this. We'll add in our paragraph. We'll copy this and we'll save it and we'll come look over here. Let's go ahead and at this point we will add in our little globalization box. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to end up adding another div, and this div up here we have is the width of 800. So this is actually going to be inside of this div. So I believe that what we can do is copy this, paste it in here, and we need to have this say style. and this should be width. And apparently nothing is going to work from my copy paste, so we'll just retype the entire thing. And I believe we can make this a 700, save it, and we need to put something inside of it. We actually also need to change the background color was different. So the background color was gray, but for the sake of actually getting our div to look right, I'm going to make it something completely different. So if we refresh our page, our div is not showing up, and that is because we don't have anything in here. So if we refresh it, we now have this div, and it is off to the side. So we will need to come back to our style, and we want to, I believe what we want to do is, let's change our height really quick so our box is a little bigger. So we'll make this like 300 pixels, which will make our box, I'll show you what it's going to do. Instead of our box being really skinny, it's going to be much larger. So now we have our box right here. What we need to do is move it over to the left just a bit. And the way to get this to scoot over just a little bit, that box is just a little big now and it's bothering me. We'll change that to 200, is we're going to have to make the position, and we need it to be absolute. And I think we should be able to just do some padding to the left. And these numbers are going to change for you based on your screen size. This isn't how you would make something responsive, but we're not ready for that. That's all more advanced CSS. So if we come over here and we refresh that, we did not save this, and we refresh. And the reason that didn't work is because we have padding left. We don't want the padding, we just want it moved. And we should be able to come over here, and now this has moved our box over. Let's go ahead and change our height back to 200, refresh, and we have this little box right here. And so that is the basics of how we would go about making the Wikipedia page. So as you can see, the Wikipedia page is mostly just going to be HTML. There's not a whole lot of fancy styling or CSS. So it looks pretty good for our beginner guide to understanding HTML. And HTML is pretty simple. Just play around. Maybe just try to make another Wikipedia page and delete all of this code over here and see if you can remember how to make these little tags, make things bold or italicized, and add in a little div here and there to try and space things out. So that is our beginner's guide to HTML. And now we're going to move on to CSS. Before we start the section on CSS, I think that's really important for you to know that CSS is going to seem really overwhelming because everything we're about to see is new, and everything you do is going to have to manually be typed in, and there's a lot of moving parts to CSS. So if you look at this page right here, this little guy right here, to get him in the center is going to be at least 5 different areas of CSS that you need to know how to move him over. You need to know how to make a section and put him in the center. You need to know how to change the size. So there's just a lot of stuff. And so as we go through this, it's going to seem really overwhelming. So how I learned this is looking at websites that I thought were really cool, where I just wanted to know how to design something, kind of like we did with the Wikipedia page. And I would Google how to do something like make these 3 columns right here. How do I get these 3 columns in the center of a section with a background image? And I would Google that, and then I would go try to practice it. So I'm going to show you the basics of CSS, and then we're going to go ahead and build this actual site right here. It's pretty simple. It's a static website, no backend, and of course we're not going to use any JavaScript because we haven't covered that yet. So let's go ahead and start our designing with CSS. So the best way I have found, or the way I learned to use CSS when styling pages, is I would go out to a page that I really like the way that it looked. And we're actually going to make this not because it's really cool, but because it's going to give you an idea of a lot of the different elements, and you are going to feel overwhelmed as we make it, but you'll be able to see just how much you can do with HTML and CSS. So right here, what I would do is I would come to something like these 3 columns right here, and I'd go, okay, I want to learn how to make these, and maybe I'd mess with them in different ways, but just real quickly is I'd find something that I liked on a website, and I would try to make it. So the first thing we're going to do is start out with our boilerplate, and we're going to create a div, and then we are going to do some styling. So this is going to add in some CSS, and this will be very basic. We're going to do a height of 100 pixels. Then we're going to do a width of 100 pixels, and that's going to give us a box. And then we're going to do a background color of blue. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this because we're going to need to do this 3 times. So we'll paste, and then we'll just change this blue. Actually, we can just cover that up and we'll go red, and then we'll do a green right here. So we'll save that. And if we come over to our page and refresh, we have these 3 squares. So now what we want to do is just try to get them in a line. So one of the things you should practice doing is like move this blue one over 100 pixels, move this green one up 100 pixels, and then put the red one over here next to it, and just get used to moving these blocks around because you're going to need to be able to do this in the future. So what we could do with this green one right here is we could just move it over. So we can come back up to our CSS and we can just add to it, and we can just say that we want to add in a margin. So we can just say we want a margin to the bottom of the green one, and we'll say 100 pixels. And then if we come over here and we refresh this, we can see that we have moved this red one down because it added a margin. So we need to actually add a margin to the left, and then let's see if we can get this box to move up. So instead of a margin bottom, what we ended up needing was a margin top, and we need to add a margin to the left, and we'll also add that 100 pixels. So we'll go ahead and save that, move this over a little bit so we can see it. So we'll save this, move this over, and again, now I moved it the wrong way. So we moved it over, but then we need to move it. What I think we could do is just add in a minus right here. Now we have negative 100 pixels, refresh, and we have now effectively moved the green one right here. So now we want to move this red one over here and get all 3 of them in a line. So we could actually just copy this right here, paste it, and we need to move to the left 200 pixels because our blocks are 100 pixels, and we could just make this minus 200 and refresh, and wow, our red block is now off the screen. So we need to keep this actually at 100 pixels. So if we refresh this, there's a red block, and you can see this is really how I basically learned CSS. Was I would come in here and I would just visit a page like this right here, and then I would Google how to do certain things, and I often practiced with these different colored blocks right here, just moving them around. So if we wanted to get these over here like this to be in a line like this without having to mess around with all of this, there is something called the display flex, and we could just type this in one section. So in this body, because everything is in this body, normally what you do is you type in a section. I was going to do this in the body, but I'll just show you the right way to do this. We'll put this in a section right here that needs to be deleted, and we could style this, and you would say display flex. And then if we now come over here and refresh this page, and they have not moved, they should have moved. So let's actually try and justify. Oh, they did. The reason they didn't move is because the display flex puts them in a line. So if we actually delete this, I did that too early. So they didn't move because they weren't supposed to. So if we refresh this, they're going to be over here. If we want them in a line, we can go it's back to where we had. So style, display, flex. I was confused because I was thinking that they should have moved, but that's just how they were supposed to be. So if we wanted to now move them over, I think to the center, we can go justify content center. And if we save this, we refresh, and there it's in the center. So effectively how I learned was I wanted to create something like this, and I would go to Google and be like, how do I get 3 divs in a row? Or I need 2 divs in a column, and then 2 more divs next to those in a column, and 2 divs next to those in a column. So you'd have about me, goals, another about me and goals, and another one over here, and another one over here. Basically, I just Googled how to do stuff, and that's going to be what you need to do. But I want to actually walk you through this section on CSS just so you can get an idea of how much stuff there is. And you are going to feel overwhelmed, but that is okay. CSS is not that hard. You just basically know what you need to do and that you can do it, and then Google and read about how to do it. And you will get used to seeing all of this kind of stuff because you'll do it enough, or you'll see it enough, that it just becomes a lot easier to remember. So we got this over here in the center now. Maybe we want to space them out. You could add some padding if you wanted to each one. And you could actually do that down here by just typing in margin, which you have previously seen. And we can do margin right. And let's say we want to try 30 pixels. That might not be enough, but we can space that one out, and we could copy this and just paste it in down here, save it. I actually think we'll try 100 because 30 was just a little too close together. And if we refresh this, I guess that actually didn't move them over as much as I would have liked. That's because I did 10. So let's put a full space of 100 pixels, and boom, they're spaced out. And maybe we want them down in the center of the section like this. What we would do is come back up to the section, because that's what we want to adjust, is everything. And I think this is just align items, the center. And let's see, I think this is how we do that. That is not. And I actually forgot, that is because you have to set the height of the section, like how big do you want it. And if I'm remembering right, to do the height of the entire page, so if your page is like this big or this big, you have to set the height to 100. I think it's VH, and I'm not sure if we could do percent too. We could try that in a second. So now it will stay in the center of your web page, no matter how big or small it is, because you set that height. Let's see if we could do 100%, because I actually am not sure. That might work, might not work. Refresh, it does not work. It does need to be VH. In fact, so this is how I learned CSS, was just playing around with things like this. And maybe I was like, okay, well, I want to change the color to the background of this section, and you could just go background color, and we could make it like beige, and you could save it. Or maybe you would want to set an image like this as your background image. And I'm going to show you how to do these things in our actual project build when we build this page right here. So let's go ahead and switch over and open up a new folder, and we'll start building this page right now. So what I think we will do is just go ahead and type out all of the HTML, and then we'll come back and style it in just a second. So this is what we are going for, but the HTML will look very plain when we get done typing it, but we'll go ahead and start the HTML. So we can just change our title to like my website, and then we'll come down here in between the body tags. And I haven't shown this yet, but one of the things that you're going to notice is we have these sections right here. Usually you can separate these with divs, but it is also pretty common practice to separate these with sections, which we have not seen yet. So I guess we will go ahead and use our first set of sections. So we'll make our first section, and then inside of here, we're going to make our first div. And this really is going to be pretty simple. The first thing we're going to do is import our image into our HTML. So let's go ahead and save this. I'm going to open up this page, the index.html, and I'm going to put it over here inside this tab. So there it is. We'll close out of that, pull this page back over, and we're going to import our image. And the reason I open that up is so we can see our image once it actually imports. So now we will import our logo, or the picture of you if you're making this as an actual portfolio. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an image. We're going to say the image is going to be the logo. And the alt, so if our image fails, we can put just logo, or you would put like your name or something right here instead of just logo. So we have the logo, we have the image. If we save it and we come over here and we refresh it, bam, there is our gigantic logo. So we're going to actually add our styling later. So I'm just going to leave this as it is with really big Zeus character over here. So the next thing we are going to want to do is add in our name, which is going to go underneath of it. So we see right here, we have my name is. So we're going to go ahead and add in an H1. So we have our H1, and we'll just say my name is, just like I had previously in the example. And then we're going to call that good, because that's all we have over here. And in the next section, we are going to have these about me, goals, and skills. So we can go ahead and type in a new section. So in the first section, we need our first of 3 divs, I believe, that we're going to end up making. And then we're going to need an H2. We're going to call this about me. Make that capitalized. And then we're going to have a paragraph tag, and we'll just say what I have over here. I think I have insert details about yourself here. We'll just put, yeah, I guess I'll just type that out. Insert details about yourself here, period. And I think that's going to be good for this first one. Then we're going to do my goals, which is going to be inside of a new div. And we called this my goals. I don't know if I would actually have this as my goals. Inside of this, I think we need an another H2. I forgot to put our tags around this, so we'll cut that and move it over here. And underneath of my goals, we will add another paragraph and we'll say my goals and aspirations are to become dot dot dot. So you can fill that out. And then our last div that we are going to add in here is my skills. So we can come back over here, H2, my skills. We'll put the Z because we're awesome. And we will add in our last paragraph. We can type in my technical skills are off the charts, period. And now I think that's good. So let's make sure we save this, refresh this page, and you're going to see there's my name, which is going to be in this section up here. And then you can see this looks very different than this over here. You can definitely tell the styling is going to make a big difference. So we have all of that showing up. We're going to need our last section. And inside of this section, we're going to need one more div, and we're going to make an H2. And I think we have a contact me. So we have so in the H2 we have contact me, and then we have a paragraph tag, and it is interested in working together. Let's chat. And then we have another paragraph tag, and we have our email. So we'll just say email your at email.com. And then we have another paragraph tag, and this is our phone number. And we'll say 123456789 And if we come back over here, I think that looks right. Let's refresh the page. And now we have all of our content on the page. Pretty crazy that we're going to turn just this a little bit of HTML right here into this right here. So now is when the actual styling is going to start. I'm going to try to go slow so that I can explain what we're doing in the styling. So the first thing we want to do is use our background image. I think this clouds image right here is the one we're going to use for our first section. And I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to make our style inside of our actual HTML, and then we'll link it into our style sheet, or we'll create a style sheet and link it later, and I'll show you how to do that. But for now, we're just going to do all of our styling right here on this page. So the first thing you have to do is create the style, or the CSS, which is going to go inside of these style tags. And the only other time you wouldn't need to have style tags is if you create a separate file, and we'll call it style.css, and you're going to see our little logo here changes to represent that this is CSS. Then you wouldn't need these style tags. You could just type in your CSS into this file directly, which I will show you here at the end of this section. So the first thing I think we'll do is actually just make a ID for this right here, or a class. So we'll make a class which is going to define what class we're using here. So what we could use up here for our, I guess, class is what we would call it. We'll just use header like this, and then we open up curly braces. And whenever you do any kind of styling, you will need to use curly braces, even if you're in the style sheet over here. So this will be our header class, and we are going to put in our image right here. So we will say we want our background image. And the great thing about CSS is everything is pretty much named exactly how you would like it. So a background image inside of this specific section. So this section is going to have whatever background image is inside of the class header, which we can add in right here. So now if we put in a background image right here, we are going to see that inside of that first section. So our background image is going to be, we'll say URL, and inside of this is going to be single quotes, and it's clouds.jpg. And I think if we save that, that should work for us, and we refresh, and now we have our clouds behind our gigantic Zeus logo here. And let's go ahead and fix our image right here, and we'll give this guy a name. So we'll say we're going to give this a class. We're going to make another class right here so that we can actually format this guy so he's not quite so gigantic. And we'll just call this our profile image. And so what we'll do is come back up here, and we need to add another class. So we'll say profile, need our dot at the front, profile dash image, and you will need to use this dot for anything that you want to make a name for. But let's say we wanted to make a style for just an H1, we actually would not need to put that little dot in front of it, and this will automatically style all the H1s. If it hasn't already, if there's already an element, you can just name the element and you don't have to put that dot in front of it. So if we were to change something for the body, and we wanted to change everything inside of the body tags, we would be able just to type in body and open this up, and we could just say our background color of red. And if we save that, everything inside the body tag, which is everything we have in our HTML, if we refresh this over here, is going to change to red. So that is just what you see when you see these dots. That kind of means it's just a custom name that you have made up. So our profile image obviously is not a tag. It is something that we have added in. So let's go ahead and we're going to give this guy some styling. So let's display, and we want to display in a block, and we want there to be no margin. So we'll give it the margin of 0 and auto. And if I remember right, this is left and right, and this is actually, this is up and down, and this is left and right. And then we want to give it a width of how big do we want it. Let's just say 500 pixels. We'll give that a try, and we can say, let's just try this and see what this looks like. So refresh, and there he is. He is now much smaller, and he is in the center. And we will go ahead and get rid of this here in just a second. We'll probably move this name over, and we'll try to get rid of this little outline right here. So the first thing we want to do is add our background size. See if we can get rid of this little line right here. Oh, that actually is going to make it so we can do our parallax. Let's align our text. So we can do text align the center, and that should move this text over to the center, and it does. We'll give it a little bit of padding, and we'll say padding. We want to do 20 pixels, and then we want to do 0, and that should move it up a little, and it did give a little padding down there to the bottom. I think what we'll do is we'll also do the parallax. So for the parallax, which is when you scroll, the image doesn't move, but this little line moves, and it makes it so the image looks stationary. For the parallax, what we can do is the background, I think it's attachment down here, and we'll do fixed. And if we save that, refresh this page, but we can't actually scroll yet, so we're not actually going to be able to see that. And let's go ahead and see if we can create a body tag. So we'll do our body, and I think we'll change our font, and maybe we'll change our font color just right here. So I think the font color is just color, and we'll just use white as our color. And if we refresh this, it gives us our color change right here. And inside of the body, we'll do a margin of 0, and we'll do a padding of 0. And then we can change our font if we want to change our font. So you can change your font with font family, and we'll just do this right here. This looks good. And we'll save this, and we'll refresh it. And there we have gotten rid of that border that we did have, and now it goes, our image goes all the way to the edge. I think the last thing we want to do is just make our sections take up an entire page or the entire screen at a time, which is what we have right here, where you see this takes up the entire screen, and then you scroll. So what we can do for that is add in a section for the sections. So we'll just do, I think it's the minimum height is 100. Is it VH, I think? And if we refresh this page, there, that did it. That makes it full size. We're going to need to move this guy down so he's centered. But we'll do that in just a second. And with that, we can do the display flex, and that should put everything so that it will be responsive, and that puts it over here to the side, which we don't want. And we can do an align items center. Believe that will put us back in the middle. It did not. It also messed up our bottom. This is going to make these centered because we did the flex for all of the sections. So this is going to apply to every single section that we are adding this to. So we'll justify the content to the center, and then we'll text align to the center. Hopefully this gets everything moved over for us. And there he is. Now he's in the center. And also look at what happened with our three divs right here, as well as this down here is now in the center. So you can see how the CSS is starting to take shape. And then we want to scroll, snap a line, and we're just going to say start. And this is going to help with our parallax scrolling. So now we can have that working. And we'll need to add our background images for these to make sure those sections look different here in just a second. So I think our header's done. I think our profile image is done. I think our body's good. Let's see. Let's go ahead and I guess work on our divs. So we can come down to these three divs right here. We can give them a class, and we'll just call them content block. And we can just highlight this so that way we don't misspell anything. And we'll put it inside of all of these divs so they have the exact same class. Now we can create the content block. So we'll give our period content dash block, open that up, and we can put in, we want it to flex the basis, and we'll see, we want it to, let's just start out with something like 20%, save, refresh, look at all this, and you can see we now have this spaced out. I think 20% looks okay. That's more spaced out than what we have. We'll leave it at 20 for now. And then let's just add, we don't really need any padding, but we will end up adding some opacity in a minute whenever we add our image. So let's go ahead and add our background image to this section. So I'm actually just going to do this inline, and we'll do our background image. And I think we did the goals for this one. So we'll type in goals.jpg, and I bet that it's going to tell me I need this to go URL, and this will need to be inside of parentheses because there's nothing after it. Okay, so a few things we're going to end up having to adjust this image. But one of the things that I like to do with images that are really bold like this is add in some opacity. So we can just say opacity, which is actually just going to change the background to be more transparent. So if we refresh this, that didn't change our opacity. Maybe we will do less than 1. Let's do like 0.2. And our image, that actually changed the opacity for our text here instead of the image. So I think what we're going to have to do is, I think what we're going to end up having to do is add in another section. So we'll have to do another content section, and this will need a set of curly braces, and this is going to need a period. And I think we might end up having to add in the before, and you're going to see that it adds responsive style to a pseudo element. So this will actually make it so our text itself isn't affected by the opacity, and it's just the image. So we're going to have to add in our image that we have down here into this content block right here. So we should be able to delete this so we can actually come back up to our background image that we have right here, and we could just do a background size. This will need a semicolon if I want this to work. So we want our background size, and we want it to cover, not contain. We want it to cover, so let's refresh. We didn't add in our. So what we could do is move this so that way our opacity is not on our text. We'll save that. We need to add in our content section to our actual section right here. So we can make this our class content section so that way we can actually get our background image in here, which for some reason is not displaying. So, oh, it's not displaying because this is not inside of quotes. So now if we refresh this, okay, so sorry for the hard edit. As I was making this, I decided to go ahead and split the content section and the actual section for the content because you can't do one without the other and having it actually display properly over here. So I didn't want to confuse you when everything was looking really terrible, and then all of a sudden it comes together. So I figured what I'll do is I'll just explain this. So we're going to make the position relative, which is going to make it relative to the screen. We're going to change the color of our text to black. We're going to display the flex so that a way if you like make your screen come in, it'll actually like move this around. And the reason you want to do flex is for like a mobile phone, it will flex, and so if the screen is bigger, then it will all fit on one screen. So that is the purpose of the flex, and we want them to be in a row. We want to justify the content as around it. That makes it so everything fits properly. We want to align the item center, and then we want to flex wrap, which will also help with this adjusting of the screen size, which is also just called making it responsive. And when you do a content section, you have to have this like empty string for the content, otherwise nothing is going to show up. We want to make our top, bottom, right all at 0 so that way it fits to the screen. We already added our background image, which you saw. We want it to cover so that way there's no border around it. It goes all the way around, and we want it fixed so that way our parallax, when we actually scroll on the page, will move the images in the background. They'll stay put, but reveal more and more to us as we scroll through it. And then our opacity changes the darkness of, or the transparency of the background image. So you can adjust that if you would like to. And then our content block, which is actually the content we have right here, the about me, we already adjusted all of that. So we want it flex, which is we're going to make it in a row. We want the padding to make it go side to side, which we actually don't need this or this really. We could delete both of those and just leave this and then save this. And if we refresh it, then you can see didn't even make a difference. But that is the content blocks that we have right there. And the last thing to do, I think, is just add our background image of the phone to this last section. So we'll actually do this in line. And so we could just say style, background color. We don't want background color, we want background image. And I think the image that we are going to use is the contact. We have to do the URL over here, and it needs to be inside of quotes, and we need our contact.jpg. If we save that, we refresh it, there is our image, but we are going to need to basically just copy all of this. Where is it? All of this right here for this content section. So what we could do is just type in, we want to add the class. I'm actually not sure this is going to work, but we're going to try it. Content section. Does that keep it? That did not adjust it. I guess we are going to have to go ahead and do this the full proper way and make a new section. So I guess what we'll do is just delete this. Sorry for that. I thought we could get away with making it real short inline style, but I was apparently wrong. So we'll just do the contact. We'll make our curly braces, and this one's going to go pretty quick. So we just want our background image right here with the URL with the single quotes, and it was contact.jpg. Save it, make sure that it stays over here. And our image disappeared, which means we have a typo. And our typo is actually that we just need to add this class down here to this bottom section. So we got to add this class, paste that in there. Now, if we refresh it, there is our image comes back to us. Now we just got to do some formatting. So we want to do the background size. We want to cover so that way there's no border around the edge. We want to make it fixed so that way it will have that parallax, which is going to be the background attachment. We want it to be fixed. We want our text color to be black, which I actually think it is already. So we'll just type in black. And we want to align our text to the center, which really it should already be centered. We don't really need to, I don't think we need to do that because we adjusted all of that inside of the body. So let's go ahead and refresh this. We have our contact right here, which scrolls up and down. And I believe that is a replica of what we have built over here. So here it is. This is like a beginner's guide to CSS, and I know that seemed like a lot, and if this was my first time watching this, I would be thinking this is way a lot, but I really wanted you to just watch this and follow along because you need to see how many different areas of CSS there really are so that you can kind of get an idea of, okay, you can do just about anything with CSS. So go out to your favorite web browser, like go out to a Facebook and try to copy some of their stuff like we did with the Wikipedia and try to copy what they have and build like your own and just copy what's going on. And also don't forget to play around with those red, green, and blue blocks and just move them around and make different divs and sections and make sure to play around with this. This will give you a really great start of what you can do with CSS. And I know that it seems like it's a lot and it's like going to be really hard to learn, but it really is not going to take you that long. In a few days, you'll be able to get the hang of this. So if you just watch this video or this section on CSS maybe once or twice, you will get the hang of it pretty quickly. So the last thing I wanted to show you is we can actually take all of this CSS, we can delete these style tags, and we can put all of that over here and save it. So that way our index.html is much shorter, as you can see. And you can actually just link our CSS by typing in link and our style sheet, and it is called style.css. And if we save it, now when our page is loaded, it's going to read this head tag. It's going to see here's the reference for the style.css. It'll grab it and apply all of that CSS over here. So if we now refresh our page, you can see all of our CSS is still saved. And if we wanted to add anything to it, so let's say we want to change the content block, so the distance between these to 10%, we can save this over here. And if we refresh it, these are going to move. And you can see, actually, I think that just made it skinnier. Let's try back to 30. Yes, it does. It just makes our divs a little skinnier. So the point was, you can actually see how the CSS works over here. So if you wanted to add something else, you would do that over here in the style.css. And because we have it linked over here, it'll automatically apply the CSS to our project. All right, we are going to be making a transition from now just making some basic scripts into a little bit of web development and setting up our own server. And there's several reasons I want to use Python for our web development because this is a Python course. And by seeing the server side code, even in Python, you're going to be able to understand what is actually happening on the server side. So there's really two main reasons. One, you'll be able to be a web developer, or so to speak, and you'll know the server side as well as HTML and CSS, and you'll be able to make complete web applications. You're going to understand databases and how APIs work by actually using them and implementing them. So that is a really big deal. But also we're going to cover a lot of server-side validation and a lot of mistakes that a lot of developers make in trying to validate things that come from the client to the server. So it sounds like it's going to be really difficult or there's a lot of information, and there is kind of a lot of information, but it's really not that difficult. And by actually seeing the server-side code, code, you're going to be a lot better at knowing how to pull off exploits because you're going to understand how it was written on the server side rather than just what you see on the client side. So we are going to be using Flask for our Python framework that we're going to be developing in. So I'm going to be developing this on Linux. If you are on Windows, I'm going to go ahead and leave a link in the description and maybe a YouTube video for how to set up a MySQL database when that point gets there. And if you're on Mac, it's really simple. I think it's 3 commands in the terminal. You'll be able to install MySQL as well. I'm going to be using Linux because it already has it installed and I'm really familiar with using it, and it's pretty simple to do. If you have a virtual machine at this point, I would encourage you to just use your Linux virtual machine as well because it'll make it a lot easier for you when we get to actually setting up SQL injection and the database. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my virtual machine and opening up VS Code. Okay, a few things that we need to cover before we move on to creating our server. I've gone ahead and made a new folder right here, and I created 2 files, just app.py, which is probably what I'm going to call my server, and then a second page just for this demonstration. But you should probably, before you do anything, if you've installed VS Code, you can actually just go sudo apt install, spell that right, install, and we just want to type in code-oss, and this will get you the editor that I am using right here, and then you can just come over to your little drop down and just type in code, and it is right here. Don't accidentally click this or your computer is going to look like it's Windows, so make sure to hit the right button. And you'll open this up, and I'm going to come down to our extensions, and what we want is just Python and the one that has Microsoft, so this one right here, and this is what I am using for my Python formatter / editor over here. Okay, so now that that is all done right here, this is something that you're going to see a lot in the world of Python. It's kind of confusing in the beginning, and I usually don't use it because I'm not importing a bunch of files that I have created. But when you create a Python server, you are going to be using this, especially in Flask. So we are going to need to talk about it. So this if name equals main, and then you call the main function. So essentially, all this right here means is if the file name is main, then it's going to call this main function. Okay. Now let's break it down just a little bit more. This right here, I don't like that it's called name equals main, because really this should be like, if this is the main file that is being run, then it's going to call all this code down here below it, which is just going to be this main function. So if we run this little play button right here, it is going to run this file, and this file is going to be the main file. And if we came over here to this file and we ran this second file, its name is going to be main because it is the main file that is being ran. I hope that makes sense. So let's go ahead and give a look at this. So if we just come up here and we do something simple like print, and let's just print the name of the file. So if we just print name, it's going to print this right here. So let's go ahead and run it, and you'll see that we get main right here. So it's printing name, but because this is the main file that we are running, so it's the one that we click the main button on, it is going to run this. So actually over here, this is going to import the app. So we're importing this file right here. So it's our own file. If we run this, it's going to print app because that is the name of this file. It's the actual name, and it is not the main file that got ran. This second.py right here is the file got ran. So it actually prints the name of the file app. And I'll show you again. If we come back over here and we run this print statement and we print, we're going to get main. And if we come over here and run this, we're going to get app. So it's the main file, or the file that you run the program from, that is going to be titled or given the name of underscore underscore main underscore underscore. So we could make this a little more clear by, let's put this inside of curly braces and then put the curly braces inside of quotes, and we can make this an F string and say first, actually we'll just say file name, so we can use this twice. So now if we run this, you're going to see file name is main right there. So if we move this and we copy it, or let's just cut it and we put it down here and we paste this and we run it, you should know how functions run now. So if the name of the file, so basically if this is the main file that gets ran, is equal to name, so which it's going to be because we're going to run it right here. Then it's going to call this function, and then it's going to call right here. So it's got our main function, it's going to call it, and if we run this, now you can see that everything inside of this gets ran. But if we come back over to our second.py, before when our print statement was out here, it would run. But if we run this now, we're going to get no output because this is not the main file, and therefore this main function is not being called. Another way to see this is because we have this if statement right here, we could just say print, and inside here we could just put ran directly, and that actually needs to be inside of parentheses. And then we need this as an if statement. So if this is the main file that gets ran, it's going to say ran directly. And if it is not, so we can actually come down here and we can just say else. And then we're going to say print, and it was ran from import. So if we save that and we come over to actually, if we run it right here, we have an error, and it is because I put the quotes around our parentheses. So now if we run this, it's going to tell us it was ran directly because it was ran inside this file, so the name was main. But if we run this from over here, we're going to get ran from import because the name was not main of the file, so this was ran not directly. So that, I hope that makes sense. Let's try one more way so you can see. Right now, all we've seen right now is for this, when it calls the main function, when we run this, we keep getting back main right here, but we could call this main function from over here, and we'll see if our name changes. So if we call this function from our imported file over here, what do you think will happen? We can come over here and we can say app.main, and so we can call this our app file right here, so app.main. And if we save this and run it, we're going to get the file of our name is actually app, because we're calling the main function from this import, and it's running this function, and it's just ignoring this altogether because we're calling that from over here. So our app file over here is name as app because it is not the main file. And we could actually come down here and we could print, let's make this an F string, and we could just say second.py modules name is, and then we can put our curly braces and we can put in name. And if we run this, we're going to have spelled print wrong. Let's try this again. And we get the file name is app, which is run from over here. File name is app because it is not the direct file. And then we have the print statement right here running, and it's being ran first, so it is main. And the reason I am telling you this is because we are going to be importing files when we create our server. And you will need to understand this if name equals main. I haven't shown it yet because I don't really use it a whole lot in scripting, because I usually just have a script and it's all inside one file, and I don't really like running this because I'm not importing any modules and there's not any real need to do that. And sometimes, honestly, if I'm running a bunch of files, I don't import this anyway because I know which file I'm running this from. But a lot of Python programmers would tell me that's really bad. The proper way to do this is to run it this way I have just shown you. So let's go ahead and move on to the next section. I'm going to clean up my files and then I'll bring you back. Okay, so I went ahead and opened up a Firefox because we're going to need this in order to look at our page, a lot like we did with the HTML. The only difference is we were rendering our HTML directly from a file, so we were just opening a folder. So we didn't really have a URL up here. What we had instead is the file path to the file on our local computer. And now we're actually going to be setting up a server, which would, if we ran this in production, use an IP address, but we're going to be running this on our local machine. So we're going to be spinning up a server on our local machine. So what we can do is open up our text editor, and I'm going to actually type this out, and then I am going to help you walk back through the code so that way you understand what is happening. Server-side code's pretty easy. If you learn server-side code with just Flask right here with Python, you'll be pretty good at doing this with Node.js. PHP is a little more difficult because it's just the syntax is different. But what we're going to be using with Flask, you'll be able to understand Node.js pretty simply because it all runs very similarly. So we'll just go ahead and start out by saying from Flask import Flask. And if you have if these have the red squiggly lines over it, you can just hold your mouse over it and install it, and it should work for you. So one thing that you're going to need to do inside of a Flask server is create your app right here. Inside of other programming languages, you don't necessarily need to do this. App is already what it is going to be using. So we're actually going to set the variable with Flask, unlike other languages. So we can just say Flask, and then we're going to see that underscore underscore name right here. So we are going to be using Flask. So we have to set this right here, this Flask underscore underscore name, because it creates the Flask instance or the class within Flask for us to be using. It is going to be like the central object that the routes go through, which is why we actually have this app right here. It's going to set the routes for us, which you're going to see in just a second. And we set this right here so the way it understands to locate all the resources, which it sounds like a lot right now, but you're going to see how it works in just a second. So down here, we just say at and then app dot route. So it's going to find the app right here, which is the variable we just set. And then it's going to define the route. And I think if you're from other places in the world, you call this the route, but I'm not really sure. But here in the US, this is the route. So the place where it can find the main folder, so or the main file. And because we don't have any other files, what we're going to do is just say the root file, which is going to be right off of our server. And then we can create a function and we can call it whatever we want. We can just call it hello, and that actually needs to not be in parentheses. We'll say hello world from our server. This is going to be our first time running this from a server, and we're not passing in any parameters. And then we can just return our hello world. And it will need to be inside of quotes. So we can say hello world, save this. Actually, we actually need to add in our if underscore underscore name equals quotes underscore underscore main. And then we need to call our app. So app.run. And I'll run this in just a second, and then we'll walk through the output so that way you understand what is happening down here. So we have our Flask right here, import our Flask. We have our app that we set up. This app variable that we set right here is going to use Flask. It's going to know where to look for our files. So in a little bit, we're going to create other files over here. So we'll have like an index.html, and this is where that would go. So that way the route would know to look for index.html. We're calling our function hello world, and we're just going to return hello world. And we could put the HTML right here and start styling right from our server, but I don't like that. It's not very good practice. But I will show you how to do that here shortly. And then we're going to call our if statement. This needs to be moved over, and we can save this. I think that looks all right. We can run it. I forgot our colon right here, so let's try this again. Let's run it. And again, man, I am struggling with the typos. Let's try again. And there it has run. So we have this printout right here. It tells us this is a development server. Don't use this in production development. And we have our debug mode off. We're going to turn this on in just a second. You're going to see that we get I think it's a PID number in order to edit directly from our web page. But it tells us we can come over here to this location in our browser, and it should serve up our page for us, and it does. Right here we have hello world from our local host on port 5000. So you have successfully just created your first server, and you can see that we have the GET request. It's a 200. We apparently are trying to call a favicon, which we don't have set up. But here it is. This is our basic server, and we're going to go ahead and start doing a little more to this. And we'll start by turning the debug mode on, because there's also a vulnerability right there within the debug mode, something to check for in Python applications. The things we do to actually turn the debugger on is inside of our parentheses right here. We just type in debug and equals true, and this should turn our debugger on. So now when we run our server, There's a couple of things that'll happen. If we have an error, it'll actually show it over here, which could be classified as a vulnerability. It would be information disclosure. And we are probably going to hit it on accident. I don't want to cover it just yet. I want to cover some different routes inside of the URL before we do, but also the debug right here will allow it to, when we hit Command S, or I think it's Control S on a Mac, that it'll actually restart our server for us, so we don't have to cancel it with Control C and then rerun it up here. So we're going to go ahead and turn this on already, but I want to show you some of the different things we can do with the URL right now. So what we could do is just copy this and paste it, and instead of just having the forward slash, we're just going to type in like page 2 just like this, and we'll change our function to buy, and we will change our word right here to buy. So now we should be able to go to this page right here, and it should return buy world instead of hello world. So let's go ahead and actually turn on our server. So we need to run this, make sure everything is working. You're going to notice down here the debugger mode is active, and we get this pin right here. So if we do want to edit from our actual browser, we would enter this pin in right here. So we can now come over here, and we should be able to type in / page 2, and we get buy world right here. So you're not going to see things like this very often. What you're going to see is a / like that. So we'd have a / 2. That's a lot more common. So let's go ahead, add in our /, save it, and down here you're going to see that it says it's restarting our page. It's going to reload, which is really nice for us. And now if we run this, our page stays the same. But if we leave this 2 like we had it, we're going to see that the page is not found because we actually changed this route right here to have our buy world on page /2, and I accidentally hit Command save instead of refresh. So we have this right here. Now there is a lot more that we can do with this. So sometimes you'll see inside of URLs like a username or an email or something displayed up here in the URL. And the way that works is by adding in these little brackets right here. So by adding these carets in around the number, we can now access this as a variable. So instead of saying by world, we would say, we actually need this as an F string, and we would say this is page, and then we could add in our curly braces because this is a variable, and then we would just say, 2, because that's the name of our variable, and it's going to display the number 2. So what we'll do instead of that is we'll just say number, and we'll change this to number just so that is a little more clear. So we'll go ahead and save that. And so if we run this over here, we're going to get our type error. This is the debug console, which I wasn't going to show you, but I will now that we have hit this. So we have an error, and let's say we want to debug this section right here. We have a self-view function rule endpoint, and this is because our endpoint right here is not right. If we wanted to open up a debug mode, we would click this little button over here, and we would put our pin, which is right here. We would highlight this, and we would copy it, and we would paste it right here, and you can actually edit your code directly from the console right here. And the reason this is not working right here is because this is actually supposed to be an integer, so we would add an int just like this, and I believe that should work for us. Now if we hit enter, we still get that an unexpected error, keyword argument number. And the reason for that is I forgot to pass in our number right here. So if we save this and if we come back here and we add in our page 2 with our /, we now see this is page 2. So there was a little bit of debugging we had to do in order to get this to work. But if we change this 2 to like a 6 and we hit enter, it's going to tell us this is now page 6. And that is because we have our integer and our number right here being passed through as a variable. We have to actually pass it through into our function as a parameter, and then we have it right here. We're actually able to display it. So this is some of the stuff you could do with a URL, and you can really get creative by using like a username. Sometimes you'll see like a username pass through up here, and if you were wanting to display their name, like let's say in a nav bar, which you'd see pretty regularly, where it would say like hello username, welcome to the web page, or welcome to the site, you could have that up here and you'd be able to pass that variable through, and I'll show you how you could do that. So instead of just like having page, we could put in here just something like name, and we'd have to change this to name, and you could say welcome, and then we would have the name here. So if they logged in and we sent over the name, you should be able to put user and it'll say welcome user. So this would be your user, or you could put in right here, welcome Ryan, and you'll see just like this, you can pass through different information through the URL. So now you've seen the URL and you've gotten to witness the debug mode. Okay, so we're going to use the file I created earlier, second.py, to look at some nested functions. We're going to look at them really quick because we have already done some nested functions, or what this is called a decorator function, in the past, but we haven't called it that. So I just want to give you a little bit of a refresher here, and then we will move on. So if we just start out kind of like we have previously with a function, and we're just going to add two numbers together. So we'll just say number 1 and number 2. And then we just want to return number 1 and number 2. So we're going to just add these together very simply and return the output. So now what we could do is make this for an addition, a subtraction, a multiplication. So we'll just say multiply, make sure I spell that right. And then we can divide. And all we got to do now is change this to divide, make this multiply, and this one be subtract. So now if we wanted to run this, we could very simply just say def, and we'll add this as our calculate, and we're going to call whichever function we want to do at that specific time. So what we do is we just add in whatever we want right here. I'm going to add in calc because that's what we're doing, is calculating. This actual parameter right here, what we're passing in, can be called whatever you would like, but typically it's good practice to make it something that you can recognize. And then we'll give it number 1 and a number 2. And then under here, we're just going to return the calculation of number 1 and number 2. And the last thing to do is actually call the function, and then we'll walk through it. So we'll just say the function is going to be called calculate, and we want to pass in whichever one of these we want to do. So in the beginning, let's say we just want to add, and we'll add number 3 plus number 4, and then we want to print the result. And in order to get the result, we need to save this in a variable. So we'll just call this result equals calculate. So I believe this should work for us. So what we have right here is a bunch of functions that we're not calling until we do it down here. So we have this function, which is the one that we're actually going to call right here. So we're calling this function and we're passing in add. So it's going to call this function, and then we're going to pass in these numbers, and then we're going to return the answer. So and then we're going to print it eventually down here. So if we go ahead and run this, you can see we get the number 7 down here. And let's say instead of adding, we want to multiply. We can save that, run it, and we get number 12. So this is kind of how you can see the nested functions. And these can get really complicated, and we could really add to these, but I don't really see the point in making this much more complicated than other than just showing you that we have a function right here, and it's going to use the calculate, which is going to be passed through as our multiply right down here when we actually call this function. So we have a function that is getting called right here, and we're going to pass in another function as a parameter. So that's basically all the decorator functions are. So right here, we just have our decorator functions, and they're just going to be functions passing in functions. And so this is what you can think of. I don't really like to think of it that way when I'm doing these. Like when you're doing some server-side programming in other languages, these are just the app routes, and this is where you go, and this is the function. So there is another example we can look at to make this a little more clear. Is you can just say, like, we have a function, and this would be our outside function, and then we just want to print. So we could just print the outside function just so you can see what this looks like. And then inside here, we could say we want to print call an inner function. So we could say def inner, and this is our inner function. And down here, we just want to print, and we'll just print inner function just like that. So what happens right here is we can call our inner function right here. But if we run this, nothing is going to be output because we need to have our semicolons right here to get no syntax errors. And if we run this, you see there's nothing put out right here. And if we actually call our inner function from out here and we run this, you're going to see that we get this syntax error because this is outside of this scope. So this would need to be like a global function in order for this to call, but we are not able to get to there. So this function cannot call this function right here because it's inside of this one. So it would need to be inside of here. And if we were to just call the function, the outer function right here, this will now will call this one and it will print this. It'll skip this function, read this, and come back and call that one. So now if we run this, we're going to get outside function and inside function. So if we close this off right here, run it, we get just the outside function. And you might be thinking at this point, why would I ever do something like this? And usually something like this comes in handy when you need a function to test if there is some kind of functionality inside of a script that you want to work. And if it does work, then you want it to do something. So it's like, call this function to see if we have the possibility to do this. If not, then we're going to just pass out of this or break this function. And if it does work, then we'll call the inner function. So if we give just like a really simple basic example is like a equals 1. And so like if item number 1 actually works in our code, then we want to do something. And so we could just leave our inner function right here and we'll come down below it and we'll say like if a minus 2 equals 1, then we want to call the inner function. So a equals 1, 1 minus 2 is going to equal 1. Okay, I am not really sure when I was editing this video, I just realized that for some reason I took a pause and I for some reason put this 1 here instead of the A. And I'm not really sure what that is, but we're going to work through this and I will eventually put the A back in here so you can see the function work. So that we were grabbing this A and putting it down here. So now if we run this, we should get the outer function. I think this needs to be a 3 right here. Now if we run this, we get the inner function because 1 minus 2 gives us a negative number. So we needed 3 minus 2 in order to get the positive 1. So this is how this would work. So we call this function right here, we see it, we get a equals 1, and then we're going to have an if statement, and if this actually works, then we want to call this other function. So that is like a really basic example of why you would want to use something like this. I use nested functions all the time because if something happens and I want more functionality, then I need to call a second one. But if the first function fails, then I don't need to call the second function. So that is how that would work. So I guess I didn't even use the A right here. So it would be, let's do A and make the A number 2. So this is more like how it would work. So we'd use a variable. So A equals 2. If this works, then we want to call this function. So this is kind of how you can see how they will be useful, and we'll probably be using these in the future. So let's go ahead and move on. So the next thing I want to show you is going to be the actually rendering HTML in our page. So let's say we want to just go back to our main page. So let's go ahead and spin up our server, just copy this and paste it in. So let's say we actually want to render some HTML. So let's say we want this hello world to be centered over here. We can come back to our page and actually just delete this hello world, and we can just start over by making our single quotes, and we need to add in an H1. And right here we'd put in our hello world exclamation point, and we need to close this off before I go back and start styling. So we'll close this off. Now we need to come up and add our styling. So if we save this and we come over here and refresh this, you're going to see our hello world has changed because we're now rendering our HTML over here from our server. But one of the things is I don't like to render the HTML right here. I'd rather have an HTML file, which we'll see in a minute, because when we decide to try and style this right here, if there's any kind of typos, we don't get any autofill, and if there's any typos, then obviously it's not going to work. So if we say style equals, and we want to do some text alignment. So add in our 2 double quotes. We'll say text align, and then we want it center. And if we refresh this, hopefully that goes over. It does. I was a little worried that I was going to have some kind of typo or something, because I'm pretty sure the way this is supposed to be in HTML is that's supposed to be all together, but apparently the syntax doesn't really matter. So we have our hello world right here, and we could add in something else if we wanted to. We can add in our single quotes, and we could add in a paragraph tag and say this is a paragraph, exclamation point, and then close off our paragraph tag right here. And if we save this, now our paragraph is rendered over here. So this is the basics of rendering some HTML. I want you to go ahead and play around with this and make some more styling and maybe style up a little page. It doesn't have to be too complicated, but just practice some of your HTML that we just learned previously and rendering it here. Maybe even render some in a different page and then switch between the 2 pages. Maybe add a button and you click on it and it'll take you to a different page. So with that, go ahead and practice, and then we will continue going. Okay, so what we're about to do is look at moving our project that we made in the HTML and CSS portion of this course over into our actual environment that is going to be ran with our server. So we're going to be serving up our index.html from our previous project into our server right now. And if you skip the HTML and CSS portion of the course, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you know how to create an index.html and get the boilerplate and create a button, because that's what we're going to be doing in this portion of the course that is going to work with our server. So when you click the button, it's actually going to go ahead and send the information over to the server, and we're going to be able to use that data in the future. But for now, we're going to go ahead and set up our style sheet, our images, and our index.html with our server in the next like 10 minutes. And if you skipped the index.html portion, you can go ahead and watch this anyway, because the way you serve up the files in Flask with Python is different than you would with other programming languages. So let's go ahead and check this out. Okay, so we are back here at our VS Code page. We can go ahead and kick off our server, let that get started. We're going to actually move this file. Remember this page we actually made in the HTML portion of the course. We're actually going to move it over so now that we have it running with the server. So the big difference is right here, it's running off of my home directory. It's going to my user desktop, the name of the folder, and then the file. So if I actually just close this, I can show you, like if we just open up this folder and then we right click this and we open up this index file, it's just going to open it up and render it right here. But we actually want to be able to run this with our server. So I want to show you how to do this, and then maybe just like delete all the files and then remake it yourself. So if we close this, come back to VS Code, this is pretty simple. We'll go back to just the basics of like our boilerplate for the Flask app. And one thing that you don't have done right now that I do have is you're going to need to import this render template, and don't forget your little comma right there, otherwise you will get a syntax error. So we can just say def home and create a new home function. And then right here, we will render our page. So we can type in return, and then we want to render the template. And then we are going to put in the actual file name right here, which we don't have yet. So the way we would set up the file structure, if we come over to the documentation, we're actually told that generating HTML from the with Python is not very fun. That's what we were doing earlier when we were actually writing in the H1s inside of like return the H1, and it could be really cumbersome, and it could also cause a lot of problems. So that's what it's saying, can be pretty cumbersome, and we are able to render our HTML through render templates, and it actually tells us how we can do that right here. So we can just add in the HTML name within single quotes, and it should render for us. The problem is we need this render templates to come from a templates folder, and then also your static files such as images and CSS all come from a static folder. So I guess the first thing we could do is create a new folder, and we'll just call this one templates. And then we want to create another folder, and this one is called static. So this is going to be our HTML page would go inside of here, so we can open up this folder again. And what we can do is put our index.html inside the templates, and it should have been put in there, and here it is. So here is the page that we made earlier. And now we want to move our images into the static, and then we want to move this logo into the static as well. So I think that is all of our files that we need to this point. Let's go ahead and put in our index.html. So right here, we can put our index.html in. We can come back over here and look at this. It just tells us whatever it is. So we can put in index.html, save our file. It says that we have a syntax error because I didn't have my semicolon. Now we can save that, restart the server, and we want to go to this page down here. This will probably be easier to just copy it from here. Copy, paste, and we don't get our images, but we actually get our page served up to us. So we have our page here, and we're able to see that it's actually rendering. And right here, we can see it's no longer coming from a file, but it's actually coming from our server. So what we can do is come back over here, and it's pretty cool. This is your server right here, and you can see it doesn't take a lot right here just to serve up the page. But if we had like a login and some kind of cookie set or session management, they would add like 100 lines of code. So when you're serving up basic static files, it's pretty simple. But if you get into any kind of complicated programming, which we're going to do here in just a little bit, you're going to see that our server can actually start to get really big and have a lot of lines of code to it. But for now, we want our images to render. So how will we go about that? We can come back over to our index.html, and we have all of this style sheet right here. So what I want you to do is have a go at copying this all out of here and putting it in a CSS file, and then linking it over here, and see if you can figure out how to move all of your CSS to a CSS page. So go ahead and pause the video and give that a try. If not, we'll go ahead and create that right now. So the first thing we can do is come over to our static, and we're going to add a file. We'll actually just add it down here and then drag it over to make sure that it works for us. Style.css. That opens for us. We can paste all of that in there, and now we can just drag our style sheet into the static, and then we'll want to come back over to our index.html, and we're just going to start typing in link, and it's going to tell us we have a relationship with a style sheet, and we want it to be, I think it's inside, I think we got to go static and then style, and that should link that up for us. So if it does, these words are going to stay in the center, and it does, and now we have our images. So our static sheet has, with moving our static sheet, we now have our background images, but you'll notice our logo is still missing, and I'm not entirely sure why that is. The reason all of this started to work, so the reason our style sheet is now loading our background images, but not our logo, is because our logo is not in the same folder or same path as our static files. So our CSS sheet's over here, and it's looking for the images right here, and it's able to find them, but our index.html is over here. It is not in the same folder as the static folder. So what we have to do is, do we need to go backwards? We do not. We should be able to just put in our slash and go to static, and then add in our logo, and I believe this should work for us. Let's refresh the page, and bam, there is our logo. So I hope it makes sense. What I mean by the path to the folder. If you've done any kind of ethical hacking by now, I'm sure you know how to find folders and paths and understanding. It's the same as when you open up a terminal, and I'll make this a little bigger. If we cd over to our desktop, and then I think this, what is this called? This is called Flask app, and then we cd into the Flask app, and we ls, you can see all of the files right here, and then the folders right here. So if we're inside of the templates folder and we ls, index.html is here. So if we want to reach something outside of the index.html, we would need to go back, and then we would go into static, and then we could ls, and then here are the files. So you have to move around within the files in order to reach them if they are not in the same folder. So I hope that makes sense as to why our style sheet worked with this clouds.png. right here, and over here in the index.html, it didn't work because we weren't looking in the correct folder. So with that, I think I want to give you a challenge, and now just maybe, it doesn't even need to be styled right, but just maybe put a button in somewhere up here above this guy's head, and then come over to your server and add in a new route and make it so when you click the button, you will be able to be taken to a new page. So I think we'll pause right here and then we will continue on. Okay, so there is a little bit of a trick that I think you could have probably figured out because we have covered it in the past in the web development in order to get this button to work, because typically when you write a button, you use JavaScript, but we are not learning JavaScript. We are learning Python, HTML, and CSS, and we can make it with everything that we have learned so far. So we will need a new file, and we'll just call it about me.html. And we'll just go ahead and move this into our templates, and we can come over to our app and we can make a new route, and we can say app.route, put it in single quotes slash about me, and now we can make our function and say about me, call our function, and what I always forget to do is put my colon right there. And we want to return, and we're going to render the template, and we are going to render about me.html. Hope everything is spelled right. That looks right, I believe. Says that it's reloaded. Don't have a syntax error at least. Now if we come back over to our HTML, if you remember, we can put in our exclamation point and hit enter. We can change our title to about me, like this, and we can just put in some dummy text, and we could just say first we could just do like a H1 and say about me, and we could put in a paragraph. I'm not actually going to worry about styling it because we're just trying to get the button to work, so that way we can see how our server can serve up another page. So we'll just say this page is all about me and save this. Now comes the fun part when we actually get to add in our button. Over in our index.html, we are going to put our button just above our logo, and we can put him right here, and we can just say we want to make a button by adding in a button right here, and we can just say about me. And if we save this, let's come back over and refresh our page. Bam, there is our button, but it does not do anything. Now, typically, what you would do is you would add JavaScript, and you'd put on click. We want to do something like call function or something else, but we are not using any JavaScript. We can also use the trusty anchor tag, and we can surround our button inside of the anchor tag. Let's make that look nice so we can save that. So now our anchor tag, it should do something with our button when we click on it, and we can just put in right here, and we can just say template, and we're going to go to the about me.html. So let's try this and refresh. Hopefully it works first try, and it says that our templates about me.html could not be found, so we have a problem. I bet maybe somebody out there has caught this. Let's go back to our app.py, and it is, I think, because we're trying to render the HTML. Maybe we can actually just say about me. Oh, I see what our problem is. I don't have return right here. So now if we save this, come back over here, refresh it, we have our about me page, but we actually want to make sure that's too far. Make sure that we're on our main root page from our server. We can refresh it to make sure that our code is up to date. Click our button, and now our button brings us to a new page. So what you can actually do, what is really cool, without opening up like any kind of proxy, you can see what is happening right here. It makes a GET request to the main page right here, and then when we click on our button, we get a GET request to our server, and it's going to serve up the about me right here. And I actually can't remember if I have this specific VM set up to run with localhost files. I'll set this up and see if I do. And it looks like I think this should work. And you can see our request right here being sent to our header, and we're able to actually stop it. So you can see the host headers that Flask automatically puts up, and we catch those here in our proxy and we can send those forward. So you can see our host, our GET request, basically everything that we're able to see right here, we can actually see from burp as well. So we could forward that and shut that off. And if you want to be able to intercept your requests inside of burp as well, you can open up a new tab, and it's about config, and it's dangerous in here. Say we know what we're doing. Type in proxy, and it's this one right here, allow hijacking localhost. And you just click this little button and it will turn that on for you. And then you'll be able to intercept requests right here with burp as well. So that's how you do that. But that is outside of what we are learning, and we have all of our stuff set up right here. So I think at this point, maybe a good challenge for you would be to style this and add some style to it. Or maybe you can just delete this about me and make a login page. See if you can take a few inputs and create a button, and we'll see if we can start to set this up with a database and start looking at some vulnerabilities at this point. So before we move on, I have decided I think it'd be a good idea to take this page right here, and we'll create a little input and a button. And maybe you can take this as a challenge, and you can go ahead and create a form and take an input and create a button. And we're going to turn it into some cross-site scripting with our server linked up right here. And I'm going to show you how to make this, like if somebody was doing this maybe in a test environment and forgot to leave the Jinja2 default security measures in place. And then also maybe you want to figure out how to get cross-site scripting on Jinja2, which is going to be used with Flask. And then you could go out on bug bounty programs and find pages that are using Python and Flask, and then you would have a payload that's going to work with pretty much any website. So I'm going to show you how to go ahead and do this, but you could come over here and create your form first, and then we'll go over and link it up to our server second. So the first thing we want to do is just create the form, and our action is we're actually going to send this over to the about-me, and I'll show you where I get that. So with Flask and Python, you don't have to create your own API or use an API like you would with JavaScript. So we can actually just send this over here to about me is where this is going to be sent. And then the method is going to be a post. So if you've done any kind of ethical hacking or website penetration testing, you'll understand the get and post. If you've done any programming before, then you will also understand the get and post. This is a post request to the server, so we're actually sending it some information, and we want to do something with the information, and we'll do that over on the server in just a second. But in the meantime, we also want to have an input. We can leave it as text, and we can just name it XSS underscore input. And then we also are going to have another input, and we're going to call this our submit. So we can just say submit, and the value is going to be submit, just like that. And we want to render the information that we put into our button on the screen. So we want it to reflect down underneath our input. So what we're going to do is we'll just create a div. We could create this as something else, but we'll just leave it as a div. And similar to EJS, you can render the information from the server inside of these curly braces. And we'll just say this is going to be our user input. And to shut off the Jinja security measures for cross-site scripting, we can just say safe. So this is basically going to take the user input from up here, and it's going to reflect it right here, and we're just going to say that it's automatically going to be safe, like we're not expecting anything bad to come through, which is not something you typically want to do. And I can show you, to shut this off, you just would delete this and it'll reflect it down here, and it'll automatically escape any of the bad characters. So you can try to bypass this in just a little bit and see if you can get any payloads to work. If you can, you'll have a good heyday with bug bounty programs that use Flask and Jinja2. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and come back over to our server, and we are going to have to add a little more information into our server. So the first thing is we need our user input. This is what we want to be reflected right here. So we need our user input. It is going to start out as an empty string, but then we're going to replace it with what is posted in the post request. So we're going to say if the request method is a post, then we want to do something. We're going to say our user input equals the request.form.get. And so I'll explain this in just a second so you can see what I'm doing. So this will be our XSS input right here. And hopefully I spelled everything right. And we'll put our empty quotes right here. So this needs to be moved over. So what we have right here is our request method. So when we send this post request right here, if this is a post request that is sent to about me, which you have right here, you have the about me and the post. If that is sent over to our server, we are going to take our user input right here, and we're going to create this variable as an empty string. And if the request method is a post, then we're going to do this. We're going to take our user input from the request form, and we're going to get the cross-site scripting input, which we have right here. So inside this input, we're going to take that and we're going to save that into our empty string right here. And then we are going to render not just the HTML, but we want to render the user input, which is going to equal the user input. So let's go ahead and see, let's run this and see what happens. We get an error at the post, and I just realized that maybe you didn't update that. I actually updated this before I started recording. So you will need to update this little right here. If you're following along with the methods, the get and post. I was thinking that was probably my mistake, but it was not. It is going to be, it tells me right here after the post, we are missing a colon. So let's go ahead and add that in. Now we have a different error, and it says from, this should be form, save, run this again, and it is up and going. So we can actually copy that. We can actually just refresh this over here, and we have our submit, but we actually need this to be a button instead of an input. So let's go ahead and change that. That means I have a typo. So let's come over here. There was 2 M's, save that. I bet some of you guys caught that. Now we have this button. You can also take this right here and you could just turn this into a button by creating a button, and you could say type equals submit just like this. And then you could have your button over here. So you could just say this submit, and you could have your button name right here, and you could actually have a button. So let me save this and I'll show you. If we save, now we should have 2 buttons over here. So you can see, and both of them are working. So you don't have to use the input. You could use a button right there if you wanted to. So either one of those would be fine, but I had a typo right there. That's why that was not working. So let's get rid of our second button here. Save that, save that. And if we put something in here and we submit it, it is going to be reflected down here now. So our post request, if you want to see how we made this, we send this, we make a post request to the about me. This is going to be our server. This is going to be the variable with the input that we have right here. And we can forward this and it gets sent over here. So that is how that works. If you wanted to see the full process, you could submit and do intercept right here. So we're going to intercept the response so we can see this is what gets sent back from the server and actually gets rendered over here on this page. So if we forward that, then it gets rendered. So that is how that works. So now what we could do is actually type out a simple cross-site scripting payload, which I have already tested out right here. And you could say alert1 just like this. And that needs to have a close. So now if we submit this, we get our cross-site scripting. Just the basic payloads are going to work because we have this in safe mode. So if we actually delete this and save it, and then we come back over here and we run that exact same payload, that is not going to work because it is now escaping the bad characters with Jinja2. So if you wanted to see if you could get cross-site scripting to work right here, you could practice on your own personal website right here instead of on a live website. And if you get it to work right here, it is probably going to work out in the wild. So if you can get a cross-site scripting to work here, you can go through all the different GitHub pages with all the different payloads and test them out if you choose. But also I wanted to show you the payload right here with the image tag right here. So if we do the image source with empty right here, it just can be anything. On air alert, and we need a T right there. So alert, nothing. This should work for us. It is not going to work because I forgot to put back our safe mode. And if we just copy this and try this again, hopefully it works. So while I was editing this video, I realized that the error that I'm not seeing when I was actually recording this is I needed to close off this string right here. This string is open, so that way it is not letting the cross-site scripting work. I wanted to show you the image source because this is a really common one that you're going to see. And apparently I have done something wrong to mess up my payload. So let's go ahead and try this again. And since that's not working, let's just go ahead and type it out. So we can say image, our source is going to equal, I said double quotes, is that single quotes? It's single quotes, so we can put our single quotes back in there, and it doesn't really matter what the image source is actually looking at. And we have our on error equals, and then we have this closing tag. Let's try something a little different. So instead of that, we will try prompt, and we can see if maybe prompt will work instead of alert, and it does not. I'm not really sure why that's not working, but our original one is actually working. So you can actually go through and test out different payloads if you would like. Let's actually try out one that we did earlier, or one that we saw earlier. So we could say image, and this is what I would recommend to you for you to go ahead and try a bunch of different payloads and see which ones work. So we'll just say source, and we'll say on error. We want to do one that we tried earlier. So let's say JavaScript alert, and we can alert one, which is really common. And we can close off our tag right here. And let's go ahead and add in a closing image tag, which I'm pretty sure we don't need to do. Let's actually just leave it, and then we can just copy it later. Okay, so that one actually worked. So you can just play around with the cross-site scripting at this point and see which ones you can actually get to load and which ones work for you. And you can also go ahead and delete the safe mode and play around with these. I think what we're going to do now is we're actually going to set up a MySQL database over here, so that way we can start to practice a little bit with databases and some SQL injection and understand the code to have a secure server. So that way we're not going to have anyone use SQL injection against us. But I also, before we do that, I think it'd be helpful for you to go ahead and create another get and post. So maybe just delete all of this and see if you can get familiar with taking information from your actual HTML over here and understand, okay, the action means we're going to submit this to whatever route we have over here. This route specifically is going to be the about me. We're going to need the methods of get and post because we want to get information. So I actually typed this out, and I don't think I have it in the video, but this is just the methods that we want to accept. So sometimes you'll see in burp, you'll see it get, post, put, delete, but we're only going to be dealing with get and post. You can create your function. You want to make your user input, which we have from over here. We're taking in the user input, and then we're going to reflect it back over here on the screen. So an example of how this would work is if you do something simple and go to google.com and we want to look at something, we could just say something, and you're going to see our word is reflected. Okay, let's go ahead and mistype something because I guess it only reflects it right here if you spell something wrong. So you can just type in something, and so you see it says, did you mean something here? It actually doesn't reflect what we typed in. I actually thought that it did, but here's an example of like it actually taking something. It reflect our something right here, but it tried to fix our here. So that is like an example of taking something that we actually type in. It'll send it to the server, it comes back, and it is reflected right here, at least part of it's reflected right here. That would be a basic example of taking the user input and reflecting it back to the user. Most of the time when you see something like that, it's going to be something stored in the database, and then it is grabbed by the server from the database and then reflected to the user. That's a little complicated, but we may or may not cover that in the future. When I use databases, I do have to do that sometimes. So we'll have the if request method equals post instead of get, because here's just a simple get request. We just hit enter, and I'll show you, like, we're not actually sending any information over. We have this get request because we have not submitted anything. But a post request is when we put this in here and hit the submit button. That right there is the post. So we are going to be checking if it is a post request. Then we want to do something. We're going to change our user input, the request form dot get, and so this is going to be from the request form. We want to get the cross-site scripting input, which is this right here. So we want to return or render the template, which is going to be our HTML, and our HTML right here, plus this variable is going to be sent over to be reflected right here. So that's all we have going on right here. I hope that's not too confusing. This is actually like really simple server code. So I think if this is confusing, you should go ahead and try to create this and maybe watch that section again of me just explaining what all of this is doing. And you should be familiar in the next few sections of this video, because we're going to be continuing to work through creating post and get requests. Especially as we start linking up our server, we're going to be doing all of this again, and hopefully it becomes more clear to you. So let's go ahead and I'll give you a challenge, and then we'll do it in the next video. So create a new page over here, call it login, go back to our home route page right here, and we can actually create a login page and then a button. So I want you to kind of copy this a little bit. You're going to make a page. It's going to say login, and you're going to say this is like our login page or whatever you want. Create a form, create an input for a text, and instead of the name, you can put username, make one for password, and then create a button. And then we can go ahead and try to just reflect the username on the page when they hit submit, and then try to handle all of that action over here, so that way you can get practice typing all of this out. And then we'll go ahead and do all of this together. I just realized burp is intercepting this. And if you want to, on your index page, instead of having just an about me, you can put a login button right below that. So that way you can practice creating another button that is going to take you to the actual login page that we can start creating all of this on. So go ahead, create the create the login.html, recreate all of this and this right here, so that we have a username and a password, and it'll reflect the user on the login page once you have hit submit. I hope all that was not too difficult. I'm going to create my file, login.html. I will drag it into my templates. We will say move. Now I'm going to kind of cheat a little bit, and I am going to just copy this. I'm going to take this second input, copy it, and I am going to just change this to password. And I think something you could do as a little bit of a challenge to remember your CSS practice is to try and style it and make it look a little bit better if you want to. So I am going to reflect the user input, which will be on the server side. So let's make sure I got all this right. This will need to be login, and password and username. You could type this in as password if you would like. I'm going to leave it as text so that way I can see it, and I'll actually be able to see what is being sent back and forth, or I could just print it to the console, but I'm just going to leave it as text for now. And I'm also going to cheat just a little bit, and I wouldn't recommend doing what I'm doing right here, because it'll be helpful for you to get used to retyping all of this out, and it is possible that I am more than likely going to have some kind of typo because I forget to change something over here. So I'm going to change this to the username, which I think is what I saved this as over here. Where is that? Let's see, this file right here, this file, username. So right there, got that right. we need to change this to login.html. And I think on the index page, what were we supposed to do? We were supposed to make a button. Let's see if I can find the button right here that we made an anchor tag. We'll copy this and we'll just put one right below it. We'll say login, and the button is going to be login. So let's go ahead and give this a try. The server is not running because I crashed it. Let's come back over here, see if it actually works. And the issue that I think we have right here is I didn't change this to something else. So we'll just change this to login, save that, rerun it. Says that it is live. So we have the login page button. It does in fact work. Let's just say Ryan, password of John, submit, and it reflects my first name down here. Okay, so we have that working. What we could do also, if we wanted to make this look or function a little better, is inside this div right here, you could say welcome, save, refresh, and when we type in our name right here, submit, we have welcome Ryan. And I think I don't usually code with Python and Flask. I bet there's a way to put these together, but I have actually never tried it. So we get an error. Yeah, I'd have to look up how we would do that because I've actually never tried to put any welcome or anything in addition with the actual username right here. So that is something maybe you could Google and try to do. But for now, we're going to go ahead and try to set up our database. And if you are on Windows, you can check the link in the description for how to install MySQL on a Windows machine. And for those of you who are on Mac, it is going to be pretty simple. You're going to need to install Homebrew, and I'll also put a link in the description for you, but it's pretty simple. You just have to paste in 3 or 4 commands into your terminal. You have to curl the Homebrew, install MySQL, and then basically just launch it. So it's pretty simple if you're on Mac. It's a little more cumbersome if you're on Windows, but I'm going to link 2 different videos on how to do that down in the description, and you can go check this out. Or if you are on Linux, it's already done, and you can just continue following along with me, and we'll go ahead and set up our database and our table and keep going. So I'm going to assume you've gone ahead and installed. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and assume you have installed MySQL and watched those videos at this point. We are going to go ahead and open up a terminal, and the first thing you're going to want to do is actually start the MySQL server, and the command for that looks like this. So just sudo system ctl. We don't want restart, we would want just start MySQL. You'll hit enter. That should take a second or two to start up. You will then just type in MySQL to log in. It will look like this, MySQL -u -root -p. You can hit enter, and the password that you're going to use for this is whatever your password is for your current working machine that you're logged into, whether it is your Mac user that you're logged into or you're logged into Linux. It'll be whatever the root user password is. For some people, that actually may not work. For me, it works. I actually changed mine to just password so I can log in right here. But if that does not work for you, you can actually shut down your MySQL by typing in MySQL systemctl. Basically exactly what we did right here, only you would use stop instead of start. And then you're going to type in this command right here, and it's going to allow you to log in with no password. And then you will set your password by typing in this command. And the only thing that you will need to add is exit and then a colon, just like this. And you put in whatever you want your new password to be right here. For the user, if your username is not root or your user is something else, then you'll want to change root. Like right here, you'd obviously wouldn't want to use root. You'll want to use your name, and then the new password you want to use right there. And whatever the new password is for that user, it should now allow you to log in. So once we're in here, I actually might have spelled that wrong. I did. Can't spell password. And now that we are logged in, we're going to need to create our database. So this is something I just want to mention that I don't actually have a lot of this memorized. I have it inside of a specific set of notes that's called create database because I create probably less than 10 databases a year. And every single time I have to go back and look how to create a database and all of the columns because I don't have all of the syntax memorized. So as you watch this, as it looks confusing, just know I don't have all this memorized either, and you probably never will because the odds that you're going to be setting up a database every single week is going to be pretty slim. So the first thing we want to do is just type in create database, and we'll just call it my DB. And the thing I will forget often is you have to have this colon to close off your statement, and I want DB, and we hit enter. Now we have our database created, so we should be able to say show databases. Is that right? Show database? Show databases. And we now have my DB right here. So we can now go use my DB. If we wanted to show all tables, it's pretty similar to that right there. We just type in show tables. I think that's right. And we have none set up in here right now. So let's go ahead and create a table. And we're going to call our table users. And it should look like this. We're going to say create table users and user ID. So this is basically just going to be the first row of user ID. And every single time somebody signs up or creates an account, then we're going to automatically give them an ID. So we're going to say ID, it's going to be an integer, so not null. It'll always have something. So this not null just means there's always going to be something in that specific column. And we'll say auto increment, which means that it's just going to automatically create that in order. So the first user is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And we're going to use that as the primary key, which I think we'll probably use this when it comes to setting cookies and IDORS. We'll just use this primary key to move around as different users for our IDORS section when we actually create that. So we can close that off. I'm going to reread over this to make sure that it is all right and I don't have any typos. So let me bring you back once I finish doing that. All right, I think it looks good. Let's see, 0 rows affected. Let's see. We do have users. I think it's describe users. Does that show us? Yes, it does. So we have this user ID right here. We also want to add in a username and a password for our user. So we are going to type, I'm going to type these out and then so you don't have to watch me do that, and you can pause the video and copy them down so you can type these out as well. The first one is going to be alter tables, alter table users. So we're going to alter the table users, which we have just created, and we're going to add a column username, and we're going to add in that we want characters, and it is going to be not null as well. So that way you have to have a user. That way, whenever we create users, there's automatically going to be a user. And lastly, we want to create a column for passwords, and later we'll add in a column. I think for security purposes, maybe we'll add in a cookie. I haven't really decided yet, but for now, we're going to create one with passwords and we can hit enter. And now we have passwords. And if we go up and we describe users, you're going to see we have user ID, username, and password. So let's go ahead and try to create our first user. I have already typed all this out. We're going to say insert into users a username and a password with the value of Alice and password 123. I actually think we'll change this to admin because that's really common, and we'll just leave password 123. And we forgot our closing colon, and we'll add that in. And let's go ahead and describe users and see if this worked for us. We want to just actually what we want to do is select all from users and see, there we go. So we have user 1 and admin and password 123. So there's our first user already in the database here for us. And if we created a second one, like let's say we wanted to do the Alice, that she would show up as user 2. So now we want to link our database over here to our server because we want our server to be able to put users in and get information about users back. So that way we can start practicing our SQL injection, and we can also see how to create users in our database with secure code, and you can kind of see the back end of how this works with a server, the database, and how you can break the code as well. Okay, as we get ready to start this, I just want to start out by saying that all of this is going to be new, so it's going to seem really confusing at first. I'm going to try to go really slow and explain every single line like I have in the past with like what this if statement does, the post, the username. Only we're going to do this for setting up our database. So I'm going to try to go as slow as I can and be as clear as I can. If you have any questions, leave them down below, because setting up a database can be confusing if you've never done it before and you're not used to working with databases and you don't know the SQL statements. So I'm going to try to explain it. I might, for the sake of redundancy, do things multiple times just so you understand it. So before we actually start messing with our login and turning this into an actual like login page that is going to produce for us a SQL injection for us to be able to practice, and then also create like a secure login as well as a secure sign up, we are going to just start with the login.html over here. We're going to change this to just sign up like this. And I don't want that to actually be a tag, so shouldn't have hit enter there, but there we go. We got the sign up, and then we'll just change this as well to sign up. Even though this is going to be a login, we are going to add a sign up here in a minute, and we'll make that secure, and we'll just leave the actual login as unsecure. So we have our sign up, and we'll just say this is our sign up page. And then we want to, I think, just change a little bit of this. Let's go ahead, and right now we don't have a placeholder in here, they're just blank. So if we had a user and we wanted them to know what they were doing, we could just type in here like a placeholder, and we can say username, and we could add a placeholder down here. We could just say placeholder, and we would say password. And for the sake of making this actually look like a sign up page, we'll actually change this to password as well. So now when we come over here and we type in this box, instead of having text, it's going to be the little bubbles. So we can come back over here. I think this mostly looks okay. Instead of using user input, we'll just call this like message. So that way we actually can send a message back from our server that either you're logged in as a specific user or the login failed. And the reason we're doing a login first instead of a sign up is because over here in our database, we already created one user. So we're going to use SQL injection to log in as the admin user. Then we'll create a sign up, and we'll securely sign up without being able to use SQL injection. So we can come back over here. I think that looks all right. We'll come back over to our server code. So now if we just refresh this, we'll see that things have changed. We have our title changed, this has changed, have our sign up page, and that is now bubbles instead of text. And the first thing I think we'll do is just start by installing the actual SQL package that we need. And we're going to be using SQL Alchemy. So you can just type in pip install right here, Flask, and then we're going to use this right here. So that is how you spell that out. That is what we're going to be using. And then we will need to actually import this. So we can say from Flask underscore SQL Alchemy import SQL Alchemy. I believe that looks right, and it is not, because we need this to say from. So I believe that is actually right. And the next thing we need to do is actually set up our configuration for the database. And something I want to show you for setting up database configurations. Now, this is the first database I have used with SQL Alchemy. So I actually had to come over to the documentation and start reading. So if you come to our database and we log in, you can actually see what database we're using. You can come over here and read about our database. Now, what we're going to be typing out is a little bit different than what they have on their documentation, because we're going to be using SQL Alchemy with Flask. This is just the general basic code that you would use. This is not Flask specific. So I had to read through this and then also read through Flask. So if you're wondering how I learned this, it's basically come over here and read. That is how you're going to learn a lot of things that you don't know how to do. So this is new for me. This is the first time I've set up a database with Flask and Alchemy. So when you read this, just know that the way that I came up with the code that we're about to type out was purely by reading the documentation. And I'll try to explain it. So we have our app right here, and we want our app to do something. So we're going to say app.config, and we're configuring up a Alchemy database. And so when you do that, you have to type this out in all caps. This is going to be a key. This has to be exactly how it would be used with Flask. So this has to be in all caps. I'm actually going to copy and paste it from the documentation so that way I don't spell anything wrong. You have to spell everything exactly like this because your app is going to configure with Flask, and this is the key that Flask is going to use in order to set up the database. And then you can come over, and this is going to look exactly like the documentation right here. We're going to be using MySQL, MySQL, then we're going to use our username, which is going to be root, our password, which is for me is going to be password, and it's going to be at localhost because we're running this on our local computer, and then /mydb. So this is where I get this next part from, is really just right there. So come over here and we just type in MySQL plus, and if we wanted to, we could actually just like copy a lot of this. We'll just copy just this part right here because that's what I haven't typed yet. We have the plus, paste, and our user. My user is root. My password is password, and it's at localhost. And for me, I type in /mydb. This is my database name right here. So we have configured our MySQL database. Now we want to set up the tracking modifications. This is something that I'm not actually sure we have to do, but when I was reading about it, I decided to go ahead and show the full setup. So we're just going to come over here and we're going to type in, and I'm actually going to copy this as well so I don't make any typos, because this again is the key that Flask is going to use, has to be in all caps. And we're going to say equals false, just like that. So I think that looks right. And now our database is actually set up. Pretty simple. Now at this point, all we want to do is say our database equals, and then we're going to use SQL Alchemy, and then we're going to say with our app. So now when we use this later, we can just type in db to call this right here. So again, this right here is our app, and we're configuring the key to reach out to our actual computer. This is going to sign in to our actual database right here. That is what this code is doing. We're using the MySQL, the PySQL, and we're going to be logging in as our root user, as our password, and we're going to be going to our database. So this is going to pull the information from the local host in our database, my database. So if this was launched on a live website and somebody got access to your code on your server, they would have access to your root and your password. So they could log into your database, and they're going to know what database you're using right here, and they're going to be able to pull down the users because we're going to be using the users down in our statements a little bit later. But this has to be in here. Sometimes people will create a separate file and put this in here, and then they'll come up here and they'll import that file so that way they don't have this on their server code. But either way, you can get to it. So if you get code execution as a penetration tester, one thing you should always be looking for is the password of the database and the user, and log in and see what information you can find, because this has to be stored somewhere for the actual server and the program to connect to the database over here that is running on your Linux or Windows machine. So that is what this does, and that is how this works. I think it's a lot more straightforward with Node.js because it literally just says like DB name would be the name of your variable, and it would be MyDB. And if we were using NodeSQL, it would literally be something like username equals, and it would be root, and then it would be password equals password. And then you would say host equals local host. And so you can see like in Node.js, this would be a lot easier. I actually think this might be a colon in Node.js. The syntax is now not fresh in my mind for Node.js, but this would look a lot simpler than this right here. But this is essentially what we're doing. So when it tries to connect, it's going to grab our database name, which is MyDB, our username right here, our password right here, and localhost right here, and then it's going to log in so that it can make statements. So that is what that does. I hope that is clear. Now, if we come down to the login, we're basically going to just delete all of this, and we're just going to go ahead and start over from typing this from scratch. So we can go ahead and tab over so we have our correct spacing. And if you remember, what we want to send over was the message, and it is empty strings just like we did before. So if we save that, we come over here, you can see we're going to send over our message so that it shows up and is displayed in our HTML page. So we have that there. And just like we did previously, we're going to have an if statement, and if the request method is a post, then we want to do something. So we'll say post. One thing I don't like about using VS Code instead of PyCharm is in PyCharm, you can just hit tab and it'll move outside of that. And inside of VS Code, you gotta click out of it. Sometimes you can just press the quote or whatever the button is, it'll move over. Just a pet peeve of mine with using VS Code instead of PyCharm. That has nothing to do with anything. So the next thing we want to do is grab the username. So from the username, we want the request form, and we want to get the username. And so I'm going to explain this as we go, and then once we're done, I'll come back over and explain all of this code together. So we have the username, and I get that from over here, the username. So the name of this is username, and it's going to get the text or the information that is put in right here where you see the username. So if we come back over here, you now understand like where this username came from. It came from the form over here on the login page. So right here, this username. So the next one we're going to use is the password because we need to get the password. So what we could do is you could just copy this and paste it, but I'll retype it out so that way I can just explain it again. We have the password, and we want to do a request.form. So the request from the post request, it's going to grab the form, which is this right here, this form, and it's going to look through everything inside this form, and I just messed that up. It's going to look through everything inside this form, and it's going to grab whatever matches this password right here. So when you see this password equals, so we're setting a variable, and it's going to go to the request form. So we're making a post request. If the request method is post, from the request that is being sent over, we're going to grab the form, which I think I might have one saved over here. So we have a post request right here. It's going to grab the username or the password right there, just so you can see what that looks like. So this is the form that is being sent from our page right here over to the server, and this is it right here. So it's going to grab this password, this information that's right there. So we can take that and we can say get and single quotes password. So we're grabbing our password, and now we get to make our query statement. So we can just save this as query statement equals, and we're going to make this an F string. And so this is the actual statement that is going to be sent to the database. So if we were to come over to our database and we wanted to pass this over, instead of saying, what did we say earlier? Select all from users. We actually need to use my DB. And now if we do that, we pull down our user right here. So this is a SQL statement. So what we want to do in a login situation is we want to check. So we'd say select username from users where username equals, and I can't remember if this is single quotes or not, and we'd say admin, single quote, and it's going to grab our username right here. So this is a statement. So essentially what we want to do is we're going to select the usernames, and this is whatever this admin right here is what is going to be passed in as a username. You'd pass in a username, and the statement, wherever it is, over here is going to see if there's anything in this database with the username admin. And if there is, then we would add on to this specific statement, and we would say the password equals, and in this case it would be 123. So if we pass this in, I'm actually not sure what this will do. If we give it something blank, it's going to tell us that it does not exist. So let's see if we type in what was the password? 123. We do get the user admin right here, and it would send that back to our server. So this essentially is what we're going to be making over on our server. So our database query statement is going to select a username. So select the username, which is this column right here, from the users table, which we created earlier. So if we just type in, is it show tables? You'll see that we have this users right here. This is something we created, and it's going to grab the name that we input right here. So this is what we input from right here. It's going to be admin, and it's going to look for the password that we put in right here. And if the password is wrong, it's going to give this empty set, and it's going to say the user does not exist. If the user does exist, it's going to grab the username and send it back and display it down here and say like welcome admin or something like that. So if we come back over here, we can type out our statement. So we're going to retype this, and we're going to say select username from users where username equals, and so this is going to be our vulnerable code right here. So the way you would make this vulnerable is by adding in these single quotes, so that way we can escape them, and then we're going to pass in the variable username. So this is the username that we are passing over from right here. So whatever we put in right here is going to come through. So if we wanted to break this, you'd put in this single quote, and this single quote would show up instead of username. And so what happens if we put a single quote in here? Well, it's going to break our query statement. So if we come back over here, retype this out, and we say we want to put in the username, which is right here, whatever the user passes from the form, we're going to just directly insert that into our code. So we can say and password equals, and we're going to have single quotes, and we're going to do the exact same thing as we did before, and we're going to say password. So there's a few things in here that you'll probably notice that looks different than most SQL statements. If you are looking at code that like an actual SQL person is writing, this would be in all caps. Pretty sure we don't need all caps for the select, from, and where. Those are typically what you'll see in all caps. So you'd see something like this if you were on a Try Hack Me or Hack the Box CTF. It would look like this, but it's not necessary to actually make these all caps. It just is common practice that you're going to see. I usually don't do it, as you see over here, because I think it's a waste of time for me to try and put those in caps, just because that is how it's done. I don't really like doing it that way, so I might not do that later. But that is going to be our query statement. And right here, if we put a single quote, that will break the statement, so that way we can actually do some SQL injection. And I'll actually show you in a little bit how to make this secure. So the next thing we need to do is we're going to create a variable, and it's going to be result, and it's going to be the db engine.execute. And this is basically just telling it the server that we want to execute the query statement. So that way it will actually send this to the database, and this is what we get back. So we're going to save that in the result. So this will send it. This is going to send the request, this statement, to our database over here, and our response, which would be like this empty set, or the admin, is going to be sent back over here, and it's going to be saved in result. And we want to reflect the result onto the page for us, but we'll do that in just a second. Before that, we have to say the user equals, and we're going to say the result dot fetch one, and we got to call this method right here. So the fetch one is just going to grab the line back from over here, and it's actually going to give us the user. That's what this fetch one method does right here. So we get the result back from the statement over here. So we basically would receive all of this back from the server, but we don't actually want to grab the user, we want to grab the username. So the fetch one is going to grab not the first option, but the second one, which is going to be the username from the result. So we get the result back, bam, this is our result. And we don't want to grab the first option, we want to grab the second option, which is going to be our admin right here, and it's going to save that as our user. So that's kind of what the fetch one does. It takes our result that comes back from the database and it grabs the actual specific user, which is why that is called user right there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create an if statement. We're going to say if user. So if we have a user come back instead of an error message, like, so let's say we actually get a user back right here instead of this empty set because we didn't get anything back and we put no password in. So if a user comes back, we want to do something. So we're going to say message equals, and we're going to make this an F string, and we'll say welcome, and we'll welcome the specific user by saying, let's grab the username. So that is the name that they signed up. So we can just grab this username, and we don't actually need to grab this one right here. So we can use the username because that's the one that they signed up with. And we can say welcome to the user, and we'll just say else. If the message doesn't contain anything, then we're just going to say the message equals incorrect username or password. So the message right here, the reason I save this as the message variable is because if we come over to our login, we want to display the message. So we're going to be saying welcome to the user, or we're going to be saying you gave us the wrong password. Now, lastly, this should be looking really familiar to you at this point. We want to do what we do right here, and we want to return or render back the login with the message. So as we have seen previously, we want to return and we want to render the template, and we're going to render the login.html, and we want to send along with it the message variable, and it will display the message variable in the proper location. So if we did all of this right and we actually imported all of our stuff and we installed SQL Alchemy properly and we have our database set up, this should work at this time. The odds are very slim because I always have typos, but let's go ahead and run this. And it is running, so let's see if we refresh this page, and let's just try to log in as the admin. Let's give it a bad password, submit, and it actually works. That kind of surprised me. We get an incorrect username and password, but let's say we log in as admin and we give the right password of password 123. And remember, if we want to check this, we can inspect. We can take this type password and we can turn it into text, and we have our password typed in as 123. That looks good, and we can submit this and we get welcome admin. And so one thing that I like to do if I'm playing around, I'm just trying to learn what is going on, I love to run things through burp. So we can type in our password again. I actually think I might have spelled that wrong this time, but we'll be able to see it. We can come over to our proxy, we can intercept the request, we can hit submit, and we're able to see we have the admin and the password of 123. And just in case burp is not working with your local host, I can't remember if I showed you how to do this already or not. You can set up your local host to work by going over to about config, and you can run this. We can accept the risk, and over here you just type in proxy, and the one that says hijacking right here, this will be set to false, and you'll want to set it to true, and you can do that by clicking this right here. And when you have this little arrow, it means you have done that properly, and burp will actually work for you. So that is how you set that up to work with localhost. So we can actually see what we have right here. We have our post request. It's coming from our local host. We're using Firefox. A lot of this stuff right here is going to all be set up by Flask and Jinja2 automatically, and then we have our parameters down here. So we have the admin and we have the password. And also this would be a vulnerability because you shouldn't be submitting things in plain text like this. And we also, when we store over here, another vulnerability is we would want to have this hashed. I'm not actually going to go through how to hash all of this because it's just a lot of extra server-side code that you're probably not going to remember, because I don't even remember. I know we would need to install a hashing program. I think it's called bcrypt in order to encrypt these from our server, but we're not actually going to mess with that. But this would be something you would be, this is something that you would find as a vulnerability. You wouldn't want to do that. It'd be bad practice. You'd want to change that. This also, you wouldn't want to send this through. in plain text. So we have this set up right here. So you can look at this, and if we wanted to, you could send this to repeater, which is what I guess we'll do now, and look at some SQL injection. So if we came over here and we just delete the 3, we send this, we see that we get an incorrect username or password, and that's because our password is wrong. And if we type in a 3, it's going to tell us welcome admin. So now at this point, we could start to mess with SQL injection, but one more time, I want to walk through this as a whole now that it's done, so that way you can really grasp what is happening. Basic route that we have right here, the /login. And we have the methods of get and post. So a get request, if we turn Burp back on over here, a get request is just us trying to get the basics of the page. So right here, we have a get request. A post request is when we want to send information to the server and we want to see if we can get information back from our post request. So we're going to post this. So we're posting this information to the server right here, a post request. And then if we wanted to, you could see what we get in response by saying do intercept, where are you? Do intercept right here, and we could forward this, and then we see the response. So we post something to the server, it's going to tell us in response, no, that is what this right here does as our get and post request. So our login function that we are calling when we run our login route right here, we are storing our empty message. So we need to create a variable that we can later change. So right here, we are creating the variable empty string because we don't have anything in it yet. We're going to return it right there. So we have our empty string. If the request method is in fact a post, then we want it to do something. So when we saw in Burp that we have this post request right here, if the server sees that this is a post inside of the request method that has been sent, it's going to grab the username from the form and the password from the form. So it'll go to our HTML, it'll look for a form, and then it's going to look through the form and see if there's a username and a password. And we can have multiple forms, and we're actually going to have one that is a username and a password for a sign up here in a second, but we'll have to call this like username for the sign up and the password for the sign up. So that way, when it goes through all the forms on all the page, it will grab specifically the username and the password. So it looks for those right there. It stores the username as the username right here and the password right here. This is our query statement that is going to be sent to our database. So we have the select users, or the username. So it's going to grab the username. It's going to say select admin from the users table, which is going to be our table up here. So if we, I think I said show tables, select all from users. We could just say, oh, right here, I did it recently. So if we select our tables, that's what it's doing. So we have select the username, select admin from the users table where the username equals, and then whatever username got passed in right here. And the password equals whatever the password is right here. And so if this and this come back as true in this statement right here, it's going to grab the user, and we're going to be able to add in our welcome sign. So if this comes back false, it's going to come down here to this else right here. So if there is a user sent back from the database, like we saw right here, yes, there was a user sent back from this statement because this is a true statement. We select admin, so we're selecting a username from the users, but the username we're selecting is admin and the password is 123. This is a true statement. Therefore, we get a user back. We select a username from right here, so from users with admin and a blank password. So just to show you again, we could put in here wrong pass, and if we run this, it's going to give back this empty set because this is the wrong password for the admin, and because it's the wrong password, it'll skip over the if statement. This is no longer true because we did not get a user back. And because we didn't get a user back, it's going to send this incorrect username and password. So you see that right here. We must have typed in admin, some bad password, and we get incorrect username and password. But if we type in the right one and we say admin and we give password 123, we are going to get the welcome correct password because the statement was true. All right. Now that we understand this, and if you don't understand it, maybe you could rewatch it because this is really important that you grasp this in order to understand the SQL injection. So now we can come back to our burp request. We have our repeater right here. If we wanted to do SQL injection because we don't know the actual password, what we would do is come over here to test for SQL injection. You're always going to want to cause some kind of internal server error. So you could just put in a single quote right here and we could send this over and we get this internal server error right here. And I believe if we come over here and we just send admin with a single quote, we're going to get back an error and it's going to tell us what our error is. And you could read it right here. Basically, it's improper syntax. So we have a syntax problem. If we scroll down, it's going to tell us right here is what is happening. So we have our statement right here, and we have these two quotes right here, which breaks this statement and it no longer works, and we have an issue. So we can come back to our burp. And so we get this internal server error. And just to be clear, like sometimes people store cookies inside of databases. And so instead of looking at this, let's see, if we select all from users, instead of just having a username or user ID, a username, and a password, sometimes you will see in here a cookie, and people will store the cookies in here, and they will have on their server side code a button that logs out, and it will erase this cookie, and it will be blank, and there'll be nothing there. So that way there is no session. And you can actually sometimes do a SQL injection through the cookie because this is stored in the database and they have the code written to check to see if there's an authenticated user like this. Instead of password, it would just say cookie and you would have a column named as cookie. So sometimes you can use that instead of just looking at this password. So if you had a cookie up here, you could put in a single quote and see maybe that cookie is stored on the database. But that is not where we're at right now. So for the SQL injection, we're just going to do a really, really basic SQL injection just to bypass the login. Not that we're going to try to do too much and try to grab all of the users. But what we're going to do at this point is you can actually just put in the dash dash, and if you send this, you're going to notice that we get this internal server error. So when I first mess with this, you'll actually see over here I have this dash dash, and I submitted this, and I was like, dang, what is the problem? Well, there's a couple of things you can do. First, you can just delete that, and you can put in the pound, and you can send this, and it's going to tell us we are logged in. So if we come back over here, and I don't think I ever tried this one over here. We can put in the pound sign and you can submit this and it's going to tell us welcome admin. And so we are able to log in. And let's see, we get this, if you're wondering why this is right here, it's because it's reflecting exactly what we put in right here. So this is grabbing from the form exactly this user right here. I believe if we put in right here, just user, this will reflect just the user. So let's go ahead and give this a try because I have not tried this. We submit this and yeah, you see admin without the quote. And just to explain what I just did, because we're grabbing the result and the fetch one, and I explained this a minute ago, we're actually grabbing not the username because this would be the first column. We want to grab the second column, the fetch one. It's going to grab the admin. So in the response, it's going to grab this right here. So that was why I could change this user right here to user instead of username. So you could actually have this as the username right here because we're grabbing the username that was put in, and this is when we have the pound sign. And if we use the user, this is going to be actually what's coming back from the database. So now if we come back over here and we do the admin with the pound sign, you're going to see that we have the admin with the pound sign. Now let's come back over to burp. So the problem I noticed is if you run this, this is not going to work. But I realized that if you had a space in right here, due to the way the syntax is sent over from the server, it's going to store this space. And I guess this space is needed inside of the query statement that's sent to the database. So we would need to send it this way. And if you have the double dash and a space, you will be able to log in also as the user. Before we move on to looking at the secure code, I want to show you the union select statement. So if you've been around the bug bounty hunting or web application hunting testing world at all, then you're going to be familiar with union statements. So if we go over to burp, then you will be familiar with a statement that looks something like this. I'm going to go ahead and type it out and then bring you back so you don't got to watch me type it. And we would have the admin just like we did before, and then we close this off. And the union select just means in addition to the previous query, we want to make an additional query, and we would say union select the password from the users, and then we do the same comment out. So it's going to grab the password for all of the users, or we could just say the username because we have this category as well. So we could grab all of the users, and I actually went ahead and added another user. So if we show all users, you're going to see I added Bob, and he has the same password as well. So I added another user so that way you could actually see it show up over here. So if we run this, you'll see that I have a typo because we don't actually have this set up. We have it to fetch one right now. So it's set up to only grab one individual user from the database. So we would say fetch all. And if you used fetch all inside of Flask, you would definitely not be reflecting the user over here in this message. You would definitely keep the user that they typed in. So some people might use fetch all if they don't know what they're doing, but you'd really have to not know what you're doing. So we have this statement right here, and if we wanted to display all of them, then we would need to add to our welcome statement and not just display this one username or even this one user. So I can show you. If we just type in user like we had previously and we save this and we come back over and we send this, you're going to see that we get our users back, but it is not in like super great format. I guess I was going to try to format it so it'd be easy to read, but you can figure this out. So if we actually took this union select statement and we copied this and we saw what this looked like as it reflected up on our screen, you would see that is not what was supposed to happen. We were supposed to get back this right here. So, but if we add in the pound sign, we don't actually need the double dash, or we don't need the space afterward. So you can see if we wanted to run a union statement, we get back the users right here. We could also, instead of just grabbing the usernames like I mentioned earlier, we could just say we want the password for all of the users, and we have another typo. So select the password from the users table, and the problem again is that double dash. We submit this, we're going to get the admin, and we get back password 123. So in this case, we get back the user and the password, and I'm actually not sure why it did that. It should have given us just password 123 twice, but I mean, in the real world, this would be great because you would have credentials now for the admin or the first user in the database, which is typically going to be some kind of administrator. So if somebody had SQL injection and they had fetch all, you're going to be able to see everything inside the database. If they have just fetch one, we would have to actually try to fetch each one of these one at a time. Let's see, is this one with the pound sign? And you'd go, okay, we have the admin, and then you'd have to try to figure out how to pull down other users. In this case, you're only going to be able to get the username, but that would be okay, I guess, because we could still bypass this and log in as the admin with the simple admin and the pound sign. So we could still log in as the admin. Well, with that, let's go ahead and check out some secure SQL code, and I'll explain how that works. So let's go ahead and create another submit form. Actually, I think we'll just do this on a completely different page. So that way our server side variables don't get confusing. Like if we created this inside the same login function, we'd have to create like a username 1, username 2, password 1, and that could just get confusing. So actually what I think we'll do is we will just create a completely all new app.route. So we can just create this real quick and say app.route. And I think actually what I will do is just copy this just to get the basics of this started. So we can just copy this, paste it in. We can just call this one register, and we can leave the methods, and we will call this register as well. And then we can start writing all of our code in down here. But before we get too far with this, I think what we'll do is also create our new file, and we'll create our server, or we'll create our HTML stuff first. So that way we have all of our variables already set and we know what we need to call this stuff over here. So we can just make this and just call it register.html. And we can move this into our templates. We can come over here and create our form. So we really could just copy this stuff over here and paste it in on this side right here. And then we can edit what we have right here. So we would change this to register. We can change this also to, we'll just say create an account. And we could say this is where we create accounts. We'll also need to change this login right here to whatever we called this right here. So we'll need to change that to the register. We'll paste that in to make sure, just in case I have a typo, that it will still work for me. And I think what we could do is just leave the rest of this. It actually looks like that should work. So let's go ahead and save that, and we can come back to our server and we can start writing the server code. Now, some of this is going to look like this up here. It's going to look really familiar to you, but some of it's going to be a little different because over here we're going to create the secure code, and I want you to be able to see what the secure code looks like. So actually, instead of you just watching me retype all of this out, I'm going to copy paste this and then just edit the stuff that needs to be edited. And then I'll walk you through what I've done and what I've changed and why it's secure. Okay, so I have finished typing that out, and here is what we have. So we have our message. Let me just go ahead and space that out. Our if is just the same as we saw previously. We have our if. This has a post in it. So if the request method has the post, and if this is new to you, you can go back and rewind to where I explain this stuff to you. So inside of our form, which we have over here, our form, which is a post, going to our register, we're going to grab the username and the password, and we're going to save them right here. So our request form is going to get the username and the password, and we are going to check this query. This is a check query, so it's going to check to see if the username is going to equal the name that gets passed in, and it's going to do this with this little placeholder. So that way, if you put in a single quote or a double quote, it is not going to actually break our query right here. So it's going to take this and it's going to run the check query. It's going to pass in the username. So our username is going to get passed in right here, and this is the username that we grab over here. So it's checking the username from the user where the username is equal to this specific variable. So this username is going to take over this right here, and then we shouldn't be able to do any kind of SQL injection with this right here. And if the user exists, so like let's say we want to create another user named Bob, we're going to get this message back right here. If it doesn't, it's going to insert into the users the values, our username and our password. And I'm pretty sure with the insert into users, you can create a payload if this is not written this way. You can't do any kind of login or anything, but you can actually like delete stuff or delete the users table altogether when you are able to inject into insert into users instead of what we have up here. So I'm actually not going to cover that SQL injection because you would never do that. You're never going to actually delete stuff from somebody's database. If you find a SQL injection that is an insert into, you would not delete anything. So we don't actually need to cover that, but that is the difference between this right here and a select statement from SQL injection. So I hope this makes sense. We have these values are being passed in as variables. So if we put in a single quote right here, it will not break this string. It's actually just going to store that single quote inside of our database over here. So if we put Bob with a single quote, it's going to store that over here with a single quote. And we're going to do that in just a second so you can see it. And then our message is going to read that the user has been created, or right here that the user already exists. So let's go ahead and come over to /register. I didn't create a button for this on our home page, so we'll just have to put in the direct route to get to register. And I don't know why that didn't work. Let's try this again. Here we are. We have made it to create an account. So let's just try Bob, and we'll use that. And if we submit this, it's going to say the username already exists. So that is in fact working the way we want it to. So what happens if we type in our admin? I want out of there. I want to type in admin. I don't know why I'm getting this saved login. So we'll say admin and we'll put in our single quote and then we'll just use a random password. We'll just call it password 123, just like we had before. So we got our admin with the single quote. If we submit this, it's going to say registration successful. And the reason I'm not enjoying whatever is going on with this right here, the reason this is working with the registration successful, if we come back over here to our database and we select all users, you're going to see that it just treated this as though it was part of a name. The reason you don't usually see something like this in a live website is because they're going to have blacklisted characters. So you aren't going to see a bad character in any kind of Gmail or anything like that. So you could just allow users to create bad users and take up space on your database or on inside of your database, or you could just like blacklist some of the bad characters and you don't have to worry too much about it, because if somebody puts in a bad character and bypasses your blacklist, then worst case scenario, you lose one space on your database. So you really typically you'll see people do some kind of blacklisting, so those characters aren't allowed. And this will be a really good refresher for just some basic Python scripting. If we wanted to make a list of blacklisted characters, we'll just call these bad chars equals, and then we're going to put in a list of them here. We'll just put in something simple so we can do our single quotes, so we can do double quotes, and we could put in like maybe this colon right here. I need to be consistent with these. We'll just put in a couple because I don't actually care to make a bunch of these. So we could just put in some of these bad characters and then you would just write a simple function, very basic, simple Python function like we have done in the first 4 or 5 hours of this course, just making basic functions. We just say def, and then we would just say black list, and so we'll call our function blacklist, and then we're just going to pass in a parameter right here, and then we're going to say for the characters in our bad characters list, we want to do something, so we'd say if the character in the word, so we'll just say s because we're grabbing our parameter right here, remember, dot lower right here, dot lower, so we'll call the lower method, and then we're just going to say return true. So this can stop what we have going on if there is in fact a bad character, and then it won't post that to our database. So we could say return false. So that should work. But now we need to make an if statement around our check statement. So if we come right here, we need to indent this. So we're still inside this specific if statement. And we'll say if we have if it contains a bad character inside of our username right here, then we can do this right here. So it's going to run this if statement and see if this works, if there is something inside. I just realized that I was making a mistake. We need to not change that. We need to create something new. So underneath here, this needs a semicolon. Come right here, or a colon. We can come right here. We can type in our message. We want to be able to send a message that no hacking to the user. And what we want to do is return, and we're going to give them back the page that they just came from. So we'll say return, and we want to render template, and we're going to send them back to register.html with our message so it can be displayed. So message equals message, just like that. So that says that it failed, and we have a typo right here and a typo right here. So we run this again, and I apparently don't know how to spell return because I now have another typo. Let's see if this runs this time. Okay, there we have it running. Let's go ahead and refresh this page and see what happens. Let's go ahead and type in admin, single quote, and anything, any kind of password. It says list object not calculable. And now that I'm looking at this, the reason we have this type error is because What I did was I grabbed this bad characters. I didn't pass through our actual function name down here to actually call the function. I was thinking this was what we named our function. So we need to fix our function right there and save this. And that should have fixed all of our problems. So let's refresh this page, delete this here. Let's type in admin, single quote, it's just something in there, and it says no hacking. So you see now this is not going to store into our database because we have this blacklist. This will save you space inside of your database if somebody is doing something like that. That's kind of why you don't see single quotes and things like that being accepted in usernames or emails whenever somebody signs up. It's typically because there is some kind of blacklist. Some people might have a whitelist because it's more secure, but in this case, I don't think that's necessary to do, because if somebody is going to just fill up your database, they can do that with invalid emails just as easy as they could with emails or usernames that have a single quote, if that makes sense to you. So again, here's all we had to do was some basic Python that you've seen a whole bunch of times by this point. Make a list of bad characters, loop through the bad characters with our parameter right here. So we add in this S, but the S is actually being passed through as our parameter down here. So actually, instead of using S, what would probably make more sense is to just say uname. So we have the username, and down here, you can see that when we call this, what we're passing through is this username right here that's been taken by the user. It's being passed through. What we name this does not matter. So we would just need to change that S right there. Hopefully I don't have any typos again, and you should be able to just redo this register and say admin with a single quote submit, and we're going to get no hacking. So this parameter name right here, maybe it makes more sense for you to see this uname. So this doesn't matter what you name this. This name doesn't really matter, but we've already covered all of this in the past. So then we take our message. We're going to do the same thing as we've done in the past right here. Don't need to explain it again. And then if we blacklist, all we need to do is make an if statement and say if there's something in the blacklist of the username, then it's going to call this function. It's going to loop through our list right here. And if there's no bad characters, then it's going to let us proceed, and it's going to come on down to the next part of the code, and it's going to take our username to see if it exists. And right here, you can't hack this because we're taking, and right here, you can't hack this with SQL injection because we're taking in this variable that is going to be stored in the database if it is something bad. So this is the secure way in Flask to write this. And that is pretty much it. The rest of it's pretty straightforward. So that is SQL injection. Now let's go ahead and check out a new vulnerability. If you have questions on this, please let me know down in the comments, and I will try to answer your questions in a separate video and cover the SQL injection with Python. So that way it's something that you're familiar with, you see, and if you have any questions, I'd like to be able to answer those and clear that up. All right, we are going to be switching over to a new vulnerability, and we're going to be looking at the open redirect right here. And so this might be new to a few of you, and this vulnerability can be considered very low in some cases, like if you're just trying to use it for phishing attacks. But if you're able to get a server-side request forgery, which I'm going to show you as we build out our application on the server side, you'll be able to see that this can actually be something that can be a little more of a high risk vulnerability. But just starting out, what is Open Redirect? Open Redirect is pretty simple. So we are on mysite.com, and we have just a page called opened and the URL, and it's going to send us to this website. So if we see something up inside of a URL that just says URL and then has this equals right here, and it's going to take us to another site, maybe within our own website. This is just going to take us to a different directory. And inside of Flask, this is really popular because there is something just called I think it's requests, and you are able to just call this function or this method inside of your server. So this is something you'll see a lot in Flask applications because it's really simple and people don't understand that it can be vulnerable. So basically, really simply put, an open redirect is instead of something just taking us from my site to a designated site right here, we can change this to whatever we want, and we could just change this to attacker.com, and you would now be able to send this out to other people, and they would see this right here, and they would think, okay, well, I'm just going to go to the mysite.com, and they might ignore this back here where it says attacker.com. So for example, if we take this right here over to Bert, and we put it just inside of this decoder right here for just simple purposes, you can see this, like we have attacker.com, and we could even delete the home right here. And you'd say, well, I noticed this attacker.com and I would never click on that. But what happens is sometimes people will do this, and they'll take this and they can encode this with URL. And now look at this down here. It just says mysite.com, and then you have all of this over here with this URL encoding, and a lot of people aren't going to know what's going on right here. And so this is how a phishing attack would work. With a open redirect, you could just say mysite.com. People think they're going to whatever it is, and then you actually have a cloned website over here that looks like mysite.com, and then you just URL encode it so they don't know where they're going. So that is one way that this could be used inside of phishing. Another way that this can be used is to grab, I guess I already covered this a little bit, so mysite.com, and you have attacker.com over here. So think you're going to mysite.com, you end up going to attacker.com. I covered that without looking at the slide. But another way to steal information is you have mysite.com, and we have this same page right here, and then you're passing in the parameter reset, and then you're going to have this token, which, or I spelled this wrong right here, but that's okay. So you have a token, and this is your token, and you're going to send this to attacker.com. So let's say you have this mysite.com. If you were able to send this to somebody and you're able to grab this open redirect, what happens is you could steal a token or a cookie or a session by redirecting somebody to your own page. And the way this would work, or the way this would leak, just so you understand what is happening, if we are on google.com, which we are, and we click on HackerOne right here, if we were like signed in to Google or something and we wanted to steal some information, what you would see inside of your console in the logs is that you were referred from google.com. So we are actually on hackerone.com. So we click on hackerone.com. We are sent to hackerone.com right here, but we were brought from google.com. So the attacker would actually see inside of this refer right here the site that you came from, which would look like this right here. This would be the refer if you actually clicked on it and went to attacker.com, and they'd be able to see the token or the session. So that is another way this would work. Another one is a server-side redirect. We're also going to look at server-side request forgery within this, but this is pretty simple. This is where I show you that we have the URL request, and then we just have this redirect. We have the redirect method, which we have being called right here. So we have this redirect, and then it passes through the parameter of the URL. And you can change this URL to anything you want, which is why inside of Flask, this is something that is really common to see, especially with young developers who don't know that this redirect can actually be used to take you to a malicious website. So on our page, vulnerable redirect, we call our decorator function, and then we have the URL. So from the HTML, it's going to get the URL that's being passed over from the HTML, and then it's just going to redirect you to that page. But what I think most people miss is that we can actually open up a proxy, and we're able to change this to whatever we want. Or sometimes you don't even need to open up a proxy. You can just change this directly inside of the browser of the page. So the last thing I want to mention on this is if you're doing some kind of SSRF with Flask, it's really hard to actually grab files with the SSRF, but you can do an internal port scan, which we're going to look at in just a minute. So the last page I have here is, let's go over to VS Code, open up our text editor that we have been using, and we'll go ahead and get started coding this out. And I hope that this was helpful. So this is kind of telling you where we're going to go, but now we're actually going to look at this. And just in case you're wondering, this is a pretty common vulnerability that you should be aware of. So let's go ahead and start typing this out. So here we are on our VS Code. I am going to scroll down to the bottom. So we just created this register. We're going to not need that anymore. I'm going to make a big space right here. So we have lots of room to create our route for our open redirect. And then also we're going to need to create a new file. I think I'm just going to call it redirect.html. And then we'll just drag this up to our templates and we will move it. And I think what we can do is I'll just type this out before we go ahead and start our server code, just so we have the HTML set up. And I'll try to explain this as we're going. And then once we're all done with our server code, we'll come back to this and I'll show you how all of it links together and is working. So our title, we can just call this redirect if we would like. Down here in the body, we're just going to start out with an H1 and we can just say open redirect, so that way we have a page title on the front. We're going to make an image with a redirect, and then we're also going to make a redirect with just a simple input, so that way you can kind of see it in two different ways and hopefully get a grasp for what is happening. So inside of our anchor tags, we can put in our image. I'm just going to use our logo that we used earlier, the same way we have been doing image links. So we'll just say static logo, and then we just are going to create a style for inline styling, only because I don't want the image to be gigantic. So we'll just say we want a height of 100 pixels. And we'll make a width of 100 pixels as well. So that should make that clickable. And now we can come back up here and we're going to make one of our routes. It's just going to be called open. And we're going to send it to the parameter. We're going to pass in a parameter. So we got URL equals, and then just HTTP / and then we're going to send it to our local server because we are running on a local host. And we're running on port 5000, so that way it will actually reach out to our server. So this is going to be us, just this image. When you click this image, it's going to just send you back to our index.html or our home page. So that's all this is doing right now at this point. And then we can also do the same thing with a form. So we could just come down here and type in form, and our action is going to go to the root or go to our route of open. We'll open this up, and inside of our form, we're going to want a label, and we can just say the label is for the URL, and we're going to say redirect to, just so that way we understand like what we're doing inside of our form. The input is going to be redirecting us to somewhere. So our input type is going to be text. The URL name is going to be URL. So that way we're able to grab the information that is passed over. We can put our ID. We don't need an ID right here. So what we could do is we could just put a placeholder and we can say your URL. That basically this is just where we want to be directed to. That's just going to be in the box. So this actually, we don't even need that if we don't want to have it in there. So then we're going to also create an input, and this is going to be the type submit. This is actually going to be our button. So if we wanted to, we could create this as a button instead. And so we'll give it a value of go. So I've shown you how to create buttons instead of inputs in the past as well. So this should give us our form. And if we try to go to our redirect.html right now, nothing is going to happen because we have not created our route for it over here. So if we wanted to see what this looks like, we need to go at app.route, and then we want to pass in the redirect. We need a slash redirect, which is the name of our HTML file right over here. And we're going to give it just the method of get. So we'll say method equals, inside of brackets, inside of quotes, get, just like this. We could put a post in here, but we're not actually going to be making any post requests, so we can just leave it with the get for now. And then we're going to give it our decorator function of redirect, and we'll say page, and then we want to return. And all of this should be really familiar to you at this point because we have done this several times. This is basically just setting up a route that's going to send us the page that we just created. So redirect.html. And if I have no typos, when we open up Firefox and go to our page, we should have, that should have worked, but I bet our server is not running. Now it's running. and we run this and we're brought to our page right here. So if we go to redirect, hit enter, and we're brought to this page. If we click our button, we are brought back to not the home page. We're actually given this redirect right here that is not taking us to our home page for some reason, but it should. So the reason that's not taking us to our home page is because I haven't set up the open route yet, which makes sense why that's not working. And then our button is not working here. So let's go ahead and just turn that into a button real quick. And what we'll do is we'll just say button, and we're going to give it a type of submit. And now if we come over here and refresh our page, we did not give it any value. So we could just type right here and say go, save, refresh the page. And now we have our button that is working. And we didn't give it any URL, which is why you see this up here. The open is not set up yet either, which is why it's not found. But our button actually works, and it is submitting what we have going on right there. So now it is time to go over to our server again and actually create our open redirect misconfiguration, and you'll get to see exactly how the open redirect and the open redirect with the server-side request forgery works. Now, this is going to be a bit more code than you would typically see in a vulnerable application. So we're going to write a few extra lines, like 5 extra lines, just so you're able to see exactly what is happening rather than me just writing it how it would actually be and you trying to exploit this blind or guessing what is happening. So we're going to add in a few extra lines, and I'll tell you which lines are extra just so you're able to see what is happening. So the first thing we're going to do, as always, is start out with our app route, and I'm just going to copy this so I don't have to retype it. We're going to call this open. We can save this. We're not actually rendering a page, so we don't need to create an HTML page. We're just trying to hit this route, and you'll see if we were going to render a page, we would put something like this in here. And because we're not rendering a page, we don't need to actually put anything in here. And the next thing we need to do is call our decorator function, and we'll just call it open as well. And then we're going to say our target URL is going to be equal to our requests and dot the arguments coming from the URL, which is actually going to be the URL itself. So all this line is doing, which you should know by now, whenever we're using the request and the get, we're getting the arguments from the URL. So if we come over here, we're going to be looking for this URL right here, and we're going to be grabbing the information from that specific URL. So over here, we're going to get this URL, and again, it's just what's inside of here. This is what we're going to be grabbing. So if we come back over here, we can tell it that we want to save another variable as action, and it's going to be getting the request args just like we had previously. And over here, we're going to put in action and the redirect, which reminds me, we are going to need to import the redirect, and you can actually just type in pip install requests right here, because we're going to be using the requests in order to use the open redirect method or function. So you can just hit pip install requests. I've already done that. And then you'll also want to import this up here at the top. So we can comma paste and put in the request. I'm not actually sure this is right. We might get an error because we might actually need to import something else up here. But we'll figure that out whenever we get the error or we're at that point. So let's come back down to our code. And I think the easiest way for me to explain this line of code right here, because you have this action and this redirect right here. The action is something that shows up at the end of a URL. And so if we are doing something like a open redirect, you're going to see at the end of the URL something that looks like this. Let's just come up here to this redirect, and we can just type in something to make it look fake, and we'll just say question mark. I guess it'll look real, but it is actually fake. So this is what it would look like. So this action right here is what is going to be storing as this fetch. So the action is going to do something, and it's going to fetch the information right here from our URL that we are putting in as our open redirect. So the action is going to grab that, and then it's going to redirect. So the get action redirect is a function or a method that is given like a dictionary object in Python. It tries to get the value associated with the key action right here. If action doesn't exist, then it's going to default to the value redirect. So that's kind of the best way I can explain what is going on. It'll make more sense once we actually start looking at the open redirect and these URLs right here and what that looks like exactly. So back over here, we can come down to the next line, and I'm just going to comment this so that you can actually see what is happening. This is going to be the open redirection part of the code. So we can say if action equals the redirect. Then we want to return the redirect target URL. So this is going to be the redirect method that I was talking about that comes standard inside of Flask. So this is something that's really common. And this target URL, this could be any parameter, basically whatever is being passed in right here in this URL. So you could type in google.com and hit go, and it's going to take you to google.com because the server is just taking whatever is sent in and sending you to that specific website. Typically, to make this secure, what you would have is you would actually hard code in where you want the redirect to take you, and it won't take you anywhere other than that. But if you don't hard code this in, even if this was not allowing you to type something in, like this button, you're not allowed to type in where you want to go. You just click the button. You could actually manipulate the code and then send it, and it'd still send you to wherever you want to go and could be used in phishing attacks because this is being passed in as a variable. It's something that could be changed. It's not hard coded in. So this right here would be the vulnerable part of the open redirect. So if we wanted this to be like hard coded so that somebody couldn't change it, what you would do if somebody clicked on the button is you would say it's automatically going to take us to mysite.com, and you wouldn't allow them to take you anywhere else. You'd actually have like HTTPS. Or in this case, I just put HTTP, and you'd have this hard coded in here so that it couldn't take you anywhere but this site right here. So this is what it would look like if you were trying to make it secure, or if you really did want to pass in a variable such as the target URL like this. That is being passed over. What you could do is you could use a whitelist and say only allow the redirect if it contains mysite.com and has something inside of it, which still could be vulnerable. So you'd want to whitelist it with very specific things that they couldn't change to, that is going to take them to places within the website. So this is the vulnerable part of the code. And I know this might sound like a lot right now. It'll make sense as we start exploiting it and you're able to see it. So let's go ahead and write the part of the code for the SSRF. So this is the part that is going to have a bunch of extra lines so the way you can understand what is happening on the server side, so the way it's not blind when we're actually exploiting this in the future. It's going to give you information and you're going to be able to see exactly what is happening. So these extra lines that we're going to give right now are specifically for educational purposes. This wouldn't actually happen on a production server. So action equals fetch. So if the action is going to equal fetch, we want to try and do something in the response. We want it to give us a response, and we want the requests right here dot get the target URL, and we're going to add a timeout. So if it doesn't load in 5 seconds, then it's going to tell us in this response that there was an error. And this is so that way if we give it a false URL that isn't going to work, and we're trying to do some kind of SSRF, and we're trying to grab some files off the server, if it takes longer than 5 seconds, it's going to basically say that that file doesn't exist or there's some kind of problem. So if the response is a status code of 200, then we're going to return that we were able to retrieve that specific file. So we can say received 200, or I guess in this case, it could also be for the port scan. So that way it might not be a specific file, because with the way Flask is set up, it is really hard to grab files off the server because it doesn't let you go outside of your specific application. So the directory traversal is not possible to actually grab files. So this would be more for the port scanning. So we'll type in else. So if the timeout happens, else, we want to return, and we'll make another F string, and we'll say received a response dot status code from the URL. So we don't really need to type in from the target URL, but we will, just so that way we can see it inside of our error code, so that way you're actually able to understand what is happening when we're exploiting this. That's the whole reason I'm putting this in here, is so that way we actually get the information back so you can continue to learn and understand what is happening. So we're going to add a few more lines. I think it's going to be 6 more lines of code that is going to help us understand this when we're actually exploiting it. So we're going to say, I'm going to go ahead and type these out, and then I'll walk you through them, so that way you don't have to continue watching me type this out. So what we have here is the accept the request connection if the connection is refused. So this is more for our port scan, and this would be more for the files, I guess, up here. So this is for our port scan. If we're trying to get a connection, it's going to tell us the connection is refused. If the connection times out, it's going to tell us that it timed out, and then we're going to get an exception, and this is going to return any errors that we might get. And lastly, we need to actually just return that. We can just say specify action and URL parameters, just in case there is anything else that could possibly go wrong. And I think this should be it for our actual open redirect. So let's go ahead and exploit it, and then we'll come back to the code so that you can walk through it one more time and see exactly what's happening. So now if we come back over here, I think our server needs to be ran, and we did get an error that it says cannot import requests from Flask. So apparently I have something wrong. We'll go ahead and save that, and I bet we get a couple errors and we might have to add some imports, but let's go ahead and try this. So we refresh this page, we click on this, we get the redirect is not defined, and that means we're going to have to import a file. So we could actually just come over to Google and paste this in and see exactly what we need. Well, it is not defined. It should tell us if we need to import something. So it says we need to import the redirect is what it looks like. So let's come back over to our code and comma space save. Now let's come back over to our page. Let's try this again, and our redirect works. So I figured we were going to have to import something, and we did in fact. So if we are here on our redirect page, let's just go ahead and delete that and come, and we'll come directly to the redirect page. So our URL looks blank. So if we go ahead and click this, we're going to be taken to our home page, which is how that is supposed to work. And if we wanted to, let's look at this inside of our proxy, turn this on, we click the button, and you can see right here, this is where we would do something with this. So if we actually send this to repeater, we should be able to turn that off, come over to repeater, we send this, and it tells us you should be redirected automatically. Let's try a different port, and if we send this, it doesn't work, and that is because we need to add in our action equals fetch, just like this right here. So now if we send this, we get a error back. We're getting something different. So let's go ahead and look through here. This would be like an information disclosure, which I was actually not expecting to happen. We actually crashed our server, and it's actually giving us the code. This would be a really good bug that I was not expecting to happen if you found this on a live program. So you're actually getting the code back from the server. So let's go ahead and come back over to our text editor. We have an error right here that request is not defined, which means we need to import requests, just like that. I believe we need requests with an S because that's what we're seeing down here. Save our changes, come back over to burp. Now if we send this, we get the connection is refused. So this is what I was expecting to happen. So this would be more like a port scan. So if we wanted to, I am currently running Burp Community. I have Burp Pro on here, but we'll just leave it in Community because that's what I have set up. We could send this over to Intruder. And let's say we wanted to do a port scan. You could do like a simple port scan. So if we wanted, we could do numbers. And we could do, because the port that's actually going to return a good connection is port 5000, we could just do like 4995, and then we'll just go to like 5005, so that way we don't have to do very many. We're going to do a step of one, and I think that should work. So we should be able to run this, and there we go. So we're getting these statuses 200, but we should be able to look at them. And we want to look at the response, and it's going to tell us invalid. Oh, it's because I didn't give it the actual page. Discard positions. We want to delete that and delete that. We don't actually want that around fetch. We want to use the intruder around the port number right here. So now if we come back over to our payloads, we run the attack, this should work for us this time. Let's look at our response. We're getting connection refused. So we have the connection refused, refused, and then we hit 5000 and we hit received 200. Okay. And what you can also do with this is just look at the length, and you can look at port 5000 had a different length. So it's possible that the reason that it is different is because it actually got the 200 okay. So the content received, length is actually different. So that is how you would do like an internal port scan on a server to see if there's any internal ports for an SSRF. And so now you can actually see we put this connection refused inside of our code. And I did this just so you would be able to see over here what was happening when we were doing our SSRF. So you wouldn't actually have this inside of the code, which is why I added this in for us to be able to see it. This is for our SSRF. You're able to see that you have this connection right here is refused, and I wanted you to be able to see and exploit this and be able to know exactly what's going on. Now you can also do something else with this burp attack with the SSRF. We can delete that, and let's just discard the attack, come back over to repeater. So let's go ahead and now look at this from our little box we have right here. So our URL that we're going to put in, we can actually try to use this for our redirect now. So let's say that we, instead of clicking the button, I guess we could do this from burp as well instead of doing it from here. We would not want it to look like that. We could actually say that if this button, so right now this button, we'll just use the button, like it's making us come over to our home page. What we could do with this button instead is come over to our proxy intercept and click on it, and this will give you an idea of what this would actually look like if we were to craft a payload and send this out to somebody. We could, instead of saying we want to take you to HTTP / we wanted to take you to a malicious website, and just for the sake of the demonstration, we're just going to go to google.com. So we can say google.com. I'm not entirely sure if we need www. But we'll put it in there just in case. And if we now forward this, it's going to take us to google.com. So instead of Google, what we would do is we would send someone to a malicious website. And I kind of mentioned this in our slides earlier, the way you would go about doing this. So if we come up here to our repeater where we were, instead of sending someone to Google, what you could do is, let's pretend this is attacksite.com. You could actually just take this right here and copy it, send it over to the decoder, paste it, and we want to encode as URL. And then we could just copy this right here, and we could put this into what we are crafting as our payload. You could paste that in, and now nobody would know where they're going to. And so you could actually send this to somebody. So what the final product would look like is more like, let's see, what all did I copy? I don't even remember what I copied. I copied the whole thing. So it would look like this. And this would be the link that you would send to somebody. So this is how an open redirect would work if you were to try and submit this. And also this is how a port scan An internal port scan would work if you were trying to do an internal port scan with an SSRF with the open redirect. So the vulnerability for the open redirect is right here. And for the SSRF, if the action equals fetch, then we're going to do this right here. And so this is kind of how you would be able to try to exploit open redirect. I hope this makes sense. If you guys have any questions or need something cleared up, please let me know down in the comments, and I'll try to make another video on open redirect because there are places with CTFs that we can practice this. The only problem is you don't get to see the code like you can right here. And I feel like it's helpful to be able to see the code in order to understand the exploit. So let me know down in the comments if you have any questions on this, and I'll try to get to those. All right, so the next vulnerability that we're going to be coding up is an IDOR, and this is going to be a pretty simple IDOR, but I want you to be able to see the code on the back end so that way you can understand exactly how the IDOR works. As always, we are trying to learn Python and security at the same time. So I'm going to grab a set of old slides that I had previously made years ago talking about an IDOR, and we're going to watch the video where I explain what an IDOR is first and kind of some business logic errors so that way you can understand how the code actually works when you run into these and how to better exploit them in the future. So I'm going to insert the clip of the IDORs that I had previously made. Hey, thanks for stopping by my channel. In this video, we're going to check out one of the easiest bugs that I think you can find in Bug Bounty, and it is also, I believe, #1 in OWASP top 10, and that is the IDOR. And I was on TryHackMe, and I was just looking through some new labs that I had never done before. Came across this IDOR lab. I have never done it. I have never read any of the labs, so let's go ahead and jump into it, and I'll show you just how easy IDORs really can be. So here we are. What is an IDOR? IDOR is an indirect object reference, which really doesn't tell us anything. Basically, I like to think of IDORs as like the matrix where you have all of these different possible doors that you can go through, and you just start picking different doors to see what's behind them. And one of the ways we can see what an IDOR is, let's see if it gives us an example. It doesn't. So I'm guessing we're supposed to type in indirect. Oh, look right here. We can just copy this. Insecure. Oh, I think I said indirect. Insecure direct object reference right here. We can paste that in, submit it, and it tells us we're right. I want to see right here. This is a great example right here. So an ID is going to be a good place to look for a IDOR. And instead of having like 1000, we could just change this to like 99 or 9999. And you get to change those and see if you can find something else there. So we have this view site, and what are we supposed to do? Imagine we have just signed up for an online service and you want to change your profile information. We click on it, we see this right here, and I'm guessing we need to change it to 1000. So here we are, we're clicking through here. We have this site, we have this 1, 2, 3, 4. I bet you that we're supposed to change this right here to 1000, and we have the IDOR. So I hope you saw how that worked. Let's see if that worked. So it was at 1, 2, 3, 4 right here, and sometimes the IDOR won't be passed through a parameter. Sometimes you'll see it like this with these slashes, or I wonder if we could send it as though it is a, no, we're not gonna be able to send it as though it's a parameter because we have this invoice over here. So let's go ahead and check out the next one. So we have AZ09 equals, and it's talking about encoding. So you have this base64. You're going to see base64 encoding. So sometimes if you see base64 inside of a URL or something like that, you can decode it and see what number it is, put in a new number, base64 encode it, and then paste it in the URL. I am guessing that is what we're doing. So you have this base64, and it's going to tell you what it is. That is exactly what it's telling us. We have this ID, we re-encode it, and then we can pass through the IDOR. What is a common type of encoding on websites? I'm going to guess that we're supposed to type in base64, and that is right. So let's check this one out. We have hashed IDs, and we have the number 1, 2, 3, and this right here is going to be MD5 sum, and it tells us we can put it into CrackStation. This is actually something, if you watch a lot of IPsec videos, he uses CrackStation quite a lot, and I'm guessing we're supposed to take this and put it inside CrackStation, and it's going to tell us that it is 1, 2, 3, and it does MD5 1, 2, 3. So we have this here. What is a common algorithm used for hashing IDs? So this is the base 64 encoding, and it's looking for MD5 for the hashing. So we can just say MD5 submit, and we're gonna have down here, I think right here, we're gonna actually go to a website and do and actually exploit an IDOR, which will be a lot more practical. We'll just keep going through these for now. If an IDOR cannot be detected using the above methods, an excellent way is to use two accounts to swap between them. In a bug bounty program, you are gonna have to have two different accounts if you're testing for an IDOR. And what you would do is you would open up burp right here and you would send through each of your accounts, and you would capture the web request in your proxy, and then you would send it back and forth, and you would try to change your ID to the other account that you own's ID. You cannot test for IDOR unless you own two accounts. So in a bug bounty program in the real world, gonna have to have two accounts for that anyway. So it tells us we have to have two accounts. But if we find an IDOR in, say, like a hack the box or try hack me, you always want to go to account number one. You're going to try to take over the admin account. So it tells us what is the minimum number of accounts you need is two. Where are IDORs located? And it tells us that there's no answer needed. We just need to read it. In this case right here, we're going to see right here in this parameter, sometimes you'll see it pass through like this, like we saw earlier, but it tells us we don't need an answer. So yeah, we'll go ahead and hit, we know the answer to that, and we'll go on to the practical IDOR. Now it might take a second for this machine to launch. See, it is launching. So once this launches, I'll unpause the video and we'll check out what this wants us to do. I'm actually going to read it so you don't have to watch me read it, and I'll bring you back. Okay, so this looks like it has went ahead and ran for us. We'll paste this in here, and it tells us that it wants us to create an account. I believe we need to create an account. We need to log in, and then we'll try and do this the way they have it imaged right here through inspecting the elements. And then we'll do it through burp if it allows us to. So where is this right here? I believe we need to log in right here. So we need to sign up. We need to create an account. So we'll just give that as our name. Here's our email. We'll just make our email the password as well, and we can sign up. And now we are logged in here. And let's see. It told us it gave the image of inspect network. We need to refresh our page and see what we get back. Let's look through right here, these get requests. We have this ID 15, and it tells us over here that we can go to this page right here, so we can copy that. But before we do, I want to see what happens if we send this through burp. We get the customer names, and we hit this right here. This is what we would see, and we would just go ahead and send this to repeater. I would rather do things through burp than through this, but this is the example that they gave, so we're going to go ahead and do this through burp because I want to. So if we send this, here is our response. It gives us our email and our username. What are we looking for? We're looking for the user ID of 1. So the IDOR would be right here, and we would just send with the user of 1, and we're going to grab Adam84 as the username, and then just paste that in. That did not work, so Adam84 submit, and we need the email address for user number 3. So what we would do is say this IDOR now we want is number 3, and I accidentally hit enter. So we'll send this, and we'll grab this email right here. So this is how IDORs work. They are pretty simple to do. And IDORs are the most common bug. I believe they're number 1 on OS top 10. As soon as I finish this video, I'm actually going to go look it up because I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they're number 1. And I think HackerOne put out at the beginning of the year that IDORs were the number 1 most common vulnerability found on HackerOne bug bounty programs. So this is a very easy bug that you can start looking for right away. And another great thing about the IDOR is it is really common. I think it's the easiest to find, and it's the most common vulnerability out there on bug bounty programs. So with that, take this knowledge and have fun hunting for these in the wild. Thanks for watching. Before we start writing any code, I think it'd be helpful to just come up here and make sure we add in our imports, because usually I forget to do that, and let's make sure we try to get them all. So I don't actually think we are going to need the session import, but we'll go ahead and add it just in case. And then we're going to go URL for, and I think that should be all that we need for the imports. Now let's come down to our login function. So what we're going to end up doing is saving the user ID as our session cookie or token or manager or whatever you want to call it. This is something that actually happens in real life. And then we're going to switch it and we're going to save in our actual username in the URL as our session token. This is something that I actually see in the real world, so you're going to get to understand how this works. Sometimes I'll see something like an email also stored as like the session ID, and it will just be like URL encoded or base64 encoded, and all you have to do is decode it, and bam, you can change it and take over somebody else's session. It's a simple IDOR, but we're going to see how this works with our code. So I'm actually going to just move this down here because we don't need to be looking at that, and we'll move this down so that way we're just looking at this little bit of code and we're not getting confused. So really, we wrote this earlier and we don't have to change a whole lot in order to get this to work for us. The first thing, really all we have to change inside of our login function is we can just delete this message, because instead of sending the user a message or rendering hello whoever you are logged in, we're going to redirect them to another page that is going to be a logged in page that you should be an authenticated user to view. Now, I'm not going to go through all the steps to set up a middleware in order to make sure that the session is authenticated and all of that. We're just going to look at this in the basic form. So we're going to go ahead and just type in a return like always. And we're going to use a redirect function. So we just got done learning about open redirect, and we use this redirect right here. So this should look familiar to you. And we're going to pass in the URL for, and if we were to leave this, you might think right here, this would be vulnerable, but we're actually going to add in a little bit more. We're going to add in something that is going to make it so you can't use an open redirect unless another website is using literally exactly this exact same setup that we're going to be using. So we can go welcome. This is going to appear inside of the URL. So we're going to use the welcome. And then this is going to be the name of like our page. And so we can say the user ID equals, and we can just say user and 0. So this is going to grab just from the beginning of the user ID. And then we can delete this else. And we're going to, actually we can leave our else, because if this doesn't work, then they typed in the wrong password. So I think that is all we need to change right here on our login. That is not true. We need to grab the actual user ID from down here. So inside of our query statement, we need to add in the user ID, and I'll show you where I'm getting this from. So select the user ID and the username from users, where the username, which this is all the same, so like where they log in, so it's going to send the username and the password over here to our database. So you've got the username and the password. And so we're saying we want to grab the user ID and the username where the username and the password match. So it's going to see if these two match from the user, then it's going to send these two back over to our server right here. So we're grabbing the user ID and the username if the username and the password match. So then we're going to grab just the user ID right here. And I believe that is all. So the next part of this is we need to add a new route. And this is part of where I was showing you how we would manipulate a URL and get things to reflect on the page earlier in the course at the very beginning. And you might have been thinking this is pointless, we're never going to use this. Well, you would be wrong, because we are about to use it. So what we would do is we're going to type in our welcome, just like we saw earlier. And you also saw me pass in over here like my name or something, so that way we could reflect it on the page. Well, in this case, we're going to pass in an integer, and it's going to be the user ID. And we did see this as well right here. So we're going to be passing in the integer as the user ID. So this will be the variable that is going to display. So if we log in as Bob, it should say welcome to, and then we just change the 2 to a 1. So that is going to be our IDOR right there. And then we also need to put in our methods equals, and we're going to have just a get request. So we'll say get. That needs to be inside of single quotes. So we'll go ahead and put that in single quotes. And then we need to add in our decorator function. So we can say def welcome, and we're going to pass in the user ID. so that way we have that and we're able to display it. We need to make sure we put in our colon right here. Now, I think what I'm going to do, and you guys are familiar with me telling you copy pasting is typically bad practice and something you don't want to do. We're going to copy this because we're going to need it in just a second. Just so you're aware, let's actually just grab that in a second. We don't need to grab it yet. So we can come down here and we're just going to say our query statement. So we need to make our query statement that we're going to send to the database to make sure we get the right username. And we can make this an F string, and we can say select username from users where user ID equals, and we're going to put in our user ID right here. So we're going to grab the username from the users, and we're going to grab the user ID where the user ID equals the user ID. So the next thing when I was saying we could just copy paste is we could just below our query statement, we can copy this and paste it in right here. Make sure that our indentions are right. And the reason you don't copy paste is because you might have a bug. And look at this. I spelled this wrong up here, and in order to get the query statement, we need to grab the query statement, but I must have mistyped it right here and had it autocorrect right there. So that's actually spelled wrong. That's why you typically don't copy paste your code, because I would have just created a bug and had to debug it later. But I caught it, and I might have another one that we might debug later. But in the meantime, we're going to go up here and we're going to say if the user is correct, then we want to return an F string. And we'll just say welcome to the user, and we're going to pass in the user 0, so we can grab that first part of the user that is brought back, and we can just say you are logged. There we go. Now our else statement is just going to say user not found, so just say else return user not found. Now I think this looks good. So essentially we didn't really change much in our login function. If you're confused about our login function and this code we have right here, you can go back and rewatch me explain this. I went through this multiple times to try and make sure we understood exactly what was happening right here. We actually don't need this render message, but we'll just leave it for now. We have a query statement, which we've covered before, and then we're just going to say if this is right, we're going to return the user on the welcome page with this integer. So we should now be able to go and make our HTML page. So we can say new file, and we called this, I think we called it welcome.html. We can drag this over here, move, replace, and we can just add in a boilerplate. We can change our title to something that we want. So we could just say welcome, and inside of the body, we'll just make an H1 and we'll just say welcome. And as you have seen in the past, this is how we make our variables show up similar to EJS. And we would just say username. So that will get passed over here. And then we could just add a paragraph tag and say you are logged in. Okay, so if this was all done correctly, this should work for us, but we have an unexpected indent, and I think that the unexpected indent is right here. So let's go ahead and run this again. And it says our code is working. So let's go ahead and open up Firefox. We're here on our main page. We can click login. We can type in our password 123, and let's log in as Bob this time so we can submit, and we get incorrect password. So let's try password 123. We can make sure that this is spelled correctly. So text, password spelled wrong, password 123. And we're going to sign in as Bob. And it says, welcome, Bob, you are logged in. Now, remember, we're using our user ID as our session. So if we change this to a 1, we are now logged in as admin. So I hope you see how this works. And if we do have a third user, he's admin with the chicken mark that I showed you. If we put in a single quote in our secure login SQL statement, we do have a third admin right here, username. So we can just move around as different users. This would be considered an IDOR. Now, I don't have any middleware set up, so technically you can just like come for straight from here to typing in the welcome and to and accessing this. Typically you'd have a middleware with some kind of like session token or something like that, which would make this secure. But this is the non-secure way that you would be able to see how the IDOR works. Now, typically you're not going to see a number 1 or a 2. It does happen. It's more common to see a username or something being passed in over here. And let me see if we can change this. So instead of having this user ID, it would be username, because that is the name of our column right here. So the username, or it would be like an email or something like that. So we have the user ID, and we would just change this to username. And this, instead of being an integer, it would be a string, and we would just use the username. And I'm sure I'm probably going to miss one of these. Username, and I think this is the last place we would say user name. And if all of those were spelled right, what we would do, instead of having a 1, this would be like, it's still not secure, but I guess you could say it's more secure in the fact that you would have to brute force usernames. So we come over here and say password 123, log in, and we get this error right here. And I'm not entirely sure where this error is coming from, so I think what I'm going to do is just leave it here. So that is how you would view an IDOR, and typically I wish I could have got this to work. There's a double quote missing right here. You would see something like this with a username. Typically, instead of the number 1, how we had this earlier, like this, which is going to bring up the user. And if I just come back here, we can undo this and get the IDs all back. And I'm not sure what I just did. And if we come back over here now, typically you wouldn't see it with this 1, my server died, but it would be a username. So I hope that makes sense to you, and you now understand how the IDORs work and how the query statement works when developers use something from the actual database as a session token or a way to navigate within a specific web page. Something else that does happen is when there are developers that use middleware, which we're not actually using, and there's not any real point for us to set up any middleware. And there's not really any point for us to set up any middleware for this example. They will still use something like this. And the middleware will basically just make sure that you have an authenticated cookie, and it doesn't matter what the ID is. So it'll be like you're authenticated, but it doesn't care if you are going to admin or you're going somewhere else. So that does happen as well, even with people who set up middleware. So that is how the IDOR works on the server side. So the way we set this up is basically we were able to leave almost everything alone inside of our login, and all we do is we just take the query statement and we grab the user ID and we reflect it inside of the URL and welcome that specific user to their dashboard, and we display it inside of the ID up inside the URL, so you could change it. So it's pretty simple to check for IDORs and to see them, and this would be the server-side IDOR code within Flask. Okay, what I think we're going to do is leave our server code alone as it is right now, but I have a capstone project for you. I want you to create a vulnerability scanner that is basically just going to come over to our page right here, our login endpoint right here, and it will check for different bad characters inside the username and inside the password right here, and it's going to run that. So I'm going to use a beautiful soup just to give you a heads up, but you could also use Selenium if you wanted to for this project, and then you're going to use requests as you've seen previously as well to see if you get back a 200, 301, or a 500 error code. And what we're looking for with our vulnerability scanner is going to be an SQL injection vulnerability scanner. So it'll check these for SQL injection. It's not a super complicated program, so I want you to go ahead and give it a run. You might have to do some Googling to try and figure it out, but if not, let's go ahead and start programming up our vulnerability scanner for SQL injection. So we can come over here. I'm not sure, do I have PyCharm installed? I do not. So I guess what I'll do is just open up a new VS Code editor. So we'll just hit code, open up a new editor, and I'll just start writing it here, I suppose. So before we do anything with this, I guess I'm going to have to create a new folder. So I'll cd to my desktop, cd desktop, and I will just make a new directory and we'll call it scanner because it doesn't really matter. Now, if we come back over here and we open up our folder, we should be able to go to desktop and open up scanner and open this up. Then we will want to create a new file and we'll just call it scanner.py. And now we can start creating our vulnerability scanner here. So the very first thing we want to do is import what we know we're going to need, which is going to be requests. So we'll import requests. And we will from BS4 import beautiful soup. And it may have been a while since I don't know what speed you're going through this course at, since you've seen this, but this is all stuff we've used in the past. And so we want to check for bad characters. So we can just say bad characters and we'll say equals, and then we can give our bad characters over here. I'm going to type out a few of them so you don't have to watch me type these out, and then I'll bring you back. Okay, I got a few bad characters right here. There's a lot more, but I don't really want to type all of those out. So I think what we'll do in this project that we haven't done in the past is actually use the if name equals main, which we have talked about briefly. So this is basically going to call our main function that we want to call at the beginning. And we've talked about this, but we have not ran it yet. So if name equals main, which means if we run this from here, then it's going to run our program. So we're going to start out with a main function. So we can just say def main and call our main function. And we'll say URL equals input. And so we're going to want to take an input. So what URL do you want to actually scan for SQL injection? And for us, it's going to be this one right here. So we can come back over to our scanner. So we'll say we need an input and we'll just say enter URL to scan. And now we're going to want to pass that into a function. So we can just say inputs and we can save this as a variable that is going to call our function. So we'll just say spider inputs and we will pass through the URL that we grabbed from right here. And then we will say if not inputs. So if there's no input, then we're just going to close out the program and we're going to say return. But if something actually comes through, we want to grab the results, which is not what that was. The results, which is going to equal test the inputs, which is going to be another function that we're going to end up calling. So test inputs, and we're going to grab the keys and value from the input. So when it makes our request to the URL and it gets back the 200, we want to be able to see that there was an actual 200. So it's going to grab all the information from the request module. So we'll say inputs and we can pass through the URL and the inputs. Then from those, we're going to want to loop through that and we're going to say for the key and the value in the results.items. So items an option, items is not an option right here. Then we want to print out the key and the value. So we'll say print, and we're going to want this to be an F string, and we'll say key and status code value. And then we want the key to be inside of curly braces, which that didn't work like I was hoping. I was hoping I'd be able to just highlight those and it would automatically put those inside of curly braces, but that did not work for me. So this is going to print the key and the value. So what do we have so far? We're taking in the input right here. We're going to spider the input URL. And if it works, then it's going to call the spider input function, which we haven't written yet. And then it will go through that. And then it's going to call the test inputs function. So now we need to write our spider input and our test input functions. And then that will be the end of this program. So it's pretty simple. We're just going to say def. We want to spider the inputs, and remember we're going to pass through the URL, and we're just going to say the response is going to be equal to the request.get URL. So this is our request module that we imported right here. It's going to get the URL. It's going to save the response. We want to use beautiful soup, and so we need to set this up. And if you remember from when we previously used beautiful soup, this is basically setting up the import for beautiful soup inside of our variable right here. So in the future we can just do soup.find or soup.get, things like that. So we're just going to say beautiful soup response.text. So this is going to get the response, and we're going to use the html.parser. And now we're going to create the form, say form. And I hope this is familiar to you from when we previously used this. Find, and then we're going to say the form, and then if nothing comes back, then we want to close out. So we'll say if not form. We're going to print no form was found. So basically it's going to look for this right here, this form inside of the HTML. So that's what we have going on right here. So it's going to go through HTML parser. The soup is going to look for any kind of forms, which is going to be this right here, our input forms. And we could actually look at this over here. So where is our login? It's going to look for this form tag right here. And then it's going to look for the inputs. So that's what we have going so far. So if there is no forms on the specific URL, it's just going to say there's no forms, and then it's going to return nothing back into our console. So return nothing back to us. And if there is, it's going to return the results. Form.find all, and then we're going to say in the input. So this is going to grab all of the forms, and it's going to return those out right here. And then we're going to end up passing that into our testing the inputs. So our next function is going to be def test inputs, which we made down here. Where are you? Right here, test the inputs. And we're going to pass through the URL and the inputs like you see right down here. And I got a typo there. So we got our URL and our inputs. And then we want to make an empty dictionary, so that way we have the keys and the value. So we'll say the results equals empty dictionary, which will be filled up with the status codes. And then we need a for loop, and we're going to say for the input field, which you could actually make this say anything you want right here. This is just so that it's easy and readable. We're going to put the inputs right here. So we're going to loop through all the inputs to test each character inside of each one of the inputs. And we're going to say name equals input field dot get, and we're going to put in the name. And then we'll say if the name has any kind of bad characters, we're going to loop through the bad characters. So for the bad characters we need to name this something other than bad characters. So we'll just use the for I in our bad characters list. Then we want to send it over to the request. So we can say payload equals name with our bad character, and the response is going to equal the request dot post. So we're actually posting this to the server. So we're actually going to say post instead of get, because we're actually sending this over to our server. So we're going to say post, and we're going to say the URL and the data equals the payload, which is going to be the bad character. And then we will say key. So this is going to be our key that we're going to end up displaying from down here. So we want to print our key, and we're going to say key equals, and we're going to make this an F string, and we're going to say that we want our URL and the input field of the name, and the payload, which is just going to be our bad character right there. And we should be able to pass that down here to our print function. And now we want to have our results. So we'll say the results, and we're going to grab the key equals the response dot status code. And the reason we want the status code is so that way we can see if it's a 200, a 300, or a 500, because an SQL injection typically is going to be a 500. So if we run this, let's see if we got any typos, and it appears that I need a colon right here. So let's try this again. It says enter the URL. I'm shocked so far that this is working without typos. Let's go ahead and highlight our URL, and we can copy this and come back over to our terminal. We'll paste it in right here. And if we hit enter, it works here for us. And you can see we have the 500, which is going to be the single quote, and the 500, which is the single quote, which is going to tell us that our server is giving us some kind of error, and it is likely due to SQL injection. So if we come over here and we just put in a single quote and we hit submit, we're going to get this error, which means likely SQL injection is possible, which we already knew because we wrote this code. So with that, this is our capstone project. Okay, as we move into the CTFs on SQL injection, I have some Node.js code that I have previously written on this channel around SQL injection, where we can actually look at some Node.js SQL injection code, which should look really familiar to you after going through this Python course with using Flask. I decided to go ahead and show you the Node.js code just so you can see how similar the Python Flask code is to the Node.js. You're going to be able to see how this SQL injection is very similar. The syntax in the code is a little bit different, but I think you'll be able to read the Node.js just fine and understand it. So I went ahead and included that Node.js portion in this SQL injection crash course with our Python included. Okay, so right here is the code for our SQL database. These queries right here are what is going to be sending our information to the database. So here is our portfolio build. And if we click on our SQL injection over here, we're brought to our SQL injection page. We can create a user right here. So we'll make a new user just like this. We can submit our new user, and we can check out our database, and we can refresh it, and we have our new user right here. So if we come back over to our code, let's look and see what's happening. So we're taking in our input from our HTML. It gets passed over through the API, which I'm not going to show you because that's not the point of the video. And we have our query right here. So this is actually a secure input right here for SQL. So this is, you're not able to inject into this because we're taking our user and our password and we're sending those in right here inside these little variables right here that are not going to be able to break our query statement. So if we come back over here and we create a user with all of the bad characters, so we'll just say bad, and we'll throw in some of the bad characters, and then we can actually just copy this and send it over here. And if we submit this and we come back to our database and refresh it, we have all of our bad characters inside of our username because it doesn't break our statement, and our server picks it up right here with no problems at all through the API. But on our vulnerable code right here, you can see we have these queries. So this rec.body.user is actually going to take the input that we put from this login, and it is going to put all of it right here in this statement and then send the statement. It doesn't just send over the variables. So if we come over here and we just add in a single quote, it will break for us our statement, and then we can inject into it. So I want to show you what this looks like. So if we come over here and we put in these bad characters and we submit this, we're getting this error, and it's actually going to tell us like right here is we got this error, but more importantly, we crashed our server over here. So we actually need to restart our server. And when you see this error message or we crash our server, this is what you see when you're looking for SQL injection and you're putting in that SQL quote everywhere, is to see if you can break this statement and the server will send back a response. So we crashed our server. So if we were on a live program, we would know that this server is vulnerable to SQL injection. And in the case of a login right here, if we wanted to log in, we can just say anything. So we can just say bad characters like we did before. We can put in our single quote, and now we can put in or 1 equals 1, and then we'll close this off with our semicolon, and then we want our hashtag to comment out everything after our statement. Our password doesn't really matter, so you can put anything in, and it's going to tell us that we are logged in. And just to show you that this does work without the SQL statement, if we go ahead and submit this, it's going to tell us that we have the wrong username because it doesn't exist. So we're actually able to bypass this login function because we have insecure code in our login function, but we have this secure code for our create a user function. If we wanted to, we could actually write a statement that is very similar to this, where we pass in these variables right down here, and then our SQL injection would be fixed. So inside of a Node.js server, this is how you would write a SQL statement for secure code and insecure code, and it's going to look really similar no matter what the programming language is. And we can actually see over here our example of a database. This is this database server that I have linked up to the Node.js server. So now you have a really good visual of what's happening on the database server, what the database looks like, the code on the actual server running the web application, and then how it all works when you bring it all together inside of our portfolio build. At this point, we're going to be heading over to PortSwigger, and if you want to just find the website really quickly, you can check the link in the description. And we're going to start with bypassing a login function. It's really simple and really easy, but it is something that you're going to run into, especially in the world of certifications and CTF. So let's go ahead and check this out. All right, there are a few more things I want to show you in bypassing a login function. So you can go ahead and open this up. I've opened it up over here, and when you read this, it tells you that we're going to log in as the administrator user, and I think this is too much help why this is the lowest level as apprentice. In the wild or in a CTF, you're not going to have this username, and you're going to need to figure it out on your own. So go ahead and open this lab, and I want to show you why I think you're going to need to try and figure things out on your own. When you're doing a CTF and we come over here and we say we want to log in, or maybe you're really testing a login function, and you come to the name and we put in a name here, and then we intercept the request and we say okay. One of the things that I think is going to be helpful for you is to not have that username, because if you come in here, sometimes you can just put in your single quote and then we can put in the 1 = 1. You can type it out just like this and you can hit send, but we're going to go ahead and send this over to repeater because I want to show you that you can actually solve this lab this way. You could send this and it's going to say 1 = 1, and it's just going to log you in as the first user in the database, which is going to be the administrator. And I forgot to put the dash dash, so we'll put that in there, and it's going to tell us not found. But if we go back over to the main page, it's going to follow the redirect and it's going to log us in, and it's going to tell us congratulations, you have solved the lab. But the way we're supposed to go about doing this is typing in an actual username. So there is going to be times when you need to just type in like admin dash dash. Okay, actually we don't need the admin right here. We actually need this over here, and it is administrator, which I have copy pasted to my clipboard, which looks like this. And then you can just have this quotation with a dash dash. And the reason this is going to work is because this is the true person or the true user that we're really trying to log into. And then we put the single quote here to close off the entire statement. And then we put in the double dash in order to comment everything out of it. Since this user is true and we're commenting out everything after it, this password doesn't matter. We can have anything in here because it's just being commented out, and the user that we're trying to log into is true. And because this specific CTF told us we need to log in as administrator, that means that if the user that we have is real, then we're going to be able to log in. So we should be able to just hit send, and it should tell us that I already used this session, so we actually need to grab a new request over here. You can actually see this work. See, our token's different, so we should be able to send this over to repeater. And now if we paste in administrator, put in our single quote and our dash dash to comment everything out after it, we should be able to send this, and it's going to tell us that we are able to log in. We can follow the redirect, follow, and okay, we are now logged in. So we can come over, turn the interceptor off. And if we wanted to actually get this to say problem solved, we would do all of the same things, only this time we would not send it to repeater if we want this to say lab solved. So we could intercept this, turn on proxy, get that out of here, come back over here, paste in administrator, quote dash dash, and forward, turn interceptor off. And it tells us we are now the administrator and we have been logged in. So that is a couple different ways to bypass the login function. Now let's continue on. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and
open up this lab right here. And once this is open, you can go ahead and access the lab and we'll let that load. We're going to pull down the number of columns that are returned from the query. So what we're essentially trying to do is get a true statement back from the server or the database saying that there are this amount of columns. So we're going to see if we can find the number of columns. And remember, we're going to get an error unless the statement is true. So once we hit the right number of columns, it's going to send back to us a 200 OK, meaning that is the amount of columns in the database. So that's where we're headed with this specific lab. And I actually think we're going to need to intercept, and I think the SQL injection is going to be right here. So let's send this to repeater and check to make sure. Put in our single quote and send it. We get our internal server error. So this is going to be where the SQL injection exists. But before we check this out, I think it would be helpful to remind you what a SQL statement looks like. And so we'll just gedit a random file. And so you're going to need to remember, this is how the statements look. It's going to be something like select all, which the star is all from users, and this will be all caps, where username equals, and then we would have, if we were actually writing this, you can go back to that first video in this SQL injection section of the course, and you can go back and check this out. It's going to show you like there would be something that looks something like this, and we would have the username, which would be a variable that was passed in over from the client side through the API to the server and now to the database. And we're just going to inject right here, and we would just type in a single quote, and this was going to break the statement, and then we're going to write our own query right here, and then we're going to comment out everything after it. So that's kind of what the statement is going to look like. This should look familiar to you by now because I've shown you this before. So we can just close out of that. We can close without saving, and we can come back here and we can actually write our union statement in order to get this to work. Now, when I do this, I usually write my union statements in all lowercase because I don't understand why SQL programmers, everything is in caps lock. So I just like to use lowercase because it's easier and it's too much work to hit caps lock and then start typing. So I just write it in lowercase. So we're going to go union, and then we're going to type in select, and then we're going to type in right here a row. So you can actually put in like null. You'll see sometimes people put in like 1, 2, 3 for the numbers of rows. Either one should be fine. So we'll just type in null, and this is going to test for is there one column in the database. So we should be able to highlight all of this, Control U to URL encode it, and send it, and we're going to get back an error. So then in here you just type in comma null, and you can send it. We get an error, comma null, send it, and we get back a 200 OK. This means there are 3 columns in this database. So if we come over here and we just let this proxy go, it's probably going to tell us that we solved the challenge because we were able to find the number of columns in the table, which is going to be 3. So let's just try this real quick to make sure this works. So we can go comma 1, comma 2, comma 3, and we should be able to send this, and we get an internal server error. So it is expecting a null or some kind of string right here. So it does not like integers being sent in. So it does want to see null. So in the future, we are going to be checking to see if we can pass in strings in here to see if we're able to pull down information. And so what I mean by passing in a string, if the database is going to let us make a statement or ask for information back, it'll let us put it in quotes, and we should be able to send it, and it'll give us a 200 OK, meaning we can insert into this column. So this is getting into a little bit too much depth for us at this point. So we'll go ahead and check out the next challenge and continue progressing forward. All right, we are going to be trying to solve this 4th lab right here. So it says we are going to find a column containing text, which I kind of showed you a little bit of how to do this in the last video. So we'll go ahead and open up the lab, and we already know where the SQL injection is. If you want, you can go ahead and try and see if you can find how many columns are, just like we did in the last video, and then see if you can figure out how to insert a string in order to get back text. So what we're going to do is send this to repeater. We can go ahead and shut that off actually. We'll send this, and If we read our output over here, it tells us we have a hint. We need to make the database retrieve a string, and it wants us to send this very specific string right here in order to solve the lab. And we'll go ahead and copy this. So now that we have it, we can put in our single quote, make sure we get that internal server error just like this. And now we need to find the number of columns just like we did previously. So we can just type in union select, and then we're going to need to type in our nulls. So we can say null, and then we'll put dash dash. And I'm just going to go ahead and put in a second one because we pretty much always know there's going to be at least 2 columns. And you know what I forgot to do is URL encode that. So let me type this back out. And now we can highlight, Control U, and send this. We still get an error. So let's see if there's 3 like there was last time, and we get this 200. Okay, but we still need to submit this string right here. And what you can do with this is you can just put it in each one of these nulls, send it. It says internal server error, so that is not where that's going. So we can put it in this one right here, send it, 200. Okay, and congratulations, you have solved the lab. But what I would do is I would keep checking this because we're going to need to pull down a username and a password, which means we're going to need to inject into at least 2 columns. It's going to tell us, okay, so this line right here would be able to accept an input from us. So it says we have solved this one, and now we're going to keep going, and it's going to keep building on top of this. But if you would like, you can come back over here and open up the 5th lab. Which one are we on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right here, and we're going to do all of that same stuff in trying to receive data. And you can go ahead and try and get this far and see if you can figure out which columns allow you to have input, and then we will pick up from there and solve whatever challenge it has next for us. All right, here we are. We are going to be doing this lab right here. We're going to be retrieving multiple values from a single column. So we're just building on top of the previous lab where I showed you that we're only able to inject into one of the 3 columns. This is usually pretty uncommon. Usually you'll be able to inject into more columns, but in this case, it wants us to only inject into 1 column. However, I believe we need to pull down the usernames and passwords, which means we're trying to get data from 2 columns, but we need to get it from 1 column. It sounds really hard, but it's actually extremely simple, especially once you know that we're just using a simple SQL database. And even if you didn't know what database we were using, such as like Oracle, it's still pretty easy to figure out just by doing some guesswork. So I've gone ahead and opened up the lab, and you can open it up too, and you'll be brought to a page that looks like this. And we're going to be trying to do a SQL injection in the same place we have been doing. So you can click any one of these tabs because that's where the SQL injection is going to be. We will send this over to repeater, and we can send it, make sure it all works. Looks great, and we'll check to make sure this is where our SQL injection is at. Send it, and we get our internal server error, which is good for us. So we can type out our payload like we previously have, and I'm going to go ahead and skip it this time, and then I'll bring you back once I have it all typed out. Okay, I have it all typed out, and I actually put in 3 nulls, and this time we find out there's only 2 columns, and I accidentally messed those up. So we have 2 columns this time, and we need to see which one allows us to insert a string. So if we put some quotes around that, we still have our internal server error. So we'll take those quotes off and put them around this null over here and see if that's where we are supposed to insert our payload, and it is. So we get this 200. Okay, now at this point you're probably thinking, how do I pull down the usernames and the passwords? I want to show you a little trick that if you're ever stuck and you know what you need to do but you can't figure out how you need to do it, some SQL injection payloads can be insanely complicated and they can look like a mumbo jumbo mess. And one of the simplest things you can do, if you know you need to run a SQL injection but you don't know what you need but you don't know exactly the right syntax, you can just highlight this right here and we can copy it. We need multiple values from a single column because we're able to have 2 columns, but we need multiple values, meaning the username and the passwords, which right here, we need the username and the passwords from a single column. So what we can do is go to our great friend, the Google machine, and we can hit enter. and we're going to need to turn our proxy off if we actually want to get any information back from our requests. And we are going to just click on this first one right here. You could even come down here. Stack Overflow is a great place to go if you're a programmer you're best friends with. Stack Overflow. So we can just scroll through here, and it's going to tell us in Oracle, this little pipe quote dash pipe is going to be like an and for us. So it's going to say we want username and a password. So whether we're using Oracle or Microsoft or PostgreSQL or MySQL, it tells us what we're going to kind of need to do here. So we'll just go ahead and try the Oracle one first. If that doesn't work, we'll just work down the line. So what we can do is come back over here. I'm actually going to pull these apart so I can see exactly what this looks like, because we're not allowed to copy that. So we can come back over to repeater, and we're just going to type in simply username, add in 2 pipes, and then our quote dash quote, and then our 2 pipes again. And we also want the passwords, and we want to grab this information from the users table. And I believe we're told that we want this from the users table right here. So we're going from, and then we're gonna put in the users table. So that is where I get the users table from right here, from users. So what we can do is highlight all of this. We can URL encode it. We can hope for the best and that we don't have any typos, and we can send it, and we get a server error. So that means we have a typo or something went wrong for us. Let's actually try and delete these plus signs, because I don't think we need these right here. Let's try and send this. Do we need a space in here? We do not. And I see my typo. We have passwords right here, and I am pretty sure that told us we want just a password. So let's send this, and we get back an okay. Is there any information actually in here for us? And there is. See, we have a user and we have a password. We have a user and we have a password. So that is how you'd pull back a username and password, or you're trying to get multiple values from a single column in the world of SQL injection. So you just kind of know that if you can only inject into one place, then you're going to need to Google how do you solve the problem that faces you, which is what I really wanted to show you in this specific lab. Because if you come down here and you actually click the solution, you can see that you have like this squiggly line right here, but in the payload we used, you just have a simple dash. You can have multiple ways to do something. So even if we come back over here and let's say we check out this one right here from Stack Overflow, I bet that it is going to tell us what we need to do. So you have the full statements here in the Stack Overflow. And let's see, there's some videos that'll tell us. I bet those are walkthroughs for this lab. We can come to the write-up, and I bet this is also for the lab. And it's going to have something in here for us. Let's see if they use a different payload. They do not. They use the same payload as what was given in the solution. Anyway, one of the best things you can do is, if you know what you need to do and you don't know how to do it, is just Google the answer. So with that, we are going to move on into the lab right here. I forget which number we're on. It looks like this is number 7. So we're going to be working with Oracle, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be pretty easy as well, especially if we just Google what we're supposed to do. So let's go ahead and open this up and get started with it. All right, we're going to go ahead and do this SQL injection, finding the version for Oracle, and then we're going to check out this one right here for MySQL with Microsoft, just because I want you to see the difference in how you craft the payloads. And then we might do a blind SQL injection or 2, just because I regularly get questions on blind SQL injection. And then we're going to go check out SQL Map and do some try hack me or hack the box and how to find SQL injection with SQL Map. So that is where we are headed. You can go ahead and open up this lab right here. I have already opened it up. You can click Access Lab, and you're going to be brought to a page that looks like this. Now we're going to do the same things we have been doing. We're going to intercept the request, click on one of these buttons over here to refine our search, and send to repeater. We can shut this off, repeater, send, make sure everything is working, put in our single quote and send it. Now we get the internal server error, but before we start crafting our payload, I think there is something you need to know. In Oracle, it is going to be a little different to craft our payload. We're still going to be doing a union select statement. But with Oracle, we need to pass in strings right here. So you can just pass in to strings. It doesn't really matter what you put inside of the strings. You just need to be able to see if we can get back a true statement. But with Oracle, we need to select the table we're going to be pulling from. And so we would say from dual. And if you are curious, you can just copy this right here or type it in. We can go over to Google and we can just type in dual Oracle database and we can just hit enter so you can see what this is. And actually we'll just type in what is dual Oracle database and it'll tell you. Dual is a table automatically created by an Oracle database. So when we type in this dual that you see right here, we need a table that actually exists in order to get our true statement back. So that's why we put this from dual in here, and we hadn't been doing that previously. So we can go ahead and click Control U, URL encode it, and send it, and see if we get back a 200. We don't, which means we have a typo, and I see that we don't have our dash dash, and we send this and we get back our 200 OK right here. So now we're trying to get back the version of the Oracle database. This is pretty simple. All you need to do is come back over here to Google and type in getting version SQL injection Oracle, and we'll see what comes back. Pentest Monkey is really great, so we can click Pentest Monkey and we see version right here, right at the top, and we just need to type in from this version right here like this. So we can actually just copy that so we don't have to type out that $version. We can come back over here, and because we have these 3 columns, we can delete 2 of them. And we can paste that in right there. So we have a column right here. We're gonna have this plus show up right there. We can URL encode it and send it and hope for the best. We get an internal server error, which means we have a typo. And if we come back over to our payloads, we need to have from select this banner right here. So we can actually go union select banner, and then we're gonna have our null from the version over here. So we'll need to come back over to crafting our payload, and we can just type in a plus and we can just type in banner. So now we have this union select banner, our empty column from version right here. We don't really need that plus right there. And then we comment out everything after it. And that should work for us. And it does not, because we have to have a comma right there. Okay, so my typos ended up being, there needed to be a comma right here, and we had to delete the comma after our string right here. So now we get this 200 OK. Let's see if we go back to the lab, it tells us we have solved the lab. So that is how you can kind of go about crafting your own payload in order to pull down the version. And I'm not entirely sure this is how the proper way to do it, if this is what Port Swigger was looking for, but this is how I would go about crafting my own payloads. So you can see ours looks a little different than this, but there are many ways to solve a lot of hacking challenges or problems that you're going to face in the future. And so this is kind of how I'd do it. I would just Google around and craft my payload based off of the responses that I am getting inside of Burp. So with that, let's go ahead and check out the MySQL. So you can go ahead and open this up. We can access the lab just like this, and we're going to go about doing this the same way we did the other one, but you're going to be able to see that our payload is going to be a little different than what we have over here. So we can come back over to proxy, accessories, send to repeater. This should be really familiar to everybody by now. We can shut that off, put in our single quote, make sure this is where the SQL injection is, and we get our internal server error, which means this is where it's at. So now we can just go union select just like we would have previously. And if you didn't know, that this was Microsoft, you can actually just type in how to craft a Microsoft payload for SQL injection and read through Google, and you'll be able to figure it out. So we should be able to go null dash dash. I'm actually not sure how many columns we have, and I do this every time. I forgot to URL encode it, so select, not selection, null comma null dash dash, URL encode it, and we're going to need another plus right there. Send it. We get an internal server error. Let's try, are there 3 columns or is our payload wrong? Looks like we need to modify our payload, and I actually believe Microsoft requires a hash like this at the end as a comment. So let's delete these now and send this, and we get a 200 OK, which means we need a hash inside of Microsoft SQL in order to comment out everything after our statement. So now we have these nulls, but one thing I wanted to show you inside of Microsoft as well is you should be able to pass in these integers where we couldn't previously pass these in. We had to have in null, and I think most MySQL databases will allow you to pass in integers. So we are able to pass these in right here. I don't believe we're able to use integers inside of Oracle, so you can kind of use that a little bit to try and figure out what is running on the back end of a server in the database. So we have this right here. Now to find the MySQL version, you can just copy this like we did before, because we need to know what payload we need, but we might be able to find it in here. It doesn't look like it's going to show. So let's just see if MySQL will work for us. So we're going to do a select at version. So we can just copy that, come back over here, and we'll just put it in this first section. I don't believe we need any quotations or anything. So we'll send this and see if this works for us. Does not say that it is solved. We have a server error. Let's check and type this over to null. I see I copied too much of it. So you guys probably caught that in the video. We don't need 2 selects. Let's send this, and we get a 200, and it says we have solved the lab, which means in our response, it's going to tell us what the server or the database is running on the backend. So this is how you would go about doing a Microsoft SQL injection. Now let's go check out a blind SQL injection and then move on to some SQL map and enumerating on a CTF on Hack the Box, and then maybe we'll do some with Try Hack Me as well. All right, so we are going to be looking at this lab right here, and I decided to go with this blind SQL injection lab right here because it is pretty simple to solve. And some of these other ones require you to craft a payload, and blind SQL injection can be really hard, and I'm going to show you why. So go ahead and open up this lab right here. You can open it up. It's going to tell us that the application uses a tracking cookie for analytics. So we're going to guess that this time our SQL injection is going to be in the tracking cookie, and if they hadn't told us this, this lab would be very hard. So I'm going to show you why this is. If you come over to the lab and you open up your proxy and we intercept the request and we click on one of these like we normally would and we send it to repeater, we turn our requests off and we're over here in repeater. What you can do is if you put in a single quote all over the place and you send this, you're going to get back a 200 OK, which means we're missing our internal server error, which means we have no help in crafting our payload. So if we delete these little single quotes and send this payload again, we're going to get the same thing. Now, if I was on a live program, I'm going to show you that I would end up wasting a ton of time with this. If I was on a live program and I was just putting in single quotes and I put one in right here at the end of this category where it has been, you can see down here our bytes are 3,443, and no matter how many times I send this, it stays the same. But if I delete my single quote and send this, we get back 4,999. And if I was out in the wild doing this, I would be wasting my time trying to figure out what is different over here in the response trying to find the error or trying to figure out how to exploit something right here, because there is a difference. Our little single quote does something, but that is actually not where the SQL injection is. So we have this 4,999 bytes. And if we come over to this tracking ID, which is where we're told the SQL injection is from over here, we have this tracking cookie. If we go ahead and put this single quote in and send it, it comes back with the same amount of bytes. So in the real world, I would just assume that this is not vulnerable and I wouldn't want to waste my time with it. So this is why blind SQL injection is so hard to find. But we know this is where it is, and we don't know what version it's running. So what we would do is we would come back out to Google, and we would come and we could just start at Oracle, and you can just hit Command Find, and we're looking for a time delay, and you could just start copying these and pasting them in over here until you get something to a time delay. This would be a massive waste of time if you were in the real world and you were trying to find a blind SQL injection. There are a lot better things to look for rather than just waste your time doing something like this. But because we are supposed to be solving this challenge, I believe this one is PostgreSQL. So we can hit Command Find, take us down to the time delay. We're going to be using a select statement, which means we're going to be using union select, and then we're going to run this PG sleep 10 right here. So we can copy this, come back over to our tracking ID. We're going to use a double pipe, and the double pipe in PostgreSQL, and I believe also in Oracle, is just a concatenation onto the previous statement that is going to be made from the server to the database. And if none of that makes sense, you can go back to the beginning of this where we actually write the code for a database and you get to see how the server works. It's just concatenating onto the server code and sending that to the database. So we can paste this in and then comment out everything after it. And this should sleep for us 10 seconds. And it is going to work for us. And then I'll bring you back once that works. And so we should be able to come over here and it tells us, congratulations, the lab is solved. So that's how you'd go about finding a blind SQL injection. It takes a ton of time if you're going to do this in the wild. They're really difficult, especially if you have no context and it doesn't tell you like it's in the tracking cookie. You could spend a lot of time, like I would have, searching up here for an SQL injection, because our single quote actually causes our server to send back a different amount of bytes to us. So that is blind SQL injection. Now let's go ahead and check out SQL map. Okay, so here we are on the box writer. I've gone ahead and typed in administrative right here rather than having you watch me fuzz for this. So at the beginning, this is going to look pretty simple, just like we normally look for SQL injection. We can just put in some random characters, and then we can turn our intercept on and we can sign in. So this should look pretty familiar to you. Let's go ahead and send this to repeater. If we come over here and we put our single quote in these different places and send these, it doesn't appear that there is any SQL injection. Those are not single quotes. So that would probably be why you guys are thinking I've lost my mind. We still have no internal server error, which means if there is SQL injection, it's going to be a blind SQL injection. Now, just to be straightforward, you can type pretty much anything right here and then just do a dash dash and then space dash, and it's going to comment everything out after this. And if we send this, it will actually allow us to log in to the admin panel, I believe. Let's go ahead and try this just to make sure that this works. We can shut this off, come over here, paste something in, and it does not work for us. So I bet if we do that same payload with admin in here, we already have seen something like this where I said you need to do the administrator earlier in a different lab, and it says welcome and we're in. So you could fuzz for a specific user right here inside of burp. If we grabbed this in here and we just forward all that and we sign in, we could send this over to intruder and you could fuzz for the user right over here, and you were able to get this to work. Or you could just use something like SQL map. So what you can do is come in here and we can copy, where is it? Copy to file right here, and then we'll just save it into this SQL, this old file that I have, and we can save this. Yes, we're gonna go ahead and save it. And actually what we need to do is save this. We'll just save this like this, so that way you can actually see it completely run. So we can come in here, copy to file, overwrite this, again, save this to a file. Now I've already ran
SQL map so that you don't have to wait for it to run. And we can actually take a look at how this SQL statement is going to work for us if we weren't able to bypass the login and we actually needed to pull down users or usernames in order to solve this specific CTF. We could come over here to our SQL map. We can scroll up and you can see the statement. This is just SQL map. It's going to automatically be installed on your Kali Linux machine. The request is going to be made to the file that we saved this into. So if we just cat out SQL like this, you can actually see the post request right here that we saved. So if we come up to the top, the -r is the request, the --batch means that it's just going to automatically answer all of the questions for us. So if we scroll down and look at this, it tells us that we have a database, which is MySQL, and then it says here is the payload that it was able to use in order to see if this was actually injectable. So we can go ahead and copy this payload, and we can come back over here to our request and repeater. And just to show you, if we send this, it's going to tell us that we are not logged in. It's got incorrect credentials. And if we just copy this and we paste this and send this specific statement, I don't think we need to URL encode it. It should sleep for 5 seconds and it'll pop up down here in this little corner that we waited for 5,000 milliseconds, which is going to be 5 seconds. And you're going to be able to see, okay, this is, as the SQL map says, this is a blind, right here, time-based blind SQL injection. Now, when you look at this SQL statement, this would be really hard to figure out, like how many closing parentheses do we need and where these little quotes need to be. And SQL map does all this for us, and it's really simple and saves a ton of time. So this is why SQL map is such a handy tool, and you're going to want to know how to run it. So when you run SQL map and you need to see if there's just an SQL injection, this is probably right here the best way to run this and just see if it's injectable. Then if it is, I'm glad this is done running, we can run a --batch with the DBS. You can see I accidentally ran it up here with a DB, but you're going to want it run it with the DBS, and this is going to pull down all of the databases for us, and it's going to spit it out nicely for us. So here's the payload it's using, and if we come down, it should tell us where the databases are. We have information schema, which is going to be default. You're going to see this on almost every database that you try SQL injection on. And then we're going to have this writer right here, which is going to be the database that we want to attack. I actually have not ran it over here, so you're going to be able to see what this looks like. We can just paste that in right there. So we're going to run this --batch with a -d, and this is going to be the database writer, and we want the tables, and I think this is a -- tables. It's going to tell us if we're wrong, and it looks like I must be wrong, and I accidentally put in an extra one instead of deleting. So delete, and run. I'm in the wrong directory. That's the problem. CD over to desktop, and now we should be able to run this, and it's going to pull down all of the databases for us. So this will actually take a little while to run, and then it's going to be pretty simple. Once we get that, we're going to move over here, and we're going to run the tables, which we actually have right here. We have the database, and then we're going to pull down the table, which I'm going to guess is going to be something like passwords and usernames, because that is typically what we want to target when we're doing some kind of SQL injection. So you can actually see right here, it's running the time delay, and it's going to try to retrieve all of the tables for us, and then we'll be able to pull down, I don't actually know what's in here, the usernames and passwords, hopefully. And then I guess while this runs, there is one more injection payload that we are going to want to run. So we can copy this. And once we know what we're going to be using for a table, like let's just say there was a users table, we would run something like this, and we're going to type a --dump, and this will dump all of the users inside of the users table. And then you might have to delete this and come back and say, okay, now we want to dump all of the passwords within this table that is found inside of this database. So that is how SQL map works. This is going to be really important for you to know. You're going to want to know it, and you're going to want to use it. So we do have a users right here. So we could just come back over here,
and we would say we're going to dump from the users table. Make sure it was users and not user. It is users. And then we would just let this run, and it's going to spit out everything that's inside of the users database, inside of the users table for us. So it says fetching columns for tables, the table users in the database writer. And so you can see just how easy this is for us when we have a very tricky payload that looks like this right here to pull down the information. And you can see it's actually retrieving. It's going to have the IDs. It's telling us it's making good time. And hopefully it looks like we're going to have IDs. We're probably going to have a user, and we're probably going to have a password. So I'm going to go ahead and let this run, and then I'll bring you back once it is finished, and maybe we can log in as one of the users that we pull back. Okay, so rather than have you guys watch this run, this is how SQL injection works. And in the real world of a CTF, you would be able to take the ID, the username, and the password, and then you could come over here and you could log in as any of the users that you're able to pull back from this database. So thanks for watching, and let me know if you have any questions in the comments below. In this video, we're going to talk about how to pull down passwords from a SQL database as well as authentication bypass. We're going to be using TryHackMe, and you can actually access Juice Shop for free on TryHackMe. That's what I'm going to be using. It is going to be a little bit buggy, but I'll show you how to get around that if you want to follow along. And it is completely free. You just have to make a TryHackMe account and then type in Juice Shop, and you'll be brought to a page that looks similar to this. You will have to download your VPN authentication, which you can do by just scrolling up here, clicking access room, and then download, and then connect through the VPN, and then go ahead and start your machine. I already have mine running and have pulled open OWASP Juice Shop. So the first thing I think we'll do is we'll just talk about bypassing the authentication, because it is probably the most simple. And then I'm going to show you how I found the SQL injection to actually pull down the database through this little search function by the login bypass authentication. So we'll go ahead, click account, and you can click login, and you're going to be brought to a basic login page. So we will want to turn our interceptor on. We'll type just anything in here. We need to come back over here. We'll hit login, and then we can come back over to burp. We'll forward this, and then we're brought to this little post request right here. And so we're going to send this over to repeater, and you can go ahead and send it, and it's going to tell you that it doesn't log in for you once it decides to load, and it tells us invalid email or password. And just for the sake of bypassing this authentication, making it actually look nice, this is being sent through as JSON right here, and that's why we have this right here. But we're actually going to send this through as x www-form, and I think it is URL encoded. Let's just copy this right here, and we'll paste that in, and it should tell us URL encoded. Yep, just like that. So URL encoded. And then in order to make this work, we will delete equals, and delete these. And I'm just doing this so that you can see it will look a lot better, and it's actually easier to try and bypass or send data back and forth to the server and get responses if you use the URL encoded. It's just, I like it better. It's a lot easier in my opinion. So this is how you would go about setting that up. Now, if we send this, we should get invalid over here, and it works for us. So we are now using this post request, and we're using the URL encoded. Much easier than using the JSON down here, I think. So what we can do at this point is, if you come back over here and you put in your single quote and you send this, we're going to get an error. So we get this little error right here, object. So if we come back to burp and we send our single quote, we're going to actually get to see what this looks like. Okay, so we get our error back. That actually took me quite a while to get this error, like at least 15 seconds. So we get this SQLite error right here, and you can just copy this, and we're going to need to use this a little bit later. So we can see the SQL statement, select all from users where email equals this and the password equals this over here. What we're able to do with this is actually take this statement. We're going to remember this SQLite error right here for later. But we have select all from users where the email equals whatever email right here, and password, which is what we just typed in right here, and this is MD5. So if you go and copy this and you take it to Hashcat or some kind of decryptor on the web,
it'll actually tell you whatever password we typed in, which is right here. So what we can do, seeing this statement makes this really simple. What we can do is we can just comment out all of this after our statement. So you can come over here and you can just type in, leave our single quote. We could type in or 1 equals 1, and then we'd run our dash dash, and we actually need a plus right here for our space to make this URL encoded. And now if we send this, we're going to get an authentication that we are logged in right here as the admin. If we come back here, it just asks for the email and then that's it. So what you can actually do with this SQL injection is come back to the main page and just look for a user right here, like this Bender at Juice Shop, and we could copy this and we can actually just paste this in right here and then run the dash dash and bypass the login this way, and we're going to be able to log in. Okay, and this is what I get for not actually testing these out before I record the video. So what actually works here, now that I am thinking about it, is we can delete this, and we need our single quote over here, so that way we're closing off the statement and commenting everything out. So if we look at it over here, we're going to get rid of all of this. So we're going to put in the proper email, and then we need to close off our statement over here so that way it works and we can comment out everything after it. So now if we send this, we get logged in right here as this user. So we should be able to come back over here and paste this in. We got our single quote, and if we log in, it should work for us, and now we are this user over here. So that's some authentication bypass right here, but now we're actually going to try and pull down some users. We'll pull down all the users and all the passwords for everybody who's ever used this website right here. So let's go ahead and check this out. The way you would go about this if you installed Juice Shop locally on your machine is to come up to the search bar, and you can just type in like banana, and we would catch this in our proxy. Here we'd come back over here and we would just hit enter, and we would forward. I accidentally forwarded too far, so we'll just go ahead and turn that off and turn this back on and put in an S, and we got this right here. So we have this verified local XSS challenge. Now the reason this is not actually pulling down the page that we need is because it's trying to see if we're completing the XSS challenge, which obviously we're not. So we can forward all of this, and we're not actually ever going to see our GET request that we are trying to make to the server. So we can just hit continue all day long. But what we are able to do is come back to our login page, or our login that we was looking at over here, and we see we have this REST right here. This means we're running a REST API, and we have the users, and then we have the login. So what we can do is come back over to this page, and what we can do is come to the front here, and we can just type in REST, and then you will see that we are using the products right here. So if we type in REST, and then we type in products like this, and you can also find this by fuzzing the page, and then we can now intercept this and see what it pulls back for us. Because we see this REST right here, we're actually going to get JSON in response, which is going to be really nice for us. So if we send this to our repeater, shut that off, actually we might even get an error message over here. So if we come back over here and we send this, we get this internal server error, which means we're causing a problem. And we should be able to add a slash in there, and now we get a success just like this. So now we know that this is an endpoint right here, and we can put in our single quote at the end of bananas, and we're going to cause that internal server error right here. And if we actually come back to the web page over here and we type this out the right way, and we hit this / and hit enter, we are brought back to this JSON response right here. So we can actually, let's see if we delete this and hit enter, we get back a full list of all of the products in the server. So if we look at this, we can count these, and we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we know there are going to be 9 columns within the database that we are pulling back from. So because we know there are 9 columns, we can just leave this. This doesn't really matter because we're going to be injecting right here, and we're going to be using a union select, just like this, a union select, and then we're going to put in our columns right here. But because we know there are 9 columns, what we can actually do is just start out with our 9 columns. If you, in the wild, you're probably not going to get something back here that's going to tell you there are 9 columns that you need to inject into. But because we're able to count these, we know that there are 9 columns. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fast forward me going ahead and typing out 9 columns. Okay, that should be 9 right there. And what we can do at this point is we're going to say from, and we actually should be able to send this and cause an error. We get a bad request. But if we come back over here, we have this SQLite error that I told you was going to be important. We can copy this, come back to Google, paste it in, and see what we are brought to. So let's go ahead and click the schema table, and that actually tells us what we have right here. There are 3 table names, and we're just going to go with the first default table name, and then we'll come back to burp, and we can say from, and we want that SQL master right here, this schema. So now what we are going to do is actually we'll add our dash dash, and then we'll highlight all of this and hit Control U for URL encoding. That looks all right, and if everything was done right, this would actually tell us that we don't have an internal error. So I have a typo somewhere. I'm going to look for it, and then I'll let you know where it was. So the problem actually now is that I'm looking at this is going to be right here. We have to close off the SQL statement that comes before what we're trying to inject into. So we should be able to add these 2 parentheses and see if this works. Cross our fingers, and it does. And we have back all 9 columns. And we should be able to, at this point, come back up here, and we're going to look at the SQL right here. So we're going to look at the SQL tables, and we're going to be able to tell that, let's see, there is a table name with, let's see if we can find, there's users right here. The table name users is now the one that we want to look at. So instead of using the SQL, what was it, the SQLite master, we're going to use the users. So we could use users and come back up here, and from the user table, we want the email and the password. So we should be able to send this, and it should work for us. And now we get the ID and the name, and we're going to be able to get, this is the MD5 password right here for all of the accounts. All right, and that brings us to the end of our SQL injection crash course. In this video, we're going to be looking at how we can access information on an internal network through a server-side request forgery. The way this is going to work is we're going to actually be able to access ports that we're not able to access from the outside of the network, but because we're able to make internal requests through the server-side request forgery, making it look like we are on the internal network, we're able to enumerate different ports and files and information from the server and within the network. And for this specific box, it is going to give us an email and a password. Okay, so here we are. I have opened up the box Katoric, and I've gone ahead and went to port 60,000 right here. And we are told we can surf the web anonymously, but we're not to abuse it, which is exactly what we are going to do. So the first thing we can do, because we know what we are going after, is type in something, and then we will catch this in the repeater. So we can type in something just like this, open up burp, intercept on, submit, send to repeater, and we can turn this off, and it should have our path for us right here. And if you send this, it will hang for a little while because there's nothing there. So we're not actually going to worry too much about that. And before we go ahead and check out this SSRF, what I did the first time, because we have this URL and then this path right here, there's 2 things you could check for when you see a URL. Is you can think SSRF. If this parameter right here is page or path or file, you can think local file inclusion. So I actually checked for local file inclusion first, and then because this URL is right here, I thought SSRF. So if we come over here and we type in HTTP, and then we type in 127.0.0.1, and then because we're on port 60,000, we can type in this right here and send it, and we will eventually, once this loads, get back a response. And our response has come back, and that might take a while if you are following along. And so we have this right here, and I'm actually going to send a second one to repeater just so we have it. And now what we could do is, because there are ports sometimes open on an internal network that we're not able to access, we can go ahead and fuzz this parameter right here, and we'll use fuff for this. So we can go to our terminal and we can just type in fuff, and we'll leave what is here. This is fine. We'll change this to opt seclist. I think it's fuzzing and number 3. So we got these digits here that we're going to fuzz through, and we can just delete all of this, and we can say 127.0.0.1, and we want, actually, we'll type in fuzz right here, but we need to add in the actual URL with the parameter to go right here. And so if we hit enter, we get told the job is complete, which it should not go quite so fast. I see I accidentally put too many T's right there, and this is hanging. And the first time I did this box, I ran into this problem, and I wanted to show this to you just because sometimes you don't need to give up but change your path. So we have this 127.0.0.1, and you should know that also what works instead of that is you can just go local host, and if we run this, it should change for us and start to run. Okay, what I think we'll do is try and put this in quotations, because we have this question mark in here that is being highlighted, and that worked for us. And we can filter out by the words, so we can go filter W, and we'll use 1 because we have one word. And so if we run this, now it should run for us. Okay, and it has started to run. I didn't change anything. It just eventually decided it wanted to work. So now what we can do is come over to burp and come to our repeater, and we can start to paste in these ports and see if anything comes back. On this port 8888, if you look through the HTML, you can see we have these different pages in here, and we have the PNG, column, generic images. We have this doc right here, and then we hit this doc backup right here, and it's a href, which would mean that it is a link we could check out on this page. So we'll go ahead and paste it in here and visit this page, and it doesn't work. So we might need to URL encode this, and because this box is so laggy, it might actually take a minute for it to pop up for me. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight this and hit Control U for URL encode, stop, and resend it. And we get the page back, and if we scroll down through here, we can see we have the admin and the password. Okay, so this box does feel very CTF-y whenever you're walking through it, but it does have some really good enumeration within the SSRF that you could possibly come across if you're doing a penetration test on a network. And on their internal network, they have ports open that you can reach only from within the network, and you're able to use this SSRF to look like you're coming from within the network and access these ports and what is happening on them. Now, obviously, you're probably not going to come across a password and username like we saw in this box, but you might be able to find some information that will be really helpful to you, and I'm sure the company that you're doing the penetration test on will be happy that you were able to find this. But also, things like this are helpful to be aware of. If you're doing any kind of certification, you may actually see something like this on a certification exam. A lot of people like to think certifications and the exams are not very CTF-y, but that's really not true. A lot of the exams and courses are going to have very capture the flag feels to them. And so it's good to practice things like this server-side request forgery along with this further enumeration of the network. In this video, we're going to be talking about cross-site scripting, and I don't want to just show you how to do a simple alert with a XSS. We're actually going to be pulling off a cross-site scripting, and I came across this capture the flag about a month ago. I did it, and it's actually a really interesting box. The box is schooled with Hack the Box, and if you're interested in doing this box later, it's really a fun one. It's kind of a medium level box, maybe even hard if you're new, because it really has a lot of steps to it. But I thought this would make a really great video because a lot of times when you're new, all you see is people show you how to do a simple alert, but not actually how to steal a cookie and then take over somebody else's session so that you can access their information inside their portal.
So we're going to go ahead and jump into it and check this out. Okay, so here we are, and I want to show you a little tip before I actually show you the cross-site scripting. If you're ever doing a capture the flag and you come across something that says you're going to have a announcement or something like that, and we're going to, I believe the announcements are in here, and reminder for joining students, and we're told right here this enrollment is for the course, and that doesn't really matter, but it says that you're going to be removed from the course. They're going to be manually checking something right here. If you ever see something like this inside of a capture the flag, then this is going to be a cue that there's probably some kind of automatic process running in the back end that is going to be checking this. So you know that somehow you need to be exploiting that. I've seen this with FTP before, where I got a file off an FTP server and it said it was going to be checking all the files that were uploaded to it, which meant we had to upload a document that then was executed on the back end. So this in a capture the flag is going to tell you that something's running on the back end and we need to exploit it. And we're told that it's going to be in the profiles. So we can come to the profile right here, and then we're going to edit the profile. And if you're looking for a cross-site scripting, there's a lot of different ways to look for them, but if you're going to come across one in a capture the flag, you can just come in here and you can do something simple like put in a bold and then something, or you can put in an emphasis, or you can put in strong or some kind of tag like this. And what will happen is it will execute this. So let's go ahead and close this off. And then if we hit update, it should emphasize this for us, which is basically strong is just going to make it bold. An easier way to do that would just be with the B instead of the strong, but we have this right here, so we know that it's executing HTML. I'm going to go ahead and type out the payload that we would need for this. And if you wanted to check this, you could actually go script like this, and then a script tag, and then we can put our alert in here, and then we could update the profile and it should pop in cross-site scripting for us, and we have it right here. So we know that cross-site scripting works, but I want to show you how to actually steal the cookie, and then my username will change up here. So if we come in here, what we will, I'm going to type it out and then I'll walk you through what is going on. Okay, so we have our script tag and we're just going to put the source to the script as our IP address, which you can see I have my IP address right here from Hack the Box. And then we're going to have it go out and grab a file for us right here, cross-site scripting.js, and then it's going to execute that file for us. And I don't think I need a closing script tag. So we'll try this, and if it doesn't work, I can go and fix that. So now what we'll do is go to our Kali machine over here, and we have used the Python server in the past, but the first thing we need to do is gedit, and I've actually already written out the script here for us. And we have a document.write. This is just JavaScript. So we're wanting the JavaScript to write something for us. It's going to use our IP address right here, and then it's going to send the cookie to us. So if you want to grab a bunch of different cross-site scripting payloads, it's really simple. You can just type in cross-site scripting payload into Google and then just search through GitHub pages, and there's going to be hundreds, maybe even thousands of different cross-site scripting payloads that you can try to see if any of them will work if you don't know JavaScript. And so we'll save this, and now what's going to happen is we're going to host this up with a Python server. So we'll type in sudo python2, and then we'll run this simple server right here. And now we have it listening right here. So this file is now going to be accessible. So what's happening is this is going to execute. The server is going to reach out to our Python server right over here that's listening, and it's going to grab this file. It's going to execute the JavaScript, and then it's going to return us the cookie once it's executed on this server. So what would typically happen is you would put this cross-site scripting onto a server, and then you'd have to wait for somebody to come to this page and execute the payload or view the profile in this specific case, and then you would steal their cookie, and you could potentially use that cookie to hijack their session. So we can come down here and we'll click update profile. We can come back to our little server over here, and right here we have their session cookie. And for us, it's going to be the owner of this portal because he's the one that is checking the profiles to make sure they're updated. So what we would do is we would just inspect this, come to the storage, and paste this cookie in right here, and then refresh the page. I got ahead of myself, and this was me refreshing the page, and we were stealing my own cookie. What we need to do is grab the cookie after the program has run has looked at our page right here, and now we can go to inspect right here, storage, cookie, and paste in the cookie we just took.
And now if we refresh the page, you can now see we're logged in right here as the owner of this page. And so now we have access to all the things that this individual would have access to in this session.